Chapter 1. The Birth. In the 19th year of Yongjing, on the first day of the 8th month, the air was thick with ominous clouds, blocking out even the slightest glimmer of starlight. The atmosphere was oppressive, like an invisible shroud, suffocating those within its grasp. Your Majesty, Wei Yu entered the hall in a hurried manner. What news? The Empress furrowed her brow, her gaze sharp. The Imperial Guard has surrounded Xiang Palace, and His Majesty has decreed that no one is to approach without summons. Wei Yu replied, urgency lacing her voice. The Empress clenched her hand hidden within her sleeve, her delicately manicured nails digging fiercely into her palm. Her piercing gaze darkened as she peered through layers of red walls towards Xiang Palace. With a thunderous crack, a silver lightning bolt cleaved through the heavy night. The air was tinged with the scent of earth, heralding the impending downpour. Outside Xiang Palace, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed as Li Mingyu supported Emperor Yongjing, hastening towards the palace. Following closely with the solemn-faced palace maids and eunuchs, their strides quickened. Where are the men of Prince Ning and Prince Rui? Emperor Yongjing suddenly halted, inquiring of Li Mingyu. Your Majesty, both Prince Ning and Prince Rui are waiting at the left gate along with the officials, Li Mingyu responded. Another clap of thunder roared, and the usually gentle face of Emperor Yongjing hardened. In his days as a prince, Yongjing had 3 sons, all of whom tragically passed away within the first decade of his reign. Now, over 50 years of age, with a harem of over 100 women, he had not fathered a single child in 10 years. The ministers were increasingly anxious, as the feudal princes stirred with ambition. Last year, it was finally confirmed that Consort Li was with child, bringing nationwide jubilation. Both Prince Ning and Prince Rui had sent envoys to the capital 3 months in advance, ostensibly to congratulate the emperor on this joyous occasion, yet secretly plotting to ensure the child would be a princess. This child could very well be Emperor Yongjing's last hope. Consort Li began experiencing labor pains at noon, and now, nearing midnight, her garments were soaked with sweat, her complexion pale, relying on ginseng soup to sustain her strength. Why had she been in labor for so long? As Emperor Yongjing stepped into Xiang Palace, his face darkened as he turned his ire on the kneeling physicians. Your Majesty, the consort has gone into premature labor, and the fetal position is not correct, hence the prolonged duration that the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute quickly explained. Emperor Yongjing's expression darkened further as he paced back and forth, while the palace servants and doctors remained prostrated, heads bowed, silent in trepidation. Your Majesty, summon all your strength, it will be over soon. Yin Shuang, the personal physician to Consort Li, assisted in her delivery. Consort Li weakly shook her head, the pain rendering her vision dark. The duration had been too long, she truly had no strength left. Your Majesty, Qin Gun knelt before the bed, holding a bowl of ginseng soup, anxiety flooding her heart. Please drink another sip, gather your strength. Your Majesty, it has already been too long. If this continues, the child may suffocate. Yin Shuang, perspiring lightly, spoke with evident concern. Consort Li's faltering thoughts were abruptly pulled back by Yin Shuang's words. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and gripped the blanket with all her might. A piercing scream of agony echoed from within the chamber, causing hearts outside to shudder. Then, the lusty cry of a newborn rang out from within, and joy surged among the gathered, who bowed in congratulations to the emperor on this momentous occasion. Before long, Qing Gu emerged, cradling the infant, drawing the attention of all present. Is it a prince? The Yongjing emperor's face bore a mixture of trepidation and hope, his voice trembling slightly. Congratulations, Your Majesty Consort Li has given birth to a prince. Qing Guest's voice shattered the silence that enveloped the room. Upon hearing this, the Yongjing emperor was filled with elation, hastily stepping forward to receive the child. He unwrapped the swaddling cloth and paused, before erupting into hearty laughter. Indeed, he is my beloved son. Issue a decree. Our 4th son shall be named Ningzhao, and he is to be immediately proclaimed as the crown prince. For her merit in bearing a son, grant Consort Li the title of Imperial Noble Consort, and appoint her to assist in the affairs of the 6 palaces. The edict reached the Zuoyi Gate. The officials, each harboring their own thoughts, offered their congratulations before gradually dispersing. The Xiang Palace, having endured a day and night of commotion, fell into a tranquil silence. Consort Li lay upon the couch, her complexion pale, yet unable to conceal her beauty. Her almond-shaped eyes, strikingly clear, betrayed her recent ordeal. Her figure appeared fragile, her lips tinged with a delicate pallor. Yet in the depths of her gaze, there lingered a gentle allure, as if she were both ethereal and heart-wrenching. Adorned with a brocade silk and jade headdress, and dressed in an ivory-hued garment patterned with peonies, she leaned against the golden silk pillow, gazing vacantly at the cradle holding her child. The infant slept soundly, occasionally murmuring in his slumber, prompting a faint smile from Consort Li, though tears silently traced down her cheeks. "Your Highness, do not dwell on worries during confinement. One must avoid anxiety," Yin Shuang gently urged, lifting a bowl of cooled medicinal soup. "Drink this and rest well." "Yin Shuang," Consort Li suddenly spoke, "I have chosen a name for the children nickname. Nan Qiao, Your Highness." That name. Yin Shuang was momentarily speechless. In our homeland, there exists a plant called Qiao, whose seeds resemble the human heart. Consort Li seemed to speak to herself. Lost in thought. "I understand," Yin Shuang replied. "Yin Shuang, we have chosen a path for this child that offers no return. If one day," Consort Li's voice quivered. "Your Highness, there is no turning back," Yin Shuang stated, her gaze downcast as she held the bowl of medicine. "The imperial family is often devoid of compassion. The emperor values only power and dignity, ascending to his exalted position atop a mountain of bones. How could one who has tasted the heights of glory willingly descend? Thus, he clutches at every opportunity, exploiting all means to preserve his last vestiges of hollow dignity." When Consort Li first encountered the Yongjing emperor, she was merely a 16-year-old girl. The man was like a fragrant orchid, gentle and courteous, and she fell hopelessly in love, plunging into the depths of affection without reservation. Yet, as she drew closer, she discovered that gentility and courtesy had morphed into indecision, and tenderness had turned into fleeting affections. After disappointment, regret crept in for her youthful recklessness. Just as she believed her life would dwindle away in the cold confines of the harem, she found herself with child. If only a child could accompany her, life would be a bit more lively, she mused. In those days, her heart brimmed with joy as she crafted tiny garments, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her offspring. Days ago, the Yongjing emperor sought her out, earnestly imploring her to bear him a prince. Fear gripped her heart. How could she determine the child's gender? Yet, in the emperor's fervent and obsessive gaze, her heart plummeted. In that moment, the fate of the child within her was sealed. It must be a prince. Regardless of gender, it could only be a prince. The following day, news of the border battles reached the capital, reporting a resounding defeat of the northern Qi and the capture of Baru. Emperor Yongjing declared a nationwide amnesty, and the entire realm rejoiced. Rumors spread among the populace, proclaiming that the crown prince was a reincarnation of a celestial being, blessed by the heavens for the Yi. Within the Jingren Palace, a pair of hands adorned with golden armor slammed a cup down heavily, causing the clear tea to splash, tracing the elegant blue peony design on the cup, and landing on the pearwood table. The maidservants in the hall were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. The maid Wei Yu bent low, holding a silk flower and gently fanning with a fan adorned with the 8 immortals, whispering, "Your Majesty, the Empress, you of esteemed rank, do not let your temper harm your health." The Empress cast a sidelong glance at her, her sharp eyes enhanced by her elegant eyebrows, adorned with a phoenix crown studded with pearls. Clothed in a resplendent brocade robe, embroidered with 5 phoenixes, her crimson lips and pearly teeth exuded an air of dignified grandeur. Does that wretched woman truly believe she has given birth to a reincarnated deity? She treasures it as if it were her own eye. The Empress' face was filled with fury. All the concubines in the harem who sought to visit have been turned away, and now she wishes to be titled Empress and manage the 6 palaces. She dares to rise above me. My lady, there is much time yet in the harem. The crown prince is indeed noble, but Wei Yu lowered her voice. While the lesser cannot be touched, what of the greater? Regardless of his status as a prince or crown prince, he must still address you as mother. If you were to personally nurture him, it would surely foster a bond of filial piety, Wei Yu suggested, presenting another cup of tea to the Empress. The Empress snorted coldly, accepting the tea and taking a delicate sip, the rising mist obscuring her shadowy eyes. Chapter 2. The struggle. 3 days later, the emperor arrived. The sharp, elevated voice of a eunuch echoed at the entrance of Chiyan Palace. The noble consort handed the prince to the wet nurse, intending to rise and greet him, but was halted by the emperor's raised hand. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, the emperor had evidently rushed over immediately after court. Despite having surpassed 50 years of age, he retained the grace of his youth. His slender figure and fair complexion, combined with the gentle creases at the corners of his eyes when he smiled, exuded a warm and affectionate demeanor. The emperor seated himself beside her, saying, "You have just endured childbirth. Your body is weak. Let us forego these formalities until you have regained your strength." "Thank you, Your Majesty," consortly replied, her face aglow with tenderness. "Motherhood is not easy. You have suffered greatly." The emperor embraced her gently, offering soft words of comfort. Having traversed the gates of death to bring forth this child, what were these hardships? It was only through the trials of motherhood that one realized the profound joy of a child's healthy growth, a desire that eclipsed all else. For a fleeting moment, a crack appeared in the emperor's gentle facade, revealing a barely discernible madness hidden within his eyes. As if he were making a solemn vow, "I understand your grievances and worries. Rest assured, I shall protect you both. Our prince is blessed by heaven and shall surely enjoy enduring fortune." With a choked voice, consort leaned her head against the emperor's shoulder, her long lashes concealing the coolness in her gaze. "Thank you for your compassion, Your Majesty." At that moment, a maid from the imperial kitchen arrived with medicinal soup, and Qin ushered her inside. Upon seeing her, the emperor reached out to receive the bowl of bird's nest and ate treasure soup, which was renowned for its restorative properties. He scooped a spoonful, blowing gently on it, but before he could bring it to consort Li's lips, Yin Shuang suddenly spoke up. "You look unfamiliar. Have you not been here before? What is your name?" Her words drew the attention of everyone in the room toward the maid delivering the soup. Terrified, the maid knelt, saying, "This servant is Chen. I previously worked in the flower gardens and was only recently transferred to the imperial kitchen." "What? Is there something wrong with this medicine?" The emperor's inquiry caused Chen to bow her head repeatedly. "Your Majesty, please see, I am innocent. I would never dare to harm the noble consort." Yin Shuang stepped forward, took the bowl of soup from the tray, sniffed it delicately, and tested it with a silver needle. Finding no alteration, she felt reassured and bowed. Offering her apologies, "I was overly cautious. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." "It is of no consequence." The emperor waved his hand, allowing both Yin Shuang and Chen Ning to rise. "It is always prudent to be careful. There must be no errors in Chiyan Palace, especially concerning the prince." His gaze toward consort Li was stern yet laden with significance. The prince's daily care and sustenance must not be entrusted to others, nor should one place blind faith in anyone. You must take it upon yourself, for the prince is the foundation of the nation. Any misstep could lead to turmoil in the court. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the prince is always within my sight. I attend to everything personally and would not dare to be negligent, consort Li replied softly. The emperor nodded, handing the bowl of soup to Yin Shuang and gently caressing consort Li's face. "I have matters to attend to. I shall return to keep you company this evening. Farewell, Your Majesty," consort Li said as she drank the soup, placing the bowl on the table. She turned to Chen Ning. "The culinary skills of the imperial kitchen are commendable. You have done well. Qin reward her." Chen Ning, having received her silver, expressed her gratitude and departed joyfully. In an instant, only the three of them remained in the hall. A smile graced consort Li's face, her demeanor no longer docile and submissive, but rather somewhat aloof. In the corridor, the sunflowers bloomed profusely, vibrant and lively. Who claims that autumn lacks scenery? In this imperial city, who does not strive to move forward, to bloom a flower, to bear fruit? The prince's full moon celebration sees the emperor hosting a grand banquet in the Higuang Hall, inviting officials from all ranks. Inside the hall, 108 gilded pillars painted in red and adorned with exquisite colors exude magnificence and grandeur. The emperor sits majestically at the head of the table. flanked by bronze beasts symbolizing auspiciousness, rendered with lifelike precision. Behind him stands a screen of intricately carved landscapes and figures, resplendent in luxury and elegance. The empress and the favored concubine sit on either side of the emperor, while the other concubines are seated below according to rank, with officials positioned further back. The banquet stretching endlessly. A joyous melody composed by the Bureau of Bells and Drums celebrates the prince's full moon with the dance of maidens clad in scarlet flowing sleeves and ethereal skirts, their graceful movements filling the hall with an atmosphere of festivity and harmony. The prince, adorned in a deep crimson robe with subtle patterns, wears a golden-hued silk cap embroidered with a tiger's head, swathed in silk with only his head visible, cradled in the arms of the favored concubine. The officials' congratulatory speeches are monotonous, wearing thin on the ears. Representatives from both Prince Ning and Prince Rue present gifts and pay their respects to the prince, reporting to the emperor that they will return to their fief 3 days hence. The emperor feigns reluctance, yet internally he is quite pleased. The late emperor had 3 sons. Prince Ning bore the reputation of a wise ruler, while Prince Rue was known for his cunning, and the current sovereign was of rather ordinary capability. Little did anyone know that the late emperor, on his deathbed, bequeathed the throne to him. Perhaps after decades of being subordinate, the sudden rise to power led to a frenzied suppression of his brothers. The court, having undergone a bloody purge, saw the wings of both princes clipped, and they departed in disgrace to their fiefs, ultimately succumbing to despair years later. After 3 rounds of drinks, the sound of wailing suddenly fills the grand hall. The favored concubine hands the child to Yun Shuang, who takes him to the warm chambers behind the hall in search of a wet nurse. The prince's cries are robust, his health flourishing, a blessing from the heavens upon Yi. Immediately, officials rush to flatter. With the emperor's protection, the prince is indeed without worries. Yet at this moment, the empress unexpectedly interjects. She expresses sympathy for the favored concubine, lamenting the burdensome care of the young child that has worn her down over time. Silence falls over the hall as everyone turns to the empress, who maintains a poised posture, feigning concern. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. The imperial physician visits daily to check on me. I am in good health. However, I find myself overwhelmed caring for the prince and unable to assist Your Majesty in managing the 6 palaces, which weighs heavily on my heart. The affairs of the harem are complex, and Your Majesty undoubtedly bears great hardship." The favored concubine casts a glance at the empress, imbued with a sense of condescension. The empress grits her teeth silently, her hands clenched tightly beneath the table, yet her face remains adorned with a smile. As the principal of the harem, it is my duty to manage its affairs. How can one speak of hardship? With that, she discreetly glances at the table of civil officials behind her. The empress is not only the sovereign of the 6 palaces, but also a paragon for all women in the realm. Suddenly, a voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention. It belonged to the Prime Minister, Xian, who was also the father of the empress. Clad in a deep crimson ceremonial robe, his hair had begun to turn gray. Yet his voice rang clear as a bell, devoid of any sign of aging. "Your Highness is still young, and the noble consort is in frail health. As the empress, it is my belief that you should alleviate His Majesty's concerns by bringing the crown prince to Jingren Palace, providing him with attentive care. This not only shows compassion towards the noble consort, fostering harmony within the harem, but also sets a standard for the populace, embodying maternal virtue for the realm." Xian's words were impeccable, causing the empress to feel a surge of joy within. The noble consort, however, remained unperturbed, her hand steady as she dropped her cup. Yet her eyes quickly welled with tears, casting an anxious glance at the emperor, her face betraying her unease. The emperor discreetly caressed the back of her hand, offering silent comfort. "The empress possesses a benevolent heart. It brings me great solace," he remarked. "However, the matter of the crown prince is of utmost importance, entwined not only with the inner court, but also with the legacy of the previous dynasty. The empress has yet to experience motherhood and lacks the experience to care for an infant. The crown prince has grown accustomed to the nurturing of the noble consort in Jiang Palace. Should he be placed in a new environment and fall ill due to the sudden change, it would be a regrettable loss. His words stirred a commotion among the officials present in the Grand Hall. The emperor, known for his benevolence and tranquility, often perceived as somewhat indecisive, was rarely so forthright. Xiaodong was taken aback, having anticipated a more favorable reception. He quickly knelt, saying, "I spoke out of turn in my inebriation, failed to consider the matter thoroughly, and humbly request your majesty's punishment." The emperor did not respond directly, but turned his gaze to the empress, inquiring, "What is your opinion, empress?" The empress's complexion paled, her body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. The emperor's previous remarks had pierced her heart like a dagger. She steadied herself with great effort, forcing a somewhat unsightly smile. "Your majesty is wise. I am but a woman with good intentions, yet lacking the ability. It is most fitting for the noble consort to care for His Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 3. Schemes. Halfway through the banquet, the empress excused herself, claiming ill health, and was assisted by her maidservants back to Jingren Palace. Not long after her departure, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the hall, as the empress had smashed 3 exquisite blue and white vases adorned with golden motifs. The palace maid stood outside, heads bowed, too fearful to utter a sound. "How could he treat me so? How could he? How could he be so heartless?" The empress's voice turned sharp and hoarse, her expression twisted in rage. Utterly bereft of her usual grace, she turned and grasped Wei Yu's sleeve tightly, her fingers digging in her wrist, her eyes aflame with fury and resentment. "Wei Yu," she said, her voice trembling, "do not speak so. On a night like this, there may be ears on the other side of the wall. We must not give them ammunition." The empress ignored her words entirely, sweeping everything off her dressing table, cosmetics scattering across the floor. Her movements were so fervent that even her phoenix crown tilted askew, her hair cascading down one side. "Call her here. Let her know. What do I have to fear now? The emperor's words today have made me the laughingstock of the 6 palaces. What more do I have to fear?" Wei Yu knelt immediately, imploring, "Your Majesty, temper your anger. Consider the Xie family. Lord Xie is the prime minister from the previous dynasty, a trusted minister of His Majesty. The noble consort's family is merely a minor position within the Ministry of Works. How could it possibly compare to your Majesty? There is no need to dwell on the present. The future is long." The queen, upon hearing these words, felt her anger diminish somewhat, yet resentment still brewed within her. "I cannot accept this. I utterly refuse to concede." With a darkened expression, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Inform my father? The crown prince must be fostered under my name." Wei Yu assisted the queen in settling onto the couch, kneeling at her feet, her fingers gently smoothing the wrinkles of the queen's splendid attire. She raised her gaze to the queen and vowed, "I shall do everything in my power to fulfill your desires, your Majesty." The disarray of Jingren Palace stood in stark contrast to the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo wafting from the distant Heguang Hall, resembling 2 disparate worlds. Following the incident at Heguang Hall, Jingren Palace fell into a profound silence. Xiang Palace enjoyed a few days of tranquility. The crown prince, now over 3 months old, could lift his head and roll over. Qinggu and Lu Yun took turns amusing him, and the little prince was quite lively, laughing incessantly. Nevertheless, concubine Li appeared somewhat haggard lately, presumed to be due to the exhaustion of caring for the child. Yun Shuang checked her pulse daily and found nothing amiss. Thus she did not take it to heart. However, today, while Qinggu assisted her for an afternoon nap, concubine Li nearly fainted on the couch, startling everyone. Yun Shuang, after repeated examinations, could not ascertain the cause, and upon summoning the head physician of the imperial hospital, he merely suggested that she was overly fatigued and needed to rest, asserting that there was nothing else amiss. Despite consuming numerous tonics, concubine Li continued to grow increasingly frail. That night, concubine Li awoke from a dream in a panic, her undergarment soaked with sweat. Hearing the commotion, Yun Shuang entered, and upon seeing the concubine's pallid complexion and sunken eyes, she was overcome with anxiety and guilt. Kneeling at the bedside, "I'll admit my lack of skill, causing you to suffer, your Majesty." With a weak hand, concubine Li pressed against her chest, feeling a sharp pain. Yun Shuang quickly rose to gently pat her back to ease her breathing. As her hand glided over the concubine's slender back, a sudden thought struck her. "Qingge, fetch a bowl of alum water." Yun Shuang's tone was urgent, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Qingge promptly brought the water, and Yun Shuang grasped concubine Li's hand. "Your Majesty, I have wronged you." Yun Shuang pricked the tip of her finger with a silver needle, and a dark red droplet of blood emerged, falling into the water infused with alum. The crimson fluid dispersed, gradually deepening into a purplish hue as it settled at the bottom of the bowl. Yun Shuang felt a lump in her throat that was difficult to swallow. Unable to restrain herself from cursing, "These vile individuals shall surely meet a wretched end. How could they employ such a malicious method? If I had delayed any longer, Your Majesty, you might have been in grave peril. You have not felt well these days. You must have been poisoned. If poisoned, why could it not be diagnosed?" Concubine Li was taken aback, leaning against the headboard. "You may not be aware, but this poison is known as Yanhua. It is a chronic toxin, colorless and tasteless, undetectable by silver needles, and only manifests its effects after prolonged consumption of over a month. Initially, it merely causes chest tightness, weakness, night sweats, and vivid dreams. But if continued for more than half a year, it spreads through the bloodstream, leading to muscle atrophy and eventual suffocation in sleep. The only method to confirm the presence of Yanhua poison is through alum water." As soon as Yun Shuang finished speaking, Qingge interjected with an anxious expression. "Is there an antidote?" "The remedy for Yanhua is not difficult. A combination of Qingdai and Xia Ku Chao will suffice." Yun Shuang gazed at the pallid face of concubine Li, still haunted by apprehension. "I shall report to His Majesty tomorrow," urging him to take decisive action on behalf of the Empress and conduct a thorough investigation. "There is no need for haste." Concubine Li interjected. "Who in this palace seeks my life, if not the Empress herself? Even if something is uncovered," her gaze revealed a hint of melancholy, "I am not dead yet. His Majesty is soft-hearted, a plea from the former court here, a weeping from the harem there, and he will likely raise me high only to place me down gently. What does the Empress wish to do?" Yun Shuang exchanged a glance with Qingge. "What transpired today must not be disclosed, lest we alert the serpent in the grass. I intend to use this opportunity to caution both the former court and the harem. No one shall lay a finger on Jiyang Palace. Furthermore," concubine Li turned her attention to Yun Shuang. "Tomorrow, deliver a letter to my brother, instructing him to set forth to the northern desert at all costs to locate Lin Qi." "Lin Qi? The Minister Lin?" Yun Shuang was taken aback. It was rumored that Lin Qi had grown disillusioned with the court and had resigned from his position 17 years ago, disappearing from public view for many years. What disappointed him was not the court, but His Majesty. Concubine Li's gaze turned icy. She seemed to recall years past when Lin Qi departed, and the streets near Xingyang Gate were filled with young scholars reluctant to see him go. Yet he left with a decisive elegance, donned in a green robe, a fan in hand, laughing heartily as he exited the city. 17 years ago, Lin Qi was the paragon of scholarly excellence, a figure everyone aspired to emulate. However, the years have passed, and Yi has yet to produce another talent of his caliber. He will be our decisive advantage in toppling the Xie family," concubine Li asserted with conviction. Chapter 4. Incitement. On the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, during the winter solstice, Die's winter was dry and frigid, the gray clouds hanging low, signaling a heavy snowfall to come. The bare branches shivered in the biting cold, and the wind cut across faces like a blade. Within Jiyang Palace, a fire had been lit early, rendering the interior exceedingly warm. Thanks to Yun Shuang's diligent care in recent days, concubine Li's complexion had improved significantly. Recently, the emperor had been retreating to Jiyang Palace daily, prompted by a confession from Gu Qingzong, the governor of the northern desert, regarding his failure to manage the prisoner camp, which resulted in the escape of prisoners, including Ba Lu. Upon hearing this, the officials erupted into chaos, with the civil officials demanding severe punishment for negligence and dereliction of duty, while the military officials argued that Gu Qingzong's loyalty to the throne and his decisive victory over Beiqi, despite minor errors, warranted commendation. Even the Southern Territories' Prince and Yong, Song Huanting, had petitioned for leniency. The ministers engaged in fervent disputes, causing the emperor considerable distress during court sessions, leaving him with no resolution. He had no choice but to dispatch his personal guard to the northern desert to bring Gu Qingzong back to the capital for further deliberation. The emperor appeared weary, prompting his servants to prepare a nourishing dish of ephedra and lamb bone soup, ideal for the winter season. Leaning against the couch, the emperor sipped from a teacup placed on the low table, while concubine Li knelt beside him, her delicate fingers gently massaging his temples to alleviate his fatigue. The emperor waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "These past few days, matters in the court have become rather troublesome. I am but a simpleton, lacking understanding of court affairs. Yet I cannot bear to see your majesty so troubled." The movements of concubine Li grew lighter, as if she were made of nothing but delicate grace. Her voice was soft and tender, teasing like a whisper in the air. The emperor reached out, pulling her close and embracing her, exclaiming, "Ah, my beloved, how delightful it is to have you here, warm and fragrant, a beauty in my arms, curing all my ailments." Concubine Li cast a sidelong glance at Emperor Yongjing, burying her face in his embrace. "Your servant is worried about your majesty, yet your majesty chooses to jest with me." Unable to resist, the emperor stole a kiss, the atmosphere thick with subtle intimacy. However, concubine Li wriggled free from his hold, playfully admonishing him, "It is broad daylight, and Yun Shuang and the others are waiting in the outer hall." The emperor, his desires stirred yet restrained, erupted into laughter. Concubine Li, seated opposite him, poured him a cup of tea, saying, "Your servant is unversed in the affairs of the previous dynasty and cannot alleviate your majesty's burdens. Yet, as your loyal subject, I have heard that Minister Xie has served for decades, handling matters with great care and winning your majesty's favor. Perhaps he may have a solution." Oomph. At her words, the emperor scoffed and set down his cup, his expression darkening. That old curmudgeon, Xie Din, had not appeared since the incident at Yiguang Hall, feigning illness and claiming he could not rise from bed. How outrageous! Did he expect me to personally summon him? What? Concubine Li appeared surprised, her eyes glistening like dew-kissed apricots, her brows slightly furrowed in concern. How could his illness be so grave? Your majesty should send the imperial physician to check on him. Minister Xie has devoted himself tirelessly to the court. The emperor chuckled at her naive concern, playfully pinching her cheek. He's not truly ill. With the matter of the crown prince, he believes I have undermined his and the empress's authority, daring to show me displeasure. This old fool, having received my favor, now dares to be obstinate before me. The emperor's disdain for Xie Din grew. Concubine Li leaned closer, her index finger gently tracing the palm of his hand, each stroke imbued with a hint of melancholy, stirring a warmth within him. Yet, she lowered her gaze, demure and gentle. "Your majesty ought to visit the empress. It has been some time since she has graced Jingren Palace. Perhaps, if your majesty visits her and lifts her spirits, Minister Xie's ailment will also improve, allowing him to assist you." "What? You would push me toward Jingren Palace?" The emperor gazed at her, a ripple of emotion surging within, striking the softest chords of his heart. He pushed aside the table, drawing her back into his embrace, their eyes meeting as his hand caressed her lower back. Seeking closer connection, the soft glow of the three-colored lamp illuminated the room, casting a gentle light as the flames crackled and danced. Nestled in the emperor's arms, concubine Li's eyes sparkled, her features a masterpiece. "Your matters concern the entire realm and the stability of the state. How could a mere girl like me presume to compare her trivial thoughts? As long as the court remains stable and your majesty wears a joyful countenance, I shall be content." Her thoughtful words endeared her further to the emperor, deepening his disdain for the empress's lack of understanding and her feigned airs. "They wish to manipulate me, but I shall not yield to their desires. Xie Din has lingered in his position for too long, forgetting the essence of loyalty and authority." Oomph. Did you truly believe that my life would be unmanageable without him? With that, the emperor turned and pressed her onto the couch, kissing her eyes. With beauty in his embrace and the splendid scenery around them, why dwell on such troubling matters? It is a delightful occasion. And now that you have finally stepped out of the month, it is time for some amusement. Today, His Majesty has summoned Duke Wei and others to discuss state affairs in the Hall of Governance. The time is drawing near. Li Mingyu glanced at the hour and, with a brave heart, spoke from outside the door, suggesting that he would claim to be unwell and delay the meeting. The interrupted Emperor Yongjing displayed his displeasure. Li Mingyu hesitated. Your Majesty, the noble consort Li Guifei freed herself from his embrace. State matters are of utmost importance. Emperor Yongjing clutched her garment, unwilling to release her. If Lord Jiang of the Hanlin Academy learns of this, he will surely submit a memorial advising against it, claiming that I have bewitched the sovereign. I cannot bear such a burden. The noble consort turned slightly, casting a glance at Emperor Yongjing, both reproachful and resentful. Very well, I shall visit you again this evening. Emperor Yongjing chuckled, finally letting her go. He departed with Li Mingyu, while Qingge brought in a basin of water. The noble consort washed her hands and delicately dried her fingers with a silk cloth, her complexion appearing somewhat improved. Shortly thereafter, Chunying arrived with a meal box. The noble consort took a spoonful of soup, but as she was about to eat, she was seized by a violent cough. Yunsong hurriedly approached to soothe her. While Qingge brought tea, the noble consort shook her head, declining the offer. Your Highness is unwell today. The medicinal meal can wait. Please return for it later this evening. Yunsong advised Chunying. Chunying dared not speak further and bowed respectfully before exiting. Once they were alone, the noble consort sat up, took a sip of the previously brought tea to soothe her throat, and glanced at Qingge, who promptly left the room. Before long, Qingge returned with a bowl of clear water infused with alum. Yunsong tested the medicinal dish with a silver needle. It showed no change. She then placed the needle into the alum water, and its surface immediately turned a deep violet. Yunsong and Qingge exchanged glances, their words caught in their throats, their hearts aching with apprehension, and the chamber fell silent. Qingge was the first to break the silence, her voice trembling. This wretched maid has delivered medicinal meals for 3 months. Had it not been for Sister Yunsong's timely discovery, the consequences. Qingge, dispose of the evidence. The noble consort instructed, her expression unchanged as she glanced at the medicinal dish. Do not let anyone find out. Rest assured, Your Highness, Qingge replied, taking the items away. When Chunying came to retrieve the meal box that evening, she noticed nothing amiss and felt somewhat reassured by Qingge's usual demeanor toward her. Thus, another half-month passed, with the medicinal meals from Jiang Palace continuing daily. On this day, when Chunying arrived, the noble consort was coughing severely, and she vaguely noticed a hint of red on the moon-white embroidered handkerchief before it was quickly withdrawn. Chunying likely began to suspect something. Upon leaving Jiang Palace, she circled the Eastern Imperial Garden 3 times before finally entering Jingren Palace. Seeing her enter, Qingge turned back to Jiang Palace, certain that the queen had arrived. The noble consort was not surprised, but her expression grew somewhat cold. Outside the hall, the wind ceased, yet the air turned even chillier, shrouded in a mist that seemed to veil everything in a grayish haze. For days, the sun has eluded us, shrouded by dense clouds, signaling that snow is imminent and likely to be substantial, indicating yet another harsh winter ahead. Chapter 5. Withered flowers simultaneously. Within a dilapidated thatched cottage to the east of Xianzhou City, Lin Shi faced a man seated across from him. In his early 30s, the man donned a deep indigo, satin-lined padded robe, complemented by a pale green crane cloak, his fair complexion and slender fingers contrasting starkly with the humble surroundings. He cradled a black lacquered bronze censer adorned with gilded landscapes, a lavish display that stood in sharp contrast to the simplicity of the cottage. In their ongoing game, Lin Shi dominated effortlessly, seemingly indifferent to his opponent's plight. Yet he spoke in a youthful tone incongruent with his age. Have you found joy in this game after 3 days, sir? Mr. Su, you have lost for 3 days. Have you found satisfaction in your defeat? Lin Shi concluded with a final move, sealing the outcome. This Su gentleman, known as Su Jinji, was the elder brother of the favored consort, Su Yuyan. He held the position of a low-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel, a mere 5th-grade post. Yet he thrived in wealth, overseeing the annual assessments of officials. When you are pleased, I find contentment as well, Suo Nanzhi responded, seemingly oblivious to Lin Qi's underlying mockery. Wearing a blissfully ignorant expression, Lin Qi, infuriated, felt his beard tremble thrice in agitation and could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "Suo Nanzhi, I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Your praise is unwarranted. It is merely your excellent teaching," Suo Nanzhi replied, resting his chin on one hand, his innocent, round eyes reminiscent of his sister. "When did I ever instruct you in such matters?" Lin Qi turned away, refusing to acknowledge his feigned innocence. The master once mentioned in the Berlin garden that a loyal heart is akin to a magnetic stone, unwavering until it points south. Your student is deeply moved, believing that with sincerity, one can break through even the hardest of stones. I will not cease until my goals are achieved. Surely, you understand my earnest intentions. Suo Nanzhi's words prompted Lin Qi to lapse into silence, stirring distant memories within him. He recalled a time of youth, vigor, and ambition, when countless students sought his guidance. And the Grand Tutor's residence was inundated with requests for audience. He had once been the most illustrious figure in the capital. Seeing this, Suo Nanzhi restrained his mischievousness and adopted a serious demeanor. You have distanced yourself from the court for over a decade. Have you ever momentarily set aside your lofty aspirations? With your heart bound to the Yi, witnessing the hardships faced by the people of the capital, does it not cause you pain? At these words, Lin Qi finally raised his gaze, locking eyes with Suo Nanzhi. Your Highness is still young. If only you could receive personal guidance from the master. So Nanzhi boast, lowering his voice, what you desire for the realm, His Majesty cannot provide, but perhaps the future crown prince may. With that statement, Lin Qi's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, as the long-dormant fervor within him surged, restless and eager. On the 24th day of the 12th month, the heavy snowfall finally ceased, blanketing everything in a thick layer of white, plunging the world into a profound silence, save for the resilient red plum blossoms, defiantly standing proud against the snow. On that day, Emperor Yongjing conversed with Consort Li in Chiyan Palace when she suddenly collapsed. Li Mingyu hastily summoned the imperial physician, who, after much examination and commotion, ultimately diagnosed her with the poison of the withered flower. Notably, a half-consumed medicinal dish lay on the dining table in Chiyan Palace, and everything seemed to fall into place. Your Majesty, I would not lament my demise, yet the crown prince, so tender in age and devoid of a mother's protection, what shall become of him in the palace? Lady Li, with tears pooling in her eyes, grasped the hand of Emperor Yongjing. A pang of anxiety gripped the emperor's heart. Her words served as a stark reminder that Lady Li's allegiance was intertwined with that of the crown prince. A chill ran down his spine, swiftly followed by a surge of fury. Li Mingyu, command the imperial guards to investigate. We must ensure this individual is rescued. I am eager to uncover who possesses such audacity. Yes, Li Mingyu responded, departing promptly. The maid, chunnying from the royal kitchen, was soon brought before the imperial guards. Upon witnessing the gravity of the situation, Chunnying steeled herself, resolutely denying any wrongdoing, trembling as she knelt and wept, crying out her innocence. I am wronged. I am unaware of how the medicinal dishes became poisoned. The recipe was penned by Aunt Yunshuang, and the concoction was prepared by the royal kitchen. I was merely following orders. I know nothing. I am innocent. Such baseless fabrications and obstinate defiance. The emperor rose, his expression darkening. Do you think a mere claim of ignorance will absolve you? Do you believe I can be so easily deceived? Who provided you with the wuhua? How could a mere palace maid procure such a rare poison? Chunning struck her head against the ground, resolute in her silence. The emperor, exasperated yet amused, retorted, What a loyal servant you are, oblivious to your own peril. I shall see whether your resolve withstands the rigors of the Justice Department. Li Mingyu, catching the emperor's glance, promptly commanded that Chunning be taken away. Shortly thereafter, sounds of punishment echoed from the palace courtyard. Initially, Chunning cried out in protest, but after several blows, her cries transformed into pleas for mercy. The executioners of the Justice Department were well-trained, adept at inflicting pain without extinguishing life. Having been beaten into unconsciousness and subsequently revived with cold water, blood saturating the stone floor, Chen Ningzhao finally succumbed, confessing that the wuhua was provided by Aunt Weiyue of Jingren Palace. When Li Mingyu relayed this information to the emperor, he paused mid-sip of his tea. He had endured multiple provocations from the Xie family, tolerating Xieden's illness without pursuit. Consequently, the empress dared to stir discord in the harem, plotting against her peers, as if she believed the realm of Day had entirely fallen under the surname Xie. Clenching his teeth through rising anger, he ultimately shattered the cup in his hand, the exquisite enamel vessel shattering upon the floor. Summon the Empress. Chapter 6. The defense when the Empress and Weiyue were summoned to Jiang Palace. Upon observing the ailing Chen Ningzhao in the courtyard, a shared understanding passed between the two women. Weiyue gently squeezed the Empress's hand, offering a slight nod, and the Empress steeled her resolve as she proceeded into the inner hall. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. The Empress bowed deeply. I am unaware of the urgency behind your majesty's summons. The emperor, seated with authority, instructed her to rise and, rather than immediate accusations, inquired. I have heard that the empress has not visited Jingren Palace in some time. What have you been occupied with? In response to your majesty, the empress replied, the harem's progeny is scarce, and I am unable to alleviate your majesty's concerns, which weighs heavily upon my conscience. Thus, I have been in Jingren Palace, engaging in purification rituals, transcribing Buddhist scriptures, praying for the harem to flourish, and fervently hoping for the crown prince's health and well-being. Such a pity for the queen's heartfelt intentions. The emperor's voice turned cold. The beloved concubine Li has been poisoned. The perpetrator, unable to withstand the punishment, confessed to being instigated by the Jingren Palace. What explanation can the queen provide? Upon hearing this, the queen knelt again, her voice steady. This is an injustice against me. I beseech your majesty to discern the truth, for I have never committed such an act. Behind her, Weiyue added her voice in support. I implore your majesty to see clearly. I have accompanied the queen daily, and during this time, she has engaged solely in transcribing Buddhist scriptures, without undertaking anything else. Are you implying that Chen Ningzhao has wronged the queen? The emperor, suppressing the anger within, continued to interrogate. Your majesty, I have indeed heard of Chen Ningzhao. She has garnered the favor of concubine Li through her delivery of medicinal meals and received considerable rewards, which has incited envy among some palace maids. However, she has never set foot in the Jingren Palace nor met the queen. I am at a loss as to who has conspired against her. Weiyu's seemingly casual remarks inadvertently linked Chen Ningzhao to concubine Li of the Jiang Palace. The queen straightened herself. Your majesty, human hearts are inscrutable. One must not heed a single account. I am wronged. I implore your majesty to uphold justice on my behalf. The implication in the queen's words caused the emperor to hesitate, slowly furrowing his brows, and remained silent for a moment. The chief physician Yang Shu suddenly interjected. Your majesty, while wuhua is indeed toxic, it requires prolonged consumption to manifest its effects, and Chen Ning's residence is far too distant for such validation. A palace search would reveal the truth. The emperor's eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. Indeed, let us conduct a search. If the queen is truly innocent, I shall severely punish those maids who speak carelessly, restoring justice to the queen. The queen also nodded in agreement with the emperor, then gazed with concern at the frail concubine Li on the couch. Both the Jingren Palace and the Jiang Palace must be searched to spare concubine Li from further slander. The emperor waved his hand decisively. Granted. Li Mingyu, accompanied by several eunuchs, proceeded to search the Jiang Palace, while the imperial guard headed to the Jingren Palace. Yang Shu promptly requested permission. Wuhua is rare and difficult for the untrained eye to identify. I wish to accompany them to lend my humble assistance. The emperor granted his request, and all departed on their mission, leaving the emperor to summon the queen to rise and take a seat, as they awaited the outcome with varied sentiments. After approximately half an hour, Li Mingyu emerged as the leader, reporting to the emperor that no suspicious items had been found, which left the queen quite astonished. She glanced at Weiyue, who had yet to speak, when Yang Shu returned with the imperial guard, cradling an ordinary blue and white porcelain jar. At just one glance, Weiyu's complexion turned pale. The Imperial Guard had discovered wuhua powder hidden in a secret compartment of Wei Yu's chamber in the Jingren Palace. The Emperor was beside himself with fury, striking the table forcefully. "Queen, what further words do you have to say?" This sudden turn of events caught her off guard, causing her to stumble from her seat. She knelt and approached the Emperor. "I am wronged. I do not know how this substance came to be in the Jingren Palace. I implore your majesty to discern the truth." "Wronged?" The Emperor advanced towards her, looking down at her with disdain in his eyes. "The palace maid has identified you as the perpetrator, and now, with irrefutable evidence, you still cry injustice? Who has wronged you? Is it I? I dare not. I truly do not know. If I harbored any guilt, how could I have so easily consented to a palace search? Your majesty, with discerning insight, observes the turmoil in the queen's heart as she reaches out to grasp the Emperor, only to be forcefully kicked aside. The queen is cast away, her hairpin disheveled. Wei Yu hastily rushes to shield the queen, who, as if regaining her senses, seizes her arm and, in a fit of hysteria, demands to know the nature of the calamity. How did this come to be in the Jingren Palace? Wei Yu, taken aback by the queen's fierce expression, stammers in disarray. I do not know. I clearly buried it in the Ji." Yet, she falters, for it is too late. All present have heard her confession with absolute clarity. In despair, the queen collapses to the ground. "Where do you intend to bury her?" The Emperor's icy voice sends a tremor through Wei Yu, who shrinks her shoulders and kneels, too fearful to lift her gaze. Indeed, the queen has raised a fine servant, the Emperor sees through gritted teeth. To poison and conspire against the concubines, truly commendable. Overwhelmed with rage, the Emperor is seized by a violent cough, stumbling backward, prompting Li Mingyu to rush forward and support him. "Your Majesty, your health is paramount." The Emperor pushes Li Mingyu aside, pointing accusingly at the queen. "You vile woman. Today I shall strip you of your title. Guards, take the queen away, send her to the inner prison, and this wretched maid shall be subjected to severe interrogation. I wish to see for myself how much blood is on the queen's hands after all these years." The Imperial Guards promptly advance to seize them. The queen struggles, and when Wei Yu attempts to protect her, she too is caught by the guards. In a moment of desperation, Wei Yu breaks free, dropping to her knees and pleading, "Your Majesty, I alone am responsible for this affair. The queen is innocent, wronged by circumstance." The Emperor turns his gaze upon her, and with a resolve akin to martyrdom, Wei Yu raises her head to meet his eyes. "It was all my doing." Concubine Li, emboldened by her favored status, disregarded the queen in a fit of indignation. "I bribed Chunying from the imperial kitchen to lace concubine Li's medicinal dishes with poison. I confess my guilt and implore your majesty to mete out punishment." The queen is entirely unaware and unjustly accused. At these words, the Emperor seizes a cup of tea from the table, hurling it at Wei Yu's face. The cup strikes her forehead, eliciting an instinctive scream as she shields her face. The warm tea scalds her cheeks, the leaves scattering over her, leaving her in a state of disarray. Her hair comes undone, blood trickles from the wound on her forehead, streaming down one side of her face and dripping onto her pale skirt. "You profess loyalty. Do you believe that by taking the blame upon yourself, you can exonerate the queen?" The Emperor glares at the queen, now a portrait of panic, stripped of all dignity. "As the sovereign of the palace, how can you claim ignorance when your own maid has conspired to poison the concubines? Do you take me for a fool?" The Emperor's fury remains unabated when suddenly a eunuch approaches to report that the Prime Minister, Xie seeks an audience with His Majesty outside the imperial study. The Emperor scoffs, recalling Xie's South arrogance during court sessions. It seems the Prime Minister has recovered from his illness swiftly, but his pleas come all too readily. Yet, the Queen's eyes brighten, her composure gradually restoring. Chapter 7. Severe Punishment. The Emperor Yongjing cast a cold glance at the Empress, a chilling smile curling upon his lips. "Do you truly believe that Xie can save you?" The Empress was taken aback. Vayu and Chunqing, having conspired to harm the crown prince and frame the concubines, are guilty of heinous crimes. They shall be executed immediately, the Emperor declared coldly. The Empress has failed in her duties and can no longer serve as a model for the harem. Henceforth, She shall relinquish her authority over the 6 palaces and be confined to Jingren Palace, forbidden to leave without my decree. The empress gazed at the emperor in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would impose such severe punishment. Yet his next words shattered her hopes. His voice was as frigid as the winter wind, piercing through the heart. The Department of Punishments shall proceed to Jingren Palace to execute the sentence, with the empress herself overseeing the punishment, so that all within the palace may witness and take heed. Soon, members of the Department of Punishments arrived to drag Vayu and Chunqing to Jingren Palace, while the empress was supported by palace maids stumbling along. The emperor then offered words of comfort to concubine Li before returning to the imperial study. In the study, the emperor entered hastily, and Xie knelt in respect. The emperor did not rush to bid him rise, but instead asked with a significant tone, "It seems that Chancellor Xie's health has improved considerably. I have fully recovered, and I am grateful for your majesty's concern," Xie replied, aware of the implications behind the emperor's words, feeling a sense of unease. Yet, he had to hastily attend to matters concerning the harem and could not dwell too much on his own discomfort. That is good to hear. I wonder what brings Chancellor Xie to seek an audience today. The emperor refrained from mentioning the events in the harem. I am here regarding the matter of Governor Gu Qingzong of the Northern Wilderness. I have devised a sound strategy and hope to alleviate your majesty's concerns, Xie stated, trying to curry favor before pleading for leniency. The emperor scoffed inwardly, not acknowledging Xie words. This matter is not urgent. Just a few days ago, someone recommended an individual to me, alleviating my immediate concerns. Do you know who it is, Chancellor Xie? I am but a dullard. I humbly request your majesty to enlighten me, Xie replied, feeling increasingly uncertain as the emperor's demeanor was beyond his expectations. Lin Qi, the emperor said nonchalantly, stirring his teacup. Master Lin, Xie's heart sank. The emperor's move not only prevented him from pleading for leniency, but also placed his own position in jeopardy. Lin Qi is willing to return to court. What do you think, my beloved minister? The emperor asked deliberately. Master Lin is a talent of the highest order and undoubtedly a valuable asset, Xie began, but before he could finish, the emperor interrupted him. Chancellor Xie, given your advanced age, it would be unwise for you to overexert yourself. With Lin Qi's return, he can share some of the burdens of the court, which brings me great comfort. I have decided to appoint him as the crown prince's tutor and admit him into the cabinet as the second assistant, to serve alongside you in the court. What say you, Chancellor? Master Lin is indeed deserving. Your majesty is wise. Xie could only acquiesce, deferring to the emperor's will and planning for the long term. Now, you may leave. The emperor cast a cold gaze at Xie, feeling a sense of vindication within. Meanwhile, in Jingren Palace, a crowd of palace maids and eunuchs formed a circle around the empress, who sat slumped on a rosewood chair at the foot of the white jade steps. The empress bit her lip fiercely, stifling the painful screams rising from her chest, as she helplessly watched Vayu sprawled over the execution bench, stripped of her garments, exposed and vulnerable. The officials of the Department of Punishments, following orders, executed their task ruthlessly. Chunqing succumbed after enduring only 10 strikes, her breath extinguished. On the 20th of the month, as the blade descended upon Wei Yu, the wound was deep enough to expose bone. Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, save me. Wei Yu struggled to lift her head and gazed towards the Empress, her voice faint and intermittent. The Empress, unable to protect herself, could only clench the icy armrests of her chair, her fingers digging in so tightly that even her well-manicured nails broke. Her pallid face swayed precariously in the chilling wind. In a short while, Wei Yu could no longer utter a sound, her breath extinguished as both the lifeless songbird and her were dragged away on a straw mat. The personnel of the punishment department followed suit, leaving only 2 pools of blood in Jingren Palace. The Empress slowly rose to her feet, yet struggled to maintain her balance. Her legs weakened, causing her to tumble down the steps, her head striking the bluestone pavement, instantly oozing blood. The palace maids rushed to assist her, but the Empress forcefully pushed them away, her eyes reddened with suppressed emotion, her teeth chattering audibly. She lifted her trembling hand to adjust her phoenix crown, the cascading golden threads entangling her hair, yet she paid it no mind. With great effort, she stood upright, her arms hanging limply, a few strands of broken hair caught between her fingers. She raised her head and looked up, but her gaze had lost its focus, appearing bewildered and lost, as if her very soul had been extracted. The resplendent crimson attire adorned with phoenix and floral motifs seemed more vivid than the blood upon the ground. As the sun set, even the lingering twilight quickly vanished, leaving behind a desolate sky with only a few somber clouds drifting above. The vermilion palace walls were crowned with snow-dusted glazed tiles, resembling a sword piercing the heavens. Within the walls lay treachery and despair, while outside, the people endured profound suffering. Both inside and outside the walls, freedom was an unending illusion. Suddenly, the empress erupted into laughter, her mirth escalating into hysteria, the sharp and jarring sound causing the palace maids and eunuchs to tremble and kneel in fear. The following day, Lin Qi received a decree and entered the court. His return was abrupt. Though he lacked a foundation in the political arena, he still commanded the people's support. With his exceptional abilities, he swiftly navigated the intricacies of court life, while Chiyan began to prepare in secret, anticipating a storm of chaos. However, in early summer of the 20th year of Yongjing, continuous heavy rains fell upon Yunnan and Guizhou for a month, flooding thousands of acres of fertile land and displacing countless citizens. The court allocated funds for disaster relief, and the emperor dispatched Chiyan to pacify the populace. The journey to Yunnan and Guizhou was long and the climate humid and oppressive. Chiyan, advanced in years, grew weary from the relentless travel and was stricken by illness, struggling to return to his capital after the relief efforts. Subsequently, he languished on his sickbed, constantly reliant on medicine. His health fluctuated, and a year later, he succumbed to his ailments. His only legitimate son, Xie Guang, suffered a fall from a loft while intoxicated in his youth, resulting in a permanent limp. Due to Chiyan's connections, he held the position of a minor official in the Ministry of Rights, but following his father's death, the Xie family plummeted from their former glory. In light of the recent poisoning incident, the emperor was deeply concerned and, for safety reasons, refrained from allowing the crown prince to reside in the Eastern Palace. Instead, the crown prince remained in Zhiyang Palace, under the direct care of the imperial concubine. The crown prince's smile bore a striking resemblance to that of the emperor. Yun Shuang stood beside the imperial concubine in the corridor, the morning sunlight warm and inviting. Wisteria cascaded from the intricately carved wooden walkway, adorned with blooming clusters. The gentle breeze carried a soft fragrance, and even the shadowy corners finally revealed blossoms, instilling a glimmer of hope. Consort Li gazed at the prince, who was laughing heartily, tightly clutching the embroidered silk handkerchief in her hand, silently vowing that even if the path ahead seemed insurmountable, she would spare no effort to carve out a bloody passage for him, ensuring his survival against all odds. No matter how arduous the journey, she would face each challenge one by one, determined to explore the exit from this inferno with her mortal frame. Even if it meant sacrificing her very blood and bones to serve as a guide for him, it would be worth it. You must survive, my child. My Nan Qiao, my daughter. Chapter 8. The first meeting 12 years later in the Wenhua Palace, the capital city was adorned with red walls and green tiles. Yet only the Wenhua Palace gleamed with golden glazed tiles. The courtyard outside was flanked by evergreens, while the palace itself faced south, with 5 bays in width and 3 in depth. Lin Qi sat gracefully at a desk, draped in a tea-colored robe adorned with plum blossoms and cranes, his right hand holding a jade-bone fan, and his left hand softly stroking his beard as he asked thoughtfully, "Benevolent governance has been a tradition since ancient times. Love and compassion are the marks of a wise ruler. What are your thoughts, your highness?" Before him sat a young boy clad in a honey-colored robe decorated with auspicious clouds, wearing a purple and gold dragon crown. His stature had yet to fully develop, his skin as white as snow, and his cheeks still bore the innocence of youth, but his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, too vivid for a boy. If benevolence governed the realm, why did the Han dynasty endure the chaos of the 7 states? Compassionate policies do not equate to leniency towards the populace. A nation must prioritize the law, treating all with impartiality, regardless of their status. The youth spoke with a clear and resonant voice. Lin Qi nodded, then shook his head. The turmoil of the 7 states was not a failure of benevolence, but rather a misapplication of it. The Han dynasty was weakened by internal strife. Too much kindness with insufficient discipline is not a viable strategy. Only in prosperous times can benevolent governance ensure lasting peace. Looking intently at the young man before him, Lin Qi imparted solemnly, "Regardless of how many imperial arts you learn, your highness must always remember to govern diligently and love your people. Those who win the hearts of the populace shall ultimately command the world." "The Grand Tutor's words are etched in my heart," the prince replied. Having begun his education at the age of 4 under the Grand Tutor's guidance, he held a deep respect and reliance on him. In the presence of outsiders, he would never refer to himself as this prince. The Grand Tutor nodded slowly, tucking away his books as he said, "Beginning tomorrow, at the hour of Shun, there will be a designated instructor to teach you archery and horsemanship. Given your frail constitution and the Emperor's indulgence, you have yet to learn these skills. Now that you are over 13, it is truly time to begin. Who has my father appointed?" The prince inquired casually. "It is not the Emperor, but a recommendation from me," Lin Qi replied with a hint of mystery, casting a significant glance at Shen Ningzhao. "Should you acquire this individual, your presence in the court shall surely shine like a sharp blade." The prince was momentarily taken aback, rising to bow in respect. Lin Qi returned the gesture, then tucked the textbook under his arm, fanning himself lightly with a hand fan before strolling away. Lu Yin approached with a cheerful smile, carrying a refreshing cup of tea. "Your Highness, are you feeling fatigued?" Lu Yin was the prince's personal maid, slightly plump with a round face, and her smile was particularly endearing. Shen Ningzhao shook his head, taking a sip of the tea. "Where is Ji He? I have not seen him." Both the maid Lu Yin and the eunuch Ji he had served her since childhood. "The cicadas outside are incessantly noisy, and fearing it would disturb your studies. Ji He has gone to catch some. He should return shortly." As Lu Yin extended his neck to peer outside, he spotted Ji He, dressed in a tea-colored robe with a black cap atop his head, jogging towards him. "I have arrived late. Your Highness, please punish me." Ji He humbly bowed his head in apology upon his arrival. The heat outside was intense, and with the cap on his head, he resembled a steamer, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and soaking his neck. Unfazed by the heat, Shen Ningzhao reached out to remove his hat, tossing it into Ji He's embrace, and instructed him to forego formalities. Casting a glance back at Lin, who understood the cue, he poured another cup of cool tea. Ji He, standing up, adjusted his hairdo and hurriedly bent down to accept the cup of tea offered by Lin. He gulped it down eagerly, and after finishing, he sheepishly scratched his head, prompting Lin to stifle a laugh at his expense. Yet she promptly refilled his cup. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, Shen Ningzhao straightened his collar and remarked, "Let us depart. If we linger too long, Mother will send someone to look for us on such a hot day." Upon returning to Jiang Palace, he dined with Consort Li and exchanged a few words. Only after Consort Li had succumbed to her afternoon nap did he return to his own Union Hall. The Union Hall, situated within Jiang Palace, required a short stroll through 2 corridors, across a garden, and beyond a flower-laden gate to reach. Originally, the palace had undergone renovations for the crown prince, transforming from a 2-courtyard layout to 3, making it significantly larger than most palaces, complete with 2 gardens. Consort Li resided in the rear hall, while Shen Ningzhao occupied the accompanying hall, which, despite being a secondary hall, bore no difference to the main palace in terms of amenities. Shen Ningzhao shed his outer garment and settled onto a couch with a book. Beside him, an ice jar held a cluster of grapes that Lu Yin had placed there. He occasionally indulged in one, finding a sliver of solace amidst the sweltering heat. As the hour approached, Lu Yin entered to assist Shen Ningzhao in changing into a lightweight, sunflower-patterned silk robe before heading off to the training grounds. The training grounds spanned 150 paces in both directions, surrounded by 2 rows of tall, white poplar trees. To the east stood a lacquered, carved gate adorned with water willow motifs, flanked by a row of crepe myrtle trees, their blossoms wilting under the harsh sun. To the west, not far off, lay a circular equestrian arena. Upon Shen Ningzhao's arrival, a figure stood near the entrance of the training grounds, sheltered beneath a pavilion. The man had his back turned, hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of broad shoulders and a slim waist, dressed in a light robe of dark blue brocade with cloud patterns. His hair partially tied with a slender, dark ribbon, suggesting he had yet to reach the age of maturity. Hearing the footsteps, the man turned, revealing a complexion as pale as porcelain, with sword-like brows and slightly elevated arches. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now appeared profound and cool, the pupils dark as a moonless night. His nose was straight, and his lips, well-defined, added to his sharp demeanor. Yet, the youthful exuberance he possessed could not entirely mask his icy aura. His thin lips pressed together, hinting at a rebellious spirit. Shen Ningzhao squinted slightly, for the first time perceiving a blazing flame ensconced in frost within a single individual. "Esteemed Minister Chiyan, I have the honor of meeting His Highness the Crown Prince," the man declared, stepping out of the pavilion and bowing. His tall stature cast a shadow, cooling the air around Shen Ningzhao's face. As thoughts raced through Shen Ningzhao's mind, he recalled the identity of this individual, Chiyan, the second son of the marquis of Northern Defense, who had returned to the capital at the tender age of 6. The 13 guards of Yidu, including the Imperial Guard and the Royal Forest Guard, are tasked with ensuring the safety within and outside the imperial city, directly obeying the emperor's commands. The remaining 11 guards oversee the royal tombs, gardens, sacrificial temples, public order in Yidu, and the safety of the common people. Chiyan serves as the commander of the left and guard, responsible for maintaining order in the east and west cities. Though still youthful, he is on the cusp of turning 19 in just 3 months. "Commander, please, no need for formalities," spoke Shen Ningzhao gently, raising his hand to assist him in standing before stepping into the cool pavilion. The choice of location for this pavilion was exquisite, allowing a gentle breeze to flow through. Although it remained warm, it provided immense comfort to Shen Ningzhao, who was typically sensitive to heat. "In such sweltering weather, I appreciate your efforts." Shen Ningzhao invited him to sit and then inquired with genuine concern, 2 days ago, the Marquis of Jinbei took a sick leave. "I wonder if he is feeling any better?" Chiyan paused, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. The emperor had not held court for quite some time, and his father had recently fallen ill, duly reported to the Ministry of Personnel. Such trivial matters should not have reached the emperor's ears. Yet the crown prince seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. Chiyan regarded the youth before him, barely 14, still growing, only reaching the height of his chest. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, and his gentle features radiated concern. However, when he looked back, those enchanting eyes transformed into piercing blades, seemingly capable of seeing through to one's very soul. Chiyan felt a chill run down his spine, but then noticed the eyes soften into a smile, warm and kind, melting the frost away. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My father has an old ailment. He will recover with some rest." Chiyan averted his gaze, responding with an air of calmness. "That is reassuring," Shen Ningzhao replied, lowering his eyes to gently rub the bowstring horn ring on his thumb, his thick eyelashes fluttering like a delicate hand stirring the heart. Chapter 9. Attest the Marquis Gu, having endured a multitude of battles in the vast sands of day, has since fallen ill. It is only fitting for me to express my concern. Tomorrow, I shall send the imperial physician to the Marquis's residence. He is advanced in years and should be treated with caution. Shen Ningzhao's words were sincere, imbued with a maturity that belied his age, leaving Chiyan little time to ponder the implications before he continued. "Your elder brother welcomed a son last month. I regret my inability to visit in person to extend my congratulations, but I have kept him in my thoughts and shall send a gift tomorrow as a token of my regard." Chiyan's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening, a chilling aura emanating from him. The news of his brother's son had only been mentioned in a family letter, as his brother's family resided in Guyuan. His father had merely hosted a family banquet for his uncle without any grand announcement. How could such a minor detail have reached the court? Gu Chiyan's hands clenched slowly at his sides. It was widely acknowledged that the crown prince was the beloved son of the elderly emperor and his only child, enjoying considerable favor. Although he was said to be pure, gentle, and courteous, the meaning behind his words today was ambiguous, leaving one perplexed. The sweltering summer heat seemed to evoke an unexpected chill in his heart. Gu Qiyan managed a slight smile, though it did not reach his eyes, and calmly responded, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but such a generous gift is truly undeserved. The noble house of the Ho family is steeped in loyalty and righteousness, dedicated to the nation and its people, deserving of the king's heartfelt intentions without hesitation." Shen Ningzhao raised his gaze, a gentle and fragmented smile gracing his features, exuding no pressure whatsoever. The yellow sunflower fan complemented his complexion perfectly, embodying tenderness and transparency, revealing merely a serene and magnanimous youth before him. Gu Qiyan paused momentarily, finding it difficult to decline further, and thus graciously accepted. After a brief respite, the two proceeded to the Shaoran Pavilion, guided by a young eunuch to the armory to select bows and arrows. In the grand imperial court of day, the horn bow was most esteemed, crafted primarily from Jia wood, followed by elm and oak, with bamboo being the least favored. The thicker the bow's body, the longer its length, thus demanding greater physical strength. Gu Qiyan cast a glance at Shen Ningzhao's delicate and slender wrist, reminiscent of the phoenix tail bamboo in his courtyard. He advised His Highness the Crown Prince to commence his training with a short bow, aware of his own physical capabilities. Shen Ningzhao chose a lacquered short bow. Yet before he could examine it closely, the emperor's personal eunuch, Li Mingyu, arrived. "Why has Masterly come? Does His Majesty have any instructions?" Shen Ningzhao inquired, setting the bow aside. Li Mingyu, with a charming smile and a soft voice, replied, "The Emperor is aware that His Highness is practicing archery today and has specifically sent me to present you with a bow." A young eunuch stepped forward, holding a redwood tray upon which rested a gilded longbow. Li Mingyu continued, "This Xian Yuan bow was once wielded by the Emperor in his youth. Crafted from the finest Jia wood from Mount Tai and the horns of the yin cattle, capable of remarkable feats. May it assist Your Highness in achieving mastery, ensuring success in all endeavors." Shen Ningzhao reached out to accept the Xian Yuan bow, which measured over 4 feet in length, adorned with heavy black iron embellishments at both ends, making it rather cumbersome, perhaps beyond his capacity to draw. With a smile, he nodded, "Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty. I shall diligently practice and strive to live up to his expectations." Li Mingyu, satisfied, returned with his attendant eunuch to report back, while Shen Ningzhao, accompanied by Gu Qiyan, made his way to the training ground. The archery area was equipped with a sunshade, with the nearest targets positioned at a distance of 10 paces. Gu Qiyan stood beside him, instructing the crown prince on the proper techniques. Hold the bow with the left hand, feet shoulder-width apart, weight evenly distributed. With a slight forward lean, the right hand should grasp the string with the index, middle, and ring fingers, the index finger above the arrow's nock, while the middle and ring fingers remain below. Gu Chiyan's voice was deep, exuding a detached indifference, and, as he glanced down at Shen Ningzhao, there was an air of aloofness. Shen Ningzhao attempted to draw the bow according to the instructions. On the first try, he exerted insufficient force and failed to draw it back. On the second, he overexerted himself, causing the arrow to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. On the third attempt, he managed to draw the bow, yet the weight rendered his hands unsteady, making it difficult to aim. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, as Lu'in beside him silently offered prayers for the crown prince. It was evident to all that the Xian Yuan bow was ill-suited for a novice. Yet none dared suggest a replacement given the emperor's gift. After several attempts, Shen Ningzhao's arms began to ache, the stifling wind tousling the stray strands of hair at his temples, while transparent beads of sweat trickled from behind his ears, cascading down his fair, smooth neck, finally disappearing beneath the embroidered collar of his garment. She was particularly sensitive to the heat, her lips pressed together lightly and her brows slightly furrowed, gradually becoming somewhat impatient. Chiyan observed her, and for some inexplicable reason, he was reminded of a tabby cat disturbed from its slumber beneath the eaves. He stepped a few paces behind Shen Ningzhao, his voice resonating from his chest as it vibrated against the back of her head, imparting a peculiar force. Shen Ningzhao turned slightly, tilting her face to catch sight of his defined jawline. Chiyan stated, "I shall demonstrate for His Highness." Standing behind Shen Ningzhao, his chest pressed against her back, his hand enveloped hers as they drew the bow together. The soft sensation of their hands startled them both. Luin appeared slightly taken aback, as if she might speak, but Shen Ningzhao raised her gaze to stop her. The youth exuded a faint scent of pine, and their proximity, coupled with the heat, seemed to envelop them in that fragrance. Chiyan focused his mind, leaning slightly as he guided Shen Ningzhao to pull the bow with precision, releasing the arrow in a seamless motion, hitting the target effortlessly. "Your skill is commendable, Master Commander," Shen Ningzhao openly praised, turning to him with bright, joyful eyes filled with astonishment. Chiyan averted his gaze, pressed his lips together, and lowered his eyes, saying, "Your Highness, as this is your first practice, moderation is key. Mastery in martial arts cannot be achieved in a single attempt. Let us conclude for today. I shall return tomorrow." Shen Ningzhao nodded with a smile. "Very well, I shall heed the Master Commander's advice." There was a hint of sweetness in the youth's melodious voice, and her unguarded gaze was warm and innocent. For some reason, Chiyan suddenly thought of sugar-coated snowflake pastries. He pursed his lips and bowed to take his leave. Until that fleeting blue figure completely vanished, Shen Ningzhao's smile gradually faded, and when she turned back, her eyes held no trace of mirth. Luin gently squeezed her arm, asking, "What are you looking at, Your Highness?" Shen Ningzhao furrowed her brow slightly, uncertain of the Grand Tutor's intentions in recommending this individual. While the two sons of the Gu family were indeed impressive, Gu Qingzong had lost his military powers upon returning to the capital, and now held only a nominal position in court. Gu Qingwei was merely the lord of Guyu City, which was insignificant in terms of both location and military strength among the 24 cities in the northern deserts. Gu Chiyan was merely a fourth-rank commander. Even with the backing of his father, the Marquis of Zhenbei, and his uncle, the Earl of Yunyang, the Gu family could scarcely restore its former glory. Yet, the Grand Tutor's high regard for this person left her hoping not to be disappointed. Looking at the second son of the Gu family, he is remarkably handsome, not resembling Lord Gu at all, Shen Ningzhao remarked casually. Perhaps the second son resembles his mother, though his temperament is a bit cold, Luin added. However, the most handsome man in the capital is still the eldest son of the Huaiyuan Marquis, Lu Siheng. He truly embodies the essence of a refined gentleman. The Huaiyuan Marquis, Lu Yi, had arranged for his sister, Lu Baos, to marry the emperor when he was still a prince, resulting in the birth of the second prince. Although the second prince passed away prematurely and Lu Baos lived in sorrow, the emperor, in gratitude for their contributions, bestowed upon Lu Yi the title of Marquis of Huaiyuan. In the common folks' eyes, Shen Ningzhao would still refer to Lu Siheng as her cousin. It was merely that Shen Ningzhao was born late, and Lu Yi was a man of temperament, wholly absorbed in the art of painting, without notable achievements in the realm of politics. The Marquis of the Lu family was not particularly prominent in the city, especially considering the complex relationships among rulers and subjects, not to mention familial bonds. Chapter 10. An unexpected turn after a brief respite. Shen Ningzhao returned to Jiang Palace, wary of revealing any signs to the noble consort Li, thus opting to dine alone in her chambers. Meanwhile, at the renowned Viu restaurant, the most bustling establishment in the city, countless patrons were drawn to its allure, making it a challenge to secure a table. The private rooms on the third floor were exclusively reserved for the city's aristocracy. At this moment, in Songhua Pavilion, Gu Chiyan sat across from a gentleman. The man was adorned in a frost-colored, silver-threaded brocade robe, crowned with a lotus flower and fastened with a jade hairpin. Impeccably groomed, with charming features and a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. His voice flowed like a gentle brook, and his stature was upright, embodying elegance and nobility. Truly a paragon among men. This was Lu Siheng, the most handsome youth in the city, the legitimate son of Marquis Huan, also known as Yuan Li, who had just turned 20. You seem rather restless today. Did something happen after your lesson with the crown prince? Lu Siheng inquired. Gu Chiyan shook his head and asked, "What is your impression of his royal highness?" I observed him from a distance at the banquet. He was exceedingly courteous and gentle in his dealings with others. Many officials remark that he resembles the emperor in his youth. Lu Siheng responded, puzzled. But he is not yet 14, merely a child. What is the matter? Gu Chiyan remained silent, recalling the image of Shen Ningzhao, speaking with her eyes downcast, her thick lashes concealing the depths of her thoughts. At that moment, the door to Songwa Pavilion swung open. A figure entered, clad in crimson silk adorned with peacock patterns. Her long hair half up, her complexion akin to jade. Her misty eyes sparkled with emotion, and a smile graced her lips as she tilted her head slightly. A pink-tinged begonia flower tucked behind her ear. A small mole of cinnabar on her neck added to her allure, rendering her beauty simply captivating. Lu Siheng chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. The young lord arrives late. Qin Kai disregarded his remark, striding in and taking a seat, the scent of liquor and cosmetics wafting around him, unmistakably having just emerged from House of Pleasure. Lu Siheng, sensitive to the odor, subtly frowned, yet Qin Kai wrapped an arm around his neck, drawing closer. With a soft sigh, Lu Siheng acquiesced to his presence. Qin Kai laughed, gazing at Lu Siheng. What of youth? In this insatiable den of the imperial city, one cannot survive with a naive heart. Moreover, with the current emperor past his 60s, a shift in power could bring forth turmoil, without substance. How could one contend with the cunning old foxes of the court? Lu Siheng, overwhelmed by the scent of perfumed powders, refrained from responding. Qin Kai, slightly inebriated, looked at Gu Chiyan and Lu Siheng with envy, saying, "You two are fortunate to have wise fathers, shrewdly choosing to lead lives of luxury. You have been spared the tumult of political machinations and the treachery of men at such a young age." Gu Chiyan chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "You are the youngest here, yet you speak with such gravitas." Unyielding, Qin Kai retorted, "Though young, I have seen much and heard much. Hence I possess a measure of understanding." Gu Chiyan and Lu Siheng exchanged silent smiles, while Qin Kai, feeling disinclined to elaborate further, refilled his cup and remarked, "Why ponder so deeply? Life is fleeting. One must indulge in pleasures while they can." With that, he drained his drink. Gu Chiyan's gaze drifted towards the spring dawn painting on the folding screen within the room, contemplating how, amidst the bustling city, no one could remain truly unscathed. The following day arrived, marked by the hour of Shun. After a midnight rain, the heat of the day was notably tempered. Shen Ningzhao arrived punctually, accompanied by Lu Yin and Ji He. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Gu Chiyan, Aunt Chinga approached, leading a maid from Zhiyang Palace, bearing a sandalwood box. Years prior, Aunt Chinga had suffered an accident that left her with a limp, but she persisted in her duties. Shen Ningzhao quickly waived her formalities, assisting her to a seat. "Why become in person, Aunt?" "The Empress instructed me to deliver something to your highness," she replied, presenting the box. Upon opening it, Shen Ningzhao discovered a short bow crafted from wood. Casting a glance at Lu Yin and Ji He, both promptly shook their heads, firmly denying any breach of confidentiality. "Aunt, my father has already bestowed this upon me yesterday." Shen Ningzhao sighed, underestimating her mother's influence. "If your highness no longer desires it, I shall return and report to the Empress. I will inquire if it can be refused. If not, I will return," Aunt Chinga stated, preparing to rise unsteadily. Shen Ningzhao could not bear to see her struggle and quickly supported her. The favor shown by the beloved concubine Li was no trivial matter. Reluctantly, Shen Ningzhao accepted. "I shall keep it." Aunt Chinga nodded in satisfaction and took the Xinyuan bao from Lu Yin. "I will take this back to Zhiyang Palace for concubine Li. If anyone inquires, they may seek the Empress for it." With that, Aunt Chinga and the maid gracefully withdrew. It was not the first time concubine Li had so overtly favored her own. Holding the sandalwood box, Shen Ningzhao glanced at Gu Chiyan, feeling somewhat exasperated. Aunt Chinga has long been a maidservant to my mother. I have grown accustomed to our playful banter, which may seem unrefined to an esteemed guest. In Gu Chiyan's eyes, Shen Ningzhao, at that moment, appeared vibrant and lively, embodying the spirit of youth that one would expect. Your Majesty, Gu Chiyan replied. The Empress's harmonious intentions reflect her deep affection for her son. With the newly acquired bow, practice became considerably more effective. Shen Ningzhao, possessing remarkable intelligence, quickly grasped the technique, achieving rapid progress and soon hitting the target even at a distance of 100 paces. The remaining challenge was merely a matter of diligent practice, as mastery comes with familiarity. After their practice concluded, Shen Ningzhao and Gu Chiyan entered the armory, where several young eunuchs were engaged in their tasks. One was applying rust remover to equipment, while another, after a brief moment, used deerskin cloth to wipe it clean, meticulously applying a layer of a secret rust-proof oil, repeating the process 3 times before deeming it complete. Upon noticing Shen Ningzhao, the eunuchs immediately set aside their work to bow in respect, and Shen Ningzhao nodded, permitting them to continue. He surveyed the array of weapons around him and inquired curiously, "What weapons does the commander typically favor?" "In response to your highness, I am accustomed to wielding the 9-curved spear. Given the responsibilities of patrol, riding a tall steed and wielding a long spear is most fitting." Shen Ningzhao nodded and inquired, "What weapon do you think would suit me?" Gu Chiyan surveyed the room, examining the array of weaponry, before his gaze settled on an inconspicuous dagger located at the bottom of the rack. "Your Highness is well suited for the dragon scale dagger." Shen Ningzhao approached and picked up the dagger. Its scabbard was crafted from shark skin, renowned for its corrosion resistance, while the hilt was made of purple sandalwood, intricately carved with waterfall patterns and embellished with a yellow cat's eye stone at the junction with the blade. The dagger was forged from black iron, its cold sheen sharp and formidable. Shen Ningzhao casually queried, "Among all these weapons, why did you specifically choose this dagger?" Gu Chiyan, observing the profile of Shen Ningzhao, replied solemnly, "Because within 3 paces, no one can harm your highness. Beyond that distance, it is up to you to defend yourself." The dragon scale dagger, compact and easily concealed within a sleeve, was advantageous for surprise attacks, its blade razor-sharp, capable of delivering a swift and lethal strike. Gu Chiyan spoke plainly, causing Shen Ningzhao's hand to pause, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. She remained silent, scrutinizing the dagger in her hand. Suddenly, a young eunuch, cleaning a long spear on a ladder, lost his footing and collided with the weapon rack. A heavy crescent blade, precariously perched atop a peachwood sword rack, fell directly toward Shen Ningzhao. Weighing 85 pounds, it could easily cause fatal injury. Jihe, alarmed, rushed forward, but Gu Chiyan's eyes darkened as he swiftly embraced Shen Ningzhao, spinning her away to safety. With a powerful backward kick, he redirected the blade's trajectory, sending it crashing into the red central pillar ahead. Chapter 11. Refusal in Urgent Circumstances. "I have offended your highness." Gu Chiyan released Shen Ningzhao. The eunuch, terrified, knelt and begged for mercy. Jihe hurried over, anxiously assessing Shen Ningzhao for any harm. The wrist that had just been grasped still bore the chill of Gu Chiyan's touch, which felt refreshingly damp in the heat of summer. Shen Ningzhao waved her hand. "I am unharmed, thanks to the commander's timely intervention. Have you sustained any injuries?" Gu Chiyan shook his head. "Thank you for your concern. Your highness, I am unscathed." Shen Ningzhao nodded, her gaze sweeping over the young eunuch, her demeanor still gentle, though her voice turned somewhat frigid. "Take him away and administer 50 strokes." The eunuch was dragged out. No need for formal proceedings. The guards pinned him to a bench and, with expert precision, began to administer the punishment, the strikes landing heavily as he cried out in agony. Shen Ningzhao paid no heed and approached the central pillar, which had been pierced through. The central pillars of the imperial city were typically made of birch wood, sturdy and durable, yet the crescent blade had indeed astonished with its sheer force. Shen Ningzhao narrowed her eyes slightly. "Truly, a tiger begets no dog. Lord Gu's skills have certainly opened my eyes. In a moment of crisis, concerning your highness's safety, I had no choice but to muster the courage to act." Gu Chiyan's response was deft. exhibiting loyalty and valor that left no room for reproach while subtly acknowledging the favor of saving a life. Shen Ningzhao understood the nuance in his words and smiled. I shall remember this kindness, Commander. Gu Jia is deeply favored by the Emperor, and loyalty to the throne is undoubtedly a duty. My father has instilled in me the belief that simplicity is the essence of the great way, that strength lies in desirelessness, and that true action arises from non-action. Thus, I dare not claim merit for myself. Gu Qiyan turned his gaze toward Shen Ningzhao, their eyes clashing in the air with a silent tension. Gu Qiyan's gaze was profound, steeped in an unfathomable chill, and he did not yield. Through these past 2 days, he had grasped Shen Ningzhao's intentions. Yet today he had nearly bluntly rejected them. Shen Ningzhao raised an eyebrow, contemplating the notion of exchanging a life-saving grace for the freedom he sought. Gu Qiyan, though unwilling to engage, could he truly protect the Gu family? A slow smile blossomed on Shen Ningzhao's face as he regarded Gu Qiyan, the gentle and innocent youth exuding the quiet authority of a superior. He looked at Gu Qiyan and, with measured calmness, remarked, "The Duke Gu has indeed educated his son well. I have learned much. My father once taught me that the affairs of the world are intricate and ever-changing, leading to diverse paths converging toward the same end. It is indeed difficult to articulate the complexities of this world." Shen Ningzhao's words lingered, his smile warm and gracious. Gu Qiyan's eyes narrowed slightly. The commander has also been startled today. It would be wise to return and rest for a few days. We shall continue after the onset of autumn. Shen Ningzhao no longer pressed him. Gu Qiyan respectfully took his leave, casting a glance at the frail eunuch who had been punished, his steps momentarily faltering. Just moments ago, Gu Qiyan had clearly observed that the eunuch had deliberately slipped. Someone intended to assassinate the crown prince. The imperial capital, both court and palace, had rotted to its core. Once involved, it would spell disaster for the Gu family. He was unwilling to become a pawn in another's game. Charging in a battle for power and wealth was sheer folly. At that moment, he envied his elder brother, safeguarding the family and the nation, a path both clean and decisive. Shen Ningzhao, accompanied by Lu Yin and Ji He, exited the Shao Ran pavilion as the hour had passed and the wind began to stir. Ji He suddenly spoke, "The skills of Master Gu are truly remarkable. In our territory, only Lord Cheng Yuan could rival him." Cheng Yuan, styled Xingyan, was Shen Ningzhao's foremost shadow guard. "When will Xingyan return?" Shen Ningzhao inquired. "Replying to your highness, Lord Xingyan will return from the northern desert in 3 days," Ji He answered, bowing. Shen Ningzhao nodded. Turning to Lin, "What transpired today must not reach my mother." "This servant will obey," she replied. By the time Gu Qiyan returned to the Gu residence, it was already evening. Gu Qingzong had not remarried, and the vast courtyard was rather desolate, with only a handful of maidservants present, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Duke's estate. When Lu Ying saw Gu Qiyan return, she hurriedly approached. "Second young master, you have returned just in time. Dinner's ready. Please wash your hands and join us." Gu Qiyan entered the main hall, but did not take a seat. Instead, he turned to wash his hands behind screen, inquiring, "Where is father?" "A young servant has gone to summon him. He will be here shortly," Lu Ying replied. When Gu Changzong had first returned to the capital, he had been quite despondent, drowning his sorrows in drink for days on end. Later, Gu Qiyan's maternal grandfather, the Marquis of Yinyang, came to visit and administered a severe beating with a willow branch. Though aged, Jiang Yang had been a martial officer in his youth and showed no mercy in his punishment. Gao Qingzong was filled with remorse as he knelt in the courtyard, enduring the blows. The elder scolded him while striking. "You have already harmed my daughter. Do you wish to harm my grandson as well? If you do not properly guide him to establish himself in the capital, how can you face Wuyan?" This beating left Gao Qingzong prostrate for half a month. Yet it awakened him, instilling a sense of purpose to support the Ho family. He even took it upon himself to teach Gu Qiyan martial arts, insisting that he practice for an hour in the courtyard every day. In less than a quarter of an hour, Gao Qingzong arrived, dressed in his everyday attire, appearing vibrant, though the sharpness of the battlefield was no longer in his eyes. Instead, he wore a serious demeanor. Once seated, Chiyan joined him. Neither father nor son was particularly loquacious, and their meal was consumed in silence, with the servants quietly withdrawing. Is the prince's equestrian and archery instruction progressing smoothly? Gao Qingzong suddenly inquired. Chiyan paused with his chopsticks, then, maintaining his composure, replied, "Everything is proceeding well. Master Lin, who once bestowed kindness upon me, shares a teacher-student bond with you. Were it not for his personal endorsement, I would not have permitted your entry into the palace as the prince's instructor," Gao Qingzong remarked. His gaze fixed upon Chiyan. He continued, "The capital is like an ancient tree with its roots intertwined. One must be cautious not to act impulsively or speak recklessly." Suddenly, Chiyan set down his bowl and chopsticks, clenched his hands at his sides, hesitated, then spoke. "Father, after more than 20 years of fighting for day, pouring forth your blood to protect the nation, do you not feel regret in this time of relative peace when you have chosen to remain uninvolved in trivial matters?" At these words, Gao Qingzong halted his chopsticks mid-air, glancing at his 19-year-old son, whose youthful vigor was aflame with a sense of justice. He understood Chiyan's discontent. For at 19, he himself had been far more impassioned, yet he could only grasp this understanding without yielding to it. Gao Qingzong picked up a piece of chicken and broth and said, "The only regret of my life is that I did not protect your mother well." Chiyan found himself at a loss for words. He stood, lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions. "I understand, father. I shall make good use of it. Please take your time." Chiyan returned to his own chamber, leaving Gao Qingzong alone at the table, finding the meal tasteless. He rose and stood in the corridor. The night was beautiful, the Sirius of the capital resembling that of the northern desert, yet distinctly different. Meanwhile, in Jiang Palace, Consort Li had finished her meal and was seated on the warm couch, a pair of intricately carved bronze scissors in hand. Before her stood a plain jade vase containing several lilies. Consort Li glanced back and forth, seemingly contemplating which branch to cut. Qinggu entered with tea and set it aside. Suddenly, Consort Li inquired, "Where is His Majesty staying tonight?" "Your Highness, the Emperor has gone to the residence of Consort Jing in the Shuxiu Palace," Qinggu replied. Consort Li nodded. Consort Jing is only 16. Having entered the palace not long ago, it is only natural that the Emperor shows her favor. Qinggu, seeing that the room was empty, leaned closer and whispered, "Consort Jing has sent her family outside the palace to seek medical advice, eagerly hoping to conceive an heir." Consort Li clipped the excess flower branches with a casual motion. In this palace, everyone is adorned beautifully. Who does not wish to bear a dragon heir? Let her be. Her gaze turned icy, but it is ultimately a futile endeavor. "And what of the Empress?" Consort Li asked again. "Although the Queen has been released from her confinement, the power within the 6 palaces still resides with you, Your Highness." The Queen remains quite demure, seldom venturing out of the Jingren Palace. "She has indeed learned to assess the situation wisely," observed Li Guifei coldly. "Given the current state of the Xie family, she has no choice but to do so," Yunchuang remarked. Li Guifei finally trimmed the branches of the flowers, admiring them in solitude. When Qingga could not help but comment, "It has been quite some time since His Majesty visited the Jiang Palace. The location of His Majesty's physical presence, or even the inclination of his heart, is of little consequence. The Jiang Palace no longer requires the divine favor to feel secure. As long as the harem remains unproductive and the sole crown prince is safe here, that suffices." Li Guifei handed the vase to Qingga. "Please arrange it." Chapter 12. The expedition, after several days of absence from the training grounds, autumn had arrived, yet the weather remained oppressively warm. When Shen Ningzhao and Chiyan met again, neither mentioned the events of that day. A single-minded teaching and an undivided pursuit of learning created an outward semblance of tranquility and stability. However, 3 months later, an event transpired that tore apart this facade of harmony. A torrent surged forth, propelling individuals onward, relentless in its momentum. On the 5th day of October, the leader of Beiki, Bahu, led an army of 50,000 to besiege. The current governor of the northern frontier, Chun Shi, had been reassigned from the Ministry of War. Having never engaged in battle and having ruled the northern territories with an iron grip for 12 years, utterly disregarding Beiki. Now that Beiki was attacking, Chunshi mustered 200,000 troops from the entire northern region and sent a missive to the Beiki camp, demanding their withdrawal and the submission of their leader. Should they refuse, he would march his 200,000 soldiers to obliterate Beiki. Bahu, seizing the opportunity, expressed his willingness to accept surrender. Chunshi, filled with pride and emboldened by his force of 200,000, ignored his subordinates' counsel and led 100,000 troops to the eastern plains of Beiki to negotiate surrender with Bahu. Upon reaching the northern ridge, however, Chunshi, upon sighting the poised Beiki forces, suddenly faltered, disregarding the safety of his soldiers, and fled back to Liaodong City. The Beiki cavalry, having entered the disarrayed Yi army devoid of leadership, caused rivers of blood to flow, with only fewer than 20,000 of the 100,000 escaping. Beiki then launched an assault on Liaodong City, where Chunshi retreated without a fight, leading 30,000 troops back to Jizhou, surrendering Liaodong City without resistance. After a few days in Jizhou, Chunshi, filled with dread, hastily retreated with his army back to Xianzhou. Thus, Di faced no battle yet lost 2 cities, suffering a loss of 100,000 troops. The people of the northern frontier were filled with grievances, and the discontent surged, deriding Chunshi as the long-legged governor. News of this reached the capital, shocking both court and commoners alike. After a year, Emperor Yongjing convened court once more, his countenance filled with fury, determined to punish Chunshi severely. Yet, numerous officials interceded on his behalf, citing the lack of capable generals in Yi and the critical need for personnel, arguing against harsh penalties. In truth, Chunshi was the nephew of the Minister of Rights, and the Ministry of Rights had long been entwined with the Ministry of Personnel. After another month, even Xianzhou fell, prompting Chunshi to flee directly back to the capital. Emperor Yongjing imprisoned Chunshi, yet, swayed by the officials' pleas, refrained from immediate execution. The pressing matter was to secure a capable general to repel Beiki. Otherwise, the 24 cities of the northern frontier would be at risk, and it was merely a matter of time before Beiki's forces entered the capital. A humble minister has a candidate to recommend to your majesty. Lin Qi, serving as the head of the cabinet and the crown prince's tutor, stood at the forefront, his words commanding a profound silence throughout the room. Who do you recommend? My dear minister? The marquis of northern defense, Gu Qingzong. As soon as the words fell, a chorus of dissent arose. The Minister of Rights, Chiyan, trembled his beard and proclaimed loudly, Gu Qingzong's inadequate management of war captives was already met with leniency from the emperor's grace. The sovereign rules the realm with benevolence and filial piety, yet Gu Qingzong is ruthless, employing cruel methods. He bears the infamous title of the demon general in the northern deserts, and the excessive bloodshed he has wrought is indeed contrary to the will of heaven. He must not be employed again. Minister Li's words resonated with truth. The director of the Astronomical Bureau, shaking his whisk, stepped forward, his shrewd, triangular eyes gleaming with wisdom. The emperor's benevolence aligns with heavenly principles. That is the righteous path. I, too, support this view. Gu Qingzong was neither surprised to hear his name nor the ensuing debate. The Gu family maintained its integrity within the court, and once they gained power, they would undoubtedly alter the political landscape. The hall erupted into chaos, and at that moment, Lin Qi suddenly burst into laughter, prompting puzzled silence among the crowd. Lin Qi turned to Minister Chun. Have you ever visited the borderlands? Have you beheld the grasslands and livestock of the northern deserts? Have you ever stepped onto the battlefield, witnessed the clash of swords, and the blood staining the yellow sands? What is the meaning behind your words, Master Chun? Is it that only the battlefield is a place of loyalty and patriotism? Chiyan did not answer, but retorted, of course not. However, it seems unfair to dismiss Gu Ho's 2 decades of merit without having seen it firsthand. I have heard that you have a young son, already of age, skilled in archery and horsemanship. As the court is in need of talent, why not send your son to see for himself? Lin Qi spoke leisurely, yet his words caused the Minister of Rights to change countenance, hastily interjecting, Your Majesty, my son is still young, has never been on the battlefield, and is spoiled by his mother. He is ill-suited for such responsibilities. Ah, how you dote on your son. Lin Qi's remarks caused the emperor to furrow his brow, while a storm brewed in Chen Ningzhao's heart. Suddenly, Lin Qi spoke fiercely. Who mourn for the soldiers who die far from home, wrapped in horsehide? Slaughter? You speak of slaughter with a warrior? How can one defend the nation without the sword? How can one repel the enemy without shedding blood? Should they recite the 4 books and 5 classics on the battlefield? Do you think the decade of peace at the borders came easily? Was it a benevolent gift from the Northern Qi cavalry? No, it was purchased with the blood of countless soldiers of day. It was earned through the might of our nation. Benevolence and filial piety are indeed heavenly principles, but who should embody that benevolence? It should be the people of day. It should be the soldiers at the borders. It should be the loyal hearts devoted to serving the nation. And what of those who pillage our cities, slaughter our people, and violate our women? What claim do they have to benevolence? Why should they be shown mercy? Guho has defended his homeland. What wrong has he committed? Lin Qi's relentless questioning left others speechless, and silence fell upon them. Emperor Yongjing found himself at an impasse and turned to Shen Ningzhao, asking, "What does the crown prince think?" Shen Ningzhao replied respectfully, "The situation is dire. Repelling the enemy is of utmost priority. They must not suffer another defeat. Guho is the bane of Northern Qi, making him the most suitable choice, yet remains to be seen if Guho is willing." Emperor Yongjing pondered briefly before calling out, "Guho, I am here." Gu Qingzong stepped forth from the crowd, kneeling in the grand hall. "Are you willing to don your battle armor once more and drive back Northern Qi to secure our borders?" This inquiry from Emperor Yongjing instilled a sense of spectacle among the officials. If he declined, it would seem he disregarded the nation's peril. If he accepted, he would effectively be signing a military contract, with the stakes set to win or lose. Should he fail again, his title would be at risk, and his life would hang in the balance. In the scrutiny of the crowd, Gu Qingzong could not help but reminisce about the past. 13 years ago, Lin Qi had once told him that the crisis of day lay not in the northern deserts, but within the capital itself. Even after 13 years and Lin Qi's return to the court, the situation remained unchanged. Yet, could they endure another 13 years? The realm was already in its twilight, with officials engaged in deceit and intrigue, showing little concern for the plight of the common people. Having guarded the borders for 2 decades, he understood the true essence of war. At this moment, how could he utter a word of refusal? Given the circumstances, the emperor's inquiry was laden with divine will, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Ever since the news of the Northern Qi's attack reached the capital, he had anticipated this day. For both public and private reasons, he could not remain a passive observer while the land turned to ashes and the blood of the populace flowed like rivers. "I shall not fail your majesty's trust." Gu Qingzong ultimately acquiesced. "I request your command." Gu Chiyan emerged from the throng, kneeling beside Gu Qingzong. "My father being advanced in years, I request to accompany you to the northern deserts to repel the enemy forces." "Excellent." The Emperor Yongjing was elated. A tiger begets no dog. A father and son fighting together. I await your triumphant news in the capital. The assembly dispersed, and Shen Ningzhao halted Gu Qingzong's departure, sincerely stating, "This is indeed a critical juncture for day survival. It is imperative that Lord Gu takes on this grave responsibility to drive away the Tatar invaders and save the people from their dire straits. On behalf of the northern populace, I extend my gratitude." "Your Highness, that is unnecessary." Gu Qingzong quickly assisted Shen Ningzhao to his feet. "How could I, a humble minister, accept such grand courtesy from your Highness? It truly overwhelms this old official. When we depart, I shall sound the drums from the bell tower to rally the troops, and upon your triumphant return, I shall personally greet you and reward the army." Gu Qingzong regarded Shen Ningzhao. It is often said that the crown prince resembles the emperor, yet it appears otherwise at this moment. "I shall exert my utmost efforts and shall not betray your trust." Shen Ningzhao then turned his gaze to Gu Chiyan, his eyes laden with profound implications. "I am grateful for your diligent instruction these days. I shall forever remember it. As we embark on this arduous journey, I hope you take good care of yourself, so we may meet again in prosperity." Gu Chiyan felt a lump in his throat, his gaze towards Shen Ningzhao turning cold and piercing. At this moment, he found no reason to conceal his disdain, his eyes like a deep, frigid pool fixed intently upon Shen Ningzhao. Shen Ningzhao's actions had thrust the Gu family into the limelight, and now he spoke earnestly of loyalty to the nation and its people. Perhaps he possessed a modicum of sincerity that made him difficult to detest, yet equally challenging to trust. Gu Chiyan could not help but ponder the future. If Shen Ningzhao were to ascend the throne, how would he face the old ministers? Would his delicate frame withstand the scrutiny? What would become of the Gu family then? The days ahead were long. Contemplating this, Gu Chiyan unexpectedly smiled, his voice low and resonant. "Your Highness, do take care. We shall meet again in due time." Chapter 13. A great victory in the 32nd year of Yongjing. On the 10th day of October, it was auspicious, a day for embarking on ventures. Outside the Chengtian gate, Shen Ningzhao donned a dark base adorned with jasmine red and a Chiyan-patterned brocade robe, crowned with a golden cloud-patterned cap, standing atop the three-tiered bell tower. The northern wind swept through, causing her garments to billow gracefully. Gu Chiyan, clad in a silver helm and battle armor, sat astride his steed. The aura of his armor and spear concealed the youthful essence within him. He looked up, his pupils as dark as ink, his demeanor cold and stern, gazing at the frail yet resolute Shen Ningzhao, whose voice resonated with a commanding strength that could instill confidence in the hearts of many. "All generals, heed my command. The northern Chichi bandits disturb our borders and invade our lands, slaughtering our subjects. Their malevolence knows no bounds, and such transgressions cannot be tolerated by the heavens. You are to embark forthwith to protect our people, safeguard our territory, and uphold our nation's dignity. We shall compel the invaders to retreat beyond Wuqi Mountain, where they shall dare not cross a single step further. We shall await the triumphant return of our 3 armies in the city." The troops, invigorated, struck the ground with their long spears, roaring like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. "Protect our people, safeguard our territory, uphold our nation's dignity." As the appointed hour arrived, Shen Ningzhao strode towards the drum and bell. The drum, painted a deep crimson, bore the design of 2 dragons playing with a pearl upon its python skin surface. Grasping a black glazed drumstick, he struck the heart of the drum, producing a deep, resonant sound that echoed far and wide as the horns sounded in solemnity. Sending off the expedition, the army marched swiftly, the air growing colder as they approached Bingzhou a month later. Bingzhou lay over 50 miles from Xuanfu, which had fallen to defeat, with Commander Wang Yuan holding the remnants of his forces in a desperate defense. Bingzhou, a mere small town, lacked adequate weaponry and provisions, while the northern Chichi forces, fortified in Liaodong and Jizhou, relentlessly attacked Bingzhou. Wang Yuan held steadfast, but the situation was dire. On the 3rd day of the winter month, the sky was overcast and not a breeze stirred. The undulating hills stretched infinitely before them, the desolate grasslands turning a parched yellow, with the army less than 100 miles from Bingzhou. As midday approached, Gu Chengzong glanced at the sky, contemplated for a moment, and commanded the troops to halt and rest in preparation. The Ba people awaited in Xuanfu, having received word since the day the great Yi reinforcements set out. Now, after over a month of relentless marching, the troops were weary, marking the perfect opportunity for an assault. He planned to unleash his full force, splitting the troops into 2 paths, one to attack Bingzhou, while the other, personally led by Ba, would strike at Gu Chengzong's reinforcements. Bingzhou was merely a shell of its former self. They would launch their attack at the midnight hour, seizing it before dawn, and then rendezvous with Ba, encircling Gu Chengzong, ensuring his demise. Under the cover of night, the northern Chichi army stealthily mobilized. Ba, cautious to avoid alerting the enemy, abandoned cavalry and advanced solely with infantry. Approaching the great Yez encampment, a mere 100 meters away, the entire camp lay in eerie silence, save for clusters of warm bonfires and flickering torches. Ba sensed something amiss, but time was of the essence, and he pressed on. Suddenly, the air erupted with the clamor of battle as Ba stormed into the command tent, only to find it utterly deserted. The other tents mirrored this desolation, and the soldiers were bewildered. The camp was devoid of life, save for the tents and torches. Realizing the grave error, Ba shouted in alarm and swiftly led his troops back to Bingzhou. Meanwhile, Gu Qingzong executed a ruse, commanding his troops to set up an empty camp to deceive the northern Qiqi forces. He then split his forces into two. One ambushed the path to Bingzhou, awaiting Ba, while the other bypassed Bingzhou, heading straight for Xuanfu. Gu Chiyan, leading 20,000 troops, launched a surprise attack on a laxly defended Xuanfu. With Ba's forces fully committed to the assault, Xuanfu's defenses, numbering less than 2,000, fell within an hour to Gu Chiyan. He left 10,000 troops to secure Xuanfu before leading the remaining forces to support Bingzhou, encircling the northern Qiqi army alongside Wang Yuan. On the side of Gu Qingzong, he awaited the enemy's fatigue, while Baru hurried back in a state of panic, failing to notice the ambush, leading to great disarray among his troops, who scattered in all directions. In this battle, Dai achieved a resounding victory, reclaiming the strategically vital Xuanfu, while Baru suffered the loss of 20,000 men. Retreating back to Jizhou, Gu Qingzong, not daring to be complacent, fortified the defenses overnight, personally inspecting every city gate of Xuanfu. At this moment, Wang Yuan arrived with his subordinates. "Sir, I pay my respects to the governor," Wang Yuan's subordinate announced. Wang Yuan, having removed his armor, his left arm bandaged, bore a face marred and his eyes bloodshot from fatigue, his disheveled hair appearing even more grotesque in the flickering torchlight. Gu Qingzong hurried to assist him, saying, "Lord Wang, you are injured. There is no need for excessive formalities." Wang Yuan, initially expecting to sacrifice himself for the country that night, was taken aback by the victory, feeling a sense of vindication and excitement at the sight of the person he once revered the most. "Do you still remember me, Governor? Vang Ia. Over a decade ago, you bestowed upon me 10 taels of silver and 2 military treatises. Do you recall?" Gu Qingzong was somewhat astonished by his words and scrutinized him closely. Wang Yuan, fearing he might not be recognized, wiped his face and stepped closer, grinning. "You once told me that sheer brute force is insufficient in battle. I privately studied several military texts and have now become a city lord, not bringing shame upon you." His words stirred memories within Gu Qingzong, though other details eluded him. He only recalled how Wang Yuan had single-handedly defeated over 20 foes, returning with bruises to claim his reward, and his resolute vow to avenge his parents. Gu Qingzong could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia, patting his shoulder. "It is thanks to your steadfast defense of Xuanfu that we have achieved this victory today." At that moment, Gu Chiyan approached, presenting 2 volumes. "The army has been fully incorporated, and the armory has been accounted for. Please, Governor, conduct your inspection." Gu Qingzong accepted the volumes and addressed Wang Yuan. "This is Gu Chiyan, the commander of the Chonghuai 3 Guards. It was he who captured Xuanfu in this battle, surrounding Beiki alongside you." Wang Yuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, clasping his hands in salute. "I am deeply grateful to Commander Gu for leading the troops to our aid, alleviating the peril of Bingzhou." Gu Chiyan reciprocated the gesture. "You are too kind, sir. Your steadfast defense of Bingzhou for 3 months is truly commendable. I look forward to your continued guidance in the future." After exchanging pleasantries, snow began to fall from the sky. Gu Qingzong surmised that this snow would not cease anytime soon. After inspecting the various city gates, he returned to the former governor's residence. The original residence was merely a 2-courtyard structure, which Chun Shilai had deemed too small upon his arrival, leading him to establish a new official residence. Gu Qingzong privately purchased the old courtyard, converting it into the Gu residence, with dedicated personnel to oversee it. The decor and furnishings in the house remained unchanged from before. Gu Chiyan returned to the original eastern wing, where he found the cabinet still containing the small clothes and toys he had worn as a child. Memories of his mother playing with him under the lamp flooded back, as his father was often absent, and it was his mother who kept him company each night. He took out a Lubon lock, its painted surface now worn away to reveal the wood beneath. Gu Chiyan's slender fingers gently caressed the lock, eliciting a bittersweet longing in his heart. Time had passed too long. Many details from those days were now unclear. Yet those vague recollections, tempered by time, lingered on, imbued with a lasting fragrance. The sound of knocking echoed through the air, prompting Gu Chiyan to suppress the emotions flickering in his eyes. He returned the Lubon lock to its place and made his way to the central hall, taking a seat at the desk. "Come in," he beckoned. Dong Mo entered, carrying fresh bedding and clothing, followed closely by Chiyan, who bore a tray of tea. The residence was devoid of maidservants. Dong Mo proceeded to arrange the bedding in the inner chamber, while Chiyan poured a cup of tea for Gu Chiyan and stood by quietly. Gu Chiyan gazed out at the ink-black night, devoid of stars, as the snow fell silently around him. He inquired, "Well, my father, is everything in order?" "All necessary supplies have been sent to the governor. Everything is in order." "Please rest assured, young master," Chiyan replied. Both Dong Mo and Chiyan had been nurtured by Gu Chiyan since his return to the capital, and they were unaware of the underlying implications in his words. Chapter 14. Wounded Gu Chiyan refrained from further questioning and instead rose to glance towards the main room, where the door remained shut. Only the dim yellow light of the candle flickering through the window. After standing for a moment, he instructed Dong Mo and Chiyan to rest. He made his way to the bathing chamber, and after a refreshing soak, donned a set of ordinary garments. The relentless days of travel and battle had left him utterly exhausted, yet as he lay in bed, he tossed and turned, struggling to find sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Qingzong remained in his armor, having dismissed all others, seated alone in the inner chamber's grand chair, fixated on the familiar bed, sleepless throughout the night. The following morning, Gu Chiyan rose later than usual. The snow had accumulated to 2 inches, crunching beneath one's feet. The apple trees in the courtyard stood bare, with only a few yews remaining verdant, their green branches contrasting against the white snow, still exhibiting a trace of life. The pavilion's roof was blanketed in snow, obscuring its original colors, save for a few lacquered red sleeves that stood out vividly against the vast white. Gu Qingzong, clad in casual attire and draped in a fox fur cloak, sat alone within the pavilion. On the stone table inside, a small charcoal basin and an iron kettle released steam, the aroma of oolong tea wafting through the air. Gu Chiyan approached to pay his respects. "Father, good morning." Gu Qingzong nodded, gesturing for him to sit, and poured him a cup of tea. Observing his father's complexion, Gu Chiyan surmised that he had likely spent the night awake. He opened his mouth to offer comfort, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately shifting the topic. "The Xuanfu has been reclaimed. What are your plans moving forward?" "Father?" Gu Qingzong shook his head. "There is no rush. This snow will not cease immediately. Should it continue for several more days, the heavy snowfall will render the mountains impassable. This fortunate delay grants our army a moment to breathe, allowing us to rest and await the opportune moment. Should we send word to elder brother?" Gu Chiyan pondered, noting that the new year was but a month and a half away. "Not necessary. The snowy roads are treacherous. We shall wait until spring arrives, when the weather improves, and then send word as we gather the troops," Gu Qingzong replied. Gu Chiyan seldom witnessed such a side of Gu Qingzong. The Gu Qingzong of the capital was often hesitant and taciturn, while the Gu Qingzong of the northern deserts was fervent and decisive. The biting north wind awakened the bravery and resolve hidden deep within. After 10 years of enduring hardship, his fervor remained unquenched. Despite the pain and disappointment he had faced, he steadfastly chose to fight for this land without hesitation. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Gu Chiyan recalled his mother. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. "Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to fight alongside my father, reminiscent of the valiant imagery my mother often painted during my childhood, brave and wise. The vast expanse of the northern wilderness embodies all your aspirations and hopes. You should remain here. The schemes of the capital do not befit my father's grand ambitions. My Aunt Luing once told me that my mother, upon marrying into the Gu family, endured 2 decades of harsh winds and sands at the frontier without a moment of regret or sorrow. Father, you must cease your self-reproach." Gu Qingzong was taken aback by these words. The lingering bitterness of oolong tea filled his nostrils, causing his eyes to sting. Gu Chiyan stood, slightly bowing, and then proceeded to survey the city walls. Gu Qingzong tightly closed his eyes and took several deep breaths of the chilly air, which bore the essence of snow. Feeling somewhat relieved, in his heart he silently vowed, "Yin'er, I will honor your trust, Chiyan is finally grown up, and even if I were to meet you now, there would be no regrets. The heavy snowfall came and went, and it took a full half-month for the skies to clear completely. The snow accumulated to over a foot in depth. According to reports from scouts, numerous avalanches had blocked the mountain roads, making it impossible for the northern Qi to advance without wings. This provided a splendid opportunity for the Great Yi to recuperate, fortify defenses, and gather troops from nearby cities, patiently awaiting spring's arrival. Gu Qingwei arrived in Xuanfu on the 10th day of the month. It had been quite some time since the father and brothers had seen each other, and they had much to discuss. A banquet was laid out, accompanied by several bottles of light, non-intoxicating wine, and they conversed deep into the night in the main hall. Gu Qingwei now had 2 sons and a daughter. His youngest son was a hearty eater and sleeper, a great source of comfort. His eldest son had just turned 10 and was a promising lad skilled in martial arts, while his second daughter, resembling her mother, was quiet and cheerful, beginning her studies this year. Gu Qingzong had always been lenient regarding the marriages of his children. Gu Qingwei's wife, Tao Qin, hailed from a humble family, her father a horse trader. Their union was personally arranged by Gu Qingzong, stirring quite a buzz in the capital. Now, their love and happiness brought Gu Qingzong immense solace, ensuring the continuation of the Gu lineage. Huang Yuan was approaching 20, an age suitable for marriage. Did he have a beloved? Gu Qingwei suddenly inquired. In Great Yi, once a boy celebrated his 19th birthday, he was considered 20 in the traditional sense, eligible to partake in the coming-of-age rites, select a courtesy name, and embark on a new chapter of life. Gu Chiyan replied, "Father does not rush me, yet elder brother, now a father himself, seems overly concerned." "You rascal." Gu Qingwei laughed heartily, playfully punching him. Gu Chiyan could only respond, "The maidens of the capital are like delicate flowers, easily withered and broken. They hold little interest for me. What then do you desire in a partner?" Gu Qingwei asked with curiosity. "Is it as simple as ordering from a menu? Alas, one must have a target. It is my duty, along with Father S., to worry about you." Gu Qingwei pressed on. Seeing no way to evade the topic, Gu Chiyan finally stated, "The woman I seek must possess vision and breadth of mind, not be ensnared in the intrigues of a household. She should harbor a sense of national duty and care for the common folk, capable of both penning eloquent writings and wielding a sword to defend her country." "Ha ha ha!" Gu Qingwei laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "Are you searching for a maiden or a general? Where might one find such a woman? You do not wish to marry, merely offering empty words to placate me," Gu Chiyan muttered. "If there is no prospect of marriage, then why bother? Nonsense. A man must cultivate himself, establish his family, govern his nation, and bring peace to the world. Without a family, how can one achieve success?" Gu Qingwei replied earnestly. Gu Chiyan, weary of his admonishments, began to feign indifference. "The borders are unstable. How can one think of family? Let me first cultivate my character and accumulate achievements before contemplating marriage." Just as Gu Qingwei was poised to continue his lecture, Gu Chiyan deftly refilled his cup, steering the conversation elsewhere. The 3 men chatted and laughed until the dawn light began to break. Several days later, the ice in the river had completely thawed, and the branches that had withered throughout winter finally began to sprout green buds. Scouts reported that Bach had gathered an army of 100,000, advancing toward Xianzhou. Gu Qingzong commanded Gu Qingwei and Wang Yuan to each lead 20,000 troops to ambush from the flanks, while he himself would lead 40,000 men in a frontal assault, preparing for a siege. The army set forth, and the 2 forces met by the banks of the Blackwater River. Bach was the youngest son of Baru. He was only 12 when Baru passed away. The tribal wars had inflicted much hardship upon him, yet through his own abilities, he regained his status as a leader. Now, encountering his adversary, his eyes burned with vengeance. The 2 sides clashed violently. Bach galloped towards Gu Qingzong, sword glinting in the sunlight, as the battle cries and the sounds of war horses filled the air. The Great Yi feigned weakness, retreating while engaging in combat. When they fell back into the valley, reinforcements from Great Yi surged forth, scattering the formation of Beiqi. The militia, lacking strength, quickly abandoned their armor and fled in disarray. Seeing this, Bach was furious. he immediately rallied his cavalry to charge. The formidable iron cavalry of Bei Qi quickly stabilized the situation. The battle raged from noon until sunset. Gu Qingzong, being older, found his stamina waning. Bak, seizing the moment, struck his sword against Gu Qingzong's horse's neck, sending the beast crashing to the ground. Gu Qingzong tumbled several times, but managed to rise, only to see a flash of steel as Bak's long knife cleaved into his chest, piercing through his armor and causing blood to flow profusely. With gritted teeth, Gu Qingzong grasped the back of Bak's blade, using the momentum to leap and kick Bak off his horse. Bak quickly regained his footing, seizing a large sword to charge at Gu Qingzong. Injured and weakened, Gu Qingzong found himself overwhelmed, and after a few exchanges, he was once again thrown to the ground. At the critical moment, as Bak raised his sword to strike, Gu Chiyan arrived on horseback. With his 9-curved spear, he knocked Bak's sword aside and unleashed a series of lethal strikes, forcing Bak to retreat several paces, unarmed. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chiyan dismounted and shielded Gu Qingzong from harm. Gu Qingzong lay on the ground, barely conscious. Gu Chiyan, filled with urgency, intensified his attacks, forcing Bak to retreat with the aid of his subordinates. Gu Chiyan did not pursue. Instead, he immediately assessed Gu Qingzong's injuries. Gu Qingzong had lost too much blood and was drifting into unconsciousness. Without hesitation, Gu Chiyan tore away his undergarments to staunch the bleeding, then lifted Gu Qingzong onto his horse, turning back toward Xianzhou. "Medic! Medic!" Gu Chiyan called out, his voice heralding his arrival before he even reached them. The military doctors in the city, upon hearing his voice, hurriedly emerged from their tents, their faces paling at the sight of the wounded. They quickly gathered to carefully lower Gu Qingzong down. Removing the armor, the fabric clung to the wounds, necessitating the careful use of scissors to cut it away bit by bit. The injuries were grotesquely exposed, oozing with blood and fluid, a sight too harrowing to behold. The process of staunching the bleeding, suturing, and administering medication stretched into the midnight hour. Gu Qingzong showed no signs of awakening, his complexion pale, breath shallow and labored. Gu Chiyan had summoned every physician in the city, ushering them into the tent, while he remained outside, trembling with anxiety. At the moment he stripped Gu Qingzong of his clothing, his breath caught in his throat, the organs within him twisted in agony, causing him to shudder. Gu Qingzong's blood still stained his skin. As he reached to wipe it away, his hands were left sticky with the remnants of carnage. Gu Qingwei and Wang Yuan returned to the city just before dawn, having vanquished 40,000 foes, with Bak retreating to Jizhou. Upon their return, they were met with news and hastened to the scene, spotting Gu Chiyan standing somberly outside the tent. Gu Chiyan observed the wounded soldiers huddled together on the ground, seeking warmth while waiting for the doctors to attend to their injuries. Those mortally wounded were shrouded in white cloth and carried away. The onlookers displayed no excess of emotion. There was no sorrow, no fear. Years of warfare had rendered them weary and numb. Gu Qingwei approached and placed a reassuring hand on Gu Chiyan's shoulder, standing steadfastly by his side. He had just consulted the physician, who confirmed that Gu Qingzong's injuries were severe. Though stabilized, the next 7 days were critical. The doctor must remain vigilant, for if they could endure this period, life could be salvaged. "Father will be fine. Your elder brother will wait with you until he awakens." Gu Qingwei consoled him. Within Gu Chiyan, an internal struggle ensued, pain morphing into an oppressive numbness, yet a fire burned within his heart. He glanced at the bandages on Gu Qingwei's arm, pursing his lips in silence. How could a mere nomadic nation like Beiki be so audacious? Had they been prosperous and robust, with a reverence for culture as well as martial prowess, and a ruler diligent in governance and caring for the populace, would they have dared to invade repeatedly? The capital remained unchanged, indifferent to the lives of its people. Did such perseverance still hold meaning? Gu Chiyan stood outside the tent, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes betraying his unwillingness to accept the situation. Ultimately, he slightly turned his head, closed his eyes, and fell silent. The news of Gu Qingzong's grave condition spread rapidly, reaching Bak, who was elated and resolved to exploit the uncertainty of the general's fate and the wavering morale of the troops to launch another night assault. Gu Chengwei promptly relocated Gu Chengzong to the governor's mansion, where physicians tended to him diligently and without respite. Meanwhile, Gu Chiyan and Wang Yuan took to the city walls, manning the artillery and commanding the defense. Beike archers provided cover as siege ladders breached the walls repeatedly, only to be repelled time and again. The battering rams smashed through the fortifications, and Beike soldiers surged through the breaches, only to be met with death at the hands of the city defenders. With repairs to the walls delayed, the bodies were piled together to block the gaps. The ruins mingled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, and in that moment, humanity seemed to transform into a relentless machine of slaughter. Spears and swords swung incessantly, lives extinguished in an instant, rendered as insignificant as dust. A gust of wind would carry them away, swirling them into the air, raising a tempest of sand and debris, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The battle raged from night into day, and then from day back into night. In the city, the common folk cowered within their homes, listening to the distant sounds of cannon fire that trembled the beams of their houses, causing ancient dust to cascade down. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the charred aroma of burning would seep through the ill-fitted window seams, pervading the rooms. In the darkness, no lights dared to flicker. A young child nestled in his mother's embrace, clutching a cold, hard bun, which constituted their sustenance for the day. The city of Xuanfu remained unbreached by the forces of Beike, but at dawn on the third day, the enemy finally retreated, encamping 50 miles away from the city. The soldiers of Xuanfu breathed a sigh of relief, yet an unsettling anxiety stirred within Gu Chiyan's heart. As anticipated by midday, an envoy from Beike called out at the city gates, proclaiming that Bak's assault on Xuanfu was driven by a personal vendetta for his father's death. He demanded the head of Gu Chengzong to be displayed on the city walls, promising to withdraw and spare the lives of the citizens. Otherwise, the day he breached the city would be the day of slaughter. Wang Yuan, enraged by these words, shot the messenger with an arrow. Yet the message spread like a plague throughout Xuanfu. To kill is one thing. To strike at the heart is far more devastating. Gu Chiyan stood atop the city walls like a blade of ice, radiating an aura of lethal intent, the last remnants of his youthful spirit extinguished. He gazed northward, his eyes harboring a chilling hostility. The snow on Wuqi Mountain had yet to melt away, the white drifts mingling with the slate-gray stones, rolling in the distance until they vanished beyond the horizon. On the morning of the fourth day, a thick fog enveloped the land, and the guards at the governor's residence observed something slowly approaching through the mist. It resembled a colossal beast, struggling to survive, exhaling a putrid breath as it crawled forward. One guard swiftly drew his sword in caution, and as the figure drew nearer, it became apparent that it was the citizens of the city arriving in droves. Fearing that chaos might ensue, Wang Yuan had already surrounded the governor's residence. Now, hundreds of desperate souls knelt at the gate of the Gu residence, pleading with Gu Chengzong for a chance at survival. A gaunt old woman clutched a frail child, pushing him forward, repeatedly prostrating herself and weeping, her voice rasping like sandpaper. Lord Gu, I implore you, grant this child a chance at life. My 2 sons have perished in battle. I, an old woman, have lived long enough. Death holds no fear for me, but the child is still so young, the last sprout of our family. I beseech you for mercy. A woman with a nursing infant, her complexion ghostly pale, trembled as she extended a bruised hand, desperately recounting, "We have been without food for several days. There is no milk. The child cries incessantly from hunger. I have cut my fingers to feed him my blood, but how much blood can I provide? My lord, grant us a path to survival." In the rear of the crowd stood a group of delicate scholars, hesitant and reticent. Perhaps the principles of benevolence and righteousness they had studied rendered them too ashamed to speak. Thus, they bowed their heads and slumped their shoulders, kneeling in silence. Wang Yuan arrived from the city garrison upon hearing the news, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a mix of shock and cold dread. He addressed the guards with a commanding voice. "Everyone listen. Any who dare to breach the governor's residence shall be executed on the spot." The guards responded in unison, drawing their gleaming blades towards the kneeling elderly, women, and children. Bok's act of treachery is a stark reminder of the fragility of human nature, especially when one's life is at stake. Who wouldn't wish to survive? They perhaps comprehend the cunning nature of Beiki and the slim hopes for their salvation. And they are aware of the Gu family's unwavering loyalty, devoted to the nation and its people. They know everything, yet they still choose to sacrifice one for the sake of many. Those individuals, from dawn until the sun reached its zenith, knelt and cried out, their pleas echoing incessantly, unmoved by both gentle persuasion and threats. The desperate cries transformed into resolute demands. The Gu family, steadfast in their loyalty, must perish. A tense atmosphere enveloped the governor's mansion, as if a guillotine hung above, waiting to descend. Gu Chiyan, clad in dark attire, approached hurriedly, casting a fleeting glance at the crowd without pausing in his stride. Dong Mo and Chiyan, wielding bloodied weapons, shouted, prompting the crowd to recoil and part ways. As Gu Chiyan advanced, he was halted when a small, dirt-streaked child grasped his robe. Turning, he beheld a gaunt figure with disproportionately large eyes. The child's mother, realizing the situation, swiftly yanked him back, clutching him tightly in fear. Gu Chiyan halted, crouched down, and gently patted the child's head, instructing Chiyan to ask the quartermaster to prepare some buns and porridge for distribution. Upon hearing this, the crowd lifted their gazes toward him. He finally met their eyes momentarily before stating, "After all, crying is quite exhausting." The crowd dared not meet his gaze and lowered their heads once more. "You cannot pacify us with mere buns. We seek our lives." A shout arose from the rear of the throng, prompting Gu Chiyan to look in that direction. Several ragged men stood in the center, their eyes gleaming with righteous greed. Before they could incite the crowd further, Gu Chiyan seized the knife from Dong Mo and flung it backhandedly. The blade grazed the man's face before plunging deeply into a budding willow behind him. The man, frightened, cried out and retreated into the crowd, clutching his bleeding face. Gu Chiyan remarked with a cold smile, "If you wish to survive, obedience is paramount." The crowd fell into a sudden silence as Gu Chiyan turned and entered the governor's mansion. "Scoundrel!" Wang Yuan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes reddening with frustration as a battle-hardened man, without a means to vent his anger, felt the weight of his fury. "Ignorant woman! If anything were to happen to the governor, chaos would ensue in the military, and the city would surely fall. Just look at the devastation wrought by Beiki in Liaodong and Jizhou." Gu Chengwei sat silently to the side, his pent-up anger finding no outlet, ultimately manifesting as a deep sigh. He thought of Gu Chiyan, whom he had not seen for a long time, just as footsteps approached. They were merely pawns, exploited by others. Gu Chiyan stepped into the main hall, observing the indignant Wang Yuan, and remarked, "Why the anger?" His smile was icy, yet he shifted the conversation. "Perhaps this is an opportunity." Chapter 16. The truth. Gu Chiyan's words startled the two men. They turned to him in unison. Wang Yuan, impatient, asked, "Do you have a plan?" Gu Chengwei, however, remained calm and inquired, "Where have you been?" Gu Chiyan did not rush to speak, calmly stating, "Since Beiki intends to employ stratagems, let us counter with stratagems of our own." Bok's eagerness for victory drives him to attack. At this moment, the defenses of Liaodong and Jizhou must be lax. In his eyes, there was a calm and unwavering certainty. "Let us stage another ruse of an empty city, dividing our forces to reclaim Liaodong and Jizhou. As Bok returns to assist, the crisis in Xianzhou will be effortlessly resolved." "No," Gu Chengwei opposed. "Liaodong is closest to the Beiki stronghold. If reinforcements arrive, they will encircle us alongside Bok, and at that point there will be no turning back." Gu Chiyan smiled, fixing his gaze on Gu Chengwei with a cold intensity. "Did you not just inquire about my whereabouts, brother? There will be no reinforcements. Does Bok not wish to kill both bodies and spirits? I shall ensure he comprehends the true meaning of such a phrase." Gu Chiyan's words struck Gu Chengwei with a jolt. The aura of slaughter in his eyes was even more potent than in Gu Chengzong's youth, filled with the assurance of strategic planning and decisive resolution. As Bok spread rumors, Gu Chiyan would only stoke the flames of his deceit, making them burn even brighter. Soon, driven by personal vendetta, Bach disregarded the safety of his soldiers, and rumors of his reckless militarism spread like wildfire back to Beiki. Having only held the position of leader for 2 years, and with a year spent in warfare, he had provided his detractors with the opportunity they sought. The cavalry of Beiki, born of a nomadic lifestyle, viewed warfare merely as an opportunity for plunder, gold, silver, and slaves, returning home once their spoils were secured. Now, having been away for an extended period, suffering countless casualties, dissatisfaction was brewing among the troops, and with rumors circulating, grievances became louder. The situation gradually spiraled towards uncontrollability. Bach, employing his iron-fisted methods, executed several of the most vocal dissenters, barely managing to maintain control. Gu Qinwei and Wang Yuan patrolled the city walls daily, fostering an atmosphere of tension that lulled Bach into a false sense of security, believing victory was assured. Unexpectedly, on the 6th day, news arrived that both Liaodong and Jizhou were under simultaneous siege. Seeing that the main commander of Xianzhou was present, Bach momentarily lost sight of the situation within the city. He had no choice but to return to provide aid and commanded Beiki to support him, first encircling Liaodong before proceeding to Jizhou. However, when Beiki received the news, the ministers were embroiled in heated disputes, and no one mobilized the troops, allowing a golden opportunity to slip away. Gu Chiyan led 20,000 troops, capturing Liaodong in a single night, while Dongma and Chiyan similarly commanded 20,000 to seize Jizhou. By the time Bach arrived at Liaodong, it was already too late. Enraged, Bach ordered an assault on the city. However, the morale of the troops was shattered, rendering them devoid of combat readiness. The city of Beiki descended into chaos, with numerous letters urging his return, demanding accountability for the fallen soldiers. Overwhelmed and exhausted, Bach ultimately conceded and returned to Beiki. On the night of the 7th day, Gu Qingzong finally regained consciousness, transforming peril into safety. By this time, the crisis in the northern desert had been resolved, resulting in a resounding victory. On the day of Gu Chiyan's triumphant return, Gu Qingzong, supported by others, personally welcomed him back from the tower. Clad in gleaming battle armor, Gu Chiyan sat resolutely upon his steed, gazing upward with deep-set eyes, tranquil yet lethal, his countenance resolute and solemn, a faint, composed smile gracing his lips. The gentle sunlight fell upon his radiant armor, while a soft breeze stirred the crimson tassels of his long spear. Spring had returned to the world, the earth revived, and all things flourished anew. Gu Qingzong was deeply moved yet comforted upon learning of all that had transpired during his comatose state. Gu Chiyan, having cultivated compassion on the battlefield, witnessed the plight of the common folk beneath the sharp edge of the sword, evolving into a paragon of resilience, wisdom, and strength. The capital received jubilant news, bringing great joy to Emperor Yongjing, who sought to reward the Gu family. However, Gu Qingzong, aware that the northern Qi forces remained a threat, voluntarily requested to stay in the northern wilderness. As anticipated, after Bach had reorganized the court, he launched another attack. But Gu Qingzong was well prepared, thwarting any advantage for his adversary. Thus, the intermittent conflict persisted until the summer of the 34th year of Yongjing, when Gu Qingzong dealt a severe blow to northern Qi in the Battle of Lishui, leaving Bach gravely injured and forced to flee back to his homeland. At last, the tumult of war seemed to reach a semblance of closure. Dressed in a moon-white robe lined with stone-blue silk depicting cranes, adorned with a white jade crown and a green jade hairpin, Gu Chiyan stood in the courtyard pavilion, his ink-black peach blossom eyes and cool demeanor reflecting an air of tranquility. To the south, 2 apple trees bore a heavy bounty of fruit, their unripe apples glistening with morning dew, radiating a crystalline charm. My lord, Dong Mo appeared behind him, clasping his hands in salute. We have made some progress. Since Gu Qingzong's serious injury, Gu Chiyan had suspected the presence of northern Qi spies in Xuandu. Upon investigation, it was discovered that these spies had connections to the capital, a matter of great significance. Gu Chiyan chose to keep this information discreet, conducting a slow, covert inquiry. Yesterday, he unexpectedly captured a messenger, instructing Dong Mo to extract useful information from him. Turning around, Gu Chiyan raised an eyebrow, signaling Dong Mo to continue. But Dong Mo hesitated, stammering before finally mustering the courage to say, "It concerns the governor's wife." Gu Qiyan's heart sank heavily, his mind momentarily blank. He had not heard that title in many years, for his mother had passed away 15 years prior. Steadying himself, he glanced at the main chamber and led Dong Mo to the side room, shutting the doors and windows before inquiring, "What is the matter?" Dong Montak, unable to conceal the truth, boldly declared, "Madame's death was not an accident, it was orchestrated." Gu Qiyan felt a jolt of despair, a lump forming in his throat, as his heart raced violently, almost rendering him breathless. He looked incredulously at Dong Mo. "What are you saying?" The messenger, unable to withstand the torture, divulged that they were part of an organized group employed by the capital, masquerading as merchants while traversing the northern wilderness and the capital. Their target had always been the Gu family. 15 years ago, when the Gu family was at its zenith, some in the capital, fearful of direct confrontation with the governor, had instead set their sights on his wife. On that fateful day, she did not fall from the city tower. She was pushed. Gu Qiyan, feeling ice-cold and numb, steadied himself against the table, retreating a few steps until he sank into a chair. Who was it? Who in the capital? The informant claimed that if needed, messages and money would be delivered by a nocturnal messenger, a master of martial arts wearing a Chiyan mask, whose face had never been seen. What the others? After the capture, this individual revealed their hideout, but when his subordinates arrived, they found the place abandoned. Upon their return, they discovered that both the guards and the messenger had been killed. "My subordinates failed. Please punish me, my lord." Dong Mo knelt in supplication. Gu Qiyan closed his eyes, striving to release a breath, as his heart returned to its rightful place, beating with a pang of ache, followed by a twinge of pain. He furrowed his brow, a bitter sensation rising in his throat. He swallowed hard, suppressing it. It struck him as both tragic and absurd. The Gu family, shunning power and wealth, believing themselves to be above the fray, had been ensnared, leading to their ruin while remaining blissfully unaware for 15 years. After a considerable time, Dong Mo, kneeling on the floor, began to feel numbness in his knees. Gu Qiyan slowly opened his eyes and softly inquired, "Dong Mo, how long have we been in Mo Bay?" Although Dong Mo felt puzzled, he replied, "It has been 1 year and 7 months." Gu Qiyan lifted his head, smiling, yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling intent. His voice was frigid. 1 year and 7 months have passed. It is time to return to Edu Chapter 17. The demise. Shen Ningzhao had just finished bathing, her hair cascading down her back. At 15, she had shed her youthful innocence. With an oval face, crescent-shaped brows, skin glistening like pearls, and eyes resembling peach blossoms, she possessed an alluring charm that seemed to look down upon the world. Her delicate nose and full, rosy lips added to her captivating beauty. Even Luin, accustomed to her appearance, was taken aback upon entering and seeing her reclined at the corner of the couch, lifting her gaze towards him, causing his heart to tremble. He marveled at how such breathtaking beauty could exist in the world. Shen Ningzhao sat on the Luohan couch clad only in her inner garments. After several days of restless sleep, she felt somewhat drowsy. Raising her hand to massage her forehead, she asked, "What is the matter?" Li Mingyu sent word that the emperor had awakened and, upon finding no sign of the crown princess, was in a foul temper, urging her to hasten to the Lijung Hall. Lu Yin approached Shen Ningzhao's side, speaking as he smoothed her hair. Shen Ningzhao nodded, rising to move into the inner chamber, where she sat before the dressing mirror. Lu Yin understood her intent and styled her hair, adorned her with a jade crown, and retrieved a dark cosmetic to shape her crescent brows into elegant feathered arches. The balance of her spirited demeanor and the alluring charm of her eyes was enhanced, the makeup slightly softening the vivid color of her lips. Clad in a long robe of green silk adorned with cloud patterns, she appeared as a delicate yet striking youth. Shen Ningzhao glanced at herself in the mirror before proceeding to the Lijung Hall with Lu Yin and Jihe. The Yongjing emperor had been bedridden for a month, reliant on various broths and medicines to sustain his life, unable to consume anything solid, leading to significant weight loss. Beneath the wrinkled skin lay prominent veins and bones. He appeared aged, his eyes yellowed and clouded, his withered white hair draped over the pillow. A phlegm lodged in his throat made every breath a struggle, rasping and wheezing. Initially, the palace consorts took turns attending to him, but with no heirs left to inherit. They found themselves at the mercy of their maternal families, seeking favors. The once vibrant bodies and delicate visages approached him, yet they provoked the old emperor's ire. While coughing, would scold, "Do you all wish for my demise? You wretched women, do you long for my death? Drag them out, one by one." The consorts were removed, and none dared to return. Shen Ningzhao was left to tend to him daily. She had only just taken the opportunity to bathe and don fresh garments while the emperor had briefly dozed off after taking his medicine. Though it was evening, the air was stifling and hot, devoid of any breeze. The sun was obscured behind layers of ink-like clouds, resembling a descent. Yet the gilded edges of the clouds indicated it had not fully set. Today, Emperor Yongjing appeared somewhat revitalized, and Shen Ningzhao assisted him in reclining against a soft pillow for a moment. He slightly raised his hand, and Li Mingyu, having served him for a lifetime, immediately understood. Bending down to the bedside, straining to hear his command, "Summon the Grand Tutor." The emperor's voice was feeble and hoarse. Li Mingyu complied and left, while the emperor, irritated by the throng of attendants, ordered everyone out. Soon, only the father and son remained in the hall, the scent of medicinal herbs mingling with that of calming incense, creating an oppressive atmosphere on such a sweltering day. Inhaling felt as though the air was sticking in his throat, both astringent and bitter. The emperor had not breathed fresh air in a long time, prompting him to request Shen Ningzhao to open a window for ventilation. Shen Ningzhao opened half of the easternmost window, allowing the fragrance of canna lilies at the wall's base to waft gently into the room. The emperor closed his eyes and smiled slowly, reminiscing about the past when many canna lilies bloomed in the royal courtyard. Those days were filled with laughter and joy, surrounded by his beloved wife and concubines, with children playing at his feet. What has brought such joy to Father Emperor? Shen Ningzhao's voice interrupted his reverie, causing the emperor to momentarily falter. The sight before him bore a resemblance to his eldest son, the child who had perished beneath the hooves of a horse, seemingly returned. For a fleeting moment, the emperor lost his grasp on reality and, in a flurry of panic, embraced Shen Ningzhao, exclaiming, my son, you have suffered." Shen Ningzhao was momentarily taken aback, and the emperor, with a quavering voice, repeatedly called her name. She attempted to comfort him with a gentle pat on his back, but he released her, cupping her face to scrutinize her closely. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he muttered, No, where's my son? Where's my roué?" The flicker of warmth in Shen Ningzhao's heart was doused with a cold splash of reality. The emperor grew increasingly agitated, searching for his roué, and Shen Ningzhao had no choice but to softly reassure him. Gradually, the emperor's mind cleared, and upon recognizing the person before him as his crown prince, Shen Ningzhao, he felt a wave of desolation that swiftly morphed into rage. In a fit of madness, he gripped Shen Ningzhao's neck with surprising strength. His eyes filled with venomous resentment as he cursed. "Why are you here? Why you? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. How could a man on the brink of death possess such ferocity?" Shen Ningzhao pondered, the echo of his curses ringing in her ears. She yearned to push him away, but the hatred in his gaze filled her with dread. In a moment of panic, she wished to call out, "Father Emperor," but no sound escaped her lips. Just then, Li Mingyu entered with the Grand Tutor. Upon witnessing the scene, they leapt in alarm, rushing to intervene. After a great struggle, they managed to pry Shen Ningzhao from the emperor's grasp. The Grand Tutor promptly assessed her injuries, while Li Mingyu knelt at the bedside, repeatedly assuring the emperor, "This is His Highness the Crown Prince, Your Majesty, it is His Highness." Finally, the emperor came to his senses, gazing at the coughing Shen Ningzhao with a sense of guilt washing over him. "I have been muddled by illness. I have been confused, my dear Zhao. Do not blame your father." Shen Ningzhao finally regained her composure, her eyes reddened from coughing as she gently reassured him, "I am well. Father, please do not blame yourself." Emperor Yongjing extended his hand, yearning to examine her wounds, but Shen Ningzhao instinctively took a step back. His outstretched hand floundered in the air, his ashen nails devoid of any color, the underlying purple veins becoming more pronounced with his struggle, as though they were moments away from bursting through the delicate layer of skin. Gaunt and forlorn, he resembled a solitary figure, and before him stood his last remaining bloodline. Yet she kept her distance. Exhausted, he let his hand fall, unable to maintain his posture, sliding down until Li Mingyu supported him back to a lying position. He was unwilling to concede, desperately stretching out a hand, clinging to something intangible. Tears streamed down his aged face as he finally confessed, "My son, I have erred. I am neither a worthy father nor a capable ruler. What was initially a strategic delay has now become a predicament from which I cannot extricate myself. It is all my fault. How can I face your grandfather?" His words were deliberate, punctuated by labored breaths. Suddenly, he grasped her hand tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "There is no turning back, my child. You must forge ahead, safeguard the Shen family's legacy. I implore you, swear on your mother's life that you can do this. Promise me you can." Shen Ningzhao had long ceased to harbor any hopes from Emperor Yongjing, but upon hearing his words, her heart felt as though it were gripped by a bony hand, the sharpness of his fingers scraping against her most vulnerable place. Her gaze dimmed. The imperial family was the most ruthless of all. In his final moments, her father threatened her with her mother's life, demanding that she continue onward. This was not merely a simple pledge. He offered her the highest of positions while leaving her utterly alone. He knew all too well that she would inevitably fall, bloodied and broken, yet he callously forbade her from turning back. "I am but a lowly servant, unworthy of such a heavy burden." At that moment, concubine Li appeared at the palace door, approaching to forcibly extract Shen Ningzhao's hand from Emperor Yongjing's grasp, replacing it with her own. She maintained her familiar demeanor, her features gentle and amiable, yet her smile failed to reach her eyes, which were as cold as her touch. Leaning close to the emperor, she whispered tenderly in his ear, "Your Majesty has lived a life of indulgence, manipulated by others. Now, as you recall the empire, it is too late. The Shen family has long since fallen, defeated by your own hand." The emperor's eyes widened in shock, a phlegm lodged in his throat, causing his face to turn purple. Rolling his eyes in distress, unable to utter a single sound, Li Mingyu rushed to his side, hoisting him up and patting his back repeatedly, but to no avail, prompting her to urgently call for the royal physician. A throng of physicians waiting outside hurried in, frantically administering aid, and after a prolonged struggle, they finally managed to revive him. The emperor's eyes fluttered, devoid of any sparkle, his withered fingers contorted in an unnatural position, resembling a dying fish. In the stillness of midnight, Emperor Yongjing breathed his last. By his bedside stood the beloved yet despised consort Li, who felt a profound sense of release intertwined with a deep, poignant emptiness as the man she had loved and loathed for half her life departed from this world. Chapter 18. Undercurrents. Li Mingyu, overwhelmed by grief, began to wail, prompting the eunuchs and palace maidens to kneel in the room, unable to contain their tears. Shen Ningzhao stood frozen, her heart a tumult of emotions, sour, bitter, salty, and spicy, all flooding in at once, rendering her speechless. The Grand Tutor approached her, speaking in a hushed tone only she could hear. "Your Highness, may you find solace in your sorrow. Time is of the essence. It is prudent to make preparations." Shen Ningzhao gazed for a while longer at the emaciated figure lying on the bed, his cheeks sunken like a skull shrouded in flesh. Over the past month, he had endured great suffering, and now he had finally succumbed, liberating himself and those around him. Alone, Shen Ningzhao stepped out of the hall, closing the doors behind her, allowing her cries to fade into silence. The night was as dark as ink, the round moon cloaked in a hazy glow. The clouds were swept away by the wind, revealing the morning star flickering faintly. The towering palace loomed before her, draped in the cloak of night, resembling a colossal beast. Ambitions were swallowed whole, while deceit and treachery were expelled. Yet, despite this, everyone clamored to gain entry, vying to become its puppet. Xing and Shen Ningzhao's voice sliced through the tranquil night. An unseen shadow appeared in response, his face obscured by darkness, illuminated only by the distant glow of palace lanterns, revealing a pair of sharp phoenix eyes. "Your Excellency." Chiyan bowed, awaiting orders. Shen Ningzhao tossed him a command token, instructing him to assume control of the Imperial Guard and the palace troops, sealing the 9 gates against all entry and exit. Any violators shall be executed. Her voice was as sharp as a drawn sword, a blade poised to strike. Chiyan received his orders and departed, the Imperial Guard and palace troops fortifying the 9 gates in anticipation. At dawn, the drums atop the Meridian Gate resounded, awakening the officials from their slumber. In a flurry, they donned their court robes and hurried to the eastern side gate. For Emperor Yongjing had not convened the court for some time. Recent news of his grave illness had circulated, and the abrupt summons stirred murmurs among the officials outside the palace gates. As the hour of the rabbit passed, the city gates slowly creaked open, and the officials fell silent, forming 2 lines as they entered. After crossing the Golden Water Bridge, the gates closed once more. The morning stars still shone brightly, and a golden hue began to rise from a corner of the Golden Throne Hall, promising a day of splendid sunshine. However, the leading eunuch guided them past the side of the Golden Throne Hall towards the Qiyan Palace. Even before they arrived, faint sounds of weeping reached their ears. Mourning banners hung at the entrance of the Qiyan Palace, adorned with black characters on white paper, while the emperor's coffin was crafted from golden silk namu, emblazoned with a character for offering and flanked by dragons exhaling clouds. It was placed in the main hall of the Qiyan Palace. The consorts, adorned with jeweled hairpins, donned white mourning attire, kneeling on the golden bricks outside the hall, weeping bitterly. The officials were deeply moved, their hearts guessing the truth, some already choked with emotion. Upon entering, they beheld the crowned prince kneeling at the front, prompting them all to kneel in unison. The mournful toll of the bell echoed through the serene morning. Asli Mingyu's piercing and sorrowful voice shattered the tranquility. On the night of the 16th day of the 7th month in the 34th year of Yongjing, at the stroke of midnight, the benevolent emperor, one of Yongin, departed this world. In an instant, all officials were engulfed in grief. The capital was placed under strict martial law, forbidding any form of revelry, as the officials mourned for the emperor and kept vigil for 7 days. On the 25th of July, Emperor Yongjing was laid to rest in the royal tomb. On the first day of August, on his 15th birthday, Shen Ningzhao officially ascended the throne, adopting the era name of Tiansheng. Although Emperor Yongjing had grown distant from the empress, he did not depose her. Empress Ye was honored as the Empress Dowager, presiding over Kongren Palace, while Consort Li was granted the title of Holy Mother Empress Dowager, taking charge of Fusho Palace. As per tradition, the Duke of Northern Defense, Gu Qingzong, and the Prince of Southern Borders, Song Wantang, were to return to the capital within the month to pay their respects to the new sovereign. Shen Ningzhao issued a decree summoning Prince Ning, Shun Ji, and Prince Rui, Shunan, to return as well. At the end of August, the new emperor hosted a banquet for high-ranking officials of 3rd rank and above in the Higuang Hall. Due to the ongoing mourning period, the event was kept simple. Shen Ningzhao donned a ceremonial robe of dark purple adorned with golden cloud patterns and dragon motifs, his head crowned with a dragon-winged cap as he sat in the esteemed position. Both Prince Ning and Prince Rui approached to pay their respects. Prince Ning, dressed in a flower-green ceremonial robe with deer and floral patterns, wore a jovial expression, his figure plump and round-faced, with laughter lines accentuating his features, appearing much older than his 30 years. In contrast, Prince Rui, clad in a dark robe embroidered with lion and vine motifs, was slender, his complexion sallow and his gaze as cold and venomous as a serpent. His eyes lingered on Shen Ningzhao's face, betraying no subtlety, causing Shen Ningzhao to furrow his brow slightly. "The ministers pay their respects to your majesty, wishing the emperor a long and prosperous reign," they intoned in unison. Prince Ning, Prince Rui, having traveled from afar, how do you find the capital after your arduous journey? Shen Ningzhao inquired graciously, offering a smile and gesturing for them to rise. "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I left the capital at the tender age of 12 to accompany my father to his fief, and I have always held dear the memories of every tree and blade of grass in the capital. Returning now fulfills my long-held wish. Everything is splendid, Prince Ning replied, his smile warm, yet concealing deeper thoughts. Prince Rui interjected with a derisive laugh. I must admit, I find myself somewhat out of sorts. When I departed the capital, I was still quite young and have little recollection of it, though I often heard my father speak fondly of the days spent in the capital. Qingzhou is rugged and lacks water. Upon my return, I now see it as a veritable paradise, especially the women of the capital, whose waists are remarkably delicate. No wonder everyone longs for it. With a frivolous smile, he cast a brazen glance at Shen Ningzhao's waist. Prince Rui's indiscreet conduct incited murmurs among the officials. During the previous power struggle between the three princes, Prince Rui's intentions had been inscrutable, and after his exile to Qingzhou, he had met an untimely end. The eldest son, Shen Ningzhao, inherited the title. Rumors painted Shen as unpredictable and reckless, but he now appeared to be nothing more than a common rogue. How can His Highness be intoxicated before even partaking of wine? Such nonsensical chatter, remarked Han Yuzhong, the Minister of Revenue, casting a disapproving glance at Prince Rui. It is Minister Han, Prince Rui replied casually, nodding, then carelessly brushed past Lin Qi. Having lingered in such a remote land for too long, one inevitably grows narrow-minded. My apologies. Qingzhou boasts many strange peaks and rocks, making it an excellent locale for self-cultivation. The late emperor had great foresight. Your Highness must not squander such an opportunity. Han Yusang Kuhuniet. Lin Qi wore a faint smile, appearing nonchalant, yet her demeanor was strikingly assertive. Prince Rui gradually ceased smiling, his expression turning cold. He ground his back teeth and, with a smirk that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "The esteemed Grand Master has kindly offered his guidance, and I shall ever keep it in mind, not daring to forget." The two princes, Rui and Ning, took their seats. Due to the mourning period of 49 days, music and revelry were prohibited, as were strong liquor and slaughtering. To alleviate the monotony of a simple vegetarian feast, fruit wine was prepared, a delightful treat for officials accustomed to lavish banquets. The first cup of wine was naturally raised in a toast to the emperor, and Shen Ningzhao lifted his glass, ready to partake. Suddenly, he addressed Gu Qingzong, saying, "The Duke of Northtown is still recovering from his severe injuries and cannot partake of wine. Bring him some tea instead." The serving maid had been well prepared and soon presented the tea. The guests raised their glasses in unison, and Gu Qingzong expressed his gratitude for the emperor's benevolence. As the wine circulated 3 times, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Prince Ning suddenly raised his glass in a toast to Gu Qingzong, saying, "The Duke of Northtown has bravely turned the tide, saving the border town from peril. He has made significant contributions to securing the frontier, and even the children of the northern plains sing of Governor Gu's illustrious achievements. The Great Yi is fortunate to have Governor Gu." Though Prince Ning's words were laced with sarcasm, they deftly planted seeds of doubt in the minds of the more suspicious attendees. Everyone turned their gaze to Gu Qingzong, who cleared his throat and replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am but a mere fool. The victory in the Battle of the Northern Plains was a result of the collaboration of various city lords and their soldiers fighting for the nation. Your Majesty has rewarded the troops, promoting and bestowing honors with discernment. Each soldier is grateful for your Majesty's grace. It is under your Majesty's rule that the Great Yi thrives and the people live in peace." Seeing his scheme thwarted, Prince Ning concocted another plan and smiled. "Governor Gu speaks wisely. Indeed, your Majesty rewards and punishes with great discernment, and the victory in the Northern Plains was splendid. However, I find myself puzzled and seek your wisdom to enlighten me, esteemed Governor. What perplexity troubles your Highness?" Gu Qingzong tightened his grip on his wine glass. "Governor Gu's triumph naturally deserves commendation, yet I have heard that the former governor, Chun Shi, suffered a loss of 150,000 soldiers in 3 cities. With countless civilians dead or wounded, he secretly returned to the capital. How shall he be dealt with according to the laws of the Great Yi?" Prince Ning's words ignited a stir at the banquet, for Gu Qingzong's mention of rewards and punishments had inadvertently dragged Chun Shi into the fray. Initially, there had been too many pleas for leniency, leading the late emperor to imprison Chen Shi without trial. The Ministry of Rights had intended to wait for the storm to pass before seeking to release him. But the unexpected passing of the late emperor had left the matter unresolved. Prince Ning's remarks struck two targets at once, making Shen Ningzhao the subject of scrutiny. Should Chen Shi be tried, death would be inevitable. If Shen Ningzhao executed Chen Shi, it would simultaneously offend both the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel. Yet failing to do so would leave him vulnerable to public outcry. This also positioned Gu Qingzong as the catalyst of the entire affair, inadvertently placing the emperor in a precarious predicament while indirectly offending the Ministry of Justice. Prince Rui, raising an eyebrow in delight at the unfolding drama, added fuel to the fire. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court have yet to conduct trials or render judgments. Discontent is brewing among the populace. Your Majesty has just ascended to the throne. Should the hearts of the people waver, calamity will surely follow. The three ministries, idling in their positions while neglecting their duties, would be guilty of treason against the emperor. The relevant officials were drenched in cold sweat, internally lamenting their predicament. The Minister of Justice, Sun Shan, knelt at the front, cursing under his breath. The inquiry posed by the Prince of Ning left them utterly speechless, forcing them to kneel and plead for mercy. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I would never dare to deceive you. Shen Ningzhao smirked inwardly. The Prince of Ning had a silver tongue, stirring up a tempest with mere words, leaving the city in turmoil. The prince's intelligence was truly remarkable. Before Lin Qi could speak, a chilling voice resonated, causing everyone to turn their gaze toward Gu Chiyan. Having earned merit in the Battle of the Northern Wilderness, he had been promoted to a third-grade general, clad in a resplendent purple robe adorned with a gold fish pouch. His demeanor composed and his aura cool, despite the Prince of Ning being far in Duanzhou and unable to leave without a decree. He seemed intimately aware of matters concerning both the capital and the Northern Wilderness, even familiar with the nursery rhymes of young children, which was indeed astonishing. Gu Chiyan countered sharply, causing the Prince of Ning's heart to sink. The greatest taboo for a vassal prince was to be restless and unruly. As he pondered how to refute, he heard Gu Chiyan continue. Upon reclaiming Jizhou, the Northern Qi army retreated in haste, and I discovered a defense map of the 24 cities of the Northern Wilderness within the general's main tent. Such a map is a military secret, yet it appeared brazenly in the hands of the enemy's commanders. This matter is of grave importance. I had intended to report it privately to your Majesty upon my return to the capital, but since His Highness the Prince of Ning has brought it up, I must speak. The defeat of Chen Shi may harbor some intrigue. I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. In Chapter 19, The Aftermath, Gu Chiyan lightly accused Chen Shi of treason and conspiracy, prompting whispers among the officials who cast sidelong glances towards the Minister of Rights, while also pointing fingers at the Prince of Ning. Chen Anian's face turned ashen. Chen Shi was incompetent, and he had done his utmost to spare his life. But if treason were involved, it would warrant the execution of 9 generations, leaving no one willing to speak on his behalf. To remain unscathed was already a stroke of luck. The Minister of Revenue, seated closest to him, subtly shifted away, distancing himself. Chen Anian attempted to argue, but was met with a glare from Han Yuzhong, forcing him to swallow his words, his face flushing red. The Prince of Ning had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. He had come to watch the spectacle and instead found himself at the center of it. The vassal prince's meddling in state affairs was already inappropriate, but to be unexpectedly entangled in conspiracies was truly troubling. The Prince of Rui also fell silent, casting a glance at Shen Ningzhao. With the new emperor ascending the throne, it was crucial to establish authority, and Gu Chiyan had unwittingly provided an excellent pretext. Chen Shi was deserving of death. Should he also implicate those unwilling to comply, it would be as easy as pie. Shen Ningzhao fixed her gaze on Gu Chiyan, who met her scrutiny unflinchingly, even allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Shen Ningzhao found it amusing. After 2 years apart, he had returned with such a significant gift for her. What could she possibly reciprocate? This matter was of utmost gravity. I having just ascended the throne, was greatly astonished. The foundation of day must not be shaken by anyone. The incident involving Chun, she must be investigated. Gu, my dear minister, please visit the imperial study after the banquet and discuss this matter with me in detail. Shen Ningzhao then turned to the assembly. Chunxi hails from the capital, and many are implicated. I do not wish for public unrest. Until the matter is resolved, no one shall speak of it. I shall be judicious in my rewards and penalties, ensuring that no innocent person suffers. Indeed, what a commendable approach to rewards and penalties. No longer can anyone indulge in wine without distraction. Those who enjoy stirring trouble have also fallen silent, sitting upright. Shen Ningzhao observed the crowd. Each person harboring their own ulterior motives, their hypocritical faces reflecting the myriad expressions of humanity, which, after prolonged observation, became somewhat tiresome. Thus, she declared the gathering at an end. Gu Chiyan rose and followed Shen Ningzhao towards the imperial study. It was evening, with golden sunlight casting a warm glow, and the osmanthus trees beginning to release their fragrant aroma, a gentle sweetness in the air. The hibiscus in the imperial garden bloomed splendidly, delicate pink and pure white petals captivating the heart. Shen Ningzhao paused, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier turmoil, and remarked to Gu Chiyan, "This year's hibiscus blossoms are particularly splendid. You have been away for quite some time, missing many beautiful sights in Yidu. When one encounters such beauty, it is only fitting to admire it thoroughly. The scenery of day varies from region to region, changing with the seasons. The vast deserts and grasslands of the northern wilderness are adorned with vibrant, passionate flowers, while the hibiscus of Yidu, tender and enchanting, evoke a sense of tenderness." Gu Chiyan nodded in agreement. They arrived at the Qianqiao pavilion within the garden, where the hibiscus was in full bloom. Lain and Ji he discreetly distanced themselves, retreating to a nearby corridor to avoid interrupting their conversation. The clouds in the sky were bathed in golden hues, softening their features. Shen Ningzhao's eyes seemed to shimmer with flecks of gold, more gentle than 2 years prior, imbued with an indescribable anger. Their gazes met, neither party shying away. Shen Ningzhao chuckled softly. "You have changed significantly since 2 years ago, Gu Aiqing. You have become more inscrutable, concealing even the flicker of that inner flame." He had transformed from a sharp shard of ice into a quiet yet profound spring in the darkness, poised and at ease. Gu Chiyan regarded her, not probing into the deeper meaning of her words. "What is your view on the Chenxi matter, Gu Aiqing?" Shen Ningzhao continued. "It is of great significance, and without concrete evidence, I cannot rashly speculate." Gu Chiyan replied with measured restraint. Hearing this, Shen Ningzhao lowered her gaze, fixating on the jade-white railing that glistened with golden light. A hint of sorrow graced the corners of her eyes as she sighed softly. "I ascended the throne at a young age. My foundation remains unstable. The Chunxi case lacks witnesses and physical evidence, making investigation exceedingly challenging. I am reluctant to conduct a widespread inquiry that might destabilize public sentiment, and I certainly do not wish to allow those with ulterior motives to stir up trouble, undermining the foundation of day." It is indeed a predicament. A fragrant breeze swept through, causing the loose strands of hair at the nape of Shen Ningzhao's neck to flutter, dispelling the evening heat, yet failing to dissipate her delicate figure and youthful uncertainty. "I am willing to serve your majesty dutifully, alleviating your worries." Gu Chiyan took a step back, his words sincere. Having laid the groundwork, it was only natural to proceed. Shen Ningzhao lightly supported him, her smile bright and genuine, as if she truly regarded him as a reliable ally, her gaze filled with trust. "In the past, you taught me archery and equestrian skills, facing life and death together. I have always regarded you differently from others. Your unparalleled strategies in the battle of the northern wilderness and your contributions in repelling the enemy bring me great comfort. Your willingness to remain in Yidu to assist me is deeply appreciated. I shall ensure you and the Gu family are never treated unfairly. Your majesty is too kind. To share your majesty's burdens is my duty, and I dare not claim credit." Gu Chiyan replied humbly. Gu Chiyan spoke with impeccable eloquence, his brilliance subtly tempered, unwavering in his loyalty. A gentle breeze swept through the garden, fragrant blossoms perfuming the air as their shadows stretched long. After exchanging pleasantries for a quarter of an hour, Shen Ningzhao permitted his departure. Only after the figure clad in rich purple had receded did Shen Ningzhao allow a smile to grace her lips, her eyes devoid of any warmth or friendship. She raised her hand, and Lu Yin promptly approached, hearing her command, summoned Chiyan. At that moment, Gu Chiyan had reached the narrow passageway of Donghua Gate, flanked by towering vermilion walls and green glazed tiles, the constricted space exuding an intimidating aura. The hurried palace attendants, upon seeing Gu Chiyan, knelt to pay their respects. He remained indifferent, his robes billowing as he walked, his gaze frigid as a deep autumn pond. As twilight descended, the imperial study was illuminated by gilded wooden lanterns adorned with floral and avian motifs. Leaning against the chair behind her desk, Shen Ningzhao surveyed the disordered pile of memorials before her, a headache beginning to throb, rendering the words indecipherable. Lu Yin lit the calming incense on the table, alleviating the pain somewhat. Chiyan stood before her in his dark robe, his demeanor as steadfast as a clock, his piercing phoenix eyes radiating an air of unapproachability. Only in Shen Ningzhao's presence did he soften slightly. He eschewed the customary hairpin, opting instead for a dark ribbon to bind his hair, its length cascading down with an effortless grace that contrasted sharply with his personality. Shen Ningzhao instructed, Chiyan, send someone to the northern desert to investigate Gu Chiyan's affairs over the past 2 years. Every detail is of utmost importance. As you command, Chiyan responded tersely, his actions speaking louder than words, and promptly departed. Lu Yin, accustomed to such matters, poured a cup of tea for Shen Ningzhao, remarking, the Grand Master Gu has changed significantly since 2 years ago. Shen Ningzhao lifted her gaze, accepting the tea with a faint smile. People do not change without reason. Something must have transpired in the northern desert. The maidservant observes that Master Gu is rather enigmatic, making him difficult to fathom. Should we be concerned about having such a person close? L'inventure. Shen Ningzhao shook her head. It is not about retention, but utilization. Whether it be Gu Chiyan or the Gu family, they will serve as valuable pieces on the chessboard. The sudden involvement of the Gu family in the capital will surely disturb many a peaceful night. Taking a sip from her tea, she set down the cup, a light chuckle escaping her lips. Perhaps Gu Chiyan shares this sentiment. I too am of great utility. People gather for profit and will disperse for the same reason. During moments of unity, one must maximize advantages. And when it comes time to part, swift decisions are essential. Perhaps it seems a bit callous. Yet in the grand imperial city, bonds of friendship are never of paramount importance. As the carriage sped towards the Gu residence, Gu Qingzong had been waiting in the main hall for quite some time. Upon finally seeing his son, he inquired in a solemn tone, why have you returned so late? What did His Majesty say? Father need not worry. His Majesty summoned me merely to inquire about details, nothing more, Gu Chiyan reassured him. Such a significant matter. Why do you keep it from me? Why not inform me beforehand? Gu Qingzong, still recovering from old injuries, could not suppress a couple of coughs. It was precisely because of the gravity of the situation. You were gravely injured then. How could I speak of it? Gu Chiyan assisted him to sit. Today at the banquet, with Prince Ning's relentless pressure, I had no choice but to divulge everything. Gu Qingzong let out a deep sigh, reflecting on a banquet fraught with peril. His careless words had been seized upon as ammunition, but fortunately, Gu Chiyan had managed to turn the tide. He glanced at Gu Chiyan, noting his advancing age and his inability to manage every concern. Thus, he remarked, Father has grown old. After this battle, having narrowly escaped death, I have come to a broader understanding. Upon returning this time, I realize your ambition to achieve great things. I am aware of your capabilities and aspirations, as well as your character. Now, pursue whatever you desire. The court is not like the northern wasteland where swords clash openly, while one can evade a direct assault. Hidden daggers are far more treacherous. You must exercise caution. Gu Qingzong's prepared speech was disrupted by his own words, leaving Gu Chiyan somewhat astonished. Father, you have watched me grow since childhood. No one knows a son better than his father. I too have come to understand that I cannot expect you to grow according to my ideals. I must forge my own path ahead of you. I cannot protect you forever. It is essential for you to step out and establish yourself, for that may indeed be the way to secure your existence. As Gu Qingzong spoke, his eyes grew slightly moist, yet he managed to smile. This trait is most like your mother. Once you've set your mind on something, nothing can dissuade you. You will not turn back until you hit a wall. I am old now and cannot steer you any longer. However, should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not conceal them from me. The foundation your elder brother and I built is not for the approval of outsiders. Do you understand? Gu Chiyan felt a lump in his throat as he looked at Gu Qingzong, who had never before been so candid with him. In a hushed tone, he replied, "It is my fault, father. I have caused you worry, but it will not happen again." Gu Qingzong shook his head, chuckling softly. "I truly am growing old and more talkative. You are no longer a child. I know you possess discernment." Gu Chiyan accompanied Gu Qingzong for dinner and ensured he took his medicine before returning to his own quarters. The moon was still bright, and he made his way to the study, where everything was neatly arranged. Sitting at the table, with the flickering light casting shadows, the moonlight streamed through the half-open window, resting upon the ornate patterns of his attire, resembling a layer of frost. Dong Mo entered with tea as Gu Chiyan set aside his book and massaged his temples. Standing to the side, Dong Mo could no longer contain his curiosity. "Young master, high-ranking officials are often suspicious. Might the matter of spies be connected to His Majesty? 15 years ago, His Majesty was but an infant. How could he possess such capability?" Gu Chiyan did not open his eyes, continuing to gently rub his brow. "Well, the late emperor, Don Montauk in Kviat. If the late emperor had possessed such insight, our realm would not be in its current state." Gu Chiyan lifted his eyelids, the chill in his expression palpable. "The capital is vast, and there are many with power and influence. How can we investigate?" Dong Mo felt at a loss, a hint of frustration evident. "CF family." Gu Chiyan's voice suddenly turned cold, reminiscent of frost-laden glass in winter. "The Empress Dowager?" Don Montauk exclaimed in surprise. Gu Chiyan rested his hand on the table, tapping lightly with his fingers. 15 years ago, the Prime Minister Xiedin was at the height of his power, with officials flocking to him. Your father, upright and unwilling to compromise his principles, garnered the people's support and was greatly favored. To Xiedin, your father posed a significant threat. Utilizing the case of Chen Shiji as a pretext, we conducted a covert investigation. Indeed, the young lord devised a brilliant strategy. Yet I cannot help but feel that, despite His Majesty's youth, he does not appear to be easily deceived. Could he truly remain oblivious to our intentions? Dong Mo finally uttered a remark of significance, and Gu Chiyan felt a wave of relief, finally casting a discerning glance in his direction. He lifted the teacup before him, his gaze veiled. Whether His Majesty believes or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he presently requires my assistance. Chapter 20. Surge. The Chen Shiji incident had afforded the officials a respite for several days, while Prince Ning lingered in the capital with a palpable sense of unease for an entire month. Having recently received an imperial edict, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly prepared to return to the frontier, to Danzhou. In contrast, Prince Rui indulged daily in revelry within the flower houses, welcoming courtesans and companions alike. In the midst of his drunken stupor, he often envisioned the slender waist of Shen Ningzhao, gritting his teeth as he succumbed to the overwhelming waves of desire. Upon receiving the edict to return to Qingzhou, as his carriage traversed the outskirts, he lifted the curtain to glance back, his eyes reflecting a chill and greed that remained unabated. Though whether his thoughts were of the high position within the city or the individual occupying it remained uncertain. Prince Inyong also returned to the southern territories. When Shen Ningzhao issued a decree summoning Gu Qingzong back to the northern frontier, the ministers hastily submitted petitions in opposition. Their concerns echoed the sentiments of military generals wielding significant power, whose achievements overshadowed the sovereign. However, upon hearing that Shen Ningzhao had retained Gu Chiyan in the Ministry of Justice as a third-rank assistant minister, they fell silent. Keeping a hostage in the capital, Gu Qingzong would undoubtedly refrain from reckless actions. Minister of Rights Chen Ningzhao faced a penalty of 3 months' salary for a slip of the pen in his official correspondence. While it was not a grave matter, he was consumed by anxiety, fearing it might be connected to the Chen Shiji affair, rendering him restless. That day, after court adjourned, he made a beeline for Yushin Courtyard. Chen Ningzhao had only one legitimate wife, Mrs. Yin, and 2 concubines. His legitimate wife was formidable and domineering, maintaining strict order within the household. The concubines, lacking offspring, feared her and dared not stir trouble, resulting in a relatively tranquil home. In his earlier years, Chen Ningzhao had a favored and beautiful concubine who bore him a son. Unfortunately, the child was born prematurely and, from a young age, was unable to stand, bearing a red birthmark on his face. Being superstitious, Mrs. Yin deemed the child an ill omen and sent the concubine to a nunnery to take vows. Nevertheless, as the child's biological father, Chen Ningzhao chose to raise him despite the lack of favor, naming him Chen Yuchuan. The boy, raised in a secluded manner, rarely ventured outside, leading outsiders to forget entirely about him, believing Chen Ningzhao had only one legitimate son. Though this illegitimate son was physically impaired and did not begin his education until the age of 7, he was remarkably astute and intelligent, capable of reading 10 lines at once and possessing an exceptional memory, astonishing even his tutors. Chen Ningzhao, not lacking in wealth, invested effort in nurturing him. As Chen Yuchuan matured, he began to provide counsel for Chen Ningzhao in his official endeavors, contributing significantly to Chen Ningzhao's rise to the position of minister. The Chen family held this illegitimate son in considerable esteem, treating him with respect. Although Mrs. Yin disapproved, she nonetheless allocated him a quiet courtyard for his exclusive residence, allowing him to avoid formal greetings, as out of sight was out of mind. Yushin Courtyard was situated in the northeast corner of the minister's residence, a solitary dwelling separated from the main courtyard by an alley. In the courtyard, there lies a lotus pond, adorned by a stone arch bridge, atop which rests a stilted pavilion. The structure boasts white walls and a black-tiled roof, exuding an air of antiquity. The yard is devoid of flowers, while a few water willows grace the pond's edge. The attendants are few, and the atmosphere is predominantly tranquil and serene. Chen Yuchuan possesses a reclusive disposition, shunning close company and preferring solitude, often lost in books or seated in his wheelchair by the window. When Chen Ningzhao arrived, Yuchuan was in a state of contemplation at the window. He is slender, clad in a dark blue long robe adorned with intricate patterns. A silver mask covers half his face, concealing his left eye and a birthmark. His pallor, a result of years spent away from the sun, is unnaturally pale. The eye that remains visible is a delicate phoenix eye, with long lashes, a prominent nose, and pale lips. Viewed in profile, he possesses a strikingly ethereal beauty. When Chen Ningzhao hurriedly appeared at the window, Chen Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback, wondering why his father had come at this hour. Ningzhao stepped through the door, and Yuchuan slightly furrowed his brow, but said nothing, gliding his wheelchair into the living room and instructing the servants to prepare tea. However, Chen Ningzhao was not preoccupied with tea. He got straight to the point. Yuchuan, your father has been restless lately. I am uncertain how Chen Shi's matter may affect us. The emperor has recently docked my salary for 3 months, and my colleagues in court shun me. What shall we do? Father need not be overly concerned, Yuchuan replied, his voice slightly hoarse yet deep. With the new emperor ascending the throne, it is unlikely there will be drastic measures. If you remain troubled, I could offer a suggestion. What suggestion? Chen Ningzhao inquired eagerly. The new emperor, newly in power, lacks substantial allies in court aside from the Grand Tutor. His only trusted companion is his uncle, Suo Nanzhi. With Suo Nanzhi having thrived alongside the favored concubine Li and the now dominant Empress Dowager for many years, it would not be difficult to uncover some fault in him. What do you mean, Yuchuan? Chen Ningzhao's eyes glinted with intrigue. We should present the new emperor with tasks that will occupy him, diverting his attention from Chen Shi. If necessary, we could diminish his support, leaving the new emperor isolated and hesitant to act against the prominent ministers in court. The silver mask on Chen Yuchuan's face reflected the sunlight from outside, casting a stark brightness. Disliking the sun, he turned his wheelchair away, positioning himself against the door, the light casting a cold, foreboding shadow upon his mask. Having received this counsel, Chiyan did not linger, advising Yuchuan to take care of himself before departing. Yuchuan returned to the window, and the small courtyard fell silent once more, unchanged from before. Only the faint steam rising from the tea on the living room table and the lingering aroma of tea served as reminders of the recent visitor. As the servants came to tidy up, he suddenly spoke, his voice drifting from the adjacent room. From now on, anyone visiting Yuxing courtyard must notify in advance. His tone was not harsh, yet it bore an undertone of authority that felt oppressive. The servants nodded in acquiescence and promptly exited after completing their tasks. Within the imperial city, letters laden with secrets arrived from the northern desert at Shen Ningzhao's desk, sent by agents from the Chiyan faction, reliable and meticulous in every detail. Furrowing her brow, Shen Ningzhao perused them one by one. My lord, the scouts report that Shen Ningzhao has shown considerable interest in the Su family. Should we consider a purge? Chiyan exuded an air of coldness and severity, yet when faced with Shen Ningzhao, he would soften slightly. Shen Ningzhao set down the letter in his hand, fixed his gaze upon the table for a moment, and with a flicker of light in his eyes, he shook his head. There is no need. Inform my uncle to proceed as planned. Since Shen Ningzhao is restless, I shall bestow upon him a grand surprise. The capital has been quiet for too long. It is time for a grand performance to unfold. Understood. As Xing was about to take his leave, Shen Ningzhao called him back, retrieved the shadow from the north. There is no need for further investigation. Xing paused momentarily, but bowed in compliance and exited. Shen Ningzhao slowly reclined in his chair, exhaling softly, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement lighting up his eyes. And a smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, Gu Hengyan, I await your performance with bated breath. Do not let me down. In mid-September, the capital experienced 3 consecutive days of rain, enveloping the city in a misty, poetic ambience. Gu Chiyan assumed his new position in the Ministry of Justice, overseeing 6 departments: the Criminal Enforcement Division, responsible for tracking down escaped criminals; the Autumn Review Division, handling the autumn review cases; the Reduction Division, managing reductions for cases under imperial edicts from various provinces; the Prison Administration, overseeing prison guards and the management of prisoners, including the distribution of prison garments, food, and medicine; the Seizure and Penalty Division, in charge of confiscated funds and items to be sent to the Ministry of Revenue, as well as safeguarding the ministry's cash and seals; and the Redemption Division, overseeing matters of criminal redemption, ensuring that any criminal seeking redemption presents their case for approval before sending the funds to the Ministry of Revenue. Minister Cin Shan received Gu Chiyan in the main hall of the ministry. Hailing from Lingnan, Cin was of slight stature with a darker complexion, and his smile rarely revealed his eyes. Clad in a purple robe that ill-suited him, he appeared somewhat cunning. Upon seeing Gu Chiyan from a distance, he hurried out to greet him. Deputy Minister Gu, I have long awaited this meeting. I trust your journey was smooth? Your Excellency is too kind. It is I who am late, and I apologize for keeping you waiting, Gu Chiyan replied with a slight nod of contrition. Ah, there's no need for such formality. Cin waved his hand dismissively, ushering Gu inside. The rain has been relentless, and the roads must be difficult to traverse. It is only natural to arrive a bit later. Come in quickly. I have arranged for hot tea to ward off the chill. Your kindness is appreciated, Gu Chiyan acknowledged with a nod. As colleagues in the same court, we must look out for one another. As you are new here, I am sure there are many unfamiliarities. I have instructed everyone to cooperate fully. Cin remarked with a smile. Thank you, Your Excellency. There is no need for thanks. The Gu family has always been loyal, and I hold great admiration for you. It is indeed my fortune to become a colleague of Deputy Minister Gu, Cin continued, maintaining a smile that masked his shrewdness. Gu Chiyan merely smiled in return. After exchanging a few pleasantries, a servant reported that an official from the Ministry of Revenue had arrived for a visit, prompting Cin to offer a few more polite words before hastily departing. Gu Chiyan dismissed the servants, bringing only Dong Mo and Chiyan with him to the Autumn Review Division. Along the way, Dong Mo could not contain himself, Sin is indeed courteous, but it feels as though he indulges in too much socializing. There are rumors in the capital that the Minister of Justice is incredibly adept at navigating relationships. Today was truly an eye-opener. Chiyan cast a sidelong glance at him, his voice low, since Shan was the top scholar in the 22nd year of Yongjing. Even the Grand Tutor Lin Qi praised his writings. He ascended from a person of no background to the esteemed position of Minister of Justice, without some cunning. How could he have established himself? Yet, his sycophancy is rather excessive. As one of the 3 divisions of the Ministry of Justice, overseeing the nation's penal laws and litigations, can such an individual truly advocate for the common folk and plead for the people's cause? Dong Mo felt a simmering discontent. Chiyan remained silent, making his way directly to the court's case file hall. The documents were meticulously organized, classified by time and type of litigation, making them quite convenient to peruse. After examining several files, Chiyan proceeded to the detention center to meet Shen Shi. The cells of the Ministry of Justice were damp and dimly lit, permeated by a mingling scent of mildew and blood. Occasionally, anguished cries echoed from the interrogation rooms. Yet the environment remained largely orderly. The jailers each fulfilled their duties without engaging in idle banter. Shen Shi was held deeper within the facility, in a stone-walled room with a wooden bar door, a small window barely a foot square, and a rickety table illuminated by a dim oil lamp. A hard wooden plank and a straw mat served as his bed. Shen Shi huddled in a corner of his cell, having been imprisoned for over 2 years. Though he bore no visible injuries, he appeared disoriented, speaking to himself in a disjointed manner when questioned by the jailers. How long had he been in such a state? Dong Mo inquired, furrowing his brow. Replying to the esteemed lord, "It has been 6 months. Since his incarceration, we have not employed torture. We called a physician who stated that his mind had been affected. There is little we can do," the jailer hastily explained, fearful of repercussions. Chiyan whispered to Dong Mo, "This man has gone mad. How can we investigate the case now?" 6 months ago, Chiyan suddenly interjected. "What? I have perused the files. 2 individuals visited Shen Shi 6 months prior. One was Yulan Jing, and the other was Xie Yingguang." Chiyan regarded Shen Shi's back, his gaze profound. Yulan Jing is the son-in-law of the Minister of Personnel, having shared 3 years of camaraderie with Shen Shi at the Imperial Academy. What connection does Xie Yingguang hold with Shen Shi? The Xie family? Dong Mo murmured. This journey has indeed yielded substantial revelations, Chiyan remarked with a hint of a chilling smile. Chapter 21. Confrontation in mid-October, during the festival of the Lower Yuan. Families honored their ancestors and feasted on glutinous rice dumplings, while young women donned yellow silk ribbons, praying for a prosperous and peaceful year ahead. The capital boasted a Li Shui Bay, adorned with several flower towers gracefully lining the shore, attracting scholars and poets who sought to indulge in elegance. As darkness descended and the lanterns illuminated the pavilions, the air filled with melodious songs and dances, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Just 3 months after the national mourning, men who had refrained from indulgence eagerly ascended the flower towers, seeking escapism amidst the opulence. A radiant full moon hung delicately among the branches, casting dappled shadows, while its silvery light danced upon the river's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle, only to be disturbed by a gentle breeze that rippled the tranquil waters. A 3-tiered pleasure boat, accompanied by the enchanting sounds of silk and bamboo, glided into view, its mast adorned with yellow silk fluttering in the wind. On the deck, several dancers, clad in soft yellow embroidered skirts, radiated charm with their graceful movements and alluring smiles. To the left of Su Jin sat Hua Siyu, the renowned courtesan of Tianxiang Pavilion, intoxicated by the exquisite spring breeze, a treasure sought by many. Onlookers on the shore craned their necks, eager to glimpse her beauty. As Hua Siyu performed Ruanlang returns, she captivated the capital, her enchanting phoenix eyes igniting a longing in the hearts of many. Yet this beauty remained aloof, rarely deigning to entertain guests. The influential elite of Yidu lavishly filled the halls of Tianxiang Pavilion with silver, all in pursuit of a mere smile from a beauty. Now, that very beauty is seen leisurely drifting along the river, Even with a gauzy veil obscuring her face, she is enough to send hearts racing. From a private box on the third floor of Qinghua Pavilion, one can gaze down upon the entirety of Lishui Bay, capturing every moment aboard the flower boats. Chen Ningzhao snorted disdainfully, his chin's stubble quivering slightly. Su Jinji, as an official of the Ministry of Personnel, truly relishes the limelight in matters of romance. Han Yuzhong glanced toward the window, remaining silent. Li Diyu, the Minister of Revenue, observed Han Yuzhong's expression and cautiously remarked, "My lord, as the Minister of Personnel, the head of the 6 ministries, having such a person under your command is rather audacious." Han Yuzhong, known for his stern demeanor, grew even colder in countenance, stating, "When concubine Li was favored, being the mother of the crown prince, Su Jinji, though not formally under my tutelage, behaved himself and caused no trouble. I turned a blind eye to him out of respect for concubine Li, but now that the new emperor has ascended, he has become increasingly arrogant." Chen Ningzhao promptly refilled Han Yuzhong's cup. "The young emperor has been applying pressure lately, and the Chunshi case hangs like a sword over us, causing great unease. Thus, I have instructed my people to pay closer attention to the Su residents." With a twinkle of cunning in his eye, Han Yuzhong regarded him, raised his cup, and took a sip, countering, "What do you propose? That high position is not easily secured. The young emperor has long sought to establish authority over us old ministers. I am willing to assist you, my lord, in probing the depths of this new emperor's capabilities gleaned from Lin Qi." Chen Ningzhao ingratiatingly responded, "Why must we act directly? Let your subordinates, eager for advancement, take the initiative." Han Yuzhong then turned to Li Diyu. "If they succeed, they shall be promoted. If they fail, they can withdraw in time." Han Yuzhong set down his cup. "Your words are most sagacious." Both men promptly flattered, with Chen Ningzhao particularly elated, raising several more toasts. As they indulged, they became somewhat intoxicated, prompting Han Yuzhong to excuse himself early, citing his inability to hold his liquor. In the carriage, he closed his eyes, feigning sleep, recalling Chen Ningzhao's words. The pretense of probing for him was mere camouflage, for self-preservation was the true motive. Engaging in clever schemes is permissible, and he too was eager to witness how Lin Qi and the young emperor would maneuver this intricate game. Lishui Bay remained lively. A cacophony of voices and vibrant festivities, the flickering candlelight spilling through the lattice windows, transforming Lishui Bay into a river of stars, cradling countless dreams while also embracing the sordid and the profane. Within a few days, Lu Shiji, the head of the Ritual Department's Office of Cleansing Officials, fortuitously encountered Su Jinji at Tianxiang Pavilion. At 30, Lu Shiji had occupied his position for 8 years. The Ritual Department struggled to yield results, making promotion a rare prospect. Despite sending numerous gifts during festivals, opportunities to advance eluded him. Now, with the minister's favor granting him a chance, he felt profoundly grateful, spending his days at Tianxiang Pavilion awaiting Su Jinji. "Su Darren, it is an honor to finally meet you," Lu Shiji eagerly approached. "I intended to pay a visit soon, but unexpectedly encountering you here is truly serendipitous." Su Jinji had just come from Ziyu Tower, having indulged in a bit of wine, and was feeling quite elevated in spirits. "Lu Zhushi, what brings you to this place of leisure today? Is it not the case that your department values its reputation above all? I have heard that you often indulge in slander. The sun has yet to set today, and the master seems rather anxious." Su Jinji's jesting was somewhat disrespectful, yet Lu Shiji could only force a smile, inadvertently brushing his sleeve. "My lord, please do not mock me. I indeed have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with today." Su Jinji noticed his gesture. "It seems Miss Yu is still preparing. We may need to wait a while longer. If the master does not mind, shall we retire to the private room for a while?" Lu Shiji was overjoyed at this suggestion and quickly replied, "That would be splendid. Thank you, my lord." Lu Shiji followed Su Jinji into the esteemed guest room, where the maidservants served tea and pastries before departing. Leaning against a low table, Su Jinji supported himself on one side and observed Lu Shiji attentively pouring tea for him. He lazily inquired, "What urgent matter does Lu Shiji have?" Lu Shiji produced a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and placed them on the table. pushing them towards Suo Nanzhi. Suo Nanzhi glanced at the notes, 10 sheets of 1,000 taels each, but did not reach for them. Instead, he calmly remarked, "What does Liu Shiji mean by this? I find myself somewhat perplexed." Liu Shiji forced a smile. "The year-end evaluation is approaching in a few months. I kindly request you to show some leniency towards me. This is but a small token to accompany the tea." Suo Nanzhi scoffed lightly. "Let us forego the tea. I have a few idle words to share with Liu Shiji." Liu Shiji immediately grew tense. "I am eager to hear your wisdom, my lord. Do you know why you have remained in your position for 8 years? Perhaps my abilities are limited." Liu Shiji chuckled awkwardly. "No, it is because you do not understand the rules." This statement bore weight, and Liu Shiji, frightened, immediately knelt and bowed. "I am foolish. I implore you to enlighten me." "Very well. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall elaborate." Suo Nanzhi extended his hand, gesturing 5. "The rule here is simple. I do not accept banknotes. Instead, I require 50,000 taels of silver, delivered in 10 chests to the east gate of my residence by midnight. I assure you, this will guarantee your promotion to the 5th rank next year." 50,000 taels. Liu Shiji was genuinely taken aback. This was no small sum. Such an audacious demand was shocking, and with the new emperor's ascension, the Su family had indeed become brazenly powerful. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved, 50,000 taels is a considerable amount, and given that it must be in cash, I would require a few days to prepare. Suo Nanzhi clasped the teacup in his hand. 10 days hence, at the hour of the rat, at the east gate of Su residence. Liu Shiji nodded quickly, making a note of it. "My lord, I find myself confused. Cash is heavy and cumbersome to carry, and its quantity makes it difficult to store. Why do you insist on such a rule?" Suo Nanzhi smiled, responding obliquely, unaware of the east wind outside. "One can only see the depths of the pond's spring waters." At that moment, Chuan knocked at the door, announcing that Monsieur was ready, and a cup of tea had elapsed. Suo Nanzhi picked up the fan from the table, using the handle to push the banknotes back towards Liu Shiji. "Safe travels, master." Liu Shiji, perplexed and full of gratitude, accepted the banknotes and departed. Once Chuan entered, Suo Nanzhi smiled, gradually reclining and exhaling softly. "Tea is utterly flavorless." "Chuan, bring me some wine." "Master, you have been intoxicated for several consecutive days. Excessive drinking is detrimental to your health," Chuan advised gently, her brow furrowed. As Suo Nanzhi smiled, fine lines crinkled at the corners of his eyes. Though in his 40s, he remained solitary. His parents had passed away a decade prior, never witnessing him establish a family, leaving him with a sense of regret. Consort Li spent her days ensconced in the depths of the palace, and the siblings seldom met. He bore the weight of the entire household alone, his reputation as a dashing figure echoing throughout the city, leaving noble ladies hesitant to wed him. He himself had little desire for marriage, allowing the years to slip by unheeded. Now, the only one who could chatter beside him was Chuan. With wine in hand, "We shall indulge today. Life is fleeting, and we must seize joy. Tomorrow may not grant us the chance to revel," Suo Nanzhi remarked. Chuan, unable to counter his sentiments, resigned to fetch wine. At that moment, Hua Siu entered, and the two exchanged nods. Holding a zither, she gracefully closed the door behind her and knelt at the zither table. Clad in a gown of soft, lavender silk adorned with delicate lilies, her hair elegantly pinned with jeweled hairpins, she was a vision of beauty, her enchanting gaze and gentle smile captivating. Her slender fingers caressed the zither strings, each note resonating deeply within the heart. The world, often shallow, is easily beguiled by appearances, recognizing only her unparalleled dance skills, yet oblivious to the true allure of her music. Suo Nanzhi turned his profile towards her. Hua Siu lowered her head with a soft smile, choosing silence. "See you." Suo Nanzhi suddenly called her name, startling her inexplicably. He continued, "In the future, someone else will take over the fragrant pavilion." "My lord," Hua Siu replied, taken aback by the swiftness of this day, her voice trembling. "You shall remain here as my eyes. Will you consent?" Suo Nanzhi's demeanor shifted, his gaze heavy as he looked at her. Hua Siu gathered her zither and approached, kneeling before Suo Nanzhi with her head bowed. "Siyu is willing." Suo Nanzhi cupped her chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze. "The path ahead is fraught with peril, and life is unpredictable. Should you choose to leave, the fragrant pavilion will not hold you back. I ask you once more, are you willing?" Hua Siyu gazed into Suo Nanzhi's shining eyes. Reminiscent of the snowy night they first met, targeted by a local tyrant, her parents had been unwilling to endure his tyranny, ultimately succumbing to violence. On her wedding night, she had wounded the tyrant and escaped amidst the chaos. In a dilapidated temple, with white silk already prepared, Suo Nanzhi appeared before her, crouching to ask, "Will you come with me? Are you willing?" "I am willing." After 5 years of refinement, she had transformed, exuding grace in every gesture, yet her heart remained unchanged. "Excellent." Suo Nanzhi's thumb grazed her cheek, and he leaned closer, their noses almost touching, his eyes deepening with a smile that held a hint of unspoken emotion. Then, releasing her, he said, "Play a tune of dreaming for me." The sound of the zither filled the air once more as Suo Nanzhi reclined. The wooden floor laid over a quilt embroidered with floral designs, soft and cushioned by cotton for the chilly weather. He rested his hand on his forehead, shielding his eyes from the harsh candlelight. At his age, there was little he could not discern. He recognized that he had exploited a woman's innocence and sincerity, employing despicable means. Yet he had offered her a choice. Should she choose to stay, he would welcome her, for the years ahead were long, and he wished her well. Chapter 22. The Xie residence, October 18th, the solar term of light snow. A fierce wind arose, enveloping the dust and making it difficult for one to open their eyes. The leaves on the trees lining the road gradually withered, and as the wind gently swept through, they fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Chiyan, aside from attending the Ministry of Justice, remained in the Gu residence, diligently fulfilling his duties to the extent that it would be challenging for anyone to find fault. Numerous officials from the court sent invitations, eager to probe into his intentions or to establish connections. However, Chiyan did not entertain a single one, rejecting them all. His aloof demeanor sparked much discussion. While publicly criticized for his arrogance, privately, the invitations continued to flow, for no one wished to easily abandon the substantial Gu family. As the weather grew increasingly cold, the sky remained overcast, with dark clouds looming low and oppressive, casting a somber mood. The trees, stripped of their dry leaves, stood bare, their branches struggling against the biting wind. The affluent sheltered indoors by the warmth of coal fires, indulging in flower arranging, tea drinking, and incense making, while the impoverished populace struggled against the bitter cold in scant clothing. That night, temperatures plummeted suddenly, and heavy snowfall followed, blanketing the ground throughout the night, finally ceasing in the afternoon. The young masters and ladies of wealthy families, some with a touch of literary flair, composed a few poems to match the occasion, while others gathered in groups to build snowmen and engage in snowball fights, their laughter echoing beyond the courtyard walls. Meanwhile, in a street of thatched cottages, the constables of the local government cursed as they carried the bodies of an elderly couple who had perished from the cold on a wooden cart, covering them with straw matting before pushing them to the potter's field under the cover of darkness. The official reports from the governor's office continued to depict a paradise in the capital, where a vibrant and prosperous life thrived, oblivious to suffering or hunger, celebrating in song and dance, proclaiming peace and prosperity across the land. The following day dawned bright and clear, the sun rising to reveal the rare beauty of red plums dusted with snow, a welcome sight after days of gloom. The Xie family seized the opportunity to host a red plum banquet in honor of their youngest son, Xie Shu, who had just come of age. Xie Dun, once the chief minister, had a daughter who was now the empress, enjoying a fleeting moment of prominence before his death. Subsequently, Xie Yinguang took on the challenging role of vice minister of rights. At the red plum banquet, the empress dowager also attended, and the officials, ever opportunistic, reveled in the lively atmosphere. As Qin Kai and Liu Xiheng's carriage met at the entrance of the Xie residence, Qin Kai, still recovering from a hangover, had been dragged from his bed by his father, his complexion far from flattering. After Liu Xiheng disembarked, a young lady soon followed from the carriage. clad in a pale pink, padded skirt adorned with intricate embroidery, her cloak edged with rabbit fur. With her hair styled in a yuanbao bun, adorned with floral hairpins and coral cherry earrings, she possessed a soft, round face paired with bright, crescent-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and pearly lips. Anyone who beheld her could not help but exclaim that the heavens had favored her with the finest gifts. This young lady was Jiang Yinglin, the sole daughter of the Hamlin Academy scholar Jiang Wenfu, affectionately nicknamed Mian, now 16 years of age. The Jiang and Lu families were closely connected, as Lu Siheng was a disciple of Jiang Wenfu, fostering a warm relationship between the two families. Upon seeing Lu Siheng, Qin Kai raised his hand and approached, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "It would be remiss to neglect the Empress Dowager's first banquet," Lu Siheng replied. "My father is unwell, so I've come in his stead." Qin Kai's eyes darted to the woman behind him, glancing past Lu Siheng, his brows arching slightly as a charming smile graced his lips. Jiang Yinglin took 2 steps back, maintaining a respectful distance, and courteously bowed. "Young Master Qin, greetings." Qin Kai frowned, visibly displeased. "After months apart, why do you stand so aloof from your elder brother? What is the reason for such distance?" "Brother Yuanli says you are not a good person and advised me to keep my distance from you," Jiang Yinglin replied candidly. Qin Kai was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate a response, his eyes wide with indignation. Lu Siheng nodded in satisfaction, affectionately ruffling the woman's hair. "Mian, you are quite obedient. Well done." Lu Siheng led Jiang Yinglin into the Xie residence, leaving Qin Kai at the entrance to face the chilly wind. "Not a good person? Curse you, Yuanli." Qin Kai seethed, his frustration palpable. After 2 years apart, Gu Chiyan had also arrived at the entrance. Though he had yet to alight from his carriage, his voice resonated from within the curtained door. Qin Kai turned to see Gu Chiyan dismounting the carriage with an air of calm, adding, "Your discernment remains unparalleled." Qin Kai scoffed derisively. "Oh, how fortunate we are to have the busy deputy minister Gu grace us with his presence at the Xie banquet. It seems the Xie family holds considerable sway to summon someone of your stature." Gu Chiyan had been in the northern frontier for nearly 2 years, with no word from him, and Qin Kai had longed for his return, only to find that Gu Chiyan remained sequestered away. Thus, upon their reunion, Qin Kai was unwilling to let his tongue relent. "Not a good person." Qin Kai shot a sidelong glance at Gu Chiyan. "At least I am not as heartless as some treacherous individuals." Having said that, he ignored Gu Chiyan and strode directly into the Xie residence. Gu Chiyan stood momentarily taken aback before letting out a resigned smile and followed him inside. As Gu Chiyan entered the Xie residence, he was greeted by Xie Yan, who approached with a carved yellowwood cane, his mobility hindered by both age and girth, making his steps laborious. Yet, he wore a smile, calling out from a distance, "Deputy Minister Gu, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Gu Chiyan nodded slightly, replying, "Minister Xie, given your difficulties, there was no need to come out to greet me. It truly weighs on my conscience. Your visit from afar has graced the Xie residence. As the host, I must ensure proper hospitality," Xie Yan replied with a smile. As they conversed and moved inside, many onlookers whispered among themselves, causing Xie Yan to stand a little straighter, basking in the attention. "My visit is not solely for congratulations. I have a few inquiries for you, Minister," Gu Chiyan suddenly stated as they reached a secluded corridor. "There is no need for such formality. Feel free to ask." "And I shall answer honestly," Xie Yan replied. "I have been commissioned by His Majesty to investigate the Chun Shi case, and I found that you had visited Chun Shi in prison." Upon hearing Chun Shi's name, Xie Yan's smile faltered, his gaze drifting, and he stammered, "Oh, that. We were colleagues in the same court, and had some acquaintance. I merely visited him in prison, exchanged a few words, and departed. I had no knowledge regarding the conspiracy of Chun Shi. There is no need for such tension. Minister, I was merely inquiring casually." Though such words were spoken, Gu Chiyan's gaze lightly settled upon Xie Yangwang's face, as if attempting to see through him. People are all too eager to strike when one is down. When the wall tumbles, everyone pushes. Yet, Sir Xie possesses a heart of kindness. As colleagues, being too ruthless in our dealings inevitably chills the hearts of others. Xiang Wang felt a chill run through him under Gu Chiyan's scrutiny, offering a few dry laughs before cupping his hands in respect. A few friends have arrived at the front door. I must attend to them and cannot accompany you further, my lord. I hope for your understanding. You may go. Sir Xie, Gu Chiyan nodded, and Xiang Wang departed with the company of attendants. Dong Imo watched Xiang Wang leave and couldn't help but remark, he certainly departs swiftly. A frosty smile flickered at the corners of Gu Chiyan's eyes as he murmured, there is no need for haste. Chapter 23. The banquet. The plum blossom banquet was, of course, replete with plum blossoms. The residence of the Xie family, inherited from Xiedoan, was quite grand, boasting 3 gardens. Male guests were accommodated in the more spacious Xin Yuan to the east, while the ladies were hosted in the more intimate Yuan. Jiang Yinglin had sneaked out, having implored Lu Xiheng for quite some time before he finally brought her along to join the festivities. Upon encountering familiar friends, she was filled with joy, while Lu Xiheng, somewhat anxious, offered his cautions from behind. She responded eagerly, though it was uncertain how much she truly absorbed. Qin Kai walked alongside Lu Xiheng and, observing his friend's fretful demeanor, couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you were so concerned, why bring her here? When your old scholar of a teacher, Jiang Wenfu, finds out, you shall surely face his wrath. Lu Xiheng chuckled and shook his head. At her tender age, it is only natural for her to be playful. The teacher is strict, and, as her elder brother, I must show her a little more affection. That girl is quite clever. She is not one to suffer losses easily. And you dote on her, allowing her to become increasingly unruly. I wonder who would dare to marry her in the future. Qin Kai remained somewhat disgruntled. Lu Xiheng merely smiled and offered no further reply. As they ventured deeper, they beheld a grove of plum trees, featuring varieties such as fruiting plums, flowering plums, and golden bell plums, each displaying their unique hues of green, pink, and yellow. Among them was the exquisite Lanyu plum, its blossoms resembling butterflies, pure white in color, with branches that twisted naturally, resembling the form of a dragon. While they were engrossed in their appreciation, the voices of 2 individuals nearby reached their ears. Gu Chiyan feigns nobility, yet he eagerly attends the banquet hosted by the empress. What is there to be noble about? He is merely a pawn left by his majesty to keep the Gu family in check. The Gu family is comprised of brash warriors, fortunate enough to achieve some military merit but hardly literate, and yet they have learned to be arrogant. Indeed, I see he has mastered the art of flattery quite well. The conversation grew increasingly unpleasant, causing Lu Xiheng's expression to darken. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Kai strode over and delivered a swift kick to each of the 2 offenders, sending them sprawling into the muddy ground, remnants of snow still lingering. The mud from beneath the plum trees splattered onto them, igniting their fury as they scrambled to their feet, ready to retaliate. Upon seeing Qin Kai, however, they bit their tongues and fell silent. Qin Kai, the legitimate eldest son of the esteemed Qin Lu, held a significant position as the right vice minister of the Dezhuan under the first-ranked Earl Qin Lu, allowing him considerable influence in the city. Why have you stopped cursing? Go on, I am itching for a good fight, Qin Kai taunted, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. All are offspring of officials from the capital, none lacking in temperament. Though the Qin family is prominent, there is no justification for arrogance in such a setting. The young man, who had been kicked, could not suppress his indignation and remarked, Master Qin, your temper is quite unreasonable. We have said nothing against you. Why the haste? Qin Kai, filled with rage, retorted with a mocking smile, Governor Gu risks his life at the border to protect you ungrateful wretches? As the crowd began to gather, both parties fell silent, realizing their untenable position. Qin Kai, seeing this, expressed his disdain further and continued, You may be well-versed in literature, but your duplicity and hypocrisy are truly remarkable. As the onlookers multiplied, Xie Wang hurriedly arrived with his steward to mediate, apologizing profusely until the crowd dispersed. Did your father send you to deliver gifts or to cause a ruckus? Lu Xiheng teased him. Qin Kai, still seething internally, ignored him. Lu Xiheng persisted. Just days ago, you spoke of severing ties with Heng Yuan, yet today you cannot bear a few words against him. Do not mention him to me. It only stirs my anger. Qin Kai replied, uninterested in the plum blossoms, walking away alone. Lu Sihing turned and spotted Gu Chiyan in the distance, chuckling helplessly. I can do nothing more. You must handle it yourself. Gu Chiyan approached, watching Qin Kai's silhouette vanish into the corridor, and he sighed softly. I was indeed in the wrong this time. It is only natural for Chongji to be angry. They strolled through the plum grove until they reached a secluded spot. Gu Chiyan looked at Lu Siheng and spoke earnestly. Yuanli, my stay in the capital is fraught with complexities and dangers. I do not wish to burden you. Lu Siheng sighed. How can we not understand what you mean? It is precisely this that angers Chongji. We have been friends for years, yet you have concealed your plans from us, providing no opportunity for assistance. Watching helplessly, it is only natural for him to be upset. Gu Chiyan furrowed his brow, falling silent. The atmosphere grew heavy. Lu Siheng patted his shoulder and said, we have grown up together, and I know you well. Although I do not know your intentions, you must speak up if you need help. While I may lack the exceptional talents, my years in the capital have afforded me some connections and means. Do not leave us merely to watch and fret. Gu Chiyan remained silent. Meanwhile, in the other chamber, Empress Dowager Xie sat in the main hall. Xie Yingguang's legitimate wife, Lu, had borne him a son and a daughter, Xie Yi and Xie Ying, but she suffered complications during childbirth, leaving her frail and unable to manage the household. The favored concubine, He, had given birth to a son, Xie Shi, and being favored by virtue of her child, gained authority over the household. The celebration for the young master was notably elaborate, reflecting the family's esteem for him. He accompanied the Empress Dowager in the hall when a nurse entered, whispering something into her ear, causing her to beam with joy. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow and inquired, What news? Reporting to your majesty, came the reply, The front courtyard has informed us that Gu Chiyan has arrived. Though she resided in the inner quarters, he had some awareness of the affairs of the court. Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback. Having endured the treacherous intrigues of the palace, she sensed something amiss and immediately summoned Xie Yangguang. Once the crowd had been dismissed, she inquired, Why has Gu Chiyan come? Xie Yangguang hesitated, reluctant to speak, prompting the Empress Dowager to express her ire. Are you also going to keep secrets from me? Beads of sweat formed on Xie Yangguang's forehead as he was compelled to reveal the truth. The women of the northern desert possess an exotic charm that captivates the high-ranking officials of the capital. I resorted to certain means to procure several for the purpose of gifting. Chun Shi, the governor of the northern desert, required a substantial bribe to keep his silence. When Chun Shi was imprisoned, fearing exposure, I visited him, and Gu Chiyan was tasked with investigating the Chun Shi case. How foolish! Why would you conceal such a significant matter from me? Must it take an investigation into the Sierra residence for you to finally speak? If I had not inquired, how long did you intend to keep this from me? The Empress Dowager slammed her hand on the table. Do not panic, do not panic. I have already sent someone to inquire. Chun Shi has gone mad. Who would believe the words of a madman? I have cleared all those involved in the trafficking of women, and there is no way this will lead back to me. Rest assured, your majesty, Xie Yangguang repeatedly assured her. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager felt slightly reassured. Steadying her emotions, a shadow crossed her eyes as she remarked, Humph. Since Gu Chiyan is here, let us not let his visit be in vain. Everyone wishes to take advantage of the Gu family's fortune, but not everyone is fortunate enough to do so. She glanced at Xie Yangguang and asked, Where's Yingying? Xie Yangguang understood her meaning. I shall summon her immediately. No need to rush, replied the Empress Dowager, lifting the teacup from the table and adding, It is good for a young lady to take some time to prepare. You may watch over the front courtyard. I will manage here. Yes, yes, Xie Yangguang said as he retreated. The Empress Dowager gently adjusted the hairpin in her hair and instructed the nearby matron, Go and fetch the young lady. The matron received her orders and took nearly half an hour to return with Xie Ying, dressed in a flowing gown of lotus pink with golden threads. She appeared particularly slender and graceful. With a gentle smile, her willow-like brows framed a pair of almond-shaped eyes that shimmered like autumn waters, and her lips were a delicate hue, more vibrant than the plum blossoms in the garden. The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction, pulling her close to sit beside her. whispering something in her ear that made Ying's face flush even more. After a while, the Empress Dowager took her hand and led her to the plum grove, with the ladies of the court following behind, each praising her beauty, questioning whether they were there to admire the flowers or the young lady. In a corner, Jiang Yinglin and the daughter of a scholar, Fang Hue, huddled together, each holding a snowflake pastry, exchanging glances at Xie Ying. They wrapped their cloaks tighter around themselves. Once the crowd had passed, Fang Hue leaned closer to Jiang Yinglin and whispered, Xie Ying usually dresses in extravagant attire, but today she seems different. Strange occurrences often indicate something amiss. I wonder what she is up to, Jiang Yinglin replied, pursing her lips. The two were the same age and had attended school together for 3 years. Xie Ying was proud and haughty, particularly disliking Jiang Yinglin, and had subtly undermined her in numerous ways. Jiang Yinglin was not one to be easily trifled with, creating a palpable tension between them. Sigh. I heard my mother say that although this is ostensibly a flower appreciation banquet, it is secretly meant to showcase Xie Ying for potential suitors. Jiang Yinglin scoffed lightly. Who would be unfortunate enough to marry her? Uncertain, she raised an eyebrow and smirked. Could it possibly be your elder brother, Yuan Li? How could that be? Jiang Yinglin's eyes widened in disbelief. If it's not him, then why are you so agitated? Fang Heyue teased. Jiang Yinglin snatched the snowflake dessert from Fang Heyue's hands, popped a piece in her mouth, and mumbled, someone as fine as brother Yuan Li certainly does not deserve to have Xie Ying as my sister-in-law. Indeed, Fang Heyue nodded. What if I were to become your sister-in-law? Jiang Yinglin scrutinized Fang Heyue's round face, her cheeks stuffed with the dessert, honey glistening at the corners of her mouth. I have no objections, but I wonder if brother Yuan Li would agree. Yin has also said that one should marry someone who is gentle and capable. Fang Heyue felt a surge of joy upon hearing her willingness, but as she pondered further, a sense of mischief arose, and she playfully tickled Jiang Yinglin, exclaiming, Jiang Yinyan, are you now resorting to veiled insults? Jiang Yinglin recoiled, evading her, and the two engaged in a playful scuffle. After a while, the banquet was announced, and Jiang Yinglin, anxious that Xie Ying might truly become her sister-in-law, frequently cast furtive glances towards her table. The exquisite pastries at the Xie residence were simply irresistible, unable to resist. She indulged in another piece, only to find that Xie Ying had vanished. Chapter 24. Breaking the stalemate worried, Jiang Yinglin excused herself to change clothes, accompanied by her maid, Ron Kuei, and left the banquet. The Xie residence was indeed vast, and being there for the first time left her somewhat disoriented as she searched for Xie Ying. Jiang Yinglin decided to seek out Lu Siheng in the front courtyard. As a woman, it was inconvenient for her to approach the male tables, so she waited beside the ornamental rock in the garden, asking Ron Kuei to check if Yuan Li was present at the gathering. The garden of the Xie residence was exquisitely designed, with flowing streams and pavilions. Clusters of daffodils blossomed along the pathways, their white petals and golden centers resembling fried eggs. As Jiang Yinglin admired the scenery, a pair of green velvet boots caught her attention, startling her. Looking up, she found a young man with oiled hair and a painted face before her. Stepping back a couple of paces, she offered a slight bow and attempted to turn away. But the man called out, "Whose child are you? And what are you doing here?" He took a few steps closer, and Jiang Yinglin caught a whiff of the alcohol on his breath, causing her heart to race as she retreated further. "Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity." "What dignity? This is my home, and I shall do as I please." The man advanced, seizing Jiang Yinglin's wrist. She struggled to break free, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and his face loomed closer. Panic surged within her, and her eyes reddened as she shouted, "My father is the Hamlin Academy scholar, Jiang Wenfu. Let me go." A companion of the man, hearing this, felt a twinge of apprehension and attempted to intervene, only to receive a slap. The beauty before him, her eyes glistening like pear blossoms in the rain, rendered the man oblivious to everything else. Just as he leaned in for an unwanted advance, a foot suddenly struck him in the abdomen, sending him sprawling backward, and Jiang Yinglin gasped, looking up to see Qin Kai. Qin Kai's expression was cold and menacing, his gaze frighteningly intense as he approached, stepping on the hand that had touched Jiang Yinglin. A sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. "Yes, sure. Do you no longer wish to keep your hand? Qin Kai, have you lost your mind? Release me." Yes, sure, now fully aware, struggled to pull his hand away, but the pressure increased, causing him to cry out in pain. Jiang Yinglin finally regained her senses. Causing a commotion at the Xie residence would be detrimental to both her and Qin Kai. She hurriedly stepped forward, tugging at his robe, and softly called out, "Brother Chongji." This plea brought Qin Kai back to his senses. As he gazed into Xie Shi's terrified eyes, a deep disdain welled within him, and he narrowed his eyes, warning, "If this happens again, I shall sever your hand, and your father will be powerless to protect you." He slightly lifted his foot to command him to leave, prompting Xie Shi to withdraw his hand immediately and, with the assistance of the servants, flee in a state of panic. Qin Kai turned and grasped Jiang Yinglin's wrist, noticing the angry red marks forming. His eyes brimmed with barely contained fury as he demanded, "What were you thinking coming out here? Where's your maid? Had I not chanced upon you? Do you comprehend the consequences?" Jiang Yinglin, chastised, momentarily forgot her tears, staring wide-eyed at him, with tears pooling in her eyes and her nose reddened from distress. Seeing her in such a state, Qin Kai felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. He instinctively reached out to comfort her, but halted midway, maintaining a stern expression as he withdrew his hand. Clenching his fist behind his back, he frowned and said in a low voice, "You are usually so audacious in provoking me. Why are you crying now? You must not weep." The young girl, already frightened, felt even more disheartened by his reprimand. Having been cherished and pampered since childhood, she had never encountered such indignity, even if her actions were thoughtless. Was there truly a rule against crying? Yet, confronted by his darkened countenance, she dared not weep audibly and instead turned slightly aside, silently wiping her tears away. As Qin Kai observed the crimson streaks forming at the corners of her eyes, he pressed his lips together tightly. The tears cascading down her cheek were quickly brushed away by her own hand, rendering her utterly pitiable. The self-proclaimed most charming young master of the city, adept among the throngs of admirers, furrowed his brow for a long moment before finally exclaiming, "If you cry again, I shall strike you." At this statement, both were momentarily taken aback. Qin Kai, even the elegant Lu Siheng, could not refrain from chastising him. He stepped forward, pulling Jiang Yinglin behind him, and spoke sternly. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Kai, still frowning, clicked his tongue in annoyance, too weary to argue. He cast a glance at the young girl hiding behind Lu Siheng. Jiang Yinglin, brushing away her tears, tugged at Lu Siheng's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Yuanli, I wish to return." "Very well, let us return at once," Lu Siheng replied, leading Jiang Yinglin away. As they departed, the young girl timidly shot Qin Kai a glare. Qin Kai, caught off guard, kicked a nearby rock in frustration and was about to leave when he heard the voices of women approaching. Knowing that the Empress Dowager was at the Yuang, he preferred to avoid further entanglements and concealed himself behind the rockery until they had passed. As the women's voices drew nearer, one remarked, "The young lady is waiting on the bridge over the Lotus Pond. She will act when Gu Chiyan arrives." Upon hearing that familiar name, Qin Kai furrowed his brow, and as he peered out to catch a glimpse, the figures had already moved on, leaving only the silhouette of a woman in their wake. Having grown up in the inner chambers, he was well acquainted with the intrigues of such environments and possessed a certain understanding of the various stratagems at play. As Qin Kai contemplated whether to remind Gu Chiyan, he found himself too prideful in his anger to lower his dignity. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, he muttered to himself, "Why should I care? He deserves it." With that, he turned to walk away, but after a few steps, he halted, annoyance bubbling within him. He clicked his tongue, took a couple more steps, clenched his teeth with closed eyes, sighed in frustration, and resignedly turned back to follow the footsteps of the two ladies. Soon, he spotted them on the stone bridge. He recognized Xie Ning, observing her anxious yet hopeful demeanor, her cloak left unfastened, her gauzy dress swaying in the chilly breeze, a picture of delicate vulnerability. Qin Kai scoffed softly, having surmised a portion of the Xie family's intentions, feeling a profound disdain. Had the CF family truly reached a point where they had to leverage the reputation of their daughter for advancement? He recalled the downfall of the CF family, now seemingly unable to stand on their own. If they indeed allied with the Gu family, it would be akin to a tiger gaining wings. Although he could not discern Gu Chiyan's true intentions upon returning to the city, he knew they must be of great significance and could not allow the CF family to exploit the situation. Resolving to act, Qin Kai chose a straightforward approach. He concealed himself and picked up a stone, which he flicked toward Xie Yingying's knee. The impact caused her to stumble against the bridge's railing, and before her maid could react, she fell into the water below. The stream was shallow, only waist deep, and with winter's chill, the lotus had long wilted, leaving only thick mud. The maid screamed in panic, drawing the attention of nearby servants, who hurried to pull Xie Yingying from the mire. Now soiled and adorned with dead branches and leaves, her shoes lost. Fuming with rage, Xie Yingying cursed, but ultimately, she could not confront anyone further, and without being noticed. Her servants hastily escorted her back to the inner courtyard. With the scheme successful, Qin Kai smirked, seemingly pleased with himself. However, just as he turned to leave, he collided with Gu Chiyan, who stood just a foot away. Startled, Qin Kai exclaimed, "What brings you here?" The servants from the Xie household had relayed a message that Xie Yangguang wished to discuss something by the lotus pond. Gu Chiyan's expression shifted to one of complexity as he replied, "Chengji, you seen the look on Gu Chiyan's face." Qin Kai immediately understood that he had witnessed the incident. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Chiyan remarked, "You've truly made a name for yourself." The sarcasm in his words was unmistakable. Hitting women? Twice in a day. Qin Kai's lips twitched, words of anger on the tip of his tongue, but Gu Chiyan continued earnestly, patting his shoulder. "You should refrain from visiting those establishments. Instead, dedicate yourself to studying the classics, cultivating virtue, and embracing simplicity." He then cast a sympathetic glance at him, sighed softly, and turned to leave. As Qin Kai watched Gu Chiyan's retreating figure, he considered pursuing him but realized he was no match. He took a deep breath, rubbed his brow, and muttered through gritted teeth, "You should mind your own business. You deserve it." Once Gu Chiyan exited the Xie residence, Dong Yamo finally managed to stifle his laughter and said, "Young master, Qin Kai is not a malicious person." Gu Chiyan smiled faintly in response, "I know." He turned back for a moment to gaze at the grand plaque above the Xie estate's entrance, pondering the Xie family's intentions, which he had begun to fathom. If the actions of the Xie family truly bear fruit, then Xie Yangguang has indeed placed the entire Xie residence beneath my watchful gaze. If my mother's affairs are entangled with his, he would never dare to act so boldly. Thus, could it be that this matter is unrelated to Xie Yangguang? Don't Montag Pundat Alut. Gu Chiyan shook his head. Currently, the Xie family is not under the dominion of Xie Yangguang, but rather that of the esteemed figure from Kongren Palace. Gu Chiyan cast a deep glance at the gates of the Xie residence before turning to depart. Chapter 25. The threat of assassination having suffered such a grievous setback, the Xie family was unlikely to let the matter rest. Just days after the Plum Blossom Banquet, the delicate relationship between the Gu family and the Xie family swiftly became the talk of the city. Observers, sensing the shift in the winds, turned their allegiances. As the Gu residence became increasingly difficult to approach, leading many to gravitate towards the Xie family instead. As the Xie family began to reap the benefits, another wave of whispers swept through the city, claiming that the Xie residence, in a bid to align with the Gu family, was selling their daughters for glory. The rumors grew increasingly scandalous, echoing through the streets and alleys, becoming ever more unsavory. For Xie Yingying, who remained unmarried, such gossip was far from beneficial. She feared losing both reputation and resources. After considerable effort, she managed to quell the rumors. By the end of October, at the Lu residence, Lu Shiji hailed from a long line of merchants, and his father had been a prosperous businessman. Despite this legacy, Lu Shiji expended great effort and nearly depleted his savings to amass 50,000 taels of silver. The following night marked the prearranged date, and Lu Shiji paced anxiously within the hall, for this endeavor risked both his fortune and his life. Should he succeed, he would soar to great heights. Should he fail, he would face ruin. At that moment, Lu Shiji's father, old Master Lu, entered. Though in his 60s, he retained remarkable vigor, having spent most of his life in commerce, embodying the shrewdness characteristic of a seasoned merchant. He settled into a grand chair, furrowing his brow as he rebuked, "What is there to be anxious about? Child is filled with uncertainty," Lu Shiji replied, pacing closer and lowering his voice. "Minister Chun has explicitly stated he is giving me an opportunity, yet I know he is merely setting a trap for me. Are you not astute?" Old Master Lu shot him a glance. Being astute does little good. He wields immense power in the court, and I am but a subordinate. To rise, I must curry favor with him, Lu Shiji lamented. I am fully aware of the risks, yet what recourse do I have? With a new emperor ascending the throne, he seeks to test the waters. Old Master Lu regarded Lu Shiji intently. Regardless of success or failure, this is bribery. The silver is your offering. Even if you were to expose this first, gaining the upper hand, the Su family shares a familial bond with the emperor, and he would undoubtedly be incensed, leaving us with no advantage. Father, how can I not understand your words? Minister Chun has promised to advocate for me. The Su family, wielding the emperor's might, uses coercion and allure. I am the plaintiff, the victim, and surely the emperor will show leniency. Navi, old Master Lu chastised. What if Chun Anian sacrifices the entire Lu family to pacify the emperor's wrath? His father's words struck Lu Shiji like a bolt of lightning, nearly weakening his legs. He retreated to a chair, collapsing into it, neither advancing nor retreating. What am I to do? I am not dead yet. The Lu family shall not fall, old Master Lu declared, his eyes filled with determination. What brilliant strategy do you possess, father? Lu Shiji inquired eagerly. Given the circumstances, for the sake of wealth and status, we cannot offend the Ministry of Rights. The Su family's culpability must be acknowledged, and the silver must still be sent. However, what is it? Su Jinji cannot be spared. What? Lu Shiji was taken aback and rose from his chair, exclaiming, if we assassinate Su Jinji and the emperor investigates, how can we evade capture? Once the silver is delivered to the Su residents, we shall seize the opportunity to spread rumors of his corruption. With 3 people echoing the same story, we can then petition for a search of the Su household to prove their innocence. If the emperor consents, we will promptly eliminate Su Jinji, and the charge of embezzlement will be irrefutable, leaving no evidence to the contrary. The Lu family shall remain unscathed, and we can claim he took his own life out of guilt. Thus the emperor will have no grounds to pursue further investigation, and the matter will be resolved. He hesitated. The punishment for murdering a court official is severe. We have no choice left. It is better to take a gamble. Perhaps we might seize a glimmer of hope. The father and son exchanged silent glances, and finally, Lu Shiji steeled himself and declared, in for a penny, in for a pound. My son shall heed his father's command. On the night of the following day, at the hour of the rat, Lu Shiji personally delivered the silver to the Su residents. Within days, rumors began to circulate. The gossip was vivid and detailed, claiming that Su Jinji's father held a position in the Ministry of Works, renowned for his ingenuity, and that all the bribes Su Jinji had received were hidden in the pond of the Su family backyard. As the number of voices grew, so did the belief in these tales. During the morning court session, an official raised this matter, and Shen Ningzhao had no choice but to inquire personally. Where is Su Jinji? I am here. Su Jinji, clad in his official robe, stepped forward from among the officials and knelt before the throne. Is there any truth to this? Shen Ningzhao questioned. I am wronged. This is entirely unfounded. Can we truly take the commoner's gossip as truth? Your Majesty, please see clearly. Su Jinji denied the accusations on the spot. Shen Ningzhao nodded thoughtfully, yet Chun Anian interjected at the opportune moment. The innocent shall clear themselves, and wise men will silence the rumors. This is indeed reasonable, but should these rumors persist, it will undermine the court's credibility. I concur with Master Chun, remarked another official. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne. We must not lose the people's trust. Shen Ningzhao pondered for a moment before responding. You all speak wisely. But how can we quell these rumors? 50,000 taels of silver is no trifling sum. Whether it exists or not can be ascertained with a search, Chun Anian continued. This would not only restore Lord Suo's reputation, but also reassure the populace, achieving two objectives with one action. Master Chen speaks so lightly of the matter. Your Majesty, this trend cannot continue. If we proceed in this way, shall all officials be required to prove their innocence whenever rumors arise? These rumors concern not only Lord Su's integrity, but also your Majesty's virtue and the dignity of the royal family. Can Lord Su not discern what is of greater significance? If Lord Su is indeed virtuous, what is there to fear from search? His evasiveness only suggests he harbors a guilty conscience. One after another, the officials voiced their skepticism, invoking the interests of the state and the nation. Unfazed, Su Jinji replied, "If it is truly for your Majesty's sake and for the court, then all esteemed officials should join me in self-reflection and examination. Let the world witness how our court upholds integrity and serves the public. This will calm the hearts of the people and prevent such rumors from arising in the future." Nonsense. Su Jinji's words caused Chen Ningzhao to change color. The rumors are about you, not others. You are simply being obstinate. Master Chen, are you so agitated because you too harbor a guilty conscience? Suo Nanzhi responded, employing his own words against him. You, Chen Ningzhao, momentarily flustered by Su Jinji's retort, felt a mix of shame and anger. You are twisting my words. Amidst the heated debate among the assembly, Shen Ningzhao turned to the usually silent Minister of Personnel, Han Yuzhong, and inquired, "What is your opinion on Su Jinji, who serves in the Department of Personnel's Examination Division?" Su Jinji had consistently demonstrated diligence and integrity in his duties, posing no issues. However, as the officials asserted, he was not only a member of the department, but also a relative by marriage to the royal family. Should the rumors continue to circulate, they could jeopardize the state and undermine the dignity of the monarchy. It was indeed imperative for Su Jinji to clear his name to pacify the public. Han Yuzhong, the seasoned politician, skillfully navigated the conversation, ensuring he offended no one while keeping the emperor's interests in mind. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ningzhao responded, "Your Excellency's words bear merit. Let this matter be entrusted to the Ministry of Justice, which must ascertain the truth within 3 days, quell the rumors, and restore Su's reputation." This subordinate shall comply. Minister Qiyan of the Ministry of Justice knelt and affirmed. The investigation would indeed be straightforward. Aside from their residence in the capital, the Su family owned 2 estates in the outskirts, making it difficult to conceal such a substantial sum. Moreover, after decades in office, Su Jinji's claim of being free from corruption was not readily believed, and the assembly awaited the Su family's disgrace with bated breath, eager to witness the emperor's reaction. After the court session concluded, Shen Ningzhao returned directly to the Hall of Governance. The air grew increasingly frigid, and a fire blazed in the hearth. Clad only in a thin garment, Shen Ningzhao sat at her desk, lost in thought. She remained unaware of Lu Ying's entrance until the latter greeted her. "You have returned?" Shen Ningzhao inquired, noticing the item in Lu Ying's hand. "The Empress Dowager instructed me to bring this for your Majesty," Lu Ying replied, placing a food box on the corner of the desk. Shen Ningzhao lifted the lid to reveal a plate of snowflake pastries. She closed the box and asked, "Did my mother convey anything?" The news of the early court session must have reached the palace, causing the Empress Dowager to grow anxious. Hence, she sent Lu Ying to relay a message of reassurance. Lu Ying shook her head. "The Empress Dowager only requested that I take good care of your Majesty." Shen Ningzhao pondered this, tasting a piece of the snowflake pastry that melted in her mouth, its sweetness revealing the handiwork of the Empress Dowager herself. Accompanied by tea, she savored one piece before commencing her review of official documents, prompting Lu Ying to discreetly withdraw. By the time she finished perusing the memorials, evening had fallen. She massaged her sore neck and opened the window halfway, allowing the cold breeze to enter, a refreshing contrast to the warmth inside. The potted chrysanthemums blossomed vibrantly, their colors brightening the winter landscape as she ascended the steps along the corridor. At that moment, Ji reported at the door, "Your Majesty, Minister Xing and has arrived." "Let him in," Shen Ningzhao instructed as she resumed her seat at the desk. Xing entered, advancing a few steps to stand to the side, effectively blocking the cold wind from the window. "What news?" Shen Ningzhao asked. Lu Shiji has employed assassins from the underworld, planning to strike at the stroke of midnight. He reported. How foolish. Shen Ningzhao scoffed. I have stationed shadows outside the Su residence, awaiting their arrival. After a moment's reflection, Shen Ningzhao shook her head and chuckled softly. There is no need. I have a more suitable candidate. What the Chun family? She inquired further. Chun Anian has yet to make a move. He has distanced himself from the situation, merely waiting to observe the spectacle, came the response. He was far too premature in his delight, truly believing that by presenting a scapegoat, he could extricate himself from the situation, naively thinking that a mere utterance would condemn the Su residents to ruin. Did he genuinely presume that I would be as complacent as the late emperor, allowing them to manipulate me? Shen Ningzhao sat before her desk, the flickering candlelight reflecting in her eyes, dark yet luminous. She issued further instructions, and Xing indiscreetly withdrew. Before long, Luyin entered to replenish her tea, subtly closing the window behind him. Shen Ningzhao summoned Ji He, who had been waiting at the door. Upon hearing her call, he entered with a bow, inquiring, Your Majesty, will you partake in a meal? No need. Please fetch the ivory chest set adorned with beasts from the storeroom. Shen Ningzhao waved her hand. Your Majesty seems to be in high spirits today. May I inquire whom you intend to challenge? Ji He asked. A smile graced Shen Ningzhao's lips as she meaningfully uttered a name. Gu Chiyan. Chapter 26. The game of chess. Gu Chiyan arrived just as the hour of the dog commenced. Winter nights fall swiftly, and the redwood floral lanterns lit up progressively along the path. Guided by palace attendants, he made his way to the imperial study. Shen Ningzhao reclined on a Luohan couch, contemplating a half-finished game before her, a white stone poised in her hand. Gu Chiyan, clad in a mountain, shadow-hued garment embroidered with double patterns, appeared even more pallid and striking. This sight evoked memories of the fiery youth she had first encountered, wrapped in frost. The blaze within him had since diminished, replaced by a profound composure. The trials of war had etched a subtle aura of solemnity upon his features. His cool demeanor rendered him akin to the deep, solitary night of winter, with his eyes, distinctly shaped like peach blossoms, casting a gentle smile towards her, harboring beneath them an almost imperceptible chill, much like the snow-capped mountains at dawn, cold yet touched by the faintest warmth of the rising sun. Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty, Gu Chiyan stated. There is no need for such formality. My dear minister, please take a seat. Shen Ningzhao replied with a smile, discarding the stone. Your Majesty summoned me. May I inquire as to the matter at hand? Gu Chiyan inquired, settling himself. Is there any progress regarding Chen Xie's case? I have heard you visited the Xie family a few days ago. Shen Ningzhao expressed her concern. Minister Xie had indeed visited Chen Xi in prison. I merely sought to ask a few questions, Gu Chiyan acknowledged, aware that his actions in the capital were under scrutiny. Hence he did not intend to conceal anything. Have you discovered anything? Shen Ningzhao pressed with curiosity. Not yet, Gu Chiyan replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningzhao let out a slight sigh, appearing troubled, yet quickly reassured Gu Chiyan. There is no rush. I understand this matter is far from simple. I appreciate your diligence. Dear Minister, serving the sovereign is a minister's duty. Gu Chiyan nodded slightly. Recently, there have been whispers in the capital regarding your esteemed reputation with the young lady of the Xie family. Although I have not seen the second daughter of the Xie family, I can only imagine she possesses beauty akin to that of her aunt, the Empress Dowager, who is both regal and graceful. During your visit to the Xie residence, did you happen to meet her? Shen Ningzhao inquired, her gaze warm with a gentle smile. Gu Chiyan hesitated, the chill in his eyes fleeting. I did not have the pleasure. That is indeed a pity, Shen Ningzhao remarked, sipping her tea. The rising steam mingled with the fragrant aroma, rendering her countenance somewhat ethereal. Gu Chiyan lifted one side of the teacup, and the unique fragrance of the tea blossomed, momentarily calming his mind. As he sipped his tea, he fell into silence. Shen Ningzhao turned her gaze back to the cypress wood chessboard, yet her white piece remained suspended in her hand. After a prolonged pause, she remarked, This endgame has troubled me for quite a while. I have heard that your chess skills are exceptional, esteemed Gu. With a board at our side, Do you not feel inclined to indulge in a game? I have not played in a long time, fearing my skills may have dulled and disrupt your majesty's enjoyment. Chiyan replied modestly. There is no need for such humility. My dear minister, when the Grand Tutor traveled to Xuandu, he established a school and shared a bond of mentorship with you for several years. He spoke highly of your abilities. Surely, your reluctance to engage is not a sign of unwillingness to play with me? Shen Ningzhao continued to smile. Realizing he could not evade this challenge, Chiyan acquiesced. Then I shall humbly comply. The two sat facing one another. Chiyan lowered his gaze to the chessboard, grasped a black piece, contemplated briefly, and then made his move. Shen Ningzhao raised an eyebrow. Your moves are astute, esteemed Gu. In such a precarious situation, you display no hesitation, executing your strategy with remarkable precision. Overthinking is futile, Chiyan replied, lifting his gaze. Unlike the tension of the chess match, his eyes radiated tranquility and determination. The dynamics of the game are ever-changing. One must simply await the opportune moment. A commendable patience, Shen Ningzhao remarked, placing another white piece to block the black piece's escape, her smile remaining warm and gracious. Once a piece is played, there is no regret. Little do you know which comes first, demise or opportunity. Chiyan calmly placed another black piece, and their exchange grew increasingly intense. Beneath the facade of cordiality, neither spared the other, until finally, the black pieces encircled the white, executing a clever feint and capturing a white piece. Shen Ningzhao paused for a moment, then genuinely smiled. What a clever stratagem, esteemed Gu. You truly excel at chess, I concede. Chiyan humbly replied, Your Majesty, your consideration of the entire board is impeccable. Each move flawlessly executed. My victory is merely a stroke of luck. Even the most precise calculations can falter, Shen Ningzhao mused, narrowing her eyes at the board, her voice dropping. If one considers too much, a single flaw may lead to total defeat. You have sacrificed the previous moves to pave a path for survival. As Shen Ningzhao gazed at the remnants of the game, her profile illuminated by the soft candlelight, a fleeting melancholy flickered in her eyes. It felt as if this was not merely a game of chess, but a gamble of life and death. Chiyan suddenly heard her murmur, in this world, where can one find the most precise calculations? No one can grasp the entirety of the situation. To win, one must be willing to relinquish something. At her words, Chiyan felt a jolt within, lifting his gaze to meet her clear eyes, like the azure waters of the Tianqi lake nestled among the northern mountains. A dark blue lake resembling a flawless gem, its depths unfathomable and pressing upon his chest, making it hard to breathe. As if something beneath the surface longed to reach out and pull him in. He averted his gaze, only to notice the delicate hand resting beside the chessboard. It was a hand too accustomed to privilege, slender, luminous, and elongated, the knuckles slightly pronounced, with nails rounded and neatly trimmed. Chiyan could not help but recall a line from literature, delicate jade carved like spring onions, growing within fragrant silk sleeves. Such a description was indeed fitting for this exquisite hand. At that moment, Lu'in entered and said, It is already the hour of the dog. Your Majesty has yet to partake in the evening meal. Shall I summon the kitchen to prepare something? Shen Ningzhao nodded in agreement and replied, Prepare a little more. Let Lord Gu join us as well. He then added, Please bring over the food box on the table. Le yin complete. Bringing the food box and presenting the delicate snowflake pastry, setting it aside. This exquisite treat was crafted by the Empress Dowager herself. Shen Ningzhao nudged the plate towards Chiyan, saying, Lord Gu has accompanied me in this lengthy game of chess. He must be hungry. Please indulge a bit. Chiyan raised his hand to decline, saying, It would be inappropriate to accept something made by the Empress Dowager for your Majesty. There is more than enough. I cannot consume it all alone. You have just bested me. Consider this a reward from me to you. With this, Shen Ningzhao's insistence left Chiyan with no choice but to taste a piece. It had been a long while since he had savored sweets. And the snowflake pastry, filled with an abundance of candied fruits, was a delightful blend of sweetness and a hint of tartness, enveloped in a creamy fragrance, melting upon the tongue. Yet, this sweetness penetrated his being but failed to reach his heart. The sticky residue of sugar clung to his fingertips, reminiscent of the peach pastry he had held in his palm at the tender age of 6, which stubbornly resisted being washed away despite countless attempts. What troubles you, Lord Gu? Are you unaccustomed to it? Shen Ningzhao could no longer contain his curiosity after observing Gu Chiyan's prolonged silence. I have not indulged in pastries for many years. The Empress Dowager's culinary skills are remarkable. This flavor evokes memories of my mother, Gu Chiyan replied, concealing the pain in his eyes. When he lifted his gaze again, it remained profound and unwavering. The mention of his mother caught Shen Ningzhao off guard, causing her hand to momentarily pause. I failed to consider this. I am regretful that I was too young to witness the grace of Madame Gu, she said. She set down her teacup and continued. Madame Gu, despite being a woman of fragile stature, stood resolute against the fierce armies atop the city wall. She was truly an exemplar of womanhood, deserving of admiration. Gu Chiyan's smile bore a hint of bitterness. Your Majesty overstates my mother's virtues. Having lost his mother at such a young age, it was likely that Gu Chiyan's childhood was fraught with hardship. Suddenly, Shen Ningzhao lifted her gaze and, with piercing directness, inquired, Do you harbor resentment towards Beiki? Gu Chiyan was taken aback, looking towards Shen Ningzhao, who remained still, allowing him to scrutinize her. Yes. Gu Chiyan's voice was low. You should feel this resentment. The Gu family certainly has reason to bear it. Shen Ningzhao's visage remained tranquil, yet her eyes gleamed with an uncommon sharpness. Her voice, though steady, stirred a tempest. I shall share in this animosity alongside you. Gu Chiyan paused, his gaze rising. The sensation from 2 years prior resurfaced. Before him stood this slender and beautiful youth, whose dark past reached out with hands that could summon storms and stir emotions. The northern border has been embroiled in conflict for decades. I hope that one day, the iron steeds of Day will traverse Wukashan, transforming Beiki into the Beiki County of Day. With the addition of this 24th city, may peace reign and war cease to exist. For the first time, Shen Ningzhao unveiled his brilliance before Gu Chiyan without reservation. He seemed to shed all pretense, standing boldly before him, unafraid of being scrutinized. Shen Ningzhao was acutely aware of what mattered to him, and with a cunning openness, he compelled Gu Chiyan to reciprocate with sincerity. Gu Chiyan felt a tumult of emotions, a secret exhilaration stirring within him. He rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, The future is long. I shall await the opportune moment alongside your Majesty. After the two individuals finished their evening meal, they engaged in 2 rounds of chess. The night deepened, with a bright moon hanging in the sky, and clouds swirling like mist in the inky darkness, the moonlight casting a frosty glow that added to the chill. Palace lanterns illuminated the vermilion palace walls and the dark green cypress trees along the edges, forming the last hue in the night. Approaching the midnight hour, Gu Chiyan took his leave, while Dong Mo waited by the eastern gate, his hands and feet numb from the cold. With the curfew in effect, the sound of carriage wheels and horse hooves echoed starkly on the deserted streets. Inside the carriage, Gu Chiyan held a food box, a parting gift from Shen Ningzhao, containing sweet snowflake pastries and peach curd. His fingers traced the handle of the box repeatedly. The sudden summons to the palace felt deliberate, as if Shen Ningzhao had ulterior motives. As they traversed Chongwen Street, a faint rustling from the rooftops caught his attention, a sound that could not escape the ears of a martial artist. Gu Chiyan's expression shifted, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Young master, Dong Mo softly warned from behind the curtain. Gu Chiyan replied in a hushed tone, yet it was audible. Who goes there? Dong Mo exclaimed, springing up to block the path of the figures cloaked in black. 3 figures in black were halted, and the leader growled, If you wish to live, do not obstruct our way. Without engaging in further discourse, Dong Mo leaped into action, his palms slicing through the air like blades, charging directly at them. The black-clad men drew their swords in response, the tension palpable. The 4 of them danced through the air, with Dong Mo deftly evading the black swords, seizing the moment to strike down 2 of them with precision. The 2 men tumbled from the eaves, one striking his head against the steps and instantly losing consciousness, while the other attempted to rise, but was met with Dong Mo's blade at his throat. Realizing escape was futile, the man bit down on a concealed poison, immediately spewing black blood before collapsing lifelessly. Dong Mo hesitated for a moment, rushing to inspect, but the last black-clad figure seized the opportunity to flee. Leaving no time to pursue, Chiyan leapt from the carriage, his form ghost-like as he swiftly positioned himself before the fleeing man, striking him down with a single blow. Dong Mo took advantage of the moment, pinning the assailant to the ground, rendering him incapable of pleading for mercy. As the man continued to struggle, Dong Mo swiftly incapacitated him. "Young master, what should we do with this man?" Don't montak in kviat. Glancing at the fallen figure, Chiyan turned back to the carriage, stating, "It is late. There is no need to alarm the magistrate. Take him directly to the Ministry of Justice." Dong Mo secured the man behind the carriage and drove straight to the ministry, excitement coursing through him after so long without engaging in such confrontations. It seems these individuals have met with misfortune by crossing our path. What a coincidence that we encountered them. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. Chiyan's voice emerged from behind the carriage curtain, deeper than the night itself. "What do you mean, young master?" Dong Mo asked, slow to grasp the implications. "Our sovereign is not one to suffer loss lightly. Today, I have gained an advantage over him, and he has made me a shield in return." Chiyan smiled subtly. Dong Mo was taken aback, momentarily a loss for words. Having aided the sovereign to such a great extent, how will the people of the capital perceive the Gu family after tonight? Those who seek to ingratiate themselves may have to pause their ambitions, while the senior officials, reliant on their age and experience, will undoubtedly be wary of the military power held by the Gu family. His Majesty intends to place the Gu family at the forefront, subjecting them to the scrutiny and suspicion of the court. As for why the young master insists on involving himself in today's affairs, we would do well to ignore it and move on. Dong Mo expressed his dissatisfaction. "Since His Majesty has devised a scheme, I cannot turn a blind eye, especially considering that one must venture into the tiger's lair to capture the cub. The higher I stand, the clearer I shall see who harbors nefarious intentions." Chiyan's voice, in the stillness of the night, bore a chill. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the Ministry of Justice. Chiyan entrusted the prisoner to the jailer, ordering strict surveillance to ensure no errors occurred. After issuing his commands, he turned to depart. "Aren't you going to interrogate him?" "Don't montak in kvilat, puzzled. What is the rush?" Chiyan replied with a subtle smile. "We shall conduct the interrogation at dawn." Meanwhile, in the Lu residence, Lu Shijie and his father had awaited for nearly 2 hours without the return of their associate, their hearts filled with trepidation. In the winter, daylight arrived late, rendering the surroundings shrouded in darkness. They dared not light a lantern and quietly dispatch someone to seek news. While the two were anxiously pacing in the hall, the steward entered to announce a visitor from the Ministry of Rights, prompting them to hurriedly welcome the guest, who turned out to be Yu Zheng, a trusted aide of the Minister of Rights. Lu Shijie dismissed the servants and feigned calmness, forcing a smile as he asked, "What brings you to our humble abode, esteemed sir?" Yu Zheng cast a glance at Lu Shijie, took a seat at the main position, and calmly stated, "Lord Lu, are you aware that a murder has just occurred in the city?" Lu Shijie felt a jolt of fear, suspecting the situation had escalated, and questioned, feigning surprise, "Is that so? Who would dare commit such an act under the emperor's gaze?" "Ah, Lord Lu, your theatrics are quite impressive," Yu Zheng mocked, suddenly slamming his hand on the table. "Did you think you could conceal your plot to assassinate Su Jinji by hiring a hitman?" Lu Xie, caught off guard and filled with dread, listened as Yu Zheng forcefully struck the table again, declaring, foolish beyond measure, "The assassin you dispatched last night encountered Chiyan and is now imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice." Upon hearing this, Lu's father gasped and collapsed, while Lu Shijie, weakened in the knees, struggled to support his father, lacking the strength even to assist him. Yu Zheng rose and approached Lu Shijie, looking down at him with a menacing glare. "Had it not been for the minister's vigilance outside the Su residence, you would still be in the dark. If anyone were to come knocking first, it would likely have been the officials from the Ministry of Justice. Sir, please save me." Lu Shijie, awakening from his stupor, grasped Yu Zheng's robe, pleading, I was momentarily blinded by ambition and committed this grave error, but it was all for the sake of the minister. I implore you, save me, and I shall serve you like a beast in gratitude. For the minister, you say? Yu Zheng replied, his tone suddenly fierce as he crouched to face Lu Shijie. In such a life-and-death matter, do you possess any evidence, Lord Lu? If not, you must tread carefully with your words. Otherwise, you risk adding a charge of slandering a court official. As if struck by a thunderclap, Lu Shijie fell into despair. His face ashen, Yu Zheng tossed a vial of medicine beside Lu Shijie and stood, stating, "You are a clever man, Lord Lu. You know what must be done." The esteemed Minister of Documents possesses a heart full of compassion and will undoubtedly devise a means to ensure the safety of your wife and children. When a man finds himself with no path to tread, he can often summon a flicker of fearlessness. Lu Shijie steeled himself and declared, "What if I refuse? Even in the absence of evidence, should I bite the bullet in court and accuse the Minister of Documents of orchestrating this? Can he truly absolve himself?" Yu Zheng lowered his gaze upon him, an expression of murderous intent etched on his face. "You are naive, my lord. This matter will not reach the court. The minister summoned me merely out of past camaraderie, wishing to afford you some dignity. Should you remain obstinate, once I step beyond the gates of Lu Manor, others shall arrive in my stead, and then, I fear, you may not bargain as I do." Despair seeped into Lu Shijie's eyes, extinguishing all hope. Yu Zheng left him with a final remark. "I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to ponder this, my lord," before departing. It was the 5th watch of the night. In winter, people tended to rise later. Outside, a profound silence enveloped the air, devoid of even the faintest chirp of an insect. The darkness and chill of the night reached their zenith in that moment. Lu Shijie lay prostrate on the ground, yearning to glimpse the sky and ascertain if dawn was breaking, if the sun would soon rise. Yet, the towering walls of the courtyard obstructed his view, revealing only the shadows of trees. Dawn was drawing near, but he knew he would not witness it. At last, the sun ascended, inching its warmth toward the earth. Dispelling the cold, Chiyan arrived at the Ministry of Justice to conduct interrogations, seated in the hall for a short while, sipping 2 cups of tea, after which the man in black divulged everything. According to regulations, the arrest of a court official required the emperor's decree. Thus, Chiyan submitted a petition to the emperor and awaited the royal edict. By the time the edict arrived and the authorities ventured to Lu Manor to apprehend the suspects, both Lu Shijie and his father lay cold in death. Despite this, the emperor commanded that all male members of the Lu family aged 14 and above be exiled to the borders, conscripted into military service, while the remaining family members were sold into slavery. Lu Shijie and his father were forbidden to mourn or bury their dead, their remains discarded in a mass grave. In an instant, a wealthy and noble family crumbled, a first display of a new emperor's wrath since his ascension, which set the streets abuzz with incessant gossip. At the forefront of the chatter was the Gu family, composed of shrewd individuals who grew up beneath the imperial city. No one believed this was mere coincidence. It was widely accepted that Chiyan acted under the emperor's orders to protect the Su family, leading to subsequent events. Though the local government remained mired in complex intrigues, an elder statesman wielded power. The young emperor had the Gu family behind him, alongside the 24 cities of the northern desert and the 12 garrisons of the northwest, leaving no one daring to underestimate him any longer. 3 days later, when the Ministry of Justice found no trace of any illicit silver within the Su household, those who anticipated a spectacle were left speechless. How could a virtuous official emerge from this? In an instant, Su Jin's reputation soared, and though the emperor was young, he had already begun to earn the people's respect. Within the imperial study, Lu Yin appeared troubled, her hand absently grinding ink. Shen Ningzhao, engrossed in reviewing memorials, inquired without lifting his head, "What troubles you?" The maidservant could not articulate her feelings. She merely sensed an inexplicable frustration. It was infuriating that Chun Anian, the Minister of Rights, feigned illness and remained absent during such a significant case, acting oblivious to the turmoil. Gu Durin seemed to have accomplished much, yet appeared as if he had done nothing at all. Lu Yin seemed dissatisfied that despite her considerable efforts, She had only managed to eliminate Liu Shiji, who ultimately took his own life out of fear. What more could one expect from him? Shen Ningzhao observed her and smiled faintly. Luyin wanted to express her thoughts, but was at a loss for words, ultimately puffing her cheeks in frustration. Those seasoned ministers were as cunning as foxes, not easily toppled. As for Chiyan, he was no fool, unwilling to be manipulated. Luyin felt somewhat deflated upon hearing this. Yet when she noticed Shen Ningzhao's smile deepening, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, she remarked, "There is no need to rush. The performance has only just begun, and the best is yet to come. In 2 months, it will be the new year, and I must prepare a fitting gift for them. As for Chiyan, since I have so openly used him, I have calculated his reactions. No matter how unwilling he may be, he will have to endure for now." The corridor was illuminated by the shimmering glow of the glass lanterns, and a gentle breeze passed through, causing the shadows to dance in harmony with the hazy moonlight. The Minister of Rites, Chen Ningzhao, had been seething with indignation for 2 days. His attempt to outmaneuver Suo Nanzhi had backfired, not only failing to eliminate him, but also inadvertently creating a more formidable adversary in Chiyan. Accustomed to wielding power, Minister Chen could hardly swallow this bitter pill. After pacing for a while, he seemed to come to a decision and prepare to leave. As night fell deeply, where was the gentleman headed? Yu Zheng hurriedly picked up a lantern to follow. To Yuxing Courtyard, Chen Ningzhao replied without looking back. "My lord, have you forgotten? The second young master has gone to Fuan Mountain and will not return for several days." Yu Zheng's words momentarily stunned Chen Ningzhao, prompting him to halt, turn back into the hall, and take a seat in the Grand Master's chair, his brow furrowed in silence. On the northern slopes of Fuan Mountain in the capital, there stood the renowned Fushou Temple, a place of vibrant offerings and countless worshippers. Further north, halfway up the mountain, lay the lesser-known Qinglian Monastery. Each winter month, Chen Yuchuan would visit Qinglian Monastery to pay homage to his deceased mother, marking his only excursion of the year. The mountain path was treacherous, especially after snowfall, making travel all the more arduous for Chen Yuchuan. Nevertheless, he had never faltered in this pilgrimage over the past decade. With Chen Yuchuan absent from the estate, the current predicament weighed heavily on Chen Ningzhao's mind. "My lord," Yu Zheng suddenly leaned closer, "I have been ordered to closely monitor the Su residence. Although I have not uncovered any incriminating evidence against Suo Nanzhi, yesterday I learned of another matter that may alleviate your concerns." "Oh," Chen Ningzhao raised his eyes, intrigued. "What is it?" "It pertains to the top courtesan, Hua Siyu, at Tianxiang Pavilion." Chapter 28. The transaction. The weather in the capital grew increasingly frigid, with several days of overcast skies devoid of sunshine. The wind howled, carrying dry dust and rendering the streets desolate. In stark contrast, Tianxiang Pavilion was filled with fragrant aromas, vibrant fabrics, and a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and cheer. On this particular day, Huasiyu sat before a mirror in her chamber, idly grooming her eyebrows. Her personal maid suddenly entered, announcing, "A gentleman is outside, requesting an audience with you." Were the rules of Tianxiang Pavilion. Huasiyu glanced sideways, her lips pouting playfully, exuding charm. "I've spoken to him. You do not entertain guests easily, yet he provided me with a note, insisting you would certainly wish to meet him." The maid extended the note, clasped between her hands, towards Huasiyu. Huasiyu chuckled lightly, setting aside her eyebrow pencil. With fingers as delicate as spring shoots, she leisurely unfolded the note, where 3 simple characters abruptly froze her smile, plunging her into an icy abyss. The room was filled with the fragrance of incense as a man was ushered in. The maid served tea, and the two sat facing each other. Yu Zheng observed her without uttering a word. "My lord, what is your intention? I am not quite understanding." She concealed her inner trepidation and forced a smile. "If the young lady truly does not comprehend, why invite me in for a cup of tea?" Yu Zheng replied nonchalantly. Huasiyu's demeanor turned cold. "If you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for riddles here." "My dear, there is no need for haste," Yu Zheng replied, lifting his teacup for a sip. "Have you forgotten? A one-eyed acquaintance is searching for you." Huasiyu's composure shattered instantly, panic evident in her eyes. Her original name was Hong Yu. She hailed from Xianglin, and on her wedding night, she had blinded her forcibly wed husband and escaped. A memory that had haunted her for 5 years. Are you one of his? She stepped back. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. To assist me? Yes, to help you avenge your parents. Yu Zheng maintained a polite smile, allowing Hua Siyu to gradually regain her composure and thoughts. Why would you help me? Because I have a request of you. Yu Zheng produced a small vial from his sleeve and placed it on the table, sliding it towards her. Hua Siyu glanced at it, but did not take it. Rest assured, this medicine will only take effect after 12 hours, resembling a sudden illness. Thus no suspicion will fall upon you. This is a matter of life and death. On what ground should I trust you? Hua Siyu furrowed her brow slightly. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you, Yu Zheng replied earnestly. If you refuse, I assure you that the one-eyed acquaintance will find you within 3 days, and all your careful planning will come to naught. Hua Siyu's frustration flared. If you agree, Yu Zheng interjected soothingly, I will eliminate that vile man and his entire family, fulfilling your filial piety, alleviating your concerns, and even offering you 10,000 taels of silver to help you redeem yourself and escape your suffering, allowing you to meet a worthy partner. Hua Siyu pondered for a moment before asking, Who exactly are you? Why should I trust you? With your beauty and grace. Finding a protector to deal with that one-eyed man may not be difficult, but you have already lost the opportunity, Yu Zheng said, dipping his finger in the tea and slowly writing the character for courtesy on the table. Now, no one can assist you. Hua Siyu gazed at the character for a long time, finally exhaling a sigh. She lowered her gaze and reached for the vial on the table, her voice trembling. Who? Seeing her reaction, Yu Zheng knew the matter was settled. He lowered his voice, Suo Nanzhi. Hua Siyu was taken aback, her head snapping up to look at Yu Zheng. In his eyes, a playful smile shifted to a cold, murderous intent, leaving her with no retreat. A satisfactory outcome will be presented to Lord Chiyan within 7 days. Hua Siyu tightened her grip on the vial, looking back at him, her eyes devoid of any panic, unervingly calm. I ask that you do not break your promise. I wish to witness the other eye of that acquaintance with my own eyes. This remark momentarily stunned Yu Zheng. Beneath the beauty of the young woman's visage lay a sharp and profound animosity. He promptly replied with a smile, Rest assured, my lady, when the deed is accomplished, I shall personally present you with the object of your desire. After bidding his farewell, Yu Zheng departed. After a considerable time, Hua Siyu gazed down at the small vial in her palm and cast a fleeting glance at the nearly indistinguishable character for gift that had dried upon the red table. At that moment, Hua Siyu exhibited no trace of anxiety. She called softly, and upon the entrance of her maid, languidly commanded, Dispose of this tea set. The maid complied and took the tea set away. Hua Siyu then retreated into the inner chamber, where she noticed a note upon her vanity. She opened the charcoal hand warmer and cast the note within. It ignited immediately, and in the glow of the flames, her face emanated a vivid yet chilling beauty. On a moonless, tempestuous night, amid an atmosphere ripe for violence, the quaint village of Xianglin, constructed along the water's edge, was warm and humid, its river never freezing, with verdant rhododendrons flourishing, and every household cherishing camellias. The 2 courtyard residences with white walls and black tiles stood as one of the larger estates in the area. As the night grew colder, the entire village succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, the barking of a guard dog from an unknown household pierced the silence, and a dark silhouette flitted by before tranquility returned, leaving the sleeping villagers undisturbed. Abruptly, 7 or 8 shadows darted into the courtyard, stealthily making their way to the rear. Those lost in dreams were oblivious to any pain, falling silent. A splash of lamp oil ignited in a blaze, fueled by the wind. It swiftly consumed everything in its path. By the time the nearby villagers noticed and rushed to extinguish the flames, it was too late. All 17 members of the family perished without exception. This was merely an unfortunate incident in a remote village, largely ignored by the city dwellers, who were preoccupied with another matter entirely. Suo Nanzhi of the Su family fell gravely ill, prompting the emperor to dispatch a physician from the Imperial Medical Institute. Yet even he could not alter fate, and Suo Nanzhi succumbed within his estate, passing away at the tender age of 43 that winter. That same evening, Hua Siyu received a carved box of rosewood. The bearer set it down without lingering, and Hua Siyu stared at it for half an hour before suddenly shedding tears. Ultimately, she did not open it but cast it directly into the charcoal brazier, where the flames swiftly devoured it, reducing it to a heap of ashes. The first snow of winter fell upon the city, light and ephemeral, melting upon contact and leaving behind a damp mire, yet it continued to fall for 2 days. Snow accumulated upon trees, grass, and rooftops. On the third day, the sun shone brightly, and, as the snow began to melt, droplets cascaded from the eaves, creating puddles strewn across the streets. A horse-drawn carriage sped by, splashing water and prompting pedestrians to hastily evade the spray. Outside the Su residence, mourning banners fluttered, adorned with black and white elegiac couplets, as people came and went, each harboring their own sentiments of condolence. Su Jinji was posthumously honored as the Duke of Wenzheng Zhuangyi, with rights to be venerated in the ancestral temple, having never married and leaving no descendants. All the wealth and glory amassed by Su Jinji would ultimately be buried with him, heralding the decline of the Su family into obscurity. The sudden emergence of the Gu family instilled a profound sense of apprehension among the populace, prompting many to seek solace in unity. However, with the untimely demise of Su Jin, the emperor found himself bereft of a significant ally, leading the court officials to adopt a more cautious stance. The emperor, visibly shaken by this blow, withdrew from court affairs under the pretext of illness, resulting in a period of silence enveloping the capital. The malevolence lurking in the shadows, believing themselves to be cloaked in secrecy, remained oblivious to the impending dawn that would illuminate the true nature of those around them. Chapter 29. Concealment. The snow atop Fuan Mountain had yet to melt, and the Qinglian monastery lay shrouded in a blanket of white. Due to the distinctions between genders, Chen Yuchuan resided in a remote wing of the monastery, where the scenery was exquisite. The verdant pines embraced the pure snow, accentuated by the splendor of several red plum blossoms, creating a delightful vista. The air in the mountains was crisp, invigorating the spirit. Chen Yuchuan had been seated in the courtyard for quite some time when Yuan Yang approached, offering him a fox fur cloak. "My lord, the mountains are not like the manor. It is wise to keep warm," he advised. Yuan Yang was an orphan whom Chen Yuchuan had found on his journey to the mountains several years prior, and he had since become the sole attendant permitted to serve him closely. With his long hair partially gathered and his complexion resembling jade, Chen Yuchuan, without the presence of others, took the rare opportunity to remove his mask. A red birthmark adorned his left eye, reminiscent of a plum blossom blooming upon his brow. He adjusted the cloak and remarked, "The sanctity of the Buddhist realm is distinct from other places, bringing a sense of tranquility. After sitting here for so long, I do not feel the chill at all. If my lord enjoys this place, Yuan Yang shall accompany you here more often," he replied. Chen Yuchuan shook his head. "My mother lived here for 5 years. I wonder if she, like me, would sit on the porch watching the snow." "My lord must miss the lady," Yuan Yang observed. "I do not even know what she looks like. She left no portrait behind for me. There is no way to conjure her image in my mind. Year after year, I come here to pay my respects, but I am unsure whether I am offering solace to her or merely comforting myself." A bitter sorrow filled Chen Yuchuan's eyes, revealing a palpable sense of helplessness, his shoulders slumping under the weight of genuine grief. Yuan Yang, unsure of how to provide comfort, decided to leave and fetched a hand warmer from the inner chamber. However, it was not long before a flash of crimson caught Chen Yuchuan's eye. An exceptionally radiant maiden entered the monastery, amidst the many blue-clad nuns. She held something in her hands, eating as she walked. The snow-covered path was slick, and, as the girl lost her footing, she stumbled forward, causing the hawthorn cakes she held to scatter across the ground, glistening like jewels. She rubbed her aching knee and hurriedly collected the fallen treats, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before she wiped her hands and popped one in her mouth. She continued to gather 4 or 5 more, stuffing them like a little squirrel. Chen Yuchuan was taken aback, having never seen a young lady of such stature behave in this manner. His gaze fell upon a hawthorn cake lying nearby, and he sensed impending trouble. Disliking to reveal his face, he decided it prudent to leave before she noticed him. As he turned his wheelchair, the wheel became stuck in a worn groove of the dilapidated wooden floor, and with a forceful push, the fragile boards creaked ominously, startling the girl, who looked up, and their eyes met. Her mouth was stuffed full, puffing out, leaving her uncertain whether to swallow or spit. Chen Yuchuan slightly inclined his head, concealing the birthmark on his left cheek, his eyes betraying an unmistakable annoyance. The woman gracefully leapt to his side, a smile illuminating her eyes. The word roll was already poised on Chen Yuchuan's lips, yet before it could escape, she subtly lifted the wheel behind him and nudged it forward, liberating him from his predicament. Although Chen Yuchuan swallowed the word, his expression remained sour as he turned to leave. The woman, unable to speak due to something in her mouth, swiftly extracted an oiled paper from her sleeve and tossed it into Chen Yuchuan's arms. He was momentarily taken aback, ready to refuse. But she bent down to retrieve the last piece of hawthorn cake and departed in haste. Chen Yuchuan had never interacted with a woman before, and confusion clouded his face. However, being one who did not appreciate close company, he cast the oiled paper aside. At that moment, Yuan Yang returned with a hand warmer and was astonished to see the item on the ground. Upon picking it up and opening it, he discovered it contained a package of hawthorn cake. Chen Yuchuan was also taken aback, glancing back towards the direction the woman had left, and inquired, "Has anyone visited the temple recently?" Yuan Yang pondered for a moment and replied, "A few days ago, I heard that the wife of the Hanlin Academy scholar Jiang visited." "Jiang Wenfu?" Chen Yuchuan asked. "This morning, while fetching meals, I heard from the nuns that Master Jingwen is gravely ill and the Jiang family lady, having had a close friendship with her in earlier years, came to pay her respects." Reflecting on this, Chen Yuchuan recalled that Jiang Wenfu had a son and a daughter. His legitimate son had met with an untimely accident in his youth, leaving behind only a daughter, Jiang Yinglin. The mountain air was always cooler, and winter made it even more unbearable. Yuan Yang had set 2 charcoal braziers inside the room, but still rubbed his hands together, pouring freshly boiled hot water to refill Chen Yuchuan's tea. Draped in his cloak, Chen Yuchuan sat at the table, engrossed in a book, the candlelight flickering as he read intently. Yuan Yang, having replenished the tea, remained silent and retreated to warm himself by the fire. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the night, startling both master and servant as they turned towards the door. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? Yuan Yang rose to open the door, and a cold gust swept in, causing him to shiver. He peered outside, scanning for any signs of a visitor, but found none. It was indeed peculiar. Just as he was about to close the door and return, he noticed an envelope lying on the ground. To prevent it from being blown away by the wind, he placed a stone atop it, clearly indicating it had been intentionally left there. Yuan Yang retrieved the letter, shut the door, and returned indoors, saying, "Young master, someone has left a letter outside." A slight frown creased Chen Yuchuan's brow as he set aside his book, took the letter, and opened it. A mere handful of words caused his demeanor to darken, his grip on the paper tightening. Yuan Yang stood silently by, sensing the room had grown colder. After a long pause, Chen Yuchuan set down the letter, tightened his cloak around him, and donned a mask from his side, stating, "We must go out." "Where are we headed, young master?" Yuan Yang inquired, promptly stepping forward to push the wheelchair. "Master Jingwen is gravely ill, although we have sent offerings as guests. It is only proper that we visit her in person." The words, meant to convey warmth and concern, emerged from Chen Yuchuan's lips in a cold, detached manner, devoid of any warmth in his gaze. Yuan Yang ceased to question further and directly pushed him out the door. The Qinglian temple was eerily quiet, as the cold had driven most of the nuns to stay indoors to study. As they made their way through the secluded path, they encountered no one and continued onward, ultimately arriving at Master Jingwen's meditation room. Yuan Yang gently tapped on the door, which was opened by a delicate young nun. A fragrant aroma of medicine wafted from within the room. Master Jingwen had been ill for approximately 6 months, her complexion waxy and her eyes sunken. The cold wind from the open door triggered a fit of coughing from Master Jingwen. Yuan Yang promptly turned back to close the door, while Chen Yuchuan, seated in a wheelchair, observed silently with a cold gaze. After a considerable struggle, Master Jingwen managed to cease her coughing. The young nun brought her a cup of tea to soothe her throat, but Jingwen declined, requesting that it be placed aside. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Master Jingwen inquired, her voice strained as she gasped for breath. "I am troubled and unable to sleep, hence my visit, hoping for your guidance," Yuan Yang replied. The flickering candlelight in the dim room casting shadows over his silver mask, deepening the enigma in his eyes. "The path to enlightenment lies within. Why seek it externally?" Master Jingwen remarked, albeit with a hint of resignation. Struggling to sit upright, she slightly joined her palms in a gesture of respect. "Your queries, I fear, are beyond my humble understanding. Please do not dismiss my limitations." Yet Yuan Yang pressed on, his insistence unyielding. "Surely, only you can unravel the confusion that plagues me. Please do not refuse." Master Jingwen, taken aback, steadied her mind and asked, "What is it that weighs upon your heart? As a practitioner of Buddhism, you understand the cyclical nature of karma, do you not? What is your perspective on the matter?" The Buddha embodies compassion, and thus humanity ought to engage in virtuous deeds. All phenomena are transient, yet the law of cause and effect remains immutable. "Indeed," Chen Yuchuan replied, his gaze piercing, "but how long must one await the fruits of good and evil? Is 20 years sufficient?" Chapter 29. Deceit. Master Jingwen was immediately taken aback, a lump forming in her throat as she succumbed to another violent coughing fit, prompting the young nun to come over and pat her back to ease her. With trembling hands, Jingwen lifted the cup of tea nearby, taking several sips to calm herself. She glanced at Chen Yuchuan, her eyes shrouded in uncertainty. With a soft sigh, she leaned back against the headboard and closed her eyes. "I cannot alleviate the turmoil in your heart. You must return." Chen Yuchuan remained unmoved, pressing on with his inquiry. "I have heard of a poison that can cause unbearable pain to the afflicted, leading them to self-harm, resulting in a most tragic demise. Are you familiar with its name? Such matters should not be discussed in this sacred place. I urge you to be cautious," the young nun interjected. Yet Chen Yuchuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jingwen, who kept her eyes shut, though her trembling hand betrayed her inner turmoil. The nun wished to escort him out, but Jingwen slowly opened her eyes and said, "Huiyan, you may leave us." Huiyan, confused yet obedient, exited the room. Jingwen turned her attention fully to Chen Yuchuan, noting the resemblance between him and a figure she had long concealed. With a heavy sigh and a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes, she lamented, "I had hoped to take this secret to my grave. It seems you have uncovered the truth." Master Jingwen steadied herself against the edge of the bed, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. "Your mother, in her final moments, implored me to keep this from you, believing that your ignorance was essential for your survival. Why must you delve into the depths of this mystery?" Chen Yuchuan maintained a composed exterior, yet his fingers clenched tightly around the wheelchair's armrests, his heart plummeting. The letter at the door had merely sought financial gain, attempting to exchange the truth of his mother's death for a fortune in silver. Regardless of truth or falsehood, he was even less inclined to be led by the nose. Master Jingwen once lived in the same room as his mother, and it was she who preserved and eventually entrusted his mother's relics to him. Though he feigned ambiguity, he was privy to this astonishing secret. As a son, believing he was dutiful, he had come to pay homage year after year, entirely unaware of his foolishness. Chen Yuchuan's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Master, do you find my situation amusing?" Jingwen tightly closed her eyes, sighed deeply, and with hands clasped, uttered a prayer, "Amit Ba." She then recounted slowly, "The Yin family is ruthless and fierce. Your mother was sent here when she gave birth to you. It was the dead of winter, and the weather was biting cold. Your mother, frail and ill, barely escaped death, yet the Yin family would not relent, coming to the temple monthly to humiliate and beat her. The temple's inhabitants, fearing the Yin family's power, dared not assist your mother. I shared the same room with her, and she was always adorned with fresh wounds atop old ones. Unable to sleep at night. Yet, for your sake, your mother endured with gritted teeth. Half a year later, the Yin family returned, claiming you were ill. Your mother, anxious, knelt outside their door all night, pleading for their help. The Yin matron declared your mother to be the harbinger of misfortune, asserting that only through her suffering could you be restored to health. Your mother understood this to be mere pretext and deceit, yet she was powerless. For Lord Shen's affection for her incited both hatred and jealousy in the Yin matron, who wished to eliminate her once and for all. Thus, she chose the cruelest path to end her own life, alleviating the Yin matroness' wrath and ensuring your safety as you grew. Master Jingwen's eyes glistened with tears. Her voice choked. Your mother never truly practiced at Qinglian Temple for 5 years. She only endured for half a year before passing. To prevent suspicion, the Yin matron claimed she had been meditating for 5 years and died from illness. Chen Yuchuan's mind went blank, as if nailed to the spot. He had never imagined that the secret would be so harrowing. Heaven has eyes, allowing you to survive, ultimately not betraying your mother's resolute spirit. Perhaps in the afterlife, her soul can find peace. Jingwen turned to Chen Yuchuan. I am at fault for not having safeguarded your mother. If you harbor resentment, I deserve it. And there is nothing more to say. Chen Yuchuan's body slumped, nearly collapsing in his wheelchair. After a long while, he regained some strength and softly instructed Yuan Yang, let us return. Just as Yuan Yang turned to push him away, Jingwen stopped him. Devote yourself to a single thought, and you become ensnared by it. Release that thought, and you shall find freedom. The principle of heaven is cyclical. Good and evil are rewarded accordingly. In the grand scheme, there are predestined outcomes, so I implore you not to cling to it. Chen Yuchuan did not look back or speak. As Yuan Yang wheeled him to the entrance, he finally spoke slowly. I just asked the master if there truly is retribution. Is 20 years sufficient? If it is not, and the deities show no mercy, then I shall be the one to enact judgment. The return journey followed the same path, the night deepening. The other rooms had extinguished their candles, leaving no faint, warm light to filter through the paper windows, save for the moonlight casting its glow upon the ground. Today marks the 15th day, with the moon resplendently full and luminous, casting a cold glow upon the untouched snow below, so bright that lanterns are rendered unnecessary for clarity. Yet the wind howls fiercely, echoing from afar as if someone weeps. The desolate mountains resonate with silence, the shadows of trees dance, and the rustling leaves create a cacophony that is disconcerting in such solitude. Without exchanging a word, Chen Yuchuan returned to his dwelling, where he sat alone at his desk for an extended period, suddenly glancing toward the window with a hint of helplessness. My lord, what troubles you? Yuan Yang inquired hastily. Yuan Yang, is the window not properly secured? I feel an unsettling draft throughout this room, leaving me shivering, Chen Yuchuan replied, his eyes reflecting a semblance of sorrow. In an instant, Yuan Yang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He lowered his gaze, blinked, and cleared his throat softly. It may be my oversight. I shall check it again. Yuan Yang circled the room, ensuring the windows were closed tightly, then added charcoal to the fire, silently tending to it to warm the space further. As the rooster crowed thrice, heralding the dawn, Chen Yuchuan finally stirred. He grasped his brush, bent over the desk, and wrote a letter, placing it into an envelope, leaving the cover blank. Yuan Yang, Chen Yuchuan called. My lord, came Yuan Yang's response. Descend a mountain at once. Return to Yuxing courtyard and retrieve the piece of Shoyu jade from the carved Zeton box on my bookshelf. Then proceed to the Yongfeng pawn shop on Zizman Street and deliver the letter along with the jade to the shopkeeper. Yuan Yang accepted the letter and tucked it into his breast. Rest assured, my lord, I shall descend immediately. Once Yuan Yang departed, Chen Yuchuan sat alone in the corridor, watching the sun ascend slowly, its rays crawling toward him from a distance. Despite a sleepless night, his countenance bore no signs of fatigue, only an increased pallor. The black fox fur cloak enveloped his somewhat frail form, and his calves were so slender they almost rivaled his arms. Yet as he sat there, his gaze was as profound as a mountain and sharp as a sword, rendering this seemingly fragile youth impossible to overlook. In the Hall of Governance, Shen Ningzhao had just awakened, and Lu Yin, assisting her with her attire, remarked, Lord Xing sent word before dawn. The matter has been resolved, so your majesty may rest easy. Shen Ningzhao nodded. Chen Yuchuan possesses considerable cunning and is inherently cold-hearted. Now that he has uncovered the truth of those past events, Shen Ningzhao shall not enjoy peaceful days ahead. Once Shen Ningzhao was fully dressed, she approached the door and continued, having missed the court for several days. Today promises to be quite lively. Those old foxes are eagerly awaiting to witness my folly. Chiyan has become notably subdued since the Lu Shiji incident. Such a sharp blade should not be wasted. Once he has plunged into the water, there is no escaping the wet. Chapter 30. Appointment. I bear guilt, Your Majesty. Shen Ningzhao was the first to step forward, dramatically kneeling before the throne. What is the meaning of this, Master Chen? Shen Ningzhao observed him with keen interest, feigning surprise while quickly asking, What crime do you bear? Recently, I've been unwell and could not attend court, which has delayed matters until today. Lu Shiji, from the Ministry of Rights, has become a grave error due to my inability to discern character and employ wisely. I beseech Your Majesty to impose punishment. Shen Ningzhao adeptly seized the initiative, presenting a minor fault of misjudgment in character and poor employment, thus rendering any inquiries into his culpability moot. There is no need for Lord Shen to belittle himself. The officials of this court are appointed by the Son of Heaven. If we are to discuss faults, would not my own be far greater? I am terrified. It is I who have misspoken. Please, Lord Shen, do not be so, and rise quickly. Shen Ningzhao stood up and cast a few glances at the Deputy Minister of Personnel beside him, who promptly spoke. I have a report to make. Please, speak, Lord Li. Shen Ningzhao raised his hand. The Department of Personnel's Examination and Assessment and the Rights Department's Sacrificial Affairs have been vacant for many days. Such important positions cannot remain without leaders for long. I beseech Your Majesty to make a decision soon. Shen Ningzhao leaned back against the dragon throne and nodded. What you say is indeed true. Are there any candidates in mind? In response to Your Majesty, for the Rights Department's Sacrificial Affairs, there is a recommended candidate, Jiang Renhuai. He has served as an assistant minister in the Rights Department for several decades and is well acquainted with the processes of the various sections, making him the most suitable candidate. As for the Personnel Department's Examination and Assessment, the recommended candidates are Zhou Zi and Chiyan, who respectively serve in the Personnel Department and the Guizhou Household Department. There is no need to elaborate on the Rights Department's Sacrificial Affairs. It is best to fill it with someone from within. Zhou Zi, from the Guizhou Household Department. Although both are of the 5th rank, the leap from such a remote area to the city is vastly different. Chiyan, having only served in the Personnel Department for 2 years, is too young to seek a position in the Examination and Assessment. It is unlikely they would have been able to secure their nominations without financial backing and connections. Shen Ningzhao smiled and remarked, I have heard of Lord Zhou's remarkable talents. He has managed the remote, mountainous areas of Guizhou with great order. However, given the distance and the fact that he has never held the position in the Examination and Assessment, he may not be able to acclimate swiftly, especially with the year-end assessments approaching, which are of utmost importance and cannot afford mistakes. As for Lord Chiyan, a promising young talent whom I hold in high regard. While he may be somewhat youthful, gaining more experience would be beneficial. Yet, there is one issue. The complaints from rural households regarding the Chiyan family's alleged encroachment upon farmland to construct private residences remain unresolved and have caused quite a stir in the city. If he were to be promoted at this moment, it may not sit well with the public. It would be wiser to wait until this matter is resolved, restoring Lord Chiyan's reputation before appointing him. Neither outright rejection nor acceptance. Reasoning is sound and irrefutable. The Deputy Minister Li looked towards the Minister of Personnel, Han Yuzhong, who remained silent. Thus, he steeled himself to say, Your Majesty is wise, but with the year-end assessments imminent, if no one is appointed, the work of the Personnel Department cannot proceed. I urge Your Majesty to decide soon. Shen Ningzhao nodded. Lord Li's considerations are thorough. In my view, how about Lord Sun Shi from the Ministry of War's Personnel Department? He is over 50 and holds considerable esteem in the court. I recall that Lord Sun was also transferred from the Personnel Department to the Ministry of War, so he must be familiar with the departmental processes and capable of fulfilling the role. The Deputy Minister Li broke into a cold sweat. Though Lord Sun possesses genuine talent, he is notoriously rigid and unyielding, having offended the minister who cast him into the criminal department within a year. Were it not for his deep-rooted, noble lineage and good relations with the Grand Tutor, he might have been expelled from the city altogether. Alternatively, there is an esteemed son of the censorate, named Chiyan. As Shen Ningzhao spoke, the court fell into a momentary silence. And Chiyan exchanged a silent glance with Chiyan. The smile in Shen Ningzhao's eyes spread as he continued. Chiyan, formerly a counselor in the Tongshengsi, has achieved remarkable political accomplishments. He is an exceptional talent, distinguished and upright, truly a rare find. At this, the vice ministerly broke into a sweat. Whether Chiyan was capable or not was beyond his authority to decide. However, if the emperor proposed two candidates and he rejected them both, it would be rather ungrateful. Yet, the ever-silent Lord Han Yuzhong, lifting his gaze slightly, was tormented in his heart. Shen Ningzhao did not press him further, but directly addressed Han Yuzhong. "What is your opinion, Lord Han?" Upon hearing this, Han Yuzhong strode to the center of the grand hall. Along the way, he exchanged a glance with Qin Lu and clasped his hands, saying, "The Ministry of Personnel is exceedingly busy, and Lord Chiyan is of advanced age. I fear his health may not withstand the burden." He continued, "As for Chiyan, the young master of the Qin family, I have heard much about him. He is indeed an extraordinary talent and the best choice." Nodding in agreement, Shen Ningzhao acknowledged Han Yuzhong, who then bowed and retreated. Qin Lu furrowed his brow as he observed Chiyan stepping forward to express his gratitude. For a moment, it appeared that all were pleased, yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue swirled. The shrewd Duke of Pingle, Qin Lu, maintained a neutral stance in the court, neither favoring nor opposing. Han Yuzhong's desire to ally with Chiyan aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Chiyan, endowed with exceptional intelligence and the status of the legitimate heir of the Qin family, bore the weight of great expectations, yet possessed a naturally rebellious spirit, causing Qin Lu considerable distress. His position in the Ministry of Personnel was fraught with uncertainty. More importantly, Chiyan shared a deep brotherly bond with Chiyan, complicating the interests of three parties. Minister Shen Ningzhao suddenly called out, and Chiyan stepped forward, with a gentle demeanor and a warm smile. Shen Ningzhao spoke in a melodious tone. "Minister you have played a pivotal role in the case concerning Liu Shiji. Your literary and martial prowess is commendable, and I am greatly comforted by your achievements. I bestow upon you a reward of 1,000 taels of gold, as well as a set of ivory chess pieces adorned with 100 beasts. Your Majesty's grace overwhelms me," Chiyan replied, bowing deeply. The other officials looked on with various expressions, filled with unspoken implications. "When you have time, come to the palace to play chess with me. The last time you triumphed over me, I must reclaim my victory," Shen Ningzhao remarked, a fleeting glimmer of mischief evident in his gentle smile. "I shall obey your command," Chiyan replied, remaining unflinching, a faint smile playing on his lips, though a hint of frost lingered in his eyes. After the court session, everyone surrounded Qin Lu and Chiyan to offer their congratulations. Chiyan responded with feigned enthusiasm, but once the crowd dispersed, the father and son walked home together. And Qin Lu's demeanor was far from amiable. "Why the long face, father? Shouldn't you be pleased with your son's rise?" Chiyan raised an eyebrow, adopting a frivolous attitude. "Pleased? Do you need reminding of your own worth? Do you think such a lucrative position is easily attained? Do you truly believe you've stumbled upon a great fortune?" Qin Lu, having been in office for many years, exuded an intimidating presence even without raising his voice, yet Chiyan's insolence deepened his frown. "My worth is clear enough without your reminders, father. Whether it is a great fortune or not is of no concern to you. I have secured this position, and I shall manage it well, regardless of whether it involves astute individuals or cunning ones. It will serve to broaden my horizons," Chiyan retorted disdainfully. "You would do well to remain prudent," Qin Lu reprimanded. "In the past, I have turned a blind eye to your reckless behavior. Others have shown you leniency due to your status as the legitimate son of Lord Pingle. However, now, in the Ministry of Personnel, a veritable den of dragons and tigers, you must not act according to your whims. What if I choose to do otherwise? Chiyan, do not court your own demise. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. As for life or death, Lord Qin need not worry. Qin Kai's expression turned icy. Does not Lord Qin have another son? There is no fear of a lack of heirs. We both serve the court with a shared devotion to the emperor. You must choose your words with care. You. Qin Lu, infuriated, gritted his teeth and swept away in a huff. Watching Qin Lu depart, the playful smile on Qin Kai's face gradually faded. Why provoke him intentionally? Gu Qiyan appeared suddenly, seemingly having waited specifically for this moment. Startled, Qin Kai rolled his eyes. What business is it of yours? Understanding that there was no room for negotiation, Gu Qiyan, with a resigned smile, remarked, with Lord Qin's recent promotion, I have prepared a banquet at the Zuyu Tower to celebrate. I humbly invite you to grace us with your presence. The joy that nearly escaped Qin Kai's lips was suppressed, and he cleared his throat, adopting a formal demeanor. I have been rather occupied with official duties lately. I am unsure if I will find the time. The talented Miss Hong from Zuiyanfang has composed a new piece, truly extraordinary. I shall await you at the hour of the dog tonight. Gu Qiyan continued. Qin Kai felt as if a cat were scratching at his heart, but maintained his facade, merely nodding slightly before taking his leave. Gu Qiyan smiled silently. That night, at the appointed hour, only Lu Siheng arrived punctually. After sitting alone for nearly half an hour and finishing a pot of tea, Gu Qiyan finally pushed the door open. You organized this gathering. Is there a reason for your tardiness? Though a hint of dissatisfaction laced Lu Siheng's words, his expression remained calm. Isn't Qin Kai still absent? Gu Qiyan took his seat leisurely. At this, Lu Siheng lightly rubbed his forehead and chuckled. He enjoys throwing tantrums. Do you indulge him in his antics? I do not indulge him. I simply dislike waiting for others. Gu Qiyan poured himself another cup of tea and gazed at Lu Siheng, adding, You seem rather unoccupied lately. Not only did you attend the Xie family banquet, but you also brought along the daughter of the Jiang family. When did the esteemed Lu, with his vast knowledge and talent, learn to engage in social niceties? Lu Siheng, fully aware of the underlying meaning in Gu Qiyan's teasing, merely smiled. She merely seeks a bit of fun. It is nothing more than wanting to join in the revelry. And you? Are you merely joining in the revelry as well? Their gazes locked. Unspoken words hung in the air, laden with meaning. At that moment, Qin Kai finally arrived, pushing open the door and striding in without a hint of shame, taking a seat with great confidence. Lu Siheng averted his gaze, amusement dancing in his eyes. Had he possessed a tail, it would surely be held high in glee. Where is Miss Hong? Qin Kai surveyed the sparse room and inquired. At Zuiyanfang, Gu Qiyan replied, sipping his tea. The exquisite by Luo Chun left a lingering fragrance on his lips. She has not come? A sense of unease crept in. Why would she come? Gu Qiyan asked, puzzled. Did you not say that Miss Hong had composed a new piece? Qin Kai's words trailed off as he realized he had been deceived by Gu Qiyan. Anger and humiliation flared within him, and he turned to leave. But Lu Siheng managed to catch him. Since you are here, you may as well stay. Heng Yuan summoned us here, surely, for a purpose, yet with outsiders present. It is quite inconvenient. Although Qin Kai has taken a seat, he merely grunted, turning his gaze away. That day, I am truly grateful to you. Gu Qiyan finally spoke earnestly. I am indeed investigating the Xie family, and your intervention has spared me considerable effort. Humph. Qin Kai's expression softened somewhat, yet his mood remained unsettled. I initially wished not to burden you, but now the situation has spiraled beyond control. Chongji, your father's words ring true. The Emperor's appointment of you to the Ministry of Personnel's Examination Division is not born of admiration or trust, but rather a test of Minister Han's ambition and the loyalty of the Qin family. Chapter 31. Descending the Mountain. I am not a fool. Do you truly believe I am unaware of everything? Qin Kai finally set aside his mischief and spoke earnestly. The Emperor has orchestrated an intricate game, seeking to draw the aristocracy into a cleansing process. He may wish to bring forth the new while discarding the old, but with powerful ministers and noble clans within, and external princes and foes without. He has already lost a piece, Su Jinji, in his opening gambit. This game is far from easy. Do not underestimate our emperor. He is a disciple of the esteemed tutor Lin Qi, who once stood alone against 1,000 troops. How could someone trained by him be anything less than formidable? Gu Qiyan suddenly lowered his voice. I've always felt that the circumstances surrounding Suo Nanzhi's death are peculiar. There must be hidden truths at play. Both were startled, turning their gazes toward Gu Qiyan. He shook his head. The fall of the Su family was far too abrupt. Surely someone must have intervened behind the scenes. The three fell into a moment of contemplation. Qin Kai chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, Gu Heng, you merely ventured to the northern desert, yet upon your return, the capital has been turned upside down. He then turned to Lu Siheng. Among the three of us, your father remains the most astute, foresight, and wise, having withdrawn from court matters to preserve his safety. Perhaps not. Gu Qiyan fell silent, glancing at Lu Siheng. The Lu and Jiang families share a close bond. Jiang Wenfu is a mentor to Yuan Li, and as an academician of the Hamlin Academy and a third-rank official, he is known for his integrity, having offended many. If the Jiang family were to encounter difficulties, could the Lu family truly remain indifferent? Gu Qiyan's words left Qin Kai momentarily taken aback, while Lu Siheng maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no trace of concern, although the marquis of Huayuan shuns conflict and is disinterested in court affairs. As a scion of an aristocratic lineage, he cannot escape many matters. In these tumultuous times, even the slightest disturbance can be magnified into a grand narrative. The Gu family has already faced such trials. I cannot hide, nor do I wish to, and you only must indeed prepare for the worst. Gu Qiyan turned his gaze toward Lu Siheng, and the two shared a moment of silent understanding. Lu Siheng smiled lightly, unhurried, and replied softly, I comprehend. What do you understand? Qin Kai, impatient, expressed his dissatisfaction towards Gu Qiyan. How can you expect him to devise a plan? His father merely holds the title of Marquis of Huayuan, with a temperament of indifference, having withdrawn from officialdom for decades, severing connections long ago. As for his mentor Jiang Wenfu, he is rigid and obstinate, more stubborn than a mule, relying solely on his upright integrity to vanquish demons and reshape the world. What can Yuan Li possibly do? Isn't there still you? Gu Qiyan relaxed, leaning back slightly, and poured himself another cup of tea. You have long harbored feelings for that young lady of the Jiang family. Should the Jiang family find themselves in peril, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you, with the influence of the Duke of Pingle, to devise a means to protect them. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Kuo glanced at the teacup in his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. A girl's reputation is of utmost importance. She must not be spoken of frivolously. That girl is to me, as she is to Yuan Li, like a sister. I am tough-skinned and can withstand criticism, but we must not jeopardize her future. Indeed, the young Master Qin is truly one who cherishes the delicate. It is no wonder he is regarded as the most charming and romantic figure in the city. Gu Qiyan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Kuo. Qin Kuo snorted lightly, feigning ignorance of Gu Qiyan's jesting tone. Finding the tea tasteless, they opted for 3 pots of spring breeze drunk, raising their cups in a shared toast, as though they had returned to the time before Gu Qiyan embarked on his campaign, when they still had choices and were not bound by the many ties and circumstances that now ensnared them. Yet one must learn to grow, to shoulder responsibilities, and to resist the injustices of fate. As for whether one's struggles lead to a path of opportunity or a dead end, it remains unpredictable. Having heard too many stories, one might as well embark on a personal exploration. The Qingyan monastery on Fuan Mountain appeared as it always had, with the nuns diligently performing their daily rituals, engaging in morning and evening prayers, and partaking in vegetarian meals. The bells in the belfry tolled thrice at dawn, noon, and dusk, totaling 108 chimes, a reminder of the worldly troubles that number as such. As the bell tolls, dust rises, and as it falls silent, so does the dust settle. The night was exceptionally tranquil, devoid of even the sound of insects. The moonlight was hazy, and the chill felt like frost. The night enveloped the mountains in a mist, with temples of red walls and black tiles hidden within the deep, layered mountains, both striking and diminutive. Inside, the charcoal fire crackled warmly as Chun Yuchuan sat at his desk, engrossed in a book. He was not a man of many words, and of late, He had become even more taciturn, sometimes going an entire day without uttering a single word. It had been 2 days since Yuan Yang had sent a message. Yet nothing had transpired. Qin Yuchuan remained unperturbed, exhibiting an unsettling calmness. The day after tomorrow marked the end of their month-long stay, after which they would descend the mountain and return home. In the current circumstances, Yuan Yang was at a loss as to how Qin Yuchuan would face his parents upon their return, feeling a mix of concern and urgency, but feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from outside, akin to the crunch of footsteps on dry twigs and leaves. Yuan Yang craned his neck to listen, but all fell silent once more. He dismissed it as merely a small creature passing through the mountain. However, Qin Yuchuan slowly set down his book, maneuvered his wheelchair to the door, and Yuan Yang promptly stood up, inquiring, "Young master, what is it?" "Open the door," Qin Yuchuan replied in a low voice. Yuan Yang opened the door, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The candlelight spilled forth from the doorway, illuminating the space just beyond. Beyond that, shadows of trees could be faintly discerned, yet no one was in sight. Qin Yuchuan stepped to the entrance and scanned the yard, his gaze ultimately settling on a dense cypress tree in the far northeast corner. Retracting his gaze, he lowered his eyes and adjusted his sleeves. It is bitterly cold in the mountains, and an old friend has traveled from afar. Why not step inside for a warm cup of tea? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clad in black descended stealthily from the cover of night, their back turned to the two. Yuan Yang, protective of his master, immediately shielded Qin Yuchuan behind him and shouted, "Who goes there?" The figure in black slowly turned around, revealing a Chiyan mask adorned in crimson against a black background, seeming to be forged from some dark iron, glinting with a chilling, eerie light beneath the moon. "Yuan Yang, stand down," Qin Yuchuan commanded. Yuan Yang obediently withdrew to the side, while Qin Yuchuan locked eyes with the cloaked figure. The mountain path was arduous, and the journey had been fraught with difficulty. Qin Yuchuan exchanged pleasantries, though there was no hint of remorse upon his countenance. 2 years prior, I found myself in dire straits on this very mountain, and it was your ingenious strategy that enabled me to escape calamity. Now that you seek a favor, I am naturally inclined to express my gratitude. The voice of the cloaked figure, muffled by the mask, was somewhat indistinct yet sufficiently clear. "It is gratifying to know that you hold such sentiments. Without further ado, you summon me. May I inquire the purpose of your summons?" "I wish to borrow a few individuals." "What sort of individuals?" "Those of the martial world." Finding such individuals in the Jianghu is not particularly challenging, yet I surmise that you seek those who are not only skilled in combat but also discreet, capable of traversing unseen, leaving no trace. "I cannot help but inquire. What do you intend to accomplish?" Qin Yuchuan paused, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "My lord, one ought not to pry too deeply." Noting his reticence, the cloaked figure ceased his inquiries. "The individuals you desire can indeed be procured today." With that, he turned slightly, whistling a melodious tune that echoed like a nightingale, signaling something that landed atop the roof behind Qin Yuchuan. Without turning to look, Qin Yuchuan caught a token thrown his way. The cloaked figure continued, "With this token, these 7 will acknowledge you as their master. Upon the completion of your task, they shall return it to me. My gratitude is profound." Qin Yuchuan nodded in appreciation. Having concluded the matter at hand, the cloaked figure showed no haste to depart. Qin Yuchuan inquired, "Is there anything else, my lord? Though you may find yourself hindered, your intellect is sharp and your strategies astute. You merely lack an opportunity. Might you be interested in soaring to great heights and realizing your ambitions?" "Soaring to great heights? What ambitions does my lord pursue, and to whom does your loyalty lie?" Qin Yuchuan did not rush to acquiesce, countering with a question. "My ambitions, of course, involve wealth and prestige, bringing honor to one's family. If you are inclined, I invite you to meet me at the Yongfeng pawn shop for a more detailed discussion." The cloaked figure, unwilling to elaborate further, took a leap and ascended to the top of a cypress tree. Before vanishing into the night, he left behind an enigmatic phrase: "A solitary white cloud drifts away." While at Qingfeng Pool, sorrow prevails. This individual is quite peculiar, speaking in riddles that elude comprehension. Yuan Yang remarked, as he nudged Chen Yuchuan back inside once the figure had departed. Chen Yuchuan, ever astute, immediately grasped the subtle implications of the cloaked figure's words. He squinted slightly, choosing not to reveal his understanding. The master and servant returned indoors, where Chen Yuchuan placed the token upon the table, prompting Yuan Yang to gaze at it with curiosity. Yuan Yang, Chen Yuchuan suddenly said, you have witnessed everything that transpired that day with Master Jinwen, and you have seen tonight's events. You must have formed some insight into my future intentions. Young master, what do you mean? Yuan Yang responded, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Having spent nearly a decade in your company, you must have some understanding of my character. Chen Yuchuan's eyes glinted with frost. Tonight marks your final opportunity to descend the mountain and chart a new course. Young master. Yuan Yang knelt down. I do not blame you for leaving. After all, this blood feud is mine alone, and it concerns you not. Chen Yuchuan interrupted him, continuing, however, should you choose to stay, I must remind you that if you have a change of heart midway, it may no longer be possible. This is my final act of compassion towards others. You must contemplate this carefully. The darkness in Chen Yuchuan's eyes was more pronounced than ever. Yuan Yang, who had served him closely for nearly a decade, now felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. He understood that from this day forth, the Chun residence will be devoid of tranquility. The words of Master Jinwen that night had indeed ignited his anger and sorrow. If it were he in that situation, would he be so easily placated? Yuan Yang straightened his posture, gazing at Chen Yuchuan, and then bowed deeply. I am an orphan, with no parents or siblings to worry about. My life is granted by you, young master, and I vow to follow you to the death. Very well. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuchuan's expression remained calm as he motioned for him to rise, while he himself grasped the token on the table, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Return to the residence tomorrow. Chapter 32. Ancestral Worship. The following noon, Lu Siheng arrived at Qinglian Monastery to escort Madame Jiang back to the residence, coincidentally encountering Chen Yuchuan as he descended the mountain. At that moment, Yuan Yang was busy loading luggage into the carriage, and, as the cold wind stirred the curtains, Lu Siheng caught a glimpse of a masked young man. Before long, Yuan Yang finished packing and drove the carriage away. Lu Siheng cast several lingering glances at the departing vehicle. What troubles you, young master? His attendant, Lu Jiao, inquired. Why are there still male guests residing in this monastery? Lu Siheng pondered aloud. Qinglian Monastery has a history of over 100 years, renowned for its efficacy in matters of love. In its heyday, countless devoted men and women would frequent it. Perhaps this is yet another lovesick soul, Lu Jiao explained. Before Lu Siheng could respond further, Jiang Yinglin came running from afar, her voice preceding her arrival. Elder brother Yuan Li. Lu Siheng immediately approached her, admonishing, slow down, be careful not to fall. Jiang Yinglin halted beside Lu Siheng, her pomegranate-red hooded cloak billowing around her delicate face framed by a collar of white fox fur, appearing as sweet as a rabbit, panting lightly, with beads of sweat glistening on her nose. Her fair skin shimmered under the sunlight. Lu Siheng raised his hand to wipe it away, but Jiang Yinglin stepped back. What is it? He asked, taken aback. Mother says I am now a young lady and must behave appropriately. A young woman's reputation is of utmost importance, Jiang Yinglin replied, tidying her disheveled hair, adopting the demeanor of a refined young lady. Lu Siheng withdrew his hand, smiling helplessly, unsure where she had learned such words, and nodded in agreement. It seems I have been inconsiderate. I shall be more mindful in the future. Which family's young lady runs like a rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye? A voice remarked, prompting Lu Siheng and Jiang Yinglin to turn their gazes. Madame Jiang, supported by her attendants, approached gracefully. Though of advancing years, she retained her elegance, her gentle countenance adorned in a blue satin embroidered long coat paired with a purple skirt, exuding the poise of a refined lady. Aunt Yun. Lu Siheng stepped forward to greet her with a bow. You child, Madame Jiang pulled him closer, saying, we have attendants with us. Why must you run in this cold weather? The roads are icy, and if I hadn't come, the teacher would have surely come to fetch you himself. How could he possibly rest easy otherwise? Lu Siheng replied. Madame Jiang chuckled and shook her head. no longer insisting on her point. Casting a glance at Jiang Yinglin, she watched as he instinctively recoiled and took a step back. You are already grown up. Yet, when I invite you to partake in meditation and self-cultivation, what have you accomplished this past month? At the mere mention of returning home, you flee faster than anyone else. Madame Jiang shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Yinglin. Her mother had misconstrued her intentions. After a prolonged separation from her father, Jiang Yinglin felt a deep yearning to reunite with him, hence her impatience. Please do not misunderstand, mother, she said, lowering her gaze in a contrite manner. Do not let your little thoughts manifest before me. Your flattery is ill-advised. Be mindful, for I shall have a serious discussion with your father upon our return, urging him to help you temper your spirit for a few more days. As she spoke, Madame Jiang extended her hand and lightly tapped Jiang Yinglin's head. Brother Yuanli. Jiang Yinglin immediately clung to Lu Siheng, her demeanor one of feigned innocence. Aunt Yun, please do not be angry. Mian Mian is still young. Still young? She is at the age of marriage. Those her age are already mothers themselves, all because you have indulged her. Indeed, Aunt Yun, I acknowledge my faults, and I shall certainly discipline Mian Mian more rigorously in the future. Lu Siheng hastily admitted his error, his smile radiating tenderness beneath the sunlight, soft as the clouds above. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Madame Jiang sighed and patted his hand. Very well, let us not linger. The day is waning, and we should descend the mountain soon. Agreed. The servants promptly gathered their belongings, and the group descended the mountain in grand procession. By the time Chen Yuchuan returned to the Chun residence, night had fallen. He customarily went to pay his respects to Chen Anian and Lady Yin. Chen Anian, Lady Yin, and their legitimate son, Chun Weiwei, were seated at the table, dining. As Chen Yuchuan stood outside the door to offer his greetings, Lady Yin responded with a curt acknowledgement and turned her gaze away. Chen Anian, in a good mood thanks to Su Jinji, offered a few additional words of advice. It's getting late. Why not join us for dinner, elder brother? Chen Weiwei suddenly inquired, causing the other two at the table to pause mid-bite with their chopsticks. Chen Anian cleared his throat awkwardly, while Lady Yin placed a piece of pig trotter into Chen Weiwei's bowl, feigning sternness. Eating should not hinder your speech. The Yuxing courtyard has a kitchen. Why should you be concerned? Realizing he had misspoken, Chen Weiwei lowered his head and resumed his meal in silence. Chuaner, you must be tired from your journey. It would be wise to retire early, Chen Anian suggested. Chen Yuchuan nodded, but made no move to leave. Suddenly, he asked Father, do you still remember what Mother looked like? Outside, darkness had enveloped the scene, and Chen Yuchuan sat at the threshold of light and shadow. His voice was heavy, and the unmasked half of his face bore an enigmatic smile, flickering candlelight casting ghostly shadows around him. Chen Anian felt a jolt of alarm, and even Lady Yin turned her gaze towards him, her eyes reflecting unabashed disdain. It has been over 20 years. Such a long time has rendered my memories hazy. Why do you inquire about this? Chen Anian asked, a hint of unease creeping into his tone. Nothing of consequence. I have never seen my mother, and thus have no means to mourn her. I merely wish to request a portrait from you. It is indeed a great pity. Your mother is a woman of questionable virtue, her identity shrouded in mystery. It is already a deviation from the norm that the Chun household has permitted your upbringing. The position of the master is hard-earned. One must avoid giving others leverage against him. Even if memories linger, it is forbidden to display her portrait within the estate. I have graciously allowed you to visit Qinglian Temple for worship. You should not be ungrateful, sternly declared Madame Yan. Chen Yuchuan's silver mask glimmered with a chilling light as he remained silent in his seat. The lanterns in the corridor swayed in the wind, momentarily dimming the light, while the lush bamboo in the courtyard rustled ominously, producing a soft whisper. His silence prompted Madame Yin to slam down her chopsticks. This is becoming intolerable. Are you trying to defy your parents? Chuaner, you must not act thus. We do this for your own good. Chen Anian hurriedly emerged to mediate. At these words, Chen Yuchuan could not suppress a laugh, one that was unlike his usual demeanor. This laughter, however, contorted his face into a rather fearsome expression. After a brief moment, he straightened and spoke slowly. Mother's words hold merit. I have learned my lesson. I shall return to Yuxing courtyard now. Please enjoy your meal. The sound of his wheelchair rolling over the stone slabs in the corridor resonated clearly in the stillness of the night, eventually fading into the darkness without any hesitation. As night fell, the entire Chun household succumbed to slumber. A shadow silently approached Yuxing courtyard, gently knocking on the door. The door creaked open, revealing a figure waiting, and the shadow slipped inside. The two exchanged no words and proceeded toward the main chamber in single file. Inside, Chen Yuchuan was engrossed in a book. Upon the arrival of the figure at the door, he turned a page without speaking. It was only when the visitor respectfully bowed that Chen Yuchuan lifted his gaze. I trust you have been well, steward you. Yu Zheng quickly bowed and chuckled awkwardly. Young master, please do not belittle me. I was merely the lowest servant in the courtyard. Thanks to your guidance, I have risen to the position of steward, all due to your support. Though Chen Yuchuan resided in a secluded corner, it did not imply ignorance of the happenings in the main courtyard. 5 years prior, he had casually chosen a clever boy to serve beside Chen Anian, and Yu Zheng had proven himself, advancing to the position of steward. Whatever transpired around Chen Anian was discreetly communicated to Yu Zheng. The mansion was rife with intrigue, and while Yu Zheng initially felt apprehensive, he had found tranquility over the years and even earned a decent income. Moreover, he had witnessed the young master's capabilities firsthand, which deterred him from stirring trouble. He approached his duties with utmost diligence. Thus, it was a first for Chen Yuchuan to summon him personally. May I inquire as to why you have called for me? Yu Zheng was no fool. Such opportunities rarely fell from the sky. He suspected that Chen Yuchuan might be asking him to collect some interest. Recently, Yu Zheng's fortunes had dwindled. The Wanli gambling house had cost him considerable sum, and he found himself in a tight financial situation. Chen Yuchuan did not answer, but instead countered with a question. This caused Yu Zheng's heart to sink slightly, and he feigned calmness. What do you mean by that? Young master? The painting of the noble woman in the treasury, along with a pair of longevity vases, indeed held some value, yet should their father discover it, stealing from the official treasury would warrant a death sentence. Chen Yuchuan's voice, though soft, echoed like that of a vengeful specter. Upon hearing Yu Zheng's words, he immediately softened his demeanor, kneeling to plead for mercy. My lord, please spare my life. I was momentarily foolish and have committed a grave error. I shall promptly retrieve the items from the pawnshop and return them to their rightful owner. I implore you to grant me a chance to live. I can act as if I know nothing of this, and I could even hand over the treasury to you, allowing you to select whatever you desire without anyone questioning it. Chen Yuchuan finally set down his book and presented him with an irresistible condition. What will my lord have me do? Yinsher is gravely ill. Go and bring back the second young master. This second young master, Chun Shiran, aged 20, was greatly esteemed by Chun Anian and currently held a position in Lingjun. A family should ideally remain united. The following day, Yu Zheng claimed his mother was critically ill and requested a 10-day leave to visit her. On the night after, a fire unexpectedly broke out at Chiyan Monastery on Fuan Mountain, and none within the monastery survived. They were all consumed by the flames, and the 100-year-old temple was reduced to ashes. 3 days later, on the 8th day of the 12th month, families across the land performed ancestral rites, praying for favorable weather and peace in the coming year. This day marked a significant occasion for the Chun family, and the servants busied themselves from dawn. Chun Anian and Yinsher had already burnt incense and bathed the day prior, arriving at the ancestral hall at sunrise. The ancestral hall of the Chun family was situated in the northwest of the estate, facing southeast, a place of reverence. Upon their arrival, they found Chen Yuchuan had already been waiting there. Yinsher frowned upon seeing him. What are you doing here? I have come to pay respects to our ancestors. Naturally, as today is the ancestral rites. What is your status? A base-born son. Do you think you are worthy to join us in honoring our ancestors? Yinsher's words were somewhat harsh, causing Chun Anian to feel discomfort, as Yinsher seemed to forget that Chun Anian too was born of lesser status. On such an important day, one ought to be cautious in words and actions. Offending the ancestors would surely bring unrest in the coming year. Since Chuaner is here, let him join the rites. Chun Anian stated coldly. Humph. Yinsher, Recognizing the impropriety of her words and the displeasure it had caused Shen Ningzhao, gritted her teeth and suppressed her anger, but still insisted. "Where is your heir? Hurry and fetch the third young master. As a legitimate son, how can he not be present?" The ancestral rites had an auspicious time, and Chen Weiwei had been out reveling the night before, returning very late, so he would surely be unable to rise early that morning. Yanshi was well aware of this, but given Chen Yuchuan's presence, she could not allow him to overshadow the legitimate son and insisted on sending someone to fetch him. Chen Anian's expression had grown increasingly displeased as he waited in silence. The servant sent to fetch him returned after a considerable time, reporting, "The third young master is not in his room. Several servants have searched the estate inside and out, but found no trace of him. If he is not within the estate, then search outside. There are only a few places he frequents. Send someone to look for him." Yanshi insisted, unwilling to relent. "Enough." Chen Enian finally erupted with anger. "Is this the fine son you have raised? Does he not know what day it is today? Day in and day out, indulging in debauchery and neglecting his responsibilities. A doting mother only spoils her child further. How long will you coddle him? My lord." Yanshi shot a fierce glance at Chen Yuchuan, finally softening her tone. "When he returns, I will certainly discipline him properly. The time has come. We cannot delay the ancestral rites." Chen Anian, unwilling to waste further words with her at the entrance of the ancestral hall, composed himself, straightened his garments, and declared in a clear voice, "The auspicious time has arrived. Let us commence the ancestral rites." Chen Anian personally pushed open the door of the ancestral hall. The heavy black wooden door creaked as it swung open, revealing a row of candles that had burned throughout the night, now reduced to mere wicks dripping in wax. Countless memorial tablets lay in disarray, and there, astonishingly, hung Chen Weiwei from the central beam of the hall. Chapter 33. Long night the servants were seized by terror. Screaming and scattering in all directions, the faint-hearted fainted on the spot. Yanshi let out a wail and rushed to embrace Chen Weiwei's legs, lifting him up as she cried out, "Quick, someone come. Save him." Chen Anian also rushed over, clutching his legs and repeatedly calling, "Er." Gradually, the servants regained their composure, and some came forward to assist in lifting him, while others fetched a ladder. They finally cut the rope and lowered him down. However, Chen Weiwei was already pale and barely breathing. The scene descended into chaos, yet amidst the disorderly tablets, an additional one had appeared unnoticed. With collective effort, the servants carried Chen Weiwei back, just as the physician arrived at the estate. Yanshi and Chen Anian promptly stepped aside as the physician meticulously examined the young man, shaking his head gravely. "I can administer acupuncture and medicine to aid the third young master in awakening, but he has lingered in this state for too long, and his spirit has been damaged. Even if he regains consciousness, he may become a fool." Upon hearing this, Chen Anian's legs weakened, and he staggered back a couple of steps, quickly supported by the servants. Yanshi stood in shock for a moment before rushing to the bedside, embracing Chen Weiwei and weeping uncontrollably. After a long while, her voice hoarse from crying, she remained unwilling to give up, insisting that someone fetch another doctor, even calling for the imperial physician from the palace. Time and again they examined him, yet the answer remained the same. As the night wore on, Chen Anian, exhausted, retired to his room at the urging of the servants, leaving Yanshi to keep vigil by Chen Weiwei's side. The room was illuminated by candlelight, and Chen Weiwei lay on the bed, his complexion ashen and unresponsive. Yanshi's eyes were swollen from weeping, a deep crimson hue betraying her sorrow. At that moment, the sound of wheels turning caught her attention. She looked up to see Yuan Yang pushing Chen Yuchuan to the door. Yanshi's eyes flashed with fury as she abruptly stood and strode toward the entrance. Without a word, she raised her hand and struck Yuan Yang. He reacted swiftly, stepping aside, but the imprint of her hand immediately appeared on his face, swelling up. Seeing this, Yanshi was incensed and shouted, "What a loyal dog to protect his master! If that is the case, I shall fulfill your fate. Someone, drag this wretched slave away and beat him to death." Just as the servants were about to move forward, Chen Yuchuan cast a glance over, his eyes glinting with a cold malice that made the others freeze in place, hesitant to approach. "What does my mother mean by this?" Even within the Ministry of Rights, one cannot arbitrarily execute a servant. If word of this spread, Father S' position would surely be jeopardized. Chen Yuchuan regarded her, an inscrutable smile lurking beneath his gaze. It was you. It must be you. Yanshi seethed. You are the one who harmed you, heir. It's you. What basis does mother have for such accusations? I am confined to this wheelchair. Yuan Yang is merely an ordinary servant, and the ancestral hall is patrolled day and night. How could we have hoisted the third brother up to the beam? Perhaps it is due to Father's high position and power in the officialdom that has incited envy and retaliation. Perhaps the third brother has entangled himself with the powerful in the flower house. Who can say for certain? Chen Yuchuan spoke calmly, despite the bitter resentment gnawing at her. Yanshi lacked solid evidence. In recent years, Chen Anian had increasingly relied on Chen Yuchuan for counsel in the political arena. If she desired a decisive blow, she must possess irrefutable proof. Suppressing her doubts for the moment, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Nonsense. You wretched thing, return to your Yushin courtyard. If I uncover any connection between you and the incident involving you, heir, I shall skin you alive." Chen Yuchuan paid her threat no heed, slightly stretching his neck to glance at the bed, lamenting, "Mother, what a pity. Although the third brother may be foolish, the Chun family can still support him. However what?" Yanshi glared at him furiously. "However, the reputation of a foolish legitimate son is not very flattering. I wonder how it might affect Father S' dealings in the official realm?" Chen Yuchuan spoke with a tinge of regret. Yanshi, nearly losing her composure in anger, glared at him as if intending to devour him whole. That bowl of safflower from years ago should have taken your life. Instead, it has left you a grotesque cripple. A creature as foul as you should not be allowed to live. You should have perished alongside that little wretch. Upon hearing her words, the smile on Chen Yuchuan's lips gradually faded, his eyes darkening as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yanshi. Recognizing that she had spoken out of turn, she nonetheless disregarded it, turning back to the bed, not lifting her head, and commanded, "Get out." Chen Yuchuan paused for a moment, nodded, and began to speak to himself. "It would have been better had we both perished." Yanshi, oblivious to the deeper meaning of his words, merely watched as he wheeled himself away. Not long after, he encountered Chen Anian, who was returning from the window. Their eyes met, both momentarily stunned. Chen Yuchuan wished to say no more and walked directly past him, but seemed reluctant, stopping to ask, "Does Father know about that incident from years ago?" Chen Anian, with his back turned, dare not look back, stammering, I only learned later." He felt a twinge of self-mockery for even asking, and did not linger, departing swiftly. 2 days later, in the evening, urgent knocks resounded at the door of the Chen residence. Upon opening it, they found the second son, Chen Shiran, and the steward, Yu Zheng. Hearing of Yanshi's critical illness, Chen Shiran had hastened back, his journey fraught with haste as he entered the hall, inquiring, "Where is mother? How is her illness? What did the doctor say?" The servants, taken aback by his barrage of questions, were at a loss. Since the trouble lay with the third son, why was the second son only inquiring about their mother? They could only reply, "Madam is well. Second master, please rest a moment. I shall fetch her immediately." Once the arrangements were made, they hurriedly rushed to the back courtyard to summon the matriarch. The servant's words provided Chen Shiran with a modicum of reassurance, though confusion still lingered. Turning to look at Yu Zheng, he noticed the latter's evasive gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Just as Chen Shiran was about to inquire further, a voice interrupted, "Why has no one offered tea to the second brother?" Chen Shiran turned to see Chen Yuchuan, who had long resided in the Yushin courtyard. They had not seen each other for many years. "Elder brother, may you be well?" Chen Shiran respectfully greeted. Chen Yuchuan nodded, and a servant brought in tea. Chen Shiran, having rushed back, was parched and drank deeply before asking, "Elder brother, I have heard of mother's grave illness. What has transpired?" "Do not worry, my dear brother. Mother has greatly improved," Chen Yuchuan remarked with a smile. "That is indeed a relief." Chen Shiran nodded in response. Elder brother resides in the Yushin courtyard, seldom emerging to meet guests. "It is quite surprising to see you today. I hope you do not take offense." Chen Yuchuan shook his head and replied, "Recently, our household has encountered some troubles. Father and mother are engulfed in sorrow. making it difficult for them to cope. As their son, it is my duty to shoulder some of their burdens, if only to express my filial piety. Chen Shiran was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "What has transpired within the household?" With a heavy sigh, Chen Yuchuan responded gravely, "Our third brother, in a moment of despair, tragically took his own life. By the time we discovered him, it was too late. Despite summoning numerous physicians, he remains unconscious to this day." "What?" Chen Shiran nearly leapt from his seat, astonished. "How could this happen?" "Alas, the reasons behind it may only be revealed once our third brother awakens," Chen Yuchuan lamented. "However, the physician has said that he has suffered from asphyxiation for too long. Even if he regains consciousness, he may emerge as a simpleton. Therefore, the underlying causes may remain elusive." "How can this be? Where is our brother? I must see him at once. Which physicians have been summoned? If they cannot treat him, I will search the entire nation for renowned healers to tend to him. He is still young. We cannot afford to give up hope." Chen Shiran, in a state of agitation, attempted to head towards the inner courtyard. Yet, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when Yin Shi approached him. "Anya, why did you return so suddenly?" Seeing Yin Shi's haggard appearance, with swollen eyes and disheveled hair, devoid of her usual vitality and grace, Chen Shiran's heart ached, and he embraced her. Mother has suffered so much. The pent-up emotions within Yin Shi erupted, and the two shared a heartfelt embrace, weeping together. Meanwhile, Chen Yuchuan sat nearby, lifting a cup of tea, watching the scene unfold with a bemused interest. After a considerable time, Yin Shi finally regained her composure and asked, "I have yet to write to you. How did you know to return so quickly?" "The steward personally sought me out, stating that mother was gravely ill and in peril. I hastened back, only to hear that our third brother has been hanging in a state of unconsciousness." "Is this true?" Chen Shiran inquired urgently. "Gravely ill? What is happening? What did I fall ill? Where is the steward? Where is Yu Zheng?" Yin Shi and Chen Shiran looked around, searching for any sign of Yu Zheng, but he had vanished without a trace. "This matter can wait. I must see our third brother," Chen Shiran declared, his concern for Chen Weiwen mounting. He would not delay further and took hold of Yin Shi, intent on visiting Chen Weiwei. "Why the haste?" Chen Yuchuan gently set down his teacup, interjecting to stop them. "What are you doing here?" Yin Shi, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, had only just noticed Chen Yuchuan seated quietly. "I am simply awaiting the return of my younger brother," Chen Yuchuan replied, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, Yin Shi felt a chilling premonition as a thought crossed her mind. "Did you summon Ran back?" "Indeed, it was I," Chen Yuchuan stated, his intentions laid bare as the situation had already reached a critical point. Yin Shi's heart raced as she realized that the events surrounding Chen Weiwei might merely be the beginning. She fought to suppress her fear and asked, "What do you intend to do? Do you remember what you fed my mother all those years ago at Qinglian Monastery?" The sky outside has completely darkened, and the north wind howls, giving Chen Yuchuan's voice an eerie quality. Yin Shi gazes at him, noting how his masked visage mirrors that of the woman she once despised so fiercely. Suddenly, Chen Shiran contorts in agony, racked by unbearable pain. Yin Shi, filled with urgency, seizes him, her heart sinking into despair. "Someone quickly!" she cries out, yet no one comes. "There is no use in exerting yourself. No one will arrive at the manor today. As for your father, my son is pained for him. He has been weary of late and added a touch of sleeping draught to his tea, ensuring he will slumber soundly tonight." Chen Yuchuan lifts the teacup once more, only to set it down again. The tea has grown somewhat tepid. "Yuan Yang, fetch a fresh pot of hot tea. The night is still long." Chapter 34. Revenge. Yin Shi collapses to the ground, disbelief etched upon her face as she stares at Chen Yuchuan. She has heard much of his cunning and schemes from Chen Anian, yet no matter how formidable he may be, he is but a beast trapped in a cage. Little did she know that this wild creature has somehow broken free and now bares its teeth at her. The anguished groans of Chen Shiran snap her back to reality. Yin Shi refuses to accept the truth. She clings to Chen Shiran and desperately calls for help once more, her voice now tinged with tears. With each cry, her throat feels as if it is ablaze, the pain excruciating. In such a secluded estate, The wind carries her cries away, leaving no trace behind. Before an hour has passed, her voice is but a whisper. Devoid of strength, fury ignites within her. In a fit of rage, she lunges toward Chen Yuchuan, attempting to grasp his throat. Yet, at the moment her fingers brush against him, a figure clad in black appears, kicking her back. Yin Shi, now aged, cannot withstand such an assault. She immediately coughs up blood, her hairpins scattering across the floor, and she lies there for an extended period, struggling to regain her breath. Meanwhile, Chen Shiran, unable to bear the pain, begins to claw at his abdomen, his clothing disheveled, his body marred by vivid streaks of blood. A gruesome sight. He repeatedly strikes his head against the table's edge. As a mother, Yin Shi finally succumbs to utter despair. Despite her previous arrogance, she is still a mother. How can she endure the agony of losing 2 sons in succession? She casts aside her dignity, crawling slowly to Chen Yuchuan's feet, grasping his unresponsive foot, and repeatedly bows her head against the ground, soon drawing blood, which trickles down the side of her face in a horrifying display. I was wrong. It is all my fault. I deserve to die. I have harmed your mother and you. Please kill me. Shiran, you are brothers. He has never wronged you. Spare him. Please, spare him. He knows nothing. I implore you, I beg you. Chen Yuchuan looks down at the wretched Yin Shi at his feet, his expression unyielding, devoid of any flicker of emotion. Maintaining his composed demeanor, he inadvertently loosens his grip on the teacup, which shatters upon impact with the ground, hot tea splattering and soaking Yin Shi's garments. Yet she does not release her hold, continuing her fervent pleas to Chen Yuchuan. If you seek atonement, then show me your sincerity. Do you remember which hand administered the poison all those years ago? Yin raised her gaze towards Chen Yuchuan, and surprisingly, there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, they gleamed with a flicker of hope, as if she had grasped the last straw of salvation. She picked up a shard of the broken teacup from the ground and dragged it sharply down her right wrist, blood immediately gushing forth. The porcelain shard, though not as sharp as a dagger, could still inflict pain akin to a blunt knife cutting flesh, each stroke a piercing agony. With every cut, she felt her heart wrenching, her scalp tingling. She gasped for breath to alleviate the torment, continuing to slice until the wound was deep enough to reveal bone. She lifted her gaze to Chen Yuchuan, yet he remained indifferent, his eyelids unmoved. Meanwhile, Chen Shiran's groans were gradually fading, causing Yan's heart to ache with urgency. In the center of the hall stood a colorful stone ornament resembling a miniature mountain, about 3 inches wide and 7 inches tall, and rather weighty. Gritting her teeth, Yan stood up, gripped the ornament tightly, and placed her right wrist on the edge of the table, raising her left hand high before bringing it down forcefully. The pain was excruciating, causing her to roll on the ground. Her already mangled right hand became more grotesque, hanging awkwardly as if only a thin layer of skin held it together. After managing to catch her breath, she crawled towards Chen Yuchuan, leaving a long trail of blood on the floor. In the biting cold of winter, her back was soaked with sweat, her hair clinging to her face, a pitiful sight. With her right hand rendered useless, her pale face lifted towards Chen Yuchuan, her eyes shimmering with a faint glimmer of hope. However, she heard Chen Yuchuan softly shake his head as he looked down at her. Do you remember how my mother pleaded with you back then? Yan's heart plummeted, realizing she would not survive the day. Trembling, she picked up another shard of porcelain, placing it against the artery in her neck. Her final supplication escaping her lips. My sins, I will repay with this life to you and your mother. After death, let me not be buried, nor worshipped. Let my bones be ground to dust, unreborn, never to transcend this cycle. I only plead for you to spare Shiran. Chen Yuchuan finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. Clinging to the last vestige of hope, Yin summoned all her strength and sliced downwards, but she had lost too much blood and lacked the strength to sever the artery. Blood continued to flow freely from her neck. She collapsed to the ground, her vision blurring, unable to see anything. The roaring in her ears drowning her out as she struggled to call out Shiran's childhood name. Even Yuan Yang, standing behind Chen Yuchuan, turned away, unable to bear the scene. At that moment, Chen Yuchuan had seen enough. He raised his hand to adjust his long robe, expressing disdain. "You've sullied the floor. Such bad luck." He then slightly turned his head, commanding, "Enough, grant the second young master's swift end." The cloaked figure responded promptly, drawing a swift blade across Chen Shiran's neck, and he instantly fell silent. Tears streamed down Yan's face, yet she had no strength left to voice her despair, unable to discern the scene before her. She struggled to protect Chen Shiran once more, but despite her utmost effort, she could only move her fingers. Silently and hopelessly, tears flowed as she lay there, awaiting her demise. As the clock struck midnight, Chen Yuchuan remained seated, his presence beside the altar of his biological mother, which stood prominently on the table behind him. He kept her company, bearing witness to the events of this night, returning her former suffering in full, along with a considerable interest. Just as dawn approached, snowflakes began to fall, gradually intensifying, and as the day broke, Chen Yuchuan removed his mask and tossed it to the ground, where it rolled and became stained with Yan's blood. Yet, he turned back with a radiant smile, a hint of youthful surprise gracing his features, the birthmark on his brow appearing even more enchanting as he softly remarked, "Mother, it is snowing." It was not until a delicate layer of snow blanketed the courtyard that Chen Ningzhao awoke. Calling out repeatedly to no avail, he ventured into the hall, where the sight before him filled him with dread. He rushed to Chen Shiran's side, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Ranner, what on earth has happened? What have you done? Where is everyone? Someone come quickly. There is no need for your cries. Father, I have sent the servants away to Yuxing courtyard. There is no one left here," Chen Yuchuan stated nonchalantly. Chen Ningzhao, unwilling to accept the gravity of his son's actions, protested, "He is your brother. How would you do this?" Chen Ningzhao's sharp inquiry only served to irk Chen Yuchuan, who furrowed his brow in irritation and interrupted, saying, "Father, you now feign righteousness. Yet have you forgotten how your own brother met his demise? Regarding methods, how many lives have you taken, father? I have accompanied you throughout this journey and left behind some evidence. I advise you to refrain from complicating matters further. Besides, you have but one son left." Having spent nearly a lifetime navigating the treacherous waters of politics, Chen Ningzhao found himself undone by his own son, resulting in a shattered family and a broken home. Overcome with grief, blood surged to his head, and he choked on his breath, collapsing into unconsciousness. From that day forth, Chen Ningzhao lay paralyzed in bed, unable to move or speak, requiring constant attendance. Yu Zheng, serving as steward, hastily arranged the funerals for Chen Shiran and Yan, dismissing the servants of the Chen household. He adeptly shifted allegiances, recognizing Chen Yuchuan as the new master, fully aware of his methods, and thus remained faithfully compliant, refraining from any missteps. On the 23rd day of the 12th month, the Little New Year, while families adorned their homes with festive decorations, the Chen residents displayed white mourning banners. The household was desolate. Chen Shangshu lay bedridden and speechless, his two legitimate sons either deceased or incapacitated, marking the decline of the Chen family with no hope of revival. The customary mourning rites were strikingly sparse, evoking deep sympathy. Due to his illness, Chen Ningzhao resigned from his post, leaving the position of Minister of Rites unexpectedly vacant. With numerous year-end sacrificial events approaching, the ministry could not afford to be leaderless for even a day. In haste, Minister of Justice Shen Ningzhao, who had previously served as Deputy Minister of Rites, was summoned to take over this critical role. Though it was a lateral transfer, the Ministry of Rites, which oversaw significant national ceremonies, education, examinations, and diplomacy, held far more prestige and resources compared to the Justice Ministry, where one could easily offend others with a misstep. Shen Ningzhao, adept in navigating social intricacies and having established connections with Han Yuzhong, took office with remarkable ease, while the position of Minister of Justice remained temporarily filled by Gu Chiyan. The notion of a temporary appointment is indeed thought-provoking. Should a suitable candidate not emerge by the end of the year, this temporary position may well transform into a permanent one. Gu Chiyan has swiftly ascended 3 ranks within a mere 4 months of returning to the capital, an achievement that undeniably incites envy. He is, however, aloof and unapproachable, making it impossible to curry favor or offend him. Thus, one can only grit their teeth in silence. Within the imperial city, a jubilant atmosphere prevails. Lu Yin is bustling about, entering and exiting until nightfall, and Shen Ningzhao, disturbed by the clamor, finds it impossible to concentrate on the memorials. She decides to retreat to the corridor to admire the snowfall, allowing others to carry on with their arrangements. The towering pines and cypress trees stand tall. The red plum blossoms are charming, and the white snow is refreshingly cool, creating picturesque scenes at every step, a delight to the heart and spirit. Every year, the festivities arrive, yet one wonders why such exuberance. Shen Ningzhao chuckles helplessly. As the old year departs and the new year arrives, there is hope for new beginnings. If the new year unfolds favorably, the entire year shall follow suit. He shares in her joy, standing beside Shen Ningzhao in the corridor, holding out a hand warmer to her, which she politely declines. Unwilling to relent, he prepares to invoke the name of the Empress Dowager, but Shen Ningzhao, familiar with his tactics, concedes to accept the hand warmer, saying, "You need not keep me company. Lu Yin is exceedingly busy. You should assist her. I shall remain here to enjoy the snow." He, left with no choice, steps away, but has barely gone a few paces when Xing approaches briskly. Stands to the side and "Greetings, Lord Xing," and Xing nods and approaches Shen Ningzhao, bowing respectfully. With the new year fast approaching, the atmosphere is lively and joyous. Shen Ningzhao teases Xing, "You ought to don a new outfit to match the occasion." Her words cause a fleeting smile to grace Xing's lips, his mirth rippling like stones cast into water, yet it vanishes just as quickly, replaced by his usual stoic demeanor as he responds with a hint of depth. "Indeed, it is festive. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow." Shen Ningzhao chuckles lightly, a cool glimmer in her eyes. Indeed, Chen Yuchuan wields his blade with remarkable swiftness and severity. Without Chen Nian's support, Han Yuzhong may find this year difficult to navigate. But should we pursue the advantage? After a moment's contemplation, she shakes her head. This time, pulling up the radish brings the mud with it. The forces behind Chen Yuchuan are shrouded in mystery. Even you cannot uncover them. We must not underestimate their influence or act in haste. Let us proceed with caution, adapting as the situation unfolds. Additionally, there is one more matter. She died last night in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningzhao raises an eyebrow and looks toward Xing, who continues. Li Diyu and Xie Wang from the Ministry of Revenue conspired to bribe the prison guards. Knowing he could not escape the consequences, the guard committed suicide out of guilt. As thoughts of the Ministry of Revenue and the CF family cross her mind, Shen Ningzhao's fingers glide over the hand warmer, the satin fabric embroidered with golden threads. Her thoughts weaving through complexities akin to the needle threading through silk. Finally, she speaks slowly. Han Yuzhong once dismissed the CF family and their meager schemes, unwilling to associate with them. However, since Li Diyu has allied with the CF family, it seems that Chen Nian's downfall has loosened some matters from Han Yuzhong's control, and he appears to be growing anxious. Xing nods in agreement. Indeed, if not for Han Yuzhong's directive, Li Diyu would likely not have joined forces with the Empress Dowager. This indicates an intent to extend their influence into the palace. He furrows his brow. Should we dispatch an envoy? The words remain unspoken, yet Shen Ningzhao perceives the murderous intent in his eyes. After a moment of reflection, Shen Ningzhao muses. The CF family is not difficult to deal with. But what of the Empress Dowager? If she were to be assassinated in the Kongren Palace, how would the world perceive the court, and how would they view me? I misspoke, my subordinates. No, Xing, you are correct. The CF family indeed cannot be allowed to remain, but must be executed in a different manner, one that ensures the eyes of the world are upon it. The members of the CF family should perish amidst the gaze of the public. Shen Ningzhao's words startled Xing, who lifted his gaze only to meet Shen Ningzhao's eyes directly. The corridor had been adorned with palace lanterns intricately carved from white jade, casting a luminous, gentle glow akin to moonlight, illuminating the skin of those present to a snowy brilliance. Yet, it paled in comparison to the cold indifference and murderous intent lurking in Shen Ningzhao's eyes. Chapter 35. Turmoil. The death of Chun. She brought a sense of relief to those with ulterior motives in the city, especially with the new year approaching. It was almost a double blessing. Xie Shi, who had always been fond of the flower houses, arrived early at Zhu Yinfang as twilight descended. The enchanting Yuan, seated in the loft, her face veiled in fine gauze, sang melodiously accompanied by the pipa, her voice drifting gracefully through the beaded curtains, leaving the audience entranced. As her performance concluded, applause erupted from the crowd. A delicate arm resembling a lotus root emerged from behind the beaded curtain, adorned with a red chalcedony bracelet. Yuan revealed half her face, casting a playful glance that left the men weak at the knees. This evening marked Yuan's debut in public selling, igniting a fervor among the men, who eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Xie Shi found himself amidst this frenzy, his heart racing with excitement. As the bidding commenced, men hurriedly raised their offers. 500 taels, 800 taels, 1,000 taels. Observing the impatience of the crowd, Xie Shi scoffed lightly, feeling disdain within, and proclaimed loudly, "I bid 1,000 taels in gold." The atmosphere fell abruptly silent as the men whispered among themselves, while the city was not devoid of wealth. Respect had to be afforded to the Xie family's matriarch. With a decisive stroke, Xie Shi spent extravagantly for beauty, ultimately claiming the lady amidst the begrudging gazes of onlookers. He ascended the stairs to the fragrant pavilion with a proud and satisfied demeanor. Inside the fragrant pavilion, incense wafted through the air, and as Yuan removed her veil, revealing her enchanting visage, a mere smile was enough to stir the hearts of those present. Xie Shi, with a penchant for indulgence and a flair for mischief in matters of intimacy, found himself unable to quell his desires, and thus became somewhat rough in his approach. The sounds of Yuan's cries echoed from within the pavilion, evoking pity from passers-by, who could only shake their heads in resignation. Aware of Xie Shi's notorious reputation throughout the district, Yuan, encountering him for the first time, was likely to endure considerable hardship. As the night wore on, regardless of Xie Shi's attempts, Yuan ceased to respond. Initially, he assumed she had merely fainted, but as time passed, a sense of dread enveloped him. When he reached out, he discovered she had lost all signs of life. Accustomed to being pampered, the shock rendered Xie Shi momentarily disoriented, and in disarray, he fled the pavilion, rushing back to the Xie residence under the weight of many scrutinizing eyes. Although Yuan was a woman of the world, her life was still valuable. Such a tragic demise would surely incite public outrage. The proprietor of Zhu Yinfang, having significant backing, would not easily let go of such a lucrative asset and clung to the Xie family, demanding accountability. Xie Yinguang, faced with no alternatives, was compelled to part with substantial sums of silver and offer smiles, promising Yuan a dignified burial as Xie Shi's concubine, thus silencing the whispers. Marrying a deceased woman as a concubine, with the entrance marked by a funeral, was unprecedented in the city, and the Xie family found themselves the subject of ridicule, both openly and covertly. Xie Yi, the legitimate son of the Xie family, served at the military station, surrounded by spirited young men who spoke without restraint and indulged in all manner of talk. Unable to endure their crude behavior, Xie Yi resorted to violence and was subsequently punished by being sent home for reflection. The relationship between the two brothers had long been fraught with tension, and now it had reached a boiling point. One day, they encountered each other in the garden, where old grievances ignited fresh animosity. Impulsively, Xie Yi confronted his brother, saying, "Did not our father order you to reflect? What audacity allows you to venture outside? You have brought disgrace upon the Xie family." Xie Shi, who had already been vexed by his punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall, rolled his eyes and retorted, "What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs and step aside. A good dog does not block the way. I am the legitimate son of the Xie family. Everything that transpires within this household is my concern. Ji Fumit, you, a lowly wretch, I shall teach you a lesson today." Enraged, Xie Yi seized Xie Shi by the collar, ready to strike. "Huh, I dare you to try. Have you forgotten who holds authority in this house? Once your short-lived mother ascends to heaven, my mother shall take her rightful place, and I will be the true heir. Xie Shi spat defiantly, refusing to back down. Xie Yi, his temper flaring, lost all reason and declared, "Today I shall beat you to death, so you may cease your foolish dreams." The servants nearby were horrified, paralyzed with fear, and rushed to summon the master and mistress. Xie Shi, no match for his brother, cried out in pain as he was mercilessly beaten. Soon, Xie Yinguang and Madame He arrived, urgently ordering the servants to separate the two. Leaning on his cane, Xie Yinguang berated them, saying, "You fools! Are you intent on driving me to madness?" Seeing her son's battered face, Madame He felt a pang of anguish. With a newfound sense of security, Xie Shi quickly lodged a complaint. "He struck me first and insulted me, calling me lowly. Mother, you must stand up for your son." "Silence." Madame He feigned reproach, glancing at Xie Yinguang's countenance. "Heir has been in a foul mood since his punishment. You must endure his outburst without retaliating." Madame He adopted a conciliatory approach. But Xie Yi, already seething with anger, could not bear such an accusation. "Be quiet, you wretched woman. You and your shameless son deserve nothing but scorn." With a sharp slap, Xie Yinguang struck Xie Yi across the face, admonishing, "Who taught you to speak to your elders in such a manner? Does she even qualify as an elder? The son she raised has brought disgrace upon the Xie family. Do you know what they say about us outside? What girl would dare to marry into our family now?" Xie Yinguang paused, momentarily taken aback. Madame He quickly placed a comforting hand on his back, saying, "Do not be angry, my lord. It was indeed Shi who was at fault. A few harsh words and a few blows are inconsequential." Dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, she feigned sorrow. "While it is acceptable for you to scold me for beating Shi, do not let your temper flare against your father. He is aging and toiling for the sake of the Xie household. You must show understanding and share the burden. If you remain aggrieved, I shall stand here and allow you to strike and scold me without retaliation." "Absurd." Xie Yinguang interrupted Madame He, addressing Xie Yi. "Your initial aggression today makes you at fault. Go to the ancestral hall and kneel. Reflect properly. Should you cause further trouble, I shall show you no mercy." After Xie Yinguang finished speaking, he strode away. Once he was out of sight, He sure wiped away her tears, casting a disdainful glance at Xie Yi. She took Xie Shi's hand and, as they walked, casually remarked, "This winter is truly bitter. Those who are ill endure the greatest hardships. Perhaps succumbing to it would be a form of liberation." Xie Yi, incited with indignation, clenched his teeth, ready to rush after her, but was firmly restrained by the servants. He sure had already departed with Xie Shi, not once looking back. Xie Yi was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. With Lu Shi bedridden, the servants, perceptive to the situation, refrained from informing her. Xie Yi did not expect her to intercede on their behalf. Lu Shi, gravely ill, could offer little concern for them, often having the will but lacking the strength. Only Xie Yingying secretly brought food to Xie Yi at night, with a maid guarding the door, allowing them a fleeting moment to converse. Amid their exchange, she could not help but quietly lament, why must elder brother be so impulsive, allowing He sure to seize leverage and incite father's wrath? "You have not heard that wretched person Xie Yi is naturally incensed," he retorted. "Brother, be cautious. There are ears on the other side of the wall," Xie Yingying interrupted. "How can you be so rash? In our household, it is the concubines who hold sway. If we merely resist with brute force, what good can come of it?" Xie Yingying's words left Xie Yi feeling vexed, and he turned away in silence. "Brother, a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait," she softly reassured him. "The other day, when I entered the palace, my aunt expressed interest in a union with the Li family. Should this come to fruition, it would certainly serve as a tremendous support for you. At that time, how could he sure continue to act so brazenly?" "Li de Yugoslavia, the Minister of Revenue?" Ji exclaimed, astonished. Xie Yingying nodded, glancing around before speaking in hushed tones. "This matter is not yet settled, so do not speak of it openly. The Li family is vast and complex. Should you marry into it, where would the suffering end? Living a lifetime under He sure's oppression is not without its pain. Even if hardship is inevitable, it must be won with hope. If my aunt offers me this opportunity, I will seize it firmly ensuring that one day I can assist you in soaring to great heights. Then, we shall no longer have to endure the disdain of others or suffer indignities. The grievances of today will be repaid tenfold. Although Xie Yingying's voice was soft, her words genuinely astonished Xie Yi. The little sister, once sheltered behind him, had unexpectedly matured, her eyes betraying a resilience and cunning that felt unfamiliar. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Very well, I must not linger. Brother, ponder well on what I have said today and refrain from acting impulsively. I shall take my leave now. With that, Xie Ying quietly departed with her maid. The maid, trailing behind Xie Ying, hesitated several times before finally speaking up. Miss, during the Lantern Festival, I chanced upon the young master of the Leaf family at the entrance of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. He is corpulent, his eyes glimmering with lasciviousness, and he unabashedly indulges in company. Such a person is hardly a suitable match. I urge you to reconsider. And what, in your opinion, constitutes a suitable match? Xie Ying replied, seemingly amused, without turning back. The maid, unable to see her expression, felt puzzled, but was compelled to respond to her mistress's inquiry. Surely, it is a young gentleman of grace and extraordinary talent. Xie Ying scoffed lightly and turned back to say, the suitable matches you speak of are plentiful in the Imperial Academy, mere superficial scholars. Yet, the Minister of Revenue's legitimate son is a singular rarity. The maid was intimidated by Xie Ying's expression, lowering her head and daring not to utter another word. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and Xie Ying's shadow was elongated by the lantern behind her. A cold visage flashed through her mind, yet she merely displayed a fleeting change in her expression before continuing her forward stride. Within the Fusho Palace, the fire blazed brightly, rendering the hall exceedingly warm. One felt no chill even in light garments. Several pots of jasmine were in full bloom, their pure white blossoms shyly unfurling amidst lush green leaves. And a subtle fragrance wafted throughout the room, soothing the spirit. Shen Ningzhao had dined with Empress Dowager Su and remained in the warm chamber to converse with her, while Yunshuang and Qinga stood guard outside the hall. The Empress Dowager's complexion had noticeably improved in recent days, a testament to Yunshuang's diligent care, deserving of reward. Shen Ningzhao remarked, alas, even if you were to bestow upon her mountains of gold and silver, she would simply exchange it for medicinal herbs, all to coax me into consuming them. Empress Dowager, Su replied with resignation. Yunshuang is deeply devoted to medicine, her skill surpassing many men. And I have heard that numerous young physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute have secretly sought her counsel, Shen Ningzhao commented. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager covered her mouth and laughed. You speak the truth. Those young medical officers were severely reprimanded by Director Yang and never dared to return. Infuriated, Yunshuang confronted Yang and scolded him for his disdain towards women. Yang was left speechless, and now, when sending items to Jiang Palace, Yunshuang has refused them. Poor Director Yang has even come to plead with me. Shen Ningzhao chuckled at this, and is not easily appeased. Director Yang is likely in for a hard time. Indeed, I have wasted much breath, Empress Dowager Su replied. Such medical talent as Yunshuang's is truly regrettable to be overlooked. In the future, I must ensure a clinic is established for her outside the palace, for how many could benefit from her skills. Shen Ningzhao's words suddenly prompted the Empress Dowager to pause. Leaning closer to whisper, I have been counting the days. Mother need not worry, Shen Ningzhao reassured her, gently patting her hand and speaking in a hushed tone. He arrived in Linen a few days ago and has settled in well. Everything is in order. That is good. Empress Dowager Su exhaled in relief, nodding appreciatively. She was about to inquire further when Shen Ningzhao abruptly interjected to shift the topic. The New Year's Eve is approaching. I will have Li'en bring over the list from the bell and drum office shortly. With no one in the palace, it is not worth troubling Mother. Empress Dowager Su nodded. It is merely those matters that require some festive cheer. As long as there are no mishaps, all will be well. It is a pity that the Grand Tutor cannot attend this palace banquet. He is all alone, and his courtyard is empty. With the new year nearing, he has fallen ill. Have you sent someone to check on him? Shen Ningzhao nodded, then shook her head. Mother need not be concerned. The imperial physician merely made a routine visit. The Grand Tutor is in good health and has not contracted any illness. What do you mean by that? The Empress Dowager asked, slightly taken aback. Mother, do not be anxious. Some matters require thorough investigation. This is of great importance. The Grand Tutor prefers to handle it personally rather than entrust it to others, Shen Ningzhao explained. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, You conceal things so tightly. It cannot be a trivial matter. Mother need not worry. I will act with discretion, Shen Ningzhao reassured her. With that, the Empress Dowager refrained from further inquiries, and for a moment, silence enveloped them, the stillness within the hall contrasting sharply with the more menacing winds outside. Empress Dowager Su cleared her throat softly twice, lifted the teacup beside her, took a sip, and cast a fleeting glance at Shen Ningzhao, sighing gently. You have become increasingly adept at concealing matters from me. Mother, such is not the case. It is merely a trifling matter, Shen Ningzhao replied, glancing outside the hall before deftly changing the subject. In the flower house, we have carefully nurtured a batch of your favorite water lilies. They have been kept warm by the firewall daily, with no negligence whatsoever. In just over a month, they shall bloom. You need only tend to them patiently and await their blossoming. As her words faded, the voices of Yun Shuang and Chinga drew near, and a shadow flitted past the side window, vanishing from sight. Outside, the night was cloaked in heavy clouds, brewing a great snowfall, while the seeds, slumbering in the muddy earth, were on the cusp of spring's awakening. Each was bound by their own thoughts, one waiting for the biting cold, the other for the warm sun. Chapter 36. Deception and Evasion in Linen. 3 years prior, a courtyard with 3 entrances quietly emerged in Banner Lane. The owner, of the surname Su, remained exceedingly enigmatic and low profile, never revealing themselves, only rumored to be engaged in the tea trade. Situated by the river, Linen boasted convenient waterway transport, which purportedly allowed the Su family's business to flourish nationwide. Jealous local rivals harbored ill intentions towards the Su family, yet their schemes invariably ended in either death or injury, causing entire families to relocate without gaining any advantage. Whispers circulated that the Su family had formidable backing in the region, and over time, no one dared to disturb them. The Su family, in turn, conducted their business quietly, ignoring all other affairs. As night fell, in the main hall of the Su family's rear courtyard, candlelight flickered while servants stood guard at the door, yet the interior was devoid of occupants. Behind a bookcase lay a secret passage leading underground. At that moment, Su Jinji sat in a chair within the basement, surrounded by dozens, if not hundreds, of large Wang Wali boxes. Despite the vastness of the basement, it felt somewhat cramped, and upon casually lifting the lid of one box, it brimmed with gold and silver. Even Qing Chuan, accustomed to fine treasures, could not help but be taken aback. Lu Shiji, oblivious, had delivered a shipment of silver through the side door, only to have it swiftly transported out the back door and delivered here overnight, never lingering even a moment within the Su residence. Even if he were to turn the Su residence upside down, he would uncover nothing, since they wished to send it. I certainly cannot refuse. However, with so much silver, it would be a waste to let it sit idle, prompting one to consider some action. Su Jinji remarked with a roguish smile. Qing Chuan felt a tightening in his scalp, swallowing hard, uncertain about Su Jinji's sudden whim. What do you intend to do, my lord? A few days prior, Tianxiang Pavilion had delivered a letter from His Majesty, containing but 8 words: disguise your identity and await the opportune moment. Su Jinji raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsatisfied. Yet I wish to pursue something else. My lord, this feigned death and deception has already been perilous. It is unwise to proceed further, Qing Chuan said, his brow glistening with cold sweat. This is tantamount to defying imperial orders. Yet Su Jinji merely smiled mysteriously, falling silent, while his eyes in the dim basement glimmered like a cluster of flames, intense and radiant. In another part of the palace, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air. Kai Wei was gently massaging Empress Dowager Xie's temples, alleviating her headache. Not long ago, a lady entered the palace, and Empress Dowager Xie subtly hinted at matrimonial arrangements for 2 families. Wu, the legitimate wife of Li Diyu, smiled and feigned enthusiasm, claiming she would return to discuss matters with Li Diyu and choose an auspicious date, ensuring that the daughter of the Xie family would not suffer the slightest indignity. Yet, at this juncture, an unfortunate incident emerged, and the Li family seemed to vanish into the depths of the sea, leaving no trace behind. This naturally caused Empress Dowager Xie to feel increasingly vexed. The ineffectual and troublesome He family indeed proved to be of little worth, having raised such a character. Empress Dowager Xie was no longer the radiant beauty of her youth. Wrinkles and sagging skin were inevitable. Now, as she furrowed her brow, her expression bore a hint of sharpness and bitterness. "Your Majesty, do not fret," Kai Wei gently consoled. "After a while, when the storm has passed, news will surely arrive. Since you have spoken, the Li family would not dare to be negligent or dismissive." Empress Dowager Xie steadied her thoughts, removed her protective armor, and cast it aside on the table, her furrowed brow revealing her disdain. "When my father was alive, Li Diyu was but an insignificant official, lacking even the qualifications to enter the Xie household. He relied solely on the daughters of the rear courtyard to pave his way. Once he attained the position of a minister, he learned to put on airs. I have heard that Minister Li has 39 concubines in his rear courtyard, who have borne him numerous daughters. To seek glory, he would even marry off his daughters as concubines to others, and it seems that this is indeed true." Kai Wei was somewhat astonished. Li Diyu, consumed by lust, with his numerous offspring, would not concern himself with such matters. Just look at how haughty Wu is now. If not for her son, the only legitimate heir of the Li family, how could her life be so favorable? The chaos within the Li household raised doubts for Kai Wei about the suitability of a marriage for the young lady. Ying married a legitimate heir, becoming the primary wife. Once she bore a legitimate grandson, the Li family would be overjoyed. Who would dare to make things difficult for her? In these times, the Xie family represents the best match she could secure. Should the Xie and Li families unite in matrimony, it would promise a brighter future for the descendants of the Xie family, rekindling hope for their revival, having once basked in the glory of the Xie family's zenith. Empress Dowager Xie found the family's decline an indelible obsession in her heart. With no children to rely upon, she projected all her hopes on her natal family. Kai Wei, well aware of Empress Dowager Xie's discontent, was moved. She approached the Empress Dowager, kneeling slowly, holding a cup of Bai Luo Chun tea. "Your Majesty's heartfelt intentions shall surely be rewarded." Sai Yue's words momentarily enveloped Empress Dowager Xie in a haze of nostalgia, reminiscent of a person from over a decade ago who knelt at her skirt's edge and uttered similar sentiments. Only that person had perished before her very eyes. Gazing at the individual before her, Empress Dowager Xie felt the features gradually align with the face from her memories, causing her eyes to well with warmth. Kai Wei, meeting her gaze, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Your Majesty, what troubles you? Did I speak out of turn?" Empress Dowager Xie lowered her gaze and recollected the past. 3 years ago, at the gates of Jingren Palace, a vicious dog raised by noble consort Qi broke free and lunged toward me. You, then merely a maid sweeping the path, rushed forth without hesitation to shield me. And to this day, the deep scar on your shoulder remains. Why does your Majesty suddenly bring up past events? Kai Wei inquired, puzzled. I ask you why you would risk your life to save me. Empress Dowager Xie did not respond. Continuing her monologue, you mentioned that upon your initial entry into the palace, the steward instructed you that your foremost duty was to protect your master. Had it not been for Her Highness bringing me back to Jingren Palace for treatment, I would not be here today. Her Highness is my master, and I would gladly die 1,000 deaths without regret, said Kai Wei. The two exchanged glances when suddenly a maid requested an audience from outside. Kai Wei glanced at Empress Dowager Xie, who straightened herself, concealing her exposed emotions. Kai Wei rose to attend to the door and returned shortly, holding a note. Empress Dowager Xie cast a glance at her, and Kai Wei softly announced, I have just received a message from the side gate. Empress Dowager Xie raised her hand to receive the note, swiftly perusing its contents before folding it again and returning it to Kai Wei. Kai Wei turned, removed the glass cover from the palace lantern, and reduced the paper to ashes before returning to Empress Dowager Xie's side. Not uttering a word, or casting another glance. Empress Dowager Xie observed the intricately designed armor before her, a slow smile gracing her lips. The red walls remained unchanged, the green tiles still in place. Even the grass and trees stood as they had for over a decade. The blood-soaked price of human lives witnessed firsthand. How could one reconcile with such a reality? Those within and outside the walls continued to struggle desperately, secretly gathering strength, preparing for a fatal strike. They had chosen to fight until the bitter end. A battle of life and death. The festivities of the new year, with spring couplets, sacrificial rites, family feasts, and firecrackers, bore little difference between the royal court and the common folk. Within the palace, however, the couplets were composed by the Hamlin Academy, inscribed on vermilion paper adorned with yellow silk borders, hung with reverence on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, and collected for storage on the 3rd day of the following lunar month. There would also be characters of good fortune pinned by the emperor, distributed to esteemed ministers' households. Year-end sacrificial activities were exceedingly lengthy and intricate, comprising fasting, arrangements, morning rituals, recitation of sacrificial texts, and the offering of tributes, culminating in the sending off of deities. This entire process spanned from dawn until dusk, and with the weighty, ceremonial robes. The officials found it unbearably taxing. The setting off of firecrackers was to occur at the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, synchronized for a full hour. Visible from a Fushan behind the imperial city, so that all citizens could witness it. The rituals of sending off and welcoming deities were meant to invoke prayers for a prosperous and worry-free year ahead. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. The imperial kitchen had been bustling since dawn, adhering to the custom of preparing a family feast consisting of 108 dishes. As the sun sank in the west, Shen Ningzhao hosted a banquet for the officials in the Bao Hall. The Grand Tutor Lin Qi was absent due to illness, and Chiyan, having risen to one of the 6 ministries, naturally became the target of scrutiny. The death of Chen Shiji was deftly acknowledged by the emperor with a few casual words. Though the emperor wished to shield him, discontent brewed among some. Yet this was not the moment to sever ties. Amidst the clinking of cups, Chiyan found himself the subject of numerous scrutinizing glances. He remained composed, his fingers elegantly poised as he raised his cup. Under the glow of the palace lanterns, his profile, illuminated like jade, appeared as though bathed in moonlight, captivating many noble women who blushed in secret. Xie Yingying trailed closely behind the Empress Dowager, stealing glances repeatedly. In comparison to such a jewel, the heir of the Ministry of Revenue was indeed a disheartening sight. Shen Ningzhao carefully observed the thoughts of those present, her eyes briefly sweeping over Chiyan as she smiled gently. It has been quite some time. Miss Xie has grown to be such a graceful beauty, reminiscent of the elegance the Empress once possessed, dignified and charming. Upon hearing these words, Xie Yingying displayed a bashful demeanor, lowering her gaze. Your Majesty is overly flattering. This humble daughter does not dare accept such praise. There is no need for such modesty, Miss Xie, replied Shen Ningzhao, whose slightly tipsy state made her eyes appear even more gentle and affectionate, reminiscent of the late emperor in his youth, causing Xie Empress Dowager to momentarily lose her composure. The youthful affection between couples is indeed rare, yet time has eroded it to nothing. I find the golden hairpin adorning Miss Xie's head quite lovely, though it seems a trifle common for one of such beauty. I recall there's a pair of ruby and emerald hairpins in the treasury that would suit you splendidly. Shen Ningzhao turned her head slightly. Jihe, go fetch them as a gift for Miss Xie. Yes, Ji responded and departed. Xie Yingying was taken aback by the honor, her heart swelling with joy and astonishment. She hastily rose to express her gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. Shen Ningzhao waved her hand, signaling for her to be at ease, and after taking another sip, continued, the inner palace can be quite lonely. I hope Miss Xie will often come to accompany the Empress Dowager in her solitude, fulfilling my filial duty. I shall be eternally grateful. This remark caught the attention of the civil and military officials present. It was well known that the 2 Empress Dowagers were at odds, and the Emperor's overture towards the Xie family was unprecedented. Li Diyu cast a discreet glance at Xie Empress Dowager, feeling a twinge of anxiety regarding the prolonged delay of the union between their families, and he pondered the implications of the current scene. This daughter complies with your command. To be able to share in your burdens is a blessing, Xie Yingying replied, her heart swelling with pride as she basked in the admiration of the women present. Her posture straightening unconsciously. The affairs of the previous dynasty were indeed taxing. It brings me great comfort to witness such filial devotion from the emperor. Xie Empress Dowager remarked with a smile. I raise a toast to the Empress Dowager, wishing her health and serenity. Upon finishing her words, the officials rose in unison, and the hall was filled with lively chatter once more. The newly choreographed dance by the drum and bell department was captivating, with the lead dancer exuding charm and grace. Her skin as fair as snow, her crimson attire swirling more enchanting than the plum blossoms outside the palace. Shen Ningzhao gazed at her waist for an extended period. Empress Dowager Su gently cleared her throat and remarked, excessive drinking is detrimental to one's health. The emperor should be given tea to sober up. Yes. Shen Ningzhao observed the sobering tea presented to him, frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing and drank it. This moment did not escape Xie Empress Dowager's notice. She subtly curved her lips into a smile. Chapter 37. A prayer for blessings with a graceful figure dancing to the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo. Sweet praises flowed from the lips of those present, mingled with the scent of wine, amidst the clinking of glasses, creating a scene of peace and prosperity. As the hour approached midnight, Shen Ningzhao rose, swaying slightly, prompting Ji He to quickly support him. Your Majesty, please be careful. Shen Ningzhao waved his hand, chuckling. I'm quite well. Today was meant to be a time for the Grand Tutor to accompany me to the Chaohui Pavilion to light lamps and pray for blessings. However, the Grand Tutor is unwell and cannot attend. I wonder if Minister Gu would be willing to join me on this journey? The Grand Tutor Lin Qi, being the head of the cabinet, would naturally be expected to accompany the emperor for such an occasion. With the Grand Tutor absent, it should fall to the second assistant, Minister of Personnel Han Yuzhong, to accompany him. Although Gu Chiyan currently held the same rank as Han Yuzhong, his position and reputation in the court were not comparable. Thus, as the emperor's words hung in the air, a palpable silence enveloped the banquet, with the gazes of all present shifting between Han Yuzhong and Gu Chiyan. Han Yuzhong remained as unyielding as a clock, sipping the remaining wine in his cup before slowly placing it down, his expression unchanged, eluding any discernible reaction from those around him. Meanwhile, Gu Chiyan raised an eyebrow at the murmurs and scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gradually bowed and addressed, Your Majesty. Before Gu Chiyan could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by a Hamlin Academy official who seized the opportunity to interject, Your Majesty, this course of action is contrary to reason. In the absence of the Prime Minister, it is only fitting that the Deputy Prime Minister, Lord Han, steps in. Lord Han is undoubtedly the most qualified choice based on both experience and merit. We beseech Your Majesty to reconsider. The chorus of officials echoed the sentiment, urging the emperor to deliberate further. Shen Ningzhao observed the multitude kneeling before her, her gaze dimming slightly as if awakening from a long slumber. She shook her head and smiled, saying, It is I who am intoxicated. You are all correct. I kindly request Lord Han to accompany me. Han Yuzhong paused for a moment before rising, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. My constitution cannot endure the effects of alcohol, and I fear that my sincerity in prayer might anger the divine, bringing calamity upon the common people, which would be a sin beyond redemption. The tug-of-war between Shen Ningzhao and Han Yuzhong was merely a child's play in the eyes of the latter. After decades of navigating the treacherous waters of politics, he had no desire to engage in covert skirmishes. His bold rebuttal of the emperor before all the officials served as both a caution and a warning. The assembly fell silent, heads bowed, as no one dared to speak. Should the Minister of Personnel refuse to proceed, it was unlikely anyone would dare to step forward and openly challenge him. He returned to his seat, feigning drunkenness, observing the young emperor with a cold gaze, awaiting how he would navigate the impasse. The once lively banquet had turned somber, with the atmosphere thick with tension. Shen Ningzhao's smile faded gradually, her pallor increasing as she cast her gaze upon the assembled crowd, her hands gripping tightly for a moment before relaxing. Empress Dowager Su glanced her way, and she slightly shook her head before donning a smile again, just as she was about to speak when a voice rang out. "I am willing to accompany your majesty." At this unexpected declaration, the assembly lifted their eyes to behold Gu Chiyan, clad in a deep blue robe, standing among them with an unhurried demeanor. "Lord Han is unable to partake further. We must not miss the auspicious moment for lighting lamps and offering prayers. I am willing to offer my humble assistance, sincerely seeking blessings for favorable weather and peace for the nation in the coming year." Shen Ningzhao swallowed back the words that had been on her lips, gazing at the earnest and loyal figure before her. Her eyes softened with gratitude, a smile gracing her lips, yet her teeth clenched in silent frustration. Gu Chiyan's actions were not merely a slap in Han Yuzhong's face. Shen Ningzhao had summoned him to serve as a shield, wielding a semblance of authority to obscure intentions and deter rash actions, hoping to navigate the murky waters undetected. Gu Chiyan, unwilling to suffer this covert slight, now staged a display of unity between sovereign and subject, aligning himself with Shen Ningzhao in shared fortunes and misfortunes. The situation had become starkly clear, and such a maneuver would surely provoke the Han faction to retaliate with fervor. After this night, one could anticipate a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil. With Gu Chiyan's unwavering loyalty to the emperor and the welfare of the people, it was a source of embarrassment for the elder statesman. With such a son in the Gu family, one could only surmise that he would ascend the ranks to greater heights. Han Yuzhong straightened his posture slightly, his gaze sharp and focused, banishing any trace of inebriation. "Lord Han is mistaken. This is merely the path of a minister." Gu Chiyan stood tall, his demeanor composed as he nodded thoughtfully. Han Yuzhong sneered. "I truly feel aged. Today, I find myself receiving counsel on the ways of servitude from the younger generation. I am grateful for the lesson." "You are too kind, my lord," Gu Chiyan replied, catching the faint sound of Qin Kai's suppressed sigh behind him, laced with mirth. At that moment, the group had lost all desire for drink, their attention drawn to Han Yuzhong's sullen countenance. It was evident that the audacity of youth knew no bounds. Thus, Gu Chiyan accompanied Shen Ningzhao towards the Qiao Pavilion. The octagonal lanterns stretched from the eaves of each palace, weaving through the narrow corridors, their delicate wooden frames adorned with crimson silk. The flickering candlelight persisted throughout the night, transforming the once imposing and frigid halls into spaces of warmth and joy. However, the lingering scent of candle smoke served as a cautionary reminder to passers-by not to take the atmosphere lightly. The group walked quietly, the only sound being the rhythmic tapping of their shoes on the blue bricks. Indeed, the esteemed Gu is a man of strategic finesse. "Sacrificing 1,000 for the gain of 800, mused Shen Ningzhao, casting a glance at Gu Chiyan. "I wonder if you possess such fortuity each time, encountering opportunity before facing demise." Gu Chiyan, fully aware of the subtle mockery in her words, maintained an unperturbed expression and retorted, "I appreciate your concern, your majesty. It is a matter of timing and fate. I am accustomed to the chaos of battle and hold little regard for underhanded tactics. Now that the chessboard is clear, the outcome remains uncertain. I was unaware that you, esteemed Gu, were such a man of integrity." Shen Ningzhao remarked with a light scoff. "Given the stakes in your hand, what are your chances of victory?" "Your majesty jests. What stakes do I possess?" Gu Chiyan replied. "In this game, all the stakes are in your majesty's hands." At this, Shen Ningzhao halted, the myriad of everlasting lanterns illuminating the eastern lake of the Qiao Pavilion casting a warm glow over her. The light in her eyes was gentle yet radiant, concealing a fierce fire within her heart. Yet she smiled sincerely and unabashedly. "The greatest stake I possess is, of course, your unwavering loyalty, dear Gu." Gu Chiyan was momentarily taken aback, then slightly lowered his gaze, replying, "Then I shall patiently await your majesty's grand display of prowess." A cunning fox, an unfathomable tiger, now aboard the same vessel, none could hope to remain unscathed until victory was determined. The Qiao Pavilion. adorned like a radiant moon surrounded by stars, stood at the highest point of the imperial city. The staircase of white jade leading to the pavilion boasted 108 steps, with 7 levels in total, towering high enough to touch the stars. As Shen Ningzhao reached the summit, she felt the sweat on her back, but the night breeze was refreshing. "Your Majesty, the night air is chilly. Your health is paramount," he cautioned, positioning himself to shield her from the wind. With a soft sigh, Shen Ningzhao then heard the distant tolling of bells, a pronounced voice announcing, "The auspicious moment has arrived." The attendants behind them promptly knelt in response. They began to chant the sacrificial incantations and light the ceremonial lanterns. Chiyan accepted the incense, igniting it in the candlelight, then offered it to Shen Ningzhao, who graciously accepted and bowed in reverence. First bow for the eternal stability of the realm, second for the welfare of the people, and third for a prosperous Chang'an. After the 3 bows, Shen Ningzhao lit the fuse herself, and a firework soared into the sky, resembling a colossal dragon of flames. With a thunderous boom, a magnificent golden firework erupted, its brilliance akin to a fierce beast's claw, illuminating the entire imperial city and brightening the night sky. The palace attendants, upon receiving the signal, ignited fireworks across the lake, their brilliant bursts harmonizing with the myriad lights of the city beyond the palace walls. The vibrant lanterns lining Zhengyangmen Street in a myriad of forms, stretched from one end to the other, resembling a dazzling river of stars. Chiyan stood beside Shen Ningzhao, both gazing at the scene. Beneath their feet lay the intricate machinations of the imperial city. Above them danced ephemeral fireworks, and before their eyes unfolded the myriad facets of humanity. In the vastness of the cosmos, one felt insignificantly small, yet paradoxically elevated. This lifetime, merely a fleeting century on Earth, casts all individuals as mere specks of dust in the torrent of time. "Your Majesty, the night is quite breezy. We should return." He broke the silence. Shen Ningzhao came back to herself, shaking her head. "In years past, on New Year's Eve, I would kneel before the Buddha in the attic, praying until the last firework faded." Shen Ningzhao spoke slowly. "Father said that the essence of prayer lies in sincere intention. As a child, I did not understand. I merely felt the biting cold of the night, fearing I would catch a chill the next day." Shen Ningzhao's expression turned bittersweet as she continued. "Father was, in truth, a tender-hearted man, compassionate towards the harem, the ministers, and the common folk alike." She gestured towards the distance, adding, "Those lights represent not just flames, but the vibrant spectrum of human emotions." He understood this, yet he was ultimately an ordinary ruler. Had he been a carefree prince, he might have lived a tranquil life. But as an emperor, that role distorted him. The presence of the Prince of Ning and the Prince of Rue severely undermined his imperial authority, driving him to desperate measures. Yet, even without them, he remains an unremarkable emperor, yearning for a prosperous realm and the allegiance of all nations, yet lacking the vision and capability to achieve it. Thus, he became a plaything for those seemingly obedient ministers, sinking deeper into their machinations until he could no longer extricate himself. Perhaps he realized the root of his troubles, yet felt powerless to change. He chose to retreat into indulgence, drowning in the comforts of the world, living a life of reckless abandon. Chiyan raised his gaze. Just as a firework blossomed overhead, its radiant light seemingly captured in Shen Ningzhao's eyes. She tilted her head slightly, her face adorned with an unusual gentleness and compassion. Her voice, soft and tender, belied the depths of her cunning and the layers of her deception, revealing a moment of fragility. Chiyan felt a stir within, lowering his gaze to avert her eyes. "Do you think I am a good emperor?" Shen Ningzhao's question came unexpectedly, leaving both her and Chiyan momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty has not yet reigned for half a year. It is premature to pass judgment on your merits," Chiyan replied. Shen Ningzhao regarded him with a half-smile. "Chiyan, you possess great audacity. If your Majesty disapproves of this answer, I shall offer another." Chiyan met her gaze, his eyes as cold as a deep abyss. "There is ample time ahead. We shall await the right moment." Shen Ningzhao laughed lightly. "Chiyan, You certainly refuse to offer any semblance of flattery. Yet, I appreciate this answer. Likewise, I bestow these 8 words upon you, my dear minister. Chiyan raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled softly. Thank you, your majesty. The attic fell silent once again, the two individuals sharing a tacit understanding to refrain from conversation. Only the sounds of fireworks bursting and the whisper of the wind could be heard. Jeev brought forth a cloak, which Shen Ningzhao no longer declined. The palace attendants withdrew, and the two proceeded one after the other, neither uttering a word. They stood there for nearly an hour. The banquet had long since dispersed. Chiyan exited the palace gates, where Dong Mo promptly greeted him. Young master, you have returned. Indeed, Chiyan replied, wishing to say no more, and stepped into the carriage. As he settled in, he noticed Qin Kai leaning against the small table within the carriage, a pot of exquisite Biluakan tea before him, its fragrance wafting through the air. Qin Kai, clearly growing impatient, only half lifted his eyelids upon hearing movement, casting a glance at the newcomer. Chiyan paused momentarily before entering the carriage, his voice low as he commanded, to the residents. Chapter 38. The yellow sparrow. The wheels rolled and the hooves clattered. With no one around, save for the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the gaps in the window, illuminating the small table in the center of the carriage. Yuan, I must say, I underestimated your capabilities, Qin Kai remarked with unabashed sarcasm. You've only returned for half a year, and now you dare to confront the Minister of Personnel directly. Chiyan chose not to engage with his words. Qin Kai, unable to contain his frustration, raised his voice further. Why didn't you offer a sacrifice at Chaohui Pavilion to appease His Majesty's resentment? I thought I wouldn't see you tonight, and was preparing to write to Lord Gu regarding your demise tomorrow. Qin Kai was notorious for his sharp tongue. Even Dong Mo, who was driving outside, couldn't help but roll his eyes in sympathy for his master for a brief moment. However, Chiyan merely smiled faintly, reaching for the tea that had been set out on the table, taking a couple of delicate sips. Were it not for the fact that he could not overpower Chiyan, Qin Kai would have doused him with that pot of tea to vent his irritation. For now, he could only snort derisively and turn his face away. Chunshi had been removed in a collaboration between the Ministry of Revenue and the Xie family. They had extended their reach right under my nose, and I could not let this matter rest. Chiyan's gaze was icy, his hand holding the cup shifting between light and shadow. What do you intend to do? Qin Kai asked, momentarily taken aback, realizing that today's events would have subsequent ramifications. I wish to sever Han Yuzhang's other hand, Chiyan replied softly, speaking with deliberate calmness, sending an involuntary chill down Qin Kai's spine. The Ministry of Revenue? Qin Kai seemed incredulous. The Grand Preceptor feigning illness was merely a ruse. He was not in the capital at present. How do you know this? Qin Kai pressed. Chiyan did not answer directly, but continued. Not only do I know, but I also suspect he may find it difficult to return. What? Qin Kai exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Li Diyu's household was bustling with numerous children. One of his illegitimate daughters, named Li Yao, had secretly pledged her life to a man from the rivers and lakes. When this affair came to light, Li Diyu, in a fit of rage, intended to marry her off to a merchant from Huguang. This remarkable girl not only escaped, but also absconded with Li Diyu's records of bribery to safeguard her life. Enraged, Li Diyu had been discreetly searching for her. The Grand Preceptor, aware of this situation, recognized it as a prime opportunity to topple the Ministry of Revenue and would not let it slip away. He found her in Bowning before the year's end and went personally to confront her. Now I understand, Qin Kai suddenly realized. No wonder the court has been so tranquil lately. They have been preoccupied. Yet, just as the Grand Preceptor departed, Li Diyu sent assassins in swift pursuit. This journey would be perilous, and the outcome seemed grim. Chiyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you prepared to protect the Grand Tutor? Qin Kai raised an eyebrow. The Grand Tutor and I share a bond of teacher and disciple. Naturally, I cannot stand idly by. Chiyan slowly set his cup down, wearing an expression of self-evidence. Losing the left arm, then the right, must have caused Han Yuzhang considerable pain. Qin Kai leaned back again, resting against the corner of the table, pouring himself another cup of tea, inhaling lightly before letting out a soft sigh. Are you now at ease? Gu Chiyan glanced at Qin Kai, teasingly. Qin Kai showed no embarrassment at being seen through, even clicking his tongue in mild dissatisfaction. Who is worried about you? Gu Chiyan chose not to look at him again. Qin Kai had to justify himself. I'm currently earning my keep in the Ministry of Personnel. Your blatant actions today compel me to inquire further. If you wish to court danger, do not involve me. Gu Chiyan smiled without speaking, pouring himself another cup of tea. At this moment, the carriage came to a slow stop, and Dong Mo's voice floated in from outside. Young master, we have arrived at the Qin residence. Gu Chiyan finally cast a glance at Qin Kai, who, before he could speak, lifted the curtain and leaped down. The servant waiting at the door immediately ushered him inside. Dong Mo then took the reins again, directing the carriage toward the governor's residence. Inside Kongren Palace, Empress Dowager Xie sat before her dressing table, the calming incense wafting gently from the intricately designed burner. Kai Wei skillfully assisted her in removing the hairpins. How is Ying faring? Empress Dowager Xie suddenly inquired. Rest assured, Your Majesty, everything has been settled. As Kai Wei spoke, she could not help but chuckle lightly. The young lady received a reward from His Majesty and is quite pleased, admiring the hairpin repeatedly. Truly, she possesses the heart of a child. Empress Dowager Xie remained non-committal, carefully pondering the various upheavals that had transpired during the banquet. Her brow slightly furrowed. The Wu family appeared quite obsequious. It seems the young lady's good fortune is approaching. Kai Wei continued. Hearing this, Empress Dowager Xie scoffed coldly. They are merely opportunists, swaying with the wind. However, today events have reminded me that I have been somewhat hasty regarding Ying's marriage. What do you mean, Your Majesty? The Gu family's stance has become quite clear, yet remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail. Li Diyu is currently preoccupied. A splendid drama is sure to unfold. A glint of shrewd calculation sparkled in Empress Dowager Xie's eyes, such a significant leverage in his hands. Should it fall into Lin Qi's possession? Your Majesty is correct. When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. It is quite possible that our young lady is destined for even greater prospects. Sai Yue's words brought a measure of comfort to Empress Dowager Xie, who gradually rose and moved toward the couch, languidly declaring, In the coming days, I shall proclaim that I am unwell and shall see no one. As you command. The hour had passed. The new year had arrived. The night had settled into complete stillness, with some cloaked figures moving stealthily while others lay in wait. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the lurking sparrow. Yet, who is truly the sparrow? In a thatched cottage on the outskirts of Bounding City, the flickering candlelight illuminated what was meant to be a peaceful and harmonious family gathering. Li Yao, clad in coarse linen garments with a simple jade hairpin in her hair, looked haggard as she hurriedly packed her belongings. The family was already destitute, and her possessions amounted to little more than a few changes of clothes. Li Yao paused as her fingers brushed over a pair of tiger head shoes in the wooden cabinet, her weary face breaking into a tender smile, which quickly transformed into a sigh. At that moment, a warm chest pressed against her, as the man enveloped her in his embrace, taking the parcel from her hands. He effortlessly tucked her tiger head shoes inside, saying, Yao Mei, we must hurry. The carriage is ready. Do not overthink it. Everything will be all right. Li Yao, with no time for sentiment, hastily gathered a few more belongings and took the man's hand as they stepped outside. As they opened the door, the night breeze rushed in, causing Li Yao to shiver involuntarily. Before she could even catch sight of the carriage, a gleaming blade was suddenly pressed against her throat, and 4 men clad in black appeared before them. Li Yao stood frozen in fear, while the man beside her swiftly attempted to draw his sword. However, he was quickly subdued by the overwhelming numbers, brought down to the ground, unable to rise. Yuan Lang, Li Yao cried out in alarm. Miss, you truly make it easy for us to find you, one of the black-clad men replied. We have been ordered to escort you back. I hope you will not make this difficult for us. Release Yuan Lang. Li Yao pleaded anxiously. Whether he is freed or not depends entirely on you, miss. The man replied coolly. I trust you understand why we are here. Hand over the account book, and all will be well. Do not. Before Yuan Peng could utter another word, he was kicked over, spitting blood. Stop. Li Yao gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure. If you harm Yuan Lang again, you shall never see the account book. Miss, you lack the standing to negotiate terms with us. The man's blade slowly descended, resting on Li Yao's rounded belly. If there is no larger one, there is still a smaller one. Those words plunged Li Yao into despair. She shook her head in disbelief. I am his daughter. How dare you? Dare or not, you shall find out, the man retorted coldly, his murderous intent palpable. The blade rose high, aimed directly at Yuan Peng. Do not! Li Yao screamed in desperation. Just at that critical moment, an arrow pierced through the body of the assailant wielding the knife. The man's eyes widened in shock, and before he could even glance at the archer, he collapsed. Still reeling from the shock, a dozen figures emerged from the nearby woods, charging towards the remaining 3 men in black. Outmatched, 2 fell dead while 1 was wounded, and as they attempted to flee, they too were shot down. Finally regaining her senses, Li Yao hurried to support Yuan Peng. Who are you? She asked the leader of the newcomers, still on guard. Do not fear, miss. We mean you no harm. This is not a safe place for conversation. Your movements have been compromised, and others will arrive shortly. My master awaits you ahead. Please come with us. The leader pulled down his mask and explained. Li Yao glanced at Yuan Peng, who pondered for a moment before nodding. Given the circumstances, they had little choice. The 2 were escorted a short distance until they came upon a carriage. Li Yao and Yuan Peng climbed aboard, while the others mounted their horses to escort the carriage deeper into the night. Once inside, they discovered an elderly man with white hair seated within, dressed in fine garments. He possessed an extraordinary presence. As he slowly opened his eyes, having been resting, he spoke in a gentle and soothing tone. You 2 have been startled. Who are you? Li Yao asked, not recognizing the elder. My name is Lin Qi. I have come tonight for the account book you hold, he stated plainly, getting straight to the point. Li Yao immediately became vigilant, grasping Yuan Peng's hand, and defended herself, saying, I have never seen you before, nor do I possess the ledger you mentioned. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I bear no grudges against you. Please allow us to alight at the intersection ahead. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention today, and I shall repay this debt in the future. I can let you both leave, Lin Qi remarked, casting a glance at the 2 of them. However, if Li Diu's men have found you once, they will surely find you again. Will you be able to escape unscathed, as you have today? Lin Qi then looked at Li Yao and added, The young lady is with child. What sin has the innocent child committed? Lin Qi's words rendered Li Yao silent. She gently caressed her swollen abdomen, her eyes welling with tears. She had to admit that her situation was indeed precarious. And who are you that you can protect us? Liu Raturta. I am the grand tutor of the current dynasty. Li Diu is guilty of bribery and numerous atrocities, unworthy of his position as a minister. He exploits his daughter for personal gain, cruel and heartless, and unworthy of being a father. If I had the ledger in your possession, I could bring him down in court, freeing you from all worries, Lin Qi declared. Li Yao exchanged a glance with Yuan Peng, both astonished and unable to make a decision at that moment. Chapter 39. Assassination. Li Yao was not one to underestimate the situation. How could I not understand the perilous path ahead? Life and death are uncertain. I comprehend your words, and I have heard of the Grand Tutor's esteemed reputation. Yet there is something you do not know. The ledger I possess is not merely for my own survival. It is to protect my mother and younger brother. As Li Yao spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Yuan Peng took her hand, holding it tightly. After a moment, she continued, My mother does not wish for me to be a stepping stone for my father. I yearn to fight for my own destiny. I could choose to flee, but my mother and younger brother would be cast aside by my father. The Li family's household was already fraught with hardship. My actions would only exacerbate their suffering, and their lives could be in danger. Thus, I stole the ledger before I left. Should any misfortune befall my mother and brother, I would risk my life to seek justice for them. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi looked at the 2 of them. The woman leaned against the man, softly weeping, and his heart ached for them. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, The world is even more arduous for women. To find a soulmate, one must risk everything, wealth and life alike. The young lady's courage and resolve are commendable, and her sense of duty and filial piety is touching. However, This cannot be a long-term solution. If you are willing to return to the capital with me, I shall find a way to rescue your mother and brother, reuniting your family." Li Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the Grand Tutor serious? But how can my father easily let my mother and brother go? Before Lin Qi could finish his sentence, the carriage jolted violently, causing the three to lurch forward. Yuan Beng instinctively shielded Li Yao. Just as Lin Qi was about to speak, a sharp sword pierced through from outside, flying past them and embedding itself into the carriage. The three were taken aback, and soon the sounds of clashing blades and combat erupted. Lin Qi lifted the curtain to take a look. They were surrounded. The assailants were numerous and had come prepared, launching an immediate attack without a word. Li Yao and Yuan Peng grew increasingly anxious, casting their gazes towards Lin Qi. After surveying the outside, Lin Qi sensed the impending danger and remarked, "If we cannot withstand the onslaught, we shall charge out with the carriage. A few dozen miles to the south lies Funko town, where my men await." With no alternative at hand, the two could only nod in agreement. The sound from outside heightened their trepidation. Yuan Peng held Li Yao close with one arm, while gripping a machete tightly in the other. Lin Qi peeked out again, his brow furrowing deeper with worry. Suddenly, Lin Qi glanced back at Yuan Peng and nodded. Yuan Peng understood that the moment had come. He gently patted Li Yao's back to reassure her before leaning out to seize the opportunity to escape. However, as he barely extended himself, a sharp sword struck the ground beside him, revealing hidden archers who had been meticulously watching their carriage. Should anyone emerge, they would be met with lethal force. Undeterred, Yuan Peng attempted to sneak out once more, only to be pierced in the calf by an arrow. He recoiled with a cry, blood gushing forth. Li Yao, alarmat, quickly restrained him, urging him to refrain from further peril. It seemed they were doomed. In their state of despair, the sounds of battle outside began to diminish, and the three realized that their fate was likely sealed. Soon, an eerie silence enveloped them. Lin Qi exchanged a glance with Yuan Peng, uttering a reminder to act according to the situation, before he pulled aside the curtain and leapt from the carriage. He glared at the group of black-clad figures and declared, "You possess a great deal of audacity. Do you not know who I am? To conspire against a court official. How many heads do you think you possess? Lin Taifu, your grandeur is impressive, yet the blades in our hands are meant for murder and pillage. We take money from others and bring calamity upon them. If you harbor grievances, descend to the underworld and lament there." One of the black-clad men retorted without further ado, advancing with a gleaming blade that reflected the moonlight's cold glimmer. Lin Qi's heart sank. Despite his fearlessness, he was overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation, sensing that his life might end here. In that moment, thoughts of Shen Ningzhao surfaced. If he failed to acquire the ledger to topple Li Diyu, future opportunities would be scarce, and Shen Ningzhao's plight would only worsen. He recalled the words spoken to him 15 years ago by Su Jin within that humble abode. The world he desired would ultimately remain beyond his grasp. A chilling wind met him as the descending long knife halted mere inches from him. Yuan Peng sprang from the carriage, wielding a sharp arrow that he thrust into the eye of a black-clad man. The assailant collapsed in agony, rolling on the ground while shouting, "Kill them! Kill them!" Upon receiving the command, the remaining black-clad figures surged forward. Despite his injuries, Yuan Peng faltered under their assault. In a sudden burst of desperation, Li Yao leapt from the carriage, clutching a dagger poised against her own throat, and cried out, "Stop! If you dare to harm Yuan Lang, you shall never lay your hands on a ledger." The wounded black-clad man finally rose, his face smeared with blood and fury. His grotesque, ruined eye glared with unbridled rage, resembling a feral beast with sharp fangs. Li Yao, filled with dread, instinctively took 2 steps back. "Since you seek death with such fervor, I shall grant your wish, ensuring you have a companion on your journey to the underworld." The man clad in black spoke through clenched teeth, entirely unfazed by Li Yao's threats. As dusk fell and hope faded, despair enveloped Li Yao. She slowly closed her eyes, unable to suppress her tears. The child within her seemed to sense her turmoil and stirred, deepening her sorrow, a blend of unwillingness and helplessness. Suddenly, a gust of night wind arose, and an arrow whistled past Li Yao's right shoulder, grazing her ear. The once menacing figures of the black-clad men widened their eyes in shock. Before they could discern the source of the lethal projectile aimed at their hearts, they collapsed one by one. Lin Qi, astonished, peered deeper into the forest. Yet the darkness obscured everything, rendering it impossible to see. Under the influence of this unseen, mysterious force, the black-clad men fell without a chance to flee, swiftly succumbing to their fate. Seizing the opportunity, Liao hurried to assist Yuan Peng, and both were left bewildered by the unfolding scene. Lin Qi was the first to regain his composure, addressing the depths of the forest. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your timely rescue. I beseech you to reveal yourself, that I may bow in gratitude. The forest remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. As dawn approached, the woods were enveloped in a chilling morning mist, with birds flitting through the trees, their shadows dancing, yet no figure was in sight. Understanding the urgency of their situation and the injury sustained by Yuan Peng, Lin Qi resolved not to linger any longer. He hastily reassembled the horse-drawn carriage, setting off towards Fengkou town. After a harrowing night, Liao, fraught with anxiety and exhaustion, felt her water break midway, signaling the imminent arrival of her child. Yet in this desolate place, devoid of medical aid or midwives, and with the road difficult to traverse, the jolting carriage posed a grave risk to both her and her unborn child. Fearing for their lives, Lin Qi sought a secluded spot to halt, urging Liao to give birth within the carriage. Yuan Peng remained by her side, helpless and drenched in sweat, while Lin Qi, outside the carriage, listened to Liao's anguished cries, his own heart racing with worry. The ordeal of childbirth was perilous in itself, and under such rudimentary circumstances, it was a dire situation. After much contemplation, Lin Qi resolved to ride back to Fengkou town to reunite with his companions and fetch a doctor and midwife. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Liao and Yuan Peng, fully aware of the dangers that lay ahead, knew their whereabouts had been compromised, and Li Diyu's men would undoubtedly be searching for them. Yet, at this moment, they had no other options. "Miss Li, hold on. I will surely return with help," Lin Qi assured her from outside the carriage. "Please wait." Liao, fighting through the pain, called out to Lin Qi, "Come closer." Taken aback for a moment, Lin Qi quickly understood and replied, "Miss Li, this is not the time for such matters. I am not one to take advantage of your misfortune. Let us first ensure your safe delivery, and then we can deliberate further." "No, Lin Taifu, I fear time is not on my side. You are a good man, and I trust you," Liao said, her face glistening with sweat as tears brimmed in her eyes. "Please come closer." With urgency pressing upon him, Lin Qi could not refuse her request. He lifted the carriage curtain and leaned in, as Liao whispered an address into his ear. Gazing at Lin Qi, she implored, "If I should meet with misfortune, please safeguard my mother and younger brother." "Very well, I promise you," Lin Qi replied earnestly. They exchanged solemn nods before Lin Qi mounted his horse and galloped away. Lin Qi's departure lasted for 2 full hours. As the sun gradually ascended, Liao found herself engulfed in pain, feeling both numb and cold, incessantly shivering. Yuan Peng, unable to bear her suffering, removed his outer garment to wrap her in it and held her close. The man, typically reticent, found himself at a loss for words. Only able to embrace her tightly, his eyes reddened as he murmured, "I have brought you such suffering." Liao, initially lost in a haze, began to regain a semblance of consciousness. She raised her hand to caress the man's face and softly declared, "Yao has no regrets." Yuan Peng shook his head. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would never have taken you away. Now, witnessing your agony, I wish I could bear it for you." The robust man could not contain his tears. "Sister Yao, I am afraid, truly afraid." Liao's awareness started to wane again. Yuan Peng wished to urge her to stay awake, but was suddenly alerted by the sound of hooves outside the carriage. Filled with hope, he believed Lin Qi had returned. However, upon lifting the curtain, he was met only by a solitary horse. Dismounting to investigate, he discovered the steed bore a package filled with fresh water, provisions, and some medicines. Yuan Peng hastily retrieved the package and returned to the carriage, feeding Liao some water and a bit of food, which gradually restored her strength. The pain persisted for another half-hour until Lin Qi finally arrived with the midwife and doctor, both disheveled from their hurried journey. With no time to catch their breath, they immediately entered the carriage. Li Yao, now filled with hope as the midwife arrived, grit her teeth and followed instructions to begin the labor. Lin Qi's entourage surrounded the carriage, aware that the assassination attempt had failed. They understood that Li Dayu would not easily relinquish his intentions and remain vigilant until they returned to the city. Chapter 40. Loss indeed. Lin Qi, feeling the weight of age, struggled against the fatigue of a night spent in haste. Enduring discomfort, he remained until dusk, when Li Yao finally delivered a daughter, both mother and child safe. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Qi, and he promptly fainted. Due to Lin Qi's illness, they lingered in Funko Town for several days. Those dispatched successfully returned with the account books. Aware of the lurking danger, Lin Qi, having regained some strength, insisted on pushing onward to the city. While Li Yao rested during her confinement, Lin Qi instructed his men to reinforce the carriage with layers of cowhide, ensuring no breeze could penetrate. Yuan Peng, having injured his leg, struggled to walk, and with the elderly, women, and children in their party, they were a vulnerable group, unable to rush. They resembled a moving feast, under the watchful eyes of predators, filled with trepidation. The guards remained alert, missing no signs of movement that might present an opportunity for ambush. Yet against all odds, their journey was uneventful, and they encountered no other souls until they reached the windbreak forest on the outskirts of the city. Once through the trees, they felt entirely secure. Even Li Diyu, in his madness, would not dare act at the city gates, allowing the group to finally relax. Suddenly, Lin Qi called for the convoy to halt, dismounted, and walked a few paces toward the dense forest. With a respectful bow, he expressed, "My heartfelt thanks to all who have accompanied us thus far. I'm exceedingly grateful. Since you prefer to remain unseen, I shall not impose. However, upon your return, please convey this to your master. The Lin residence is prepared with the finest Huadiao wine, always ready to welcome you." With that, he laughed heartily, turned back to the carriage, and entered the city without a backward glance. In the depths of the dense forest, Chiyan could only exhale a sigh of relief upon witnessing the arrival of people into the city. He twisted his aching neck and turned to lead his companions back to report. Lin Qi brought them back to the Lin residence, aware that he could not conceal their actions from the eyes of the Li family, and awaited Li Diyu's visit. However, as the night wore on, there was still no sign of him. Lin Qi sat alone in the hall, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Li family's patience was unsettling. It seemed they had ulterior motives. Although he possessed the account books, he could not disclose their contents publicly, for before the imperial decree arrived, Li Yao's mother and younger brother would be in grave danger. Lin Qi pondered secretly, devising a foolproof strategy. Time slipped away unnoticed until the hour of high arrived. The night deepening, and a cold breeze swept through, prompting him to cough involuntarily. The steward, a Fu, stationed at the door, heard the commotion and hurried in to advise. "My lord, your health has not yet fully recovered. Such worrying thoughts are beyond your capacity. It is unlikely that any guest will arrive tonight. You should rest early." Lin Qi waved his hand, picked up the tepid tea from the table, and gulped it down to soothe the discomfort in his throat. He replied, "Do not concern yourself with me. Stay vigilant at the door. I have a feeling that something significant will transpire tonight." His voice, hoarse from coughing and tinged with a nasal quality, elicited both concern and helplessness from the old steward. Shaking his head, he prepared to keep watch in the front courtyard, but paused as Lin Qi added, "Ensure that Chunguang Garden is well guarded. Li Yao is still in confinement, and the infant is delicate, so we must not be negligent." Yes, the old servant understands. A Fu had scarcely spent half an hour in the front courtyard when a series of urgent knocks echoed at the front door. The doorman opened it to find a lady accompanied by a child clad in a black cloak, their expressions filled with anxiety. A Fu, quick-witted and observant, surmised that these two were of considerable importance. He welcomed them inside and inquired, only to discover that they were none other than Li Yao's mother and younger brother. What a fortuitous turn of events. A Fu, astonished yet swift, hurried to the main hall to inform Lin Qi. Upon seeing the two, Lin Shi was equally taken aback and remained speechless for a moment before asking, "What transpired? How did you manage to escape?" "My lord, you are unaware," replied Chiyan. "Li Yao's mother. After Yao fled, Li Diyu was furious and sought to imprison us. Due to the numerous eyes in the backyard, we were taken to a secluded residence outside the city for strict surveillance. However, 3 nights ago, a group of individuals appeared suddenly and rescued both me and my child. They brought us here tonight, saying Yao was present, allowing us to reunite as mother and child before departing." "Do you know who your rescuers were?" Lin Shi inquired. "They all wore masks, and I could not discern their faces." Chiyan shook her head. Lin Shi pressed for further details, but Chiyan had only vague recollections. Reluctantly, he ordered his servants to escort them to Chunguang Garden to reunite with Li Yao. "My lord," a Fu seemed incredulous. Chiyan's escape was far too effortless, and their arrival at the Grand Tutor's residence is utterly perplexing. Could this be a scheme by Li Diyu? Throughout our journey back to the capital, we have had mysterious individuals aiding us, and now they have delivered these too. Lin Shi was reminded once again of the mysterious force lurking deep within the jungle, his brow furrowing even deeper. When did the city come to harbor such a formidable figure? This person's reluctance to reveal their true identity raised questions. Were they friend or foe? Ah Fu, perplexed, mused that while their intentions remained unclear, it was evident that this individual was resolutely intent on taking Li Diyu's life. Their methods were thunderous, their calculations meticulous, leaving no glimmer of hope for Li Diyu. As Lin Shi spoke, a weight settled upon his heart. Should he find himself opposing this person one day, they would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary. This matter need not be scrutinized further. We must prepare our horses swiftly. Lin Shi declared suddenly. At such a late hour, where does the master intend to go? To the palace for an audience. Whether friend or foe was of little consequence for the moment, as they shared a common objective, Li Diyu. With such an opportune moment presenting itself, it would be folly to let it slip away. To avoid the perils of prolonged night, Lin Shi hastily commandeered a carriage, making his way directly to the imperial city. The city gates were already locked, heavily guarded, and the carriage was halted. Lin Shi produced the token from his waist, and after the guards verified it, he was permitted entry through the eastern gate. After traversing the long corridor and passing through the Zhaoda gate, a eunuch awaited to guide him. The eunuch, holding a palace lantern, bowed his head respectfully and said, "The night path is perilous. Please be cautious, esteemed tutor, and follow me." "Thank you, eunuch." Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Following the eunuch, Lin Shi proceeded toward the Hall of Governance. The moon hung high in the sky, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The dim glow of the palace lantern elongated their shadows as they approached the imperial garden, when suddenly a waft of enchanting fragrance floated through the air. Lin Shi paused momentarily. It was winter, and the garden was adorned only with plum blossoms and the fragrant daphne. The elusive aroma seemed to drift from an unknown source, leaving Lin Shi puzzled, yet there was no time for contemplation. However, as the scent lingered, it became increasingly intoxicating, causing his head to spin. He shook it to clear his thoughts, but his steps grew heavier, and even the eunuch ahead appeared to waver in and out of focus. Attempting to call out to the eunuch, he found his voice trapped, unable to utter a sound. Soon, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. The guiding eunuch, startled by the commotion, rushed to Lin Shi's side, shaking him and calling tutor, but received no response. In a panic, realizing the seclusion of their location made it difficult to summon help, he left the lantern behind and hurriedly exited the imperial garden. Encountering 2 gatekeeping eunuchs at the entrance of the Ningzhao palace, he urgently sent word to the Hall of Governance. By the time he returned to the garden with assistance, Lin Shi remained in the same position, lying there. They guarded him for a short while until Eunuch Ji he arrived with a retinue, promptly lifting Lin Shi onto a sedan chair and hastening to the Hall of Governance. Shen Ningzhao awaited anxiously for the imperial physician's arrival. As soon as Lin Shi was brought into the warm chamber, the physician approached to examine him. "What has happened?" Shen Ningzhao inquired, his heart heavy with worry. After a careful examination, the seasoned physician reassured, "Your Majesty, there is no cause for alarm. The tutor is unharmed. It appears he has succumbed to a chill, compounded by exhaustion and the night wind, which has overwhelmed his constitution, causing him to faint. Once I administer acupuncture, he should awaken promptly. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningzhao felt a measure of relief and instructed the physician to proceed swiftly. The physician, not daring to delay, applied silver needles to the bi-wee point atop Lin Qi's head and other acupoints, and soon, Lin Qi stirred back to consciousness. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. What could be troubling the Grand Tutor so? With his health still fragile, entering the palace late at night could lead to unforeseen consequences. How could you expect me to feel at ease if something were to happen? Shen Ningzhao dismissed the others and spoke. Lin Qi, regaining his composure, immediately reached into his bosom, only to find it empty. His expression darkened instantaneously. Noticing his demeanor, Shen Ningzhao quickly inquired, "What is the matter? Your Majesty, forgive me." Lin Qi furrowed his brows. As an old official, I cannot help but worry in the stillness of the night. I intended to present the ledger to your Majesty early on, having concealed it within my clothing, yet now it has vanished. Anxious, Lin Qi rose to exit in search of it, but Shen Ningzhao stopped him, saying, "Grand Tutor, do not be hasty, Jihe." Jihe responded promptly, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" "The manuscript of Yin Qing, which the Grand Tutor entrusted to me, has gone missing. Take a few people and search carefully along the path the Grand Tutor took to enter the palace." Shen Ningzhao paused, casting a deep glance at Jihe before continuing. "The hour is late, and the inner palace is quiet. There is no need to cause a commotion that would disturb others. I shall obey your command." Jihe accepted the order and departed with the others. Time passed slowly, and as Shen Ningzhao gazed out at the deepening night, his patience wore thin. Meanwhile, in the Kongren Palace, the fire blazed brightly. Empress Dowager Xie sat comfortably on her couch, draped in a light blanket. Her hairpins had been removed, and her face was devoid of makeup, showing signs of age around her eyes, which drooped slightly. Yet, her thin lips could not conceal the smile that danced upon them, and her pallid complexion rendered this smile somewhat sinister. She turned the pages of the ledger in her hand, scrutinizing each line, unable to suppress a sneer. Li Diyu, as a Minister of Revenue, claims the treasury is empty and cries poverty daily. It appears this silver has found its way into his family's private coffers. Congratulations, my lady. Congratulations. Your keen insight has unearthed such a damning piece of evidence now in your possession. From this point forward, Li Diyu will likely have no choice but to comply. Kaiwa chuckled. Empress Dowager Xie chuckled lightly, then scoffed. What is Li Diyu but a wretched watchdog, clinging to life? What does the lady mean? Kaiwa was somewhat puzzled regarding the second Mrs. Marriage. Empress Dowager Xie did not answer directly, but smiled instead, tossing the ledger onto the table beside her bed. Casting her gaze outward, in a few days, it will be the Lantern Festival, won't it? Chapter 41. The Lantern Festival of the city, which should have been rife with tension and anticipation, fell silent. Li Diyu, believing he could not escape his fate, had steeled himself for a desperate struggle. Yet the blade hovering above him showed no sign of descending, leaving him in a state of discomfort as he anxiously awaited his fate. He had not slept well for several days, and on this day, he skipped dinner, remaining in his study, contemplating strategies. Wang, filled with concern, brought a food box with her maidservant to the study. Setting the box on a corner of the desk, she urged, "My lord, your health is of utmost importance. Do partake in some dinner." Li Diyu, already agitated, frowned impatiently and waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "Did I not instruct you to enter the palace and meet with Empress Dowager Xie to finalize the engagement between Hao and the young lady from the Xie family? Why has there been no result after such a long time?" Wang sighed at his words, saying, "We have delivered the invitation several times. Yet each time we are met with excuses stating that the Empress Dowager is unwell and cannot receive the lady." With a hint of reluctance, she continued, "My lord, you have never looked down upon the Xie family or been averse to the match. What has prompted such urgency now?" Li Diyu did not fully disclose the matter regarding the accounts. Instead, he feigned concern, saying, "The current political landscape is fraught with treachery, and we must not let our guard down. Although Xie Wang may not be of great use, the Empress Dowager resides in the palace. If we can ally with her, it will be akin to placing a pair of watchful eyes beside the emperor, providing us with an additional layer of security. Despite the Wu family's dissatisfaction with their only son marrying a girl from the Xie family, the women in the household were acutely aware of the perils of court politics. They nodded in agreement, saying, "What the master says is reasonable. I understand the gravity of the situation. I shall visit the Empress Dowager at Kongren Palace tomorrow to present a petition for an audience and will ensure this matter is resolved." Li Veiyu Nudda, gesturing for the others to withdraw. He appeared quite fatigued, his eyes closed as he leaned back against the chair, his breaths somewhat labored. Li Diyu understood that. At this point, the situation seemed almost beyond redemption. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp with a murderous intent, and gritted his teeth, stating, "I cannot sit idly by. If you seek my life, it is contingent upon your capabilities. If you push me too far, we shall all perish together." With that, he unfurled a sheet of pristine white rice paper and began to write. On the 15th day of the first month, the Lantern Festival approached. As twilight descended, children paraded the streets carrying rabbit lanterns. Vendors had set up their stalls early, their calls ringing out incessantly. The most lucrative business was that of the lantern sellers, with an array of exquisitely crafted handmade lanterns enticing eager buyers. Lishui Bay was bustling with activity. The lake was adorned with numerous lanterns, each embodying the sentiments of youthful maidens, drifting away on the water. Jiang Yinglin held a string of candied hawthorn in one hand while balancing a small lotus lantern in the other. Mimicking others, she cast her lantern into the lake, the dampness of the shore splashing onto her skirt, yet she paid it no mind as the crowd swelled around her. Jiang Yinglin had secretly slipped out and, fearing recognition, had sent Ron Kuei to the mask stall to procure a rabbit mask. Once donned, she felt emboldened, her steps becoming noticeably lighter. "What wish did the young lady make when she released the lantern?" Ron Kuei inquired, noticing Jiang Yinglin's delight as she savored her treat. "Must I make a wish?" Jiang Yinglin responded in surprise. "I merely wanted to join in the festivities as I saw other girls releasing lanterns. Can one truly make a wish? Is it too late to do so now?" Ron Kuei stifled a laugh, teasing. The young lady's thoughts seemed wholly consumed by the candied hawthorn. "Nonsense," Jiang Yinglin retorted. Unwilling to concede, yet naturally taking another bite of the treat, she mumbled, "As for my wish, I hope my mother will no longer punish me by making me transcribe those sutras. They're so obscure and difficult to write. My wrist still aches." After speaking, Jiang Yinglin grimaced as she rubbed her right wrist. Ron Kuei, not wanting to dampen her spirits, understood her young mistress's vivacious nature and her aversion to constraints. Yet, as she approached the age of marriage, her mother had become somewhat stricter, feeling a sense of urgency. However, the young lady was quick to err and quicker to misbehave. Now, with her punishment still unfulfilled, she had sneaked out again. The master dotes on the young lady. Perhaps if you shed a few tears before him, the punishment may be lifted, Ron Kuei suggested sympathetically. "My father may indulge my playful whims and can converse with me, but if my mother truly becomes angry, he will only focus on appeasing her and will hardly spare a thought for me." Jiang Yinglin sighed. As Ron Kuei was about to speak, she noticed Jiang Yinglin hopping excitedly toward a stall selling lotus roots drenched in osmanthus honey. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Is it truly possible to find osmanthus blossoms at this time of year? The vendor, a middle-aged woman, eagerly proclaimed, "These blossoms were gathered by me last October, cleaned and dried, and now stored in my cellar. I decided to prepare some honeyed lotus roots to sell for today's lantern festival." The vendor, noticing their interest, quickly added, "These lotus roots have just been cooked and are at their sweetest. Would the young lady care for a couple of pieces?" Jiang Yinglin nodded enthusiastically, gesturing to Ron Kuei to pay. Ron Kuei promptly stepped forward to settle the bill. The vendor, beaming with joy, deftly retrieved steaming honeyed lotus roots from a pot, and the sweet aroma of osmanthus wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Jiang Yinglin sat eagerly at a small food table, unable to suppress her anticipation as she swallowed hard. The vendor allowed the lotus roots to cool slightly, sliced them expertly, and drizzled them with syrup before presenting the dish. Just as Jiang Yinglin was about to pick up her chopsticks, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from the end of the street, growing ever closer. Frowning, Jiang Yinglin observed the approaching horse and rider, as pedestrians hurriedly moved aside. Suddenly, she spotted a figure in a wheelchair about 10 paces away, their back turned to her, obscuring their face. There was no one else around, and Jiang Yinglin noticed the individual seemed to be attempting to maneuver the wheelchair, yet remained stationary for some unknown reason. "Be careful," Jiang Yinglin shouted, dropping her chopsticks and racing towards them. Chen Yuchuan, hearing the commotion, turned to see the rushing figure, their silhouette vaguely familiar, causing him to momentarily halt with his concealed weapon. In that instant, Jiang Yinglin reached the wheelchair, intending to pull it aside, but her force was too great, causing the wheelchair to tip over. Chen Yuchuan lost his balance and fell from the chair, and they both tumbled to the roadside. Just as Jiang Yinglin was about to hit her head, Chen Yuchuan instinctively reached out, cushioning her fall with his hand, whispering, "Be careful." The rider, startled by the sudden commotion, tightened the reins, causing the horse to rear up in distress. Jiang Yinglin gasped at the sight of the horse's hooves above her, but fortunately, they landed beside her feet without harm. Enraged, the rider bellowed, "I see you are seeking death." Raising his whip high, he aimed to strike. Chen Yuchuan's expression darkened. His concealed weapon had fallen out of reach, leaving him with no choice but to raise his arm defensively in front of Jiang Yinglin. The whip struck his arm, drawing blood, yet he remained steadfast, not flinching. The rider, preparing to lash out again, was suddenly interrupted by the sound of rustling fabric overhead. A figure flashed past, kicking the rider from his horse. Jiang Yinglin looked up, her heart racing as she recognized the familiar silhouette, feeling an inexplicable tension within her. "Who dares meddle in my affairs? I am a servant of the minister's residence, and you have disrupted my master's important matters. Can you bear the consequences?" The rider, indignant, attempted to assert his authority, but recognizing the formidable presence of his assailant, he hesitated to act rashly. "Ah, which minister's servant might you be?" Chiyan inquired, his tone measured and unhurried. The rider, realizing his threats had not intimidated the other, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Fearing he had indeed provoked someone of influence, he mumbled a few dismissive words, attempting to extricate himself from the situation. "Is it within your realm to inquire about matters of court officials?" The loyal guard Wei Feng halted the individual, stating, "My lord has yet to finish speaking. Where do you think you're going?" Qin Kuiyi, wishing to say no more, commanded Wei Feng, give him a beating and deliver him to the magistrate's office. To gallop through the streets and harm an official's family. I am eager to see which minister dares to come forward. As you wish, Wei Feng replied. The man attempted to argue, but Wei Feng covered his mouth and dragged him away. At that moment, Jiang Yinglin regained his senses and attempted to slip away, only to lock eyes with Chen Yuchuan. In the chaos, his mask had fallen, revealing a birthmark on his face, a deep crimson mark that, under the dim streetlights, resembled a blossoming flower, bestowing upon him an otherworldly beauty. Jiang Yinglin was momentarily stunned, forgetting his movements. Chen Yuchuan, realizing the situation, quickly turned his face away, raising his hand to conceal the birthmark. Take this first, Jiang Yinglin said, noticing his embarrassment. As the crowd grew, she felt a pang of compassion and, without hesitation, removed her rabbit mask and placed it upon him. Qin Kuiyi turned to observe Jiang Yinglin, noting the close proximity of the two individuals on the ground. A sinister grin crept upon his face as he remarked, "Are you enjoying yourselves?" Jiang Yinglin swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the situation. Having sneaked out of the manor earlier and now causing a public disturbance, Qin Kuiyi narrowed his eyes at Chen Yuchuan, ultimately suppressing the words he nearly uttered, saying instead, "If Madame Jiang were to learn of this, how do you suppose she would react?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yinglin thought to herself, "This time, even my charms and pleas may not suffice." At that moment, Yuan Yang arrived, startled by the sight of Chen Yuchuan on the ground. He rushed over to assist him back into his wheelchair, asking, "What has happened, young master? How did you injure your arm?" Chen Yuchuan shook his head, smiling gently. Thanks to this young lady's timely aid, I am not gravely harmed. His words only deepened Jiang Yinglin's guilt, despite her intentions to save him. Her limited strength had inadvertently caused him injury. Biting her lip, she said, "It was my recklessness that resulted in your injury. I feel remorseful and would like to send some ointment to your residence to ease my conscience. There is no need for such concern. Had it not been for your intervention today, I would have likely perished beneath the hooves of the horse." Could these two truly engage in conversation before him, as if he were invisible? Qin Kuoye's expression darkened, his eyes filled with barely contained rage. He pressed his lips tightly together and, after a moment, commanded, "Jiang Yinglin, come here." Perhaps his countenance was indeed too menacing. Jiang Yinglin instinctively recoiled, hesitating for a brief second. During that fleeting moment, Qin Kuoye clenched his jaw, his fists tightening, his gaze sharp enough to intimidate Jiang Yinglin into averting her eyes. However, unbeknownst to her, Qin Kuoye turned and walked away. Jiang Yinglin, almost instinctively, chased after him. Chun Yuchuan observed their retreating figures, his expression darkening before he lowered his head, gently brushing off the dust from his robes, and softly murmured, "Let us return." Chapter 42. Growth. Brother Chongji, I was wrong. Please wait for me. Qin Kuoye, tall and long-legged, moved swiftly. Breathless, Jiang Yinglin pursued from behind. After much effort, she finally managed to stop him, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her brow. "Step aside." Qin Kai's countenance was cold. "I will not." As Qin Kai attempted to circumvent her, Jiang Yinglin swiftly embraced him around the waist. "Release me." Qin Kai's expression darkened. "I shall not." Given the current circumstances, it seems she would need to resort to a strategy of self-sacrifice. "Brother Chongji, please do not leave. Mian has just fallen and twisted her ankle. If you go now, I truly cannot keep up." Jiang Yinglin lifted her face, tears welling in her eyes, precariously close to spilling over. Indeed, Qin Kai glanced at the ankle concealed beneath her skirt, his expression softening slightly. Yet he still huffed disdainfully. "Why pursue me? You should promptly deliver medicine to your savior. If you delay, he may very well perish." The art of warfare lies in strategy, and Jiang Yinglin resolved to employ a tactic that would appeal to his heart. "Brother Chongji is angry with me. I can hardly concern myself with anyone else. As for life-saving grace, Brother Chongji has rescued me countless times. No one else can compare." At this moment, Jiang Yinglin's gaze upon Qin Kai was both clear and resolute. Qin Kai's expression softened a fraction more, and he let out a cold snort. Falling silent, Mian realized her misstep and gently tugged at Qin Kai's sleeve, her demeanor earnest. "Some days ago, my mother punished me by making me transcribe books. I have not stepped outside the manor for over half a month. Today, during the Lantern Festival, I could not resist. Brother Chongji previously mentioned that the flower boats at Lishui Bay are remarkably beautiful, so I thought to sneak a glance before returning. Encountering that person was entirely unexpected. Although I did not wish to stand by idly, I overestimated my own capabilities and placed myself in danger. Brother Chongji was right. Mian deserves to be punished. Today, you must accompany me back to the Jiang residence and recount every detail of today's events to my mother. Whether I am to be beaten or punished, I shall have no objections." As a final strategy, she turned the tables. Qin Kai's anger had dissipated considerably, although he knew this girl was full of clever schemes. In a moment of urgency, she spoke freely. He lowered his gaze to her foot and inquired, "Which foot is injured?" Understanding that her plan had succeeded, Jiang Yinglin pouted and replied, "The right foot." Qin Kai crouched down and gently squeezed her right foot. Jiang Yinglin, feeling aggrieved, murmured, "It hurts." "Can you walk?" Qin Kai asked, lifting his gaze. "I cannot walk." Jiang Yinglin looked at him and said, "Carry me." With a sigh, Qin Kai turned around. "Get on." Jiang Yinglin's tears transformed into laughter, joyfully climbing onto his back. Qin Kai carried her, making his way slowly toward the carriage. The lanterns in the street remained brilliantly luminous, casting a soft glow on Qin Kai's profile, his previously frivolous demeanor quietly dissipating. Jiang Yinglin's breath, warm and gentle against his ear, stirred something within him, prompting him to slightly turn his face away. "In the future, when you venture out, bring a servant." If that is not feasible, invite Yuan Li. It is truly dangerous for a young lady like you to be alone. Qin Kai's admonition was earnest, tinged with an air of helplessness. It is also my fault for having indulged you in Yuan Li in the past. You have grown rather wild. Servants fear danger and impose restrictions. It is quite tiresome. Recently, Brother Yuan Li has been exceedingly busy. He is often absent, and my mother has mentioned that he has reached the age for courting. It feels inappropriate for me to intrude upon him so frequently. Jiang Yinglin lightly tapped Qin Kuo's shoulder with her finger, lamenting, I initially intended to seek you out, but your servant informed me that you had gone to Zuiyanfang. Qin Kuo paused for a moment before retorting. Yuan Li has reached the age for courtship. Is it inappropriate for you to seek him, yet appropriate for you to seek me? Jiang Yinglin was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, Are you also to wed? After uttering those words, she was struck by a realization. Yes, Lu Siheng and Qin Kuo were of similar ages, having grown up together. Lu Siheng was 6 years her senior, while Qin Kuo was merely 3 years older. Jiang Yinglin still lingered in the memories of carefree days spent climbing trees and wading in rivers with them. Last spring, they had taken her into the mountains to hunt rabbits, setting a fire by the river where the rabbit meat sizzled and dripped with juices, allowing her to indulge without restraint. Yet, time marched on relentlessly, carving an insurmountable chasm before her. Those delectable rabbits, the unrestrained laughter, the days of running barefoot seemed forever lost. Perhaps it was not merely those moments. She felt she might lose something even more significant. At that very moment, she suddenly realized that her mother's references to them indicated they were no longer children. The distinctions between genders had emerged, not solely due to their maturation, but also the ensuing estrangement. At that moment, it felt inappropriate to request him to carry her on his back, and calling him Brother Chongji felt equally inappropriate, while she still shared a familial bond with Lu Siheng. Addressing Qin Kuo as a companion devoid of any kinship felt entirely misplaced. The recollection of her impulsively embracing him on the street earlier left her face flushed with embarrassment. Contemplating this, Jiang Yinglin felt a pang of bitterness followed by a sense of helplessness. She struggled, uttering, Please set me down. However, those words held a different connotation in Qin Kuo's ears, causing him to momentarily halt his steps. What? Is your foot no longer hurting? It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Please set me down. There's so many people on the street. It would be improper if someone saw us. Jiang Yinglin continued to squirm. Do not move. Qin Kuo tightened his hold, lifting her slightly higher. If anyone were to see, they would have seen it long ago. Is it too late for you to wish to come down now? His teasing tone, reminiscent of the past, felt to Jiang Yinglin somewhat shameless. At that moment of epiphany, Jiang Yinglin was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes reddening as tears fell upon Qin Kuo's neck. They had just arrived at the carriage, prompting Qin Kuo to hastily set her down. What is happening now? Why are there so many tears today? Qin Kuo expressed a hint of helplessness, attempting to reach out to wipe her tears, only to have Jiang Yinglin turn her face away. Qin Kuo was perplexed as to how the situation had escalated to this point. He was the one who should be irate, yet here he was, attempting to console her. However, the sincerity of the young girl's tears made it impossible for him to maintain a stern demeanor. Believing she was merely sulking from not having enough fun, he patiently continued to soothe her, stating, It is indeed late today, and you have sustained an injury. You cannot play any longer. I will buy you 2 skewers of candied hawthorn and have Wei Yu escort you home. Shall we? Jiang Yinglin was already seething with indignation, and these words were like pouring oil on the flames. She pressed her lips together and glared at him, exclaiming loudly, I am no longer a child. With that, she turned and climbed into the carriage, displaying no trace of hurt. The curtains did little to muffle her furious voice. Wei Yu, return to the manor. Wei Yu glanced at his master's expression, then at the irate lady inside the carriage, his face falling as he hesitated to move. Qin Kai pinched the bridge of his nose, sighed deeply, and waved his hand. Only then did Wei Yu feel as if he had been granted a reprieve. Hastily driving the carriage away, Qin Kai stood alone in the street, watching the carriage recede, his anger having no outlet. This lantern festival had been quite bewildering. At that moment, Wei Feng returned, saying, Young master, The task is completed. The person has been delivered to the government office. Qin Kai regarded him with a glance, nodded, and inquired, "Do you recognize the young man in the wheelchair from earlier?" The subordinate shook his head, admitting he had never seen him before. "Investigate," commanded Qin Kai, recalling the man who had been struck by the whip. Although he had concealed his emotions, the murderous intent in his eyes had been unmistakable. "What is amiss with this person?" Wei Feng asked. "Whether there is anything amiss will be revealed through investigation," Qin Kai replied. "Understood." Noticing his master's displeasure, Wei Feng hastily changed the subject. "Young master, do you still wish to visit Juinfang?" Originally intending to enjoy music at Juinfang, he had rushed over upon seeing the Jiang family's young lady releasing lotus lanterns, concerned for his master's well-being. Fortunately, he had come. Otherwise, the Jiang young lady would have faced significant troubles today. Wei Feng sometimes found it difficult to comprehend how the old-fashioned Jiang Wenfu could raise such a spirited daughter. At this moment, Qin Kai had little interest. However, since Jiang Yinglin had been sent home, it would be inappropriate for the delicate and precious Qin young lord to walk back alone. This added to his frustration. Wei Feng, wishing to lighten the atmosphere, could not understand why his master appeared even more displeased. His heart quaked, and he silently closed his mouth. At that moment, a deep blue carriage turned from Yanqing Feng onto the bustling street, the sound of hooves approaching from afar. Gu Chiyan sat inside the carriage, resting with his eyes closed. "Young master?" Dong Mo interrupted Gu Chiyan's thoughts. Gu Chiyan composed himself, asking, "What is it?" Xian has escorted Lin Taifu back to the capital for more than half a month. That day, I personally witnessed the Taifu entering the palace late at night. How is it that, after all this time, there's been no news? Dong Mo, who had eagerly awaited Li Diyu's downfall, was growing impatient after waiting for so many days. "What are you so anxious about?" Gu Qiyan replied dismissively. "I am merely concerned for you, young master," Dong Mo declared earnestly. "After all the effort we have expended, it would be disheartening not to eliminate Li Diyu." Gu Chiyan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, recalling how Shen Ningzhao had smiled at him through gritted teeth that day in the palace. Unable to suppress a smirk, "My only objective is to safely escort the Taifu and the accounts back to the capital. As for what follows, we shall see what our emperor's strategy entails." Dong Mo was about to inquire further when suddenly a figure appeared, stepping onto the carriage's axle and swiftly entering the vehicle. Dong Mo immediately exclaimed, halting the carriage, his voice tense. "Young master?" "To the Earl's residence, please," Qin Kai instructed, raising his voice without a hint of formality. Dong Mo waited for a moment, and upon hearing no response from Gu Qiyan, understood his tacit approval. He then resumed, driving the carriage towards the Earl's residence, with Wei Feng obediently following suit, taking a seat on the opposite side of the carriage. Chapter 43. The Establishment of Heirs. "Where are you headed?" Qin Kai finally remembered to inquire. "To the palace," Gu Qiyan replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. It dawned on Qin Kai that there was a palace banquet today, with the emperor having invited the 6 ministries to accompany him. With Lin Taifu having returned to the capital, this banquet seemed to be a treacherous affair, and one could only fear for Li Diyu's fate. Qin Kai lounged casually, his arm draped over his bent knee. It is unlikely to be that simple. If Li Diyu could have faced difficulties yesterday in the court, why wait until today's banquet? Gu Qiyan's gaze was profound. Perhaps our sovereign is compassionate towards his ministers, allowing him to fill his belly before his journey? Vinkiyavistit. Gu Qiyan shot him a glance. With such insightful observations, why not accompany me? Better not. I fear someone might lose their life, and I would be splattered with blood. Qin Kai hastily shook his head. Gu Qiyan chose not to pursue Qin Kai's banter further, observing his nonchalant demeanor with a slight frown. After a brief silence, he inquired, "What has the Earl of Ping been occupied with lately?" Qin Kai paused, then lazily replied, "What else could he do? It's the same old story. Desolation." Gu Qiyan lightly tapped the table with 2 fingers, his voice low. "The past cannot be pursued, but the future still holds promise. The century-old foundation of the Earl's estate is not easily attained. Every step must be taken with caution." Qin Kai tightened his grip on the side of the carriage, a rare seriousness crossing his features. What do you mean by that? My meaning is clear. Our young emperor is not the late one. He is not so easily deceived. It may not yet be too late to withdraw. Gu Chiyan laid bare his thoughts. Qin finally straightened up, their gazes locking in the dim carriage, the atmosphere thickening with tension, neither willing to yield. You truly have not wasted your time as the Minister of Personnel. Qin remarked first, his tone dark, before scoffing. Stop the carriage. Upon hearing this, Dong Mo halted the carriage, and Qin stepped out without looking back. Dong Mo appeared puzzled. Young master? Gu Chiyan slowly closed his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. It's nothing. Let us proceed to the palace. The banquet was held in the Yuanbao Hall. Not as lavish and lively as on New Year's Eve, devoid of family members, and only inviting a few esteemed ministers. Lin Tai-fu, who held the people's heart, Han Yuzhong, with his high rank and power, Gu Chiyan, a rising star, and Sun Shan, who was adept in navigating complexities, alongside the two empresses of the East and West, made the gathering truly akin to a contest of swords on Mount Hua. I have just ascended to the throne, and last year was fraught with turmoil, both internal and external. I rely entirely on you all to restore peace and stability. I hold deep gratitude in my heart, and on this Lantern Festival, I invite you to this banquet as a token of my appreciation. May we, in the coming year, work together for the welfare of the people and to forge new paths for the Yi. Shen Ningzhao began earnestly to set the tone. Governor Gu commands respect in the northern deserts, achieving victories. Grand Minister Gu has soared in the court, lifting the Gu family from internal and external crises. Indeed, a blessing for the Yi and a fortune for your majesty. The words of Han Yuzhong, veiled in subtlety, did not forget to draw Lin Qi into the conversation. In the past, I journeyed through Xuanfu and shared a profound mentor-student bond with the esteemed Minister Gu for 3 years. Witnessing his remarkable talents today fills my heart with immense pride, as if basking in glory. The notion that Lin's shame is his own concern, while this is my disciple, whom you cannot incite against me, brings me a sense of honor. Sensing the atmosphere turning awkward, Sun Shan quickly donned a smile to ease the tension. Minister Han, there is no need for self-deprecation. Your illustrious achievements are evident for all to see. What is there to be ashamed of? With gems before us, Minister Gu, a pillar of our realm, shall surely align his heart and mind with yours to create a prosperous era together. Minister Gu observes the ongoing debate among the crowd, remaining silent. Is it disdain that keeps him from engaging in this discourse? Li Yu, taking a different approach, directs the conversation pointedly towards Gu Chiyan. I have no arguments to present. Both Minister Han and Grand Tutor Lin are esteemed officials of the state whose actions and sentiments are not driven by personal gain. Though there may be differing opinions, the ultimate goal remains aligned, the betterment of Day and the welfare of His Majesty. How can I counter such reasoning? Gu Chiyan, maintaining his composure, deftly extricates himself from the discussion, returning the floor to Shen Ningzhao. The clash of the truly extraordinary is akin to a contest of wits. Who can emerge victorious in mere verbal exchanges? At an opportune moment, Shen Ningzhao raised his cup, deftly steering the conversation away from the contentious topic. Empress Dowager Xie took a delicate sip of clear wine, gently dabbing her lips with a handkerchief, and remarked, "It is heartening to witness the court so vibrant and teeming with new talents. Your Majesty can rest assured that national prosperity is within reach. Yet, I sense there may be another pressing matter at hand. What could be so urgent, Mother?" Shen Ningzhao inquired, setting down his cup. "In the coming year, His Majesty shall turn 16, will he not?" Empress Dowager Xie responded with a question rather than an answer. At her words, Empress Dowager Su tightened her grip on her cup, her heart sinking slightly. The officials present also turned their attention toward her. The court banquet felt sparse, and with the harem vacant, it is time for His Majesty to extend the royal lineage. As Empress Dowager Xie's words settled, a profound silence enveloped the room. His Majesty is still quite young. There is no need for haste in this matter. The mourning period for the late emperor has only just concluded. To expand the harem so ostentatiously would be disrespectful and could lead to unfounded gossip, Empress Dowager Su opposed. If His Majesty were merely the son of a common family, It might indeed be a tad premature to consider this, and waiting another 2 years would be reasonable. However, as the sovereign of a nation, the establishment of a consort is not merely a familial affair. It is a matter of state. A household cannot be without a head for even a day, nor can a nation be without a ruler for a moment. The late emperor's lineage is frail, risking calamity. His Majesty should endeavor to father a prince soon to secure the dynasty and honor the spirit of the late emperor. Empress Dowager Xie had come prepared, ready to counter every argument. What you say is indeed true. The establishment of a consort is a matter of state rather than mere family concern. The harem is intertwined with the previous dynasty, and with the emperor's foundation still unsteady. This action must be approached with utmost caution and not in haste. Expanding the royal lineage is significant. Yet if the emperor is still in his youth, hastily filling the harem in pursuit of immediate results serves no purpose. The health of the dragon body is paramount to the state. I implore the emperor to consider this carefully. Empress Dowager Su stood her ground, unwilling to yield an inch. What do you all think, esteemed lords? Empress Dowager Xie smiled, glancing at the others. Expanding the harem is indeed a potent tool to alter the current stalemate. For the faction led by Han Yuzhong, with numerous officials at their disposal, the fact that Minister Li Diyu has 3 daughters could present a chance to select a queen from their kin, potentially securing a lifeline for Li Diyu. Even if it is not a queen, any concubine from their ranks would be highly advantageous. To the Han party, this is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Even if the emperor favors the Grand Tutor and the Gu family, Lin Shi remains unmarried and childless, while the Gu family boasts only sons and no daughters. This presents an exceptional opportunity to restrain both the Grand Tutor and the Gu family. I believe, as the Dowager Empress has articulated, that His Majesty should promptly establish an empress to bear a son and expand the lineage, ensuring the stability of the realm. Han Yuzhong remarked. I concur, replied Li Diyu, who discerned a glimmer of hope in this situation and was unwilling to let it slip away, immediately spurring his horse to follow suit. Lin Shi frowned and merely stated, I believe that the words of Dowager Empress Su hold merit. This matter should not be rushed and refrain from further comment. Sun Shan, still uncertain of the prevailing winds, chose not to speak freely, and ultimately, all eyes turned to Gu Chiyan. Gu Chiyan lifted his gaze to Shen Ningzhao, who had shed much of his youthful naivety since their first encounter. His gentle smile exuded warmth, and at the tender age of 16, while perhaps premature, it was not entirely implausible. Yet, Lin Shi's attitude stirred a sense of suspicion within Gu Chiyan. If establishing an empress presents an excellent opportunity for Han Yuzhong's faction, it equally serves as a remarkable prospect for the emperor. Though Han Yuzhong wields considerable influence, he has not yet reached a point of absolute dominion. Numerous neutral officials exist within the court, and should they be enlisted, it would undoubtedly challenge Han Yuzhong's power and open a new chapter. Even selecting an empress from within Han's faction, given that he has only one daughter who is already married, would suffice, as long as she is not Han Yuzhong's daughter. Any other would do. With the little emperor's cunning, whether to balance power or incite discord, human greed is insatiable, perhaps leading to a fresh scenario. This truly is an unparalleled opportunity. What does your esteemed self think, Minister Gu? Shen Ningzhao inquired, locking eyes with Gu Chiyan. After a brief pause, Gu Chiyan replied, At this juncture, establishing an empress is indeed a viable option. His words left the assembly in astonishment. Han Yuzhong and Li Diyu exchanged glances of mild surprise, while Lin Shi wore a complex expression, and the Dowager Empress's eyes glimmered as if she held the upper hand. Shen Ningzhao's smile faltered momentarily before slowly blossoming anew. Yet an indescribable light flickered in his eyes, causing Gu Chiyan's heart to sink and a chill to run down his neck. That fleeting glance reminded him of what Shen Ningzhao had said before in front of Chaohui Pavilion. My greatest asset, Minister Gu, is your unwavering loyalty. Beneath the calm surface of the sea, an immense storm brewed unseen. Thus, let us heed the counsel of the esteemed officials and commence the selection of candidates after the beginning of spring. Shen Ningzhao, slightly flushed from his cup, gazed dreamily, as if teetering on the edge of intoxication. At that time, We shall trouble Mother Empress with the arrangements. For the Emperor, what is there to discuss regarding trouble? The Dowager Empress replied with a satisfied smile. No one anticipated the situation would take such a turn, and now there was no time for idle chatter. Everyone eagerly contemplated the selection process. At that moment, the palace attendants presented sweet dumplings, soft and tender, floating in syrup, until one bit into them. The filling remained a mystery. Having indulged in a bit too much wine, Shen Ningzhao excused himself early, and the remaining officials soon followed suit, dispersing shortly thereafter. Li Diyu walked alongside Han Yuzhong toward the palace gates, his mind in turmoil as he attempted to speak, only to be interrupted by Han Yuzhong's wave. Han Yuzhong glanced around before speaking. Do not let your mind waver. After this night, circumstances may very well take a turn for the better. Please, my lord, be explicit. Li Diyu replied. Previously, I bribed a palace servant who divulged some information. That Lin Qi entered the palace late at night and suddenly fell ill, collapsing in the imperial garden. Han Yuzhong lowered his voice. The emperor has yet to take action against your Li family, perhaps because he cannot yet do so. Seize this opportunity during the selection of the maidens. If your daughter can enter the palace, it will be advantageous for you. As Li Diyu sat in the carriage on his way home, he pondered Han Yuzhong's words. While they held some merit, the situation was far from simple. Today, Empress Dowager Xie had suddenly brought up the matter of establishing a new empress. The two Empress Dowagers had long been at odds. How much advantage could Empress Dowager Xie truly gain in the selection process? Her haste to advance the selection indicated she must have some leverage. Leverage? An ominous premonition struck Li Diyu. It seemed Empress Dowager Xie intended to ally with the emperor. The Li family and the Xie family would not only fail to become in-laws, but would also become adversaries. The financial ledgers loomed like a guillotine over his neck, uncertain of when they would fall. The selection could either be a blessing or a curse. What cunning scheme was Empress Dowager Xie devising? Li Diyu's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Recalling the conspiracy with the Xie family to murder Qin Shi, anxiety surged within him, and he struck the small table in the carriage. The driver was startled, quickly pulling the reins and cautiously inquiring, "My lord?" Li Diyu ground his molars for a while, eventually calming himself and replied to the residents. The carriage turned back towards the Ministry of Personnel. Li Diyu's expression remained dark as he traveled. Chapter 44. The selection. Han Yuzhong returned to the Ministry of Personnel in the late hours of the night, nearly colliding with someone at the corner of the flower rack near the second gate. "Where have you been at such a late hour?" Han Yuzhong's tone was somewhat grave. "I was just about to inform the kitchen to prepare some fresh dishes from the woods for tomorrow, as Rong'er has just fallen asleep and expressed her desire." Yulan Jing replied. Yulan Jing was Han Yuzhong's son-in-law, chosen from the Imperial Academy, as Han Yuzhong preferred not to send his only daughter far away in marriage. The couple had been wed for a decade, their deep affection becoming a cherished tale in the city. Such trivial matters can be delegated to the servants. There is no need for you to make the trip personally. Han Yuzhong, usually stern, appeared even more austere under the cloak of night. Rong'er's tastes are quite particular, and I fear the servants might overlook something. "It is better if I go myself," Yulan Jing replied, his voice warm and steady, much like his demeanor. "Very well." Han Yuzhong softened his tone slightly and nodded. "My father returned from the palace banquet later than usual today. Did something happen?" Yulan Jing inquired. "Do not concern yourself with affairs of the court. Your only responsibility is to care for Rong'er," Han Yuzhong admonished, his expression stern. "You are right, father. I only worry about the chill of the night. You must take care of your health," Yulan Jing said, lowering his head. "I am fine. You may go now." "Yes, father." Yulan Jing bowed and stepped aside, heading towards the kitchen. Han Yuzhong remained in place, watching his retreating figure, when the steward could no longer contain himself and reminded, "My lord, a distinguished guest has been awaiting your arrival for some time." Only then did Han Yuzhong turn a leaf. After the Lantern Festival, the weather began to warm, with chilly mornings and evenings, but the midday sun shone brightly. The trees secretly sprouted tender green buds, and the early spring flowers boldly announced the arrival of spring. Following the Lantern Festival, news of the emperor's selection of candidates had spread throughout the capital. All eligible young women from noble families of the 5th rank and above were included on the selection list. The initial screening was conducted by the Grand Secretariat, where only those with pleasing appearances, reputable lineage, and refined qualities were eligible for selection. Subsequently, the candidates were assessed by the Bureau of Astronomy, which calculated their birth dates and destinies. Only those deemed compatible could proceed. Ultimately, the emperor himself would review the candidates, first examining their portraits and then meeting them in person. This intricate process was significant and took over a month to complete. The final selection date was set for the second day of the third month. On a spring day, still cool, yet beginning to warm, Shen Ningzhao was reviewing documents in the Hall of Governance when Ji entered, accompanied by several young eunuchs, carrying portraits of the candidates. Approaching Shen Ningzhao, he received a nod of acknowledgement and slowly unfurled a scroll, presenting the family background, name, and age of the first candidate. Shen Ningzhao glanced at it. A mere nod indicated her acceptance. Those aspiring to be chosen had certainly invested silver to enhance their portraits, for even a modest beauty could be depicted as more alluring, often adorned in more splendid attire than others. The first candidate presented was in Rome, the daughter of a right vice minister. Shen Ningzhao merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting her attention elsewhere. Ji understood and handed the scroll to a eunuch behind him, moving on to the next candidate. After a short while, an announcement came from outside the hall. The Empress Dowager Xie had arrived. Shen Ningzhao raised an eyebrow, but respectfully welcomed her in. Today, Empress Dowager Xie was clad in a purple brocade garment, her makeup meticulously applied, appearing in excellent spirits. Why does Mother Empress have the time to visit today? Shen Ningzhao inquired. I heard that today is the Emperor's initial selection. Given his youth, I thought it prudent to come and see if there was anything I could assist with. Otherwise, remaining in the Kongren Palace would leave me uneasy, replied the Empress Dowager. Taking a seat to Shen Ningzhao's right. Your concern is appreciated, and I am grateful for your presence. Mother, Shen Ningzhao replied, continuing to gesture for Ji to unveil another scroll. As Shen Ningzhao examined it, Ji subtly shifted the scroll toward the Empress Dowager, who glanced at it but chose to remain silent, lifting her teacup and sipping slowly. Shen Ningzhao maintained a gentle smile, lowering her head to lift her own teacup. Ji once again handed a scroll to the eunuch behind him to fetch the next one. The Empress Dowager observed Shen Ningzhao as profile, noting the striking resemblance to the cold-hearted late emperor. Beneath their charming exteriors lay the most unfeeling hearts. Recalling that man, the Empress Dowager instinctively clenched her hands within her sleeves. Even after so many years since his demise, the emotions stirred by memories remained vivid and intense. After a moment, Kaiwa leaned in and whispered something to the Empress Dowager, snapping her back to the present. She lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, commenting, "This batch of Jinjun Mei from Tongmu Guan is exquisite. The buds are slender, fragrant with floral and fruity notes, and the taste is refreshing and sweet, truly perfect for early spring." Hearing this, Shen Ningzhao glanced at her teacup and replied, "I am glad you enjoy it, Mother. How is the health of the Grand Tutor? As a lover of tea, he would surely appreciate such fine quality." The Empress Dowager placed her teacup down and sat up straight. Shen Ningzhao furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of unease stirring within her, yet she responded gently, "Thank you, Mother Empress, for your concern. The Grand Tutor is indeed in good health. That is a relief. On the 10th day of the month, I heard that the Grand Tutor fainted in the Imperial Garden, and I was genuinely worried," replied Empress Dowager Xie, pursing her lips in a manner that conveyed genuine concern. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningzhao's back stiffened imperceptibly, her hand instinctively clenching, and the smile on her face faltered as she fixated on the profile of Empress Dowager Xie. Noticing the intensity of her gaze, the Empress Dowager smiled once more and turned to meet her eyes. "How did you come to know, Mother? It is quite the coincidence. I was suffering from a severe headache that day and had sent Kaiwa to summon the imperial physician. Passing through the Imperial Garden, she happened to witness it," replied Empress Dowager Xie. Shen Ningzhao's heart had not yet settled when she heard the Empress Dowager cast a glance at Kaiwa behind her and continued, "This servant of mine, I wonder if she is blessed with foolish luck, for she managed to find an authentic piece by Yin Qing in the Imperial Garden. Shen Ningzhao's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts, leaving her momentarily stunned. She handed it to me. The Empress Dowager continued, though I should not have kept it to myself. However, being unwell, I became muddled and forgot about it. I hope the Emperor will not take offense at the delay. Shen Ningzhao remained silent, merely pursing her lips as she regarded her for a moment before responding. It is merely a calligraphy piece. If it pleases Mother, you may keep it. Upon hearing this, a deeper smile graced the Empress Dowager's face. How could I dare to keep it for myself? I have heard that the Emperor enjoys collecting Yan Qing's manuscripts. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. This calligraphy piece is undoubtedly to be presented to the Emperor. Is this truly your intention, Mother? Shen Ningzhao inquired with a sense of urgency. Indeed, it is. Though at that time, I was unwell and misplaced it, I simply cannot recall where the Empress Dowager lamented, deep in thought. The playful tone of the Empress Dowager's words caused Shen Ningzhao to frown. Yet when she glanced at the newly unveiled portrait of the talented maiden, Xie Yingying, everything became clear. Xie Yingying was adorned in delicate pink garments, as tender as a peach blossom in March. The Empress Dowager also cast a glance at the portrait before turning her gaze back to Shen Ningzhao, the meaning in her eyes unmistakable. Shen Ningzhao remained still for the duration of half a tea's worth of time, staring at the portrait, only nodding stiffly when He began to roll up the painting. The daughter of the Minister of Rites, Xie Yingying, is selected, He announced in a raised voice within the hall. Shen Ningzhao looked toward the Empress Dowager once more, who smiled in agreement, her pride barely concealed. This girl has grown under my watch. Her character and disposition are commendable. To earn the Emperor's favor is indeed her fortune. Having her in the inner palace will provide me with a companion. As long as Mother is satisfied, Shen Ningzhao replied, her heart brimming with indignation. Yet she maintained a smile, upholding the facade of superficial harmony. The Empress Dowager, appearing quite pleased, lingered for another quarter of an hour, showing little interest in the ongoing selection of maidens, before rising. I'm not feeling well. I shall return to Kongran Palace now. I will make sure to find that calligraphy piece so as not to disappoint the Emperor. Just as the Empress Dowager turned to leave, after taking only a few steps, Jihe's voice resonated once more in the hall. The daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Li Ruer, is selected. The Empress Dowager immediately halted, casting a glance at the portrait in Jihe's hands, narrowing her eyes as she slowly turned back to Shen Ningzhao. Shen Ningzhao had shed her previous passivity. Gazing at Empress Xie, she gradually revealed a smile, adopting a demeanor both gentle and innocuous. Mother, why have you returned? There is no need to rush regarding the calligraphy. We can take our time to search. The Kongran Palace is quite spacious, and I believe we shall find it sooner or later. Inwardly, Empress Xie sneered and remarked, I forgot to inquire earlier. How many candidates does the Emperor intend to select this time? Shen Ningzhao did not shy away from her gaze. During the Lantern Festival banquet, you mentioned that I should select candidates and expand our lineage. I find your words most reasonable. The positions of the 4 palace masters have long been vacant. It is indeed time to bring in new faces. Offspring are of paramount importance. Naturally, whoever first bears a prince will be credited with merit for day and shall be named Empress. Empress Xie understood that Shen Ningzhao would not allow herself to be trifled with, yet she had not anticipated such a swift response. Now, not only must she obediently hand over the account books to Shen Ningzhao, eliminating the Li family and Li Ruer, but she must also compete with the other 2 for the title of Empress. Unwillingness coursed through her, and her smile faded entirely. Yet, despite her resentment, she recognized that this was the path that Xie Yingying must tread. After all, having spent decades in the harem, could she allow a few young maidens to seize the opportunity before her? Thus, she assumed a frigid smile once more. The Emperor speaks truly. Expanding our lineage is indeed a significant matter. The selection process lasted for an hour, ultimately choosing 4 candidates. Xie Yingying, daughter of the Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple. Li Ruer, daughter of the Minister of Revenue Li Diyu, Duan Luluo, daughter of the Vice Minister of Rites Duan Rue, and Wang Jiarong, daughter of the Minister of War Wang Ji. This was merely the first round of selection, with a second round of evaluations yet to come before the final decree was issued. although the list of selected candidates was meant to remain confidential until confirmed. Somehow the news had been leaked. Once the word spread, the capital buzzed with excitement, as the dynamics of the harem would undoubtedly influence the power structure of the current court. When Li Diyu received the news, he was genuinely taken aback, unable to comprehend how both the Li and Xie families had emerged as candidates simultaneously. Regardless, this was undoubtedly advantageous for him. The Xie family, having languished for over a decade, would have faced even greater challenges had it not been for Empress Xie's support in the harem. Now, having secured a place, their glory was restored, and should they bear a prince, the resurgence of the Xie family would be imminent. Duan Rue, the vice minister of rights, and Wang Ji, the minister of war, were of differing affiliations, one aligned with the Han faction, the other remaining neutral and ambiguous. In recent days, congratulations poured in, and their doors were nearly trampled by well-wishers, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Chapter 45. The temple as the weather warmed. The Chiyan, also known as the First Beauty, blushed a delicate red, swaying gently on the branches. Unlike the boisterous vibrancy of daylight, under the moonlight, the Chiyan sakura added an air of tranquility and grace. A cool night breeze caressed the tender blossoms, akin to a hand cloaked in chill, evoking a gentle shiver from the exquisite blooms. Chen Yuchuan sat in the corridor, having removed his mask, and he gazed up at the moonlight, a serene smile slowly blossoming upon his face as he pondered thoughts unknown. Yuan yang stoat niarbi. Sensing the young master's good spirits, for several nights now, Chen Yuchuan had lingered in this corridor to admire the moon, seated for 2 full hours each time. Yuan Yang gazed at the moonlight for a while, unable to comprehend its extraordinary allure, yet silently kept company. Yuan Yang, behold the moonlight, how exquisite it is. Chen Yuchuan remarked with a smile, gracing his lips. Young master, why this newfound fondness for the moonlight of late? Is it not the most commonplace of sights? Yuan Yang inquired, touching his nose in bewilderment. Commonplace? Chen Yuchuan maintained his poised stance, his profile strikingly handsome, almost ethereal. I have always traversed the pitch-black depths of night. This full moon offers me considerable solace, a treasure of immense value to me. Yuan Yang called out to Chen Yuchuan, but struggled to find the right words. It is nothing. Chen Yuchuan finally turned to him. I have discovered this full moon. Once I thought it sufficient to admire it from afar, but then I pondered. It ought not to dwell so high. I should endeavor to bring it down. Yuan Yang's eyes widened, utterly perplexed by Chen Yuchuan's musings. Yet, Chen Yuchuan chuckled at his expression, returning his gaze to the moon, his voice becoming almost ethereal. It should remain by my side, standing with me. For reasons unknown, Yuan Yang suddenly felt an intense chill in the night air. The rain nourishes the grains, hence it is called grain rain. Following the incessant spring rains comes the season for sowing. The foundation of a year lies in spring, a time that invariably bears the weight of human hopes. Consequently, spring is also the period when temple offerings are most fervent, as all desires, power, wealth, progeny, marital bliss, fortune, can be fervently prayed for. Desire is an insatiable abyss, and one wonders whether the deities who have sat for centuries, hearing the earthly supplications, respond with compassion or mockery. Fusho Temple at Fuan Mountain stands as the most prosperous temple in the outskirts of the city, renowned for its miraculous efficacy, drawing throngs of devotees. Unlike ordinary temples, entry requires a gold ingot at the gates. Those lacking wealth and power are not permitted within. Perhaps, in all realms, financial means facilitate endeavors. Jiang Yinglin and Madame Jiang set off early in the morning, barely arriving by noon. To demonstrate their sincerity, they ascended the mountain on foot rather than in a sedan chair. Fuan Mountain is not particularly high, and Fusho Temple is situated halfway up, with the ascent adorned by ancient, quaint paths and the vibrant hues of spring, making it quite a delightful outing. Yet, even this short trek proved taxing for the cloistered lady. Before dawn, Jiang Yinglin was unceremoniously pulled from her blankets and endured a bumpy carriage ride for the entire morning. Now faced with the climb, she felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and looked mournfully at her mother. Madame Jiang merely cast a sidelong glance, feigning ignorance, offering no semblance of sympathy. Jiang Yinglin, feeling both frustrated and despondent, found solace in the gentle concern of Ron Kuei, who discreetly tugged at Jiang Yinglin's sleeve, slipping her a handful of dried fruits. Jiang Yinglin clutched the fruits, concealing them in her sleeve, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Ron Kuei. "You're truly the kindest to me." By the time they reached Fushou Temple, it was well past noon. Jiang Yinglin's stomach grumbled with hunger. The process of offering prayers was intricate and could not be rushed, so she first partook of a modest meal before proceeding to the Buddha Hall. Perhaps it is the sacredness of the Buddhist realm that instills a sense of reverence, and Jiang Yinglin dutifully followed behind, kneeling and bowing, not uttering a single complaint. Jiang's mother requested 3 auspicious fortune bags and instructed Jiang Yinglin to retrieve them and hang them on the sacred tree behind the Buddha Hall, while she followed the monks to light the everlasting lamps. The sacred tree, an immense banyan, stood majestically, its lush branches casting shade over half of the backyard. It had flourished for over a century, adorned with fortune bags whose crimson tassels danced gently in the breeze. Groups of people were hanging fortune bags, and Jiang Yinglin tossed hers skyward, hoping the long tassels would catch on the branches. Once she finished, the sun still shone brightly, and lighting the everlasting lamps required chanting, which was time-consuming. She chose a discreet corner to rest for a moment. "Do we still have any jujubes?" Jiang Yinglin asked, feeling a bit disheartened by the blandness of today's vegetarian offerings. Ron Kuei retrieved a paper-wrapped parcel from her sleeve. "Here, that's the last one." Jiang Yinglin's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted it, popping one in her mouth and exclaiming, "Ron Kuei, how could I survive without you? Is it the servant you cherish, or the treats?" "Ron Kuei desit." You all feel the same, reluctant to part with either. Jiang Yinglin, without hesitation, wanted both. "Ron Kuei tuklet." Take your time eating. If the lady sees you, there will be a lecture. Jiang Yinglin resembled a little hamster, her round apricot eyes wide, her cheeks flushed from the sun, her appearance more captivating than the nearby begonia blossoms. Just as the two were enjoying their banter, a voice interrupted them. "Miss Jiang, it is indeed you." Jiang Yinglin turned to see the young man in the wheelchair whom she had encountered on the street. He wore a striking blue silk robe, a silver mask covering half his face, his frame slender, skin pale, and his lips a delicate hue. The faint smile at the corners of his mouth evoked a sense of sympathy. "What brings you here? Are you also here to pray for blessings?" Jiang Yinglin approached him, inspecting his condition. "Is your injury healed? I left in such haste last time that I didn't leave you an address to send medicine." Since Chen Yuchuan was seated, Jiang Yinglin felt a bit imposing standing over him, so she bent down to meet his gaze. The young girl smiled, the sugary glaze of the jujube enhancing her already radiant lips, rendering them almost blinding under the sun. "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. I am deeply grateful. My injury has fully healed, so please do not worry," Chen Yuchuan replied, slightly averting his gaze. "You have a beautiful name, Chen Yuchuan," Jiang Yinglin praised. "You flatter me. Mississippi, I must also thank you for your timely assistance that day. Without you, I dread to think of my predicament. Your kindness is unforgettable." Chen Yuchuan bowed slightly. Jiang Yinglin felt a bit embarrassed by his gratitude, thinking the act was rather trivial. "It was merely a small effort. Please do not dwell on it, as long as you do not mind my impulsive ways." "Miss, we must take our leave," Ron Kuei interjected. Noticing the bustling crowd and fearing that prolonged conversation might attract unwanted attention. "Yes, my mother is likely looking for me," Jiang Yinglin acknowledged. "I must return now. You may continue as you wish." "Please wait, Miss Jiang," Chen Yuchuan called out, then beckoned Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang stepped forward, presenting 2 packages of pastries. "This is a small token of my young master's appreciation. I hope you will not find it lacking." Jiang Yinglin hesitated, pondering over the modest gift of pastries from Saiji Pavilion, which, though not precious, were intended to satisfy a craving during her journey. A token of gratitude for the kindness shown to her by the young gentleman. Chen Yuchuan smiled graciously. After a brief internal struggle, Jiang Yinglin succumbed to temptation. The pastries from Saiji Pavilion were rare treasures that money could not easily procure. Unable to suppress her desire, She exchanged a furtive glance with Ron Qiao, who, with an exasperated sigh, stepped forward to accept them. This servant shall convey my young lady's gratitude to young master. There is no need for formality. Shen Ningzhao nodded slightly, bidding them farewell. Goodbye, and may you travel safely. As he watched the two depart, Jiang Yinglin's joy was palpable, her steps light and her skirts dancing in the breeze. By the time Madame Jiang finished lighting the lanterns, dusk had settled, and returning to the city felt somewhat tardy. A gentle spring rain had begun to fall, prompting her to stay the night, planning to return at dawn. The mountains were silent, with the air crisp and invigorating. Exhausted from the day's exertions, Jiang Yinglin fell soundly asleep the moment she touched the bed. Shen Ningzhao, too, found his journey impeded, with no moonlight to guide him. He sat by the window, listening to the rain. As the hour grew late, a shadow flitted across the courtyard. Master, the task is complete, the shadow reported. Shen Ningzhao merely waved his hand in acknowledgement, and the figure swiftly ascended to the roof, disappearing from sight. The fine rain wove a delicate web, ensnaring all who were tender-hearted and unable to escape their affections. Shen Ningzhao recalled the girl who had spoken to him earlier, her smile brighter than the midday sun. Such a splendid young lady deserved the finest offerings the world could provide. He softly called out Jiang Yinglin's childhood name, his voice a lover-esque whisper, while the birthmark at the corner of his eye glimmered like vermilion. The following morning, Ron Qiao came to knock on the door, rapping for some time without a response. Growing concerned, she pushed the door open. Jiang Yinglin was cocooned in her blankets, with only her small head visible. Assuming her reluctance to rise was mere laziness, Ron Qiao approached the bedside, coaxing, "My lady, it is time to awaken and partake of breakfast." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed an unusual flush on Jiang Yinglin's face, causing her heart to race with alarm. She reached out to touch her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. Thinking she had caught a chill from the rain, Ron Qiao intended to inform Madame Jiang and summon a physician. But her keen eyes then caught sight of a cluster of tiny red rashes encircling Jiang Yinglin's neck. Trembling, she pulled back the covers and slightly loosened her young lady's garment, revealing that her entire body was covered in similar rashes. Panic-stricken, Ron Qiao's voice quivered, laced with tears. "My lady, please wake. What has happened to you? Do not frighten me." Her cries roused the servants of the Jiang household, who swiftly reported the matter to Madame Jiang next door. Madame Jiang hurried over, finding Jiang Yinglin unresponsive in bed. None had ever witnessed such a sudden ailment. Recognizing the Jiang family's status, the temple staff acted promptly, quickly fetching a physician. Chapter 46. The Blight. The physician, standing behind the curtain, took Jiang Yinglin's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. "Has this patient broken out in rashes all over her body?" he inquired. "Indeed," Ron Qiao replied hastily. "The rashes are the size of millet grains, red and clustered together, looking quite alarming." Upon hearing the words, the physician hastily withdrew his hand, stepping back 2 paces as he declared loudly, "This room cannot harbor so many individuals. You must all leave. This is a case of variola, and it is contagious." The people within the chamber, upon hearing the term variola, instinctively covered their noses and retreated a few steps. Variola, indeed, is a most perilous ailment. A moment of negligence could lead to the loss of life. Madame Jiang gazed incredulously at the physician, seemingly frozen in place, her mind a blank canvas, supported only by her servants to remain standing. Ignoring everything else, she dashed to the bedside, grasping the hand of the unconscious Jiang Yinglin. Despite her utmost effort to maintain composure, her voice trembled uncontrollably. "Miami. Ron Qiao turned to the physician, pleading, "Doctor, since you have diagnosed the condition, you must possess a method of treatment. I implore you to save my young lady." The physician replied, "Variola strikes with great ferocity, its onset rapid and highly infectious, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. I am but a humble village doctor with limited capabilities. I am truly powerless to assist. It would be prudent to summon an esteemed physician from the city at once." The servant who carried the message had already dashed down the mountain. But the journey was long, and by the time help arrived, it would likely be afternoon. At this moment, the group could do little but wait anxiously. Though I may not be able to cure variola, I can provide a prescription to alleviate the patient's high fever. Perhaps she may awaken. There are also methods of disinfection and isolation that would facilitate close care, the physician continued, observing the helpless expressions of those in the room. The physician's words seemed to awaken Madame Jiang, though she was in a state of desperate urgency. She understood that allowing the contagion to spread to more individuals would only exacerbate the situation. Therefore, she steadied her mind and commanded, "Not a word of today's events shall be disclosed to anyone outside. All of you must leave, seal this courtyard, until the doctor from the city arrives. No one is permitted to enter." Upon hearing this, the servants exited the courtyard one by one, leaving only Ron Kuei behind. "Ron Kuei, you must also go," Madame Jiang ordered. Ron Kuei shook her head and knelt down. "Madam, do not cast me away. It is my negligence that has caused the young lady's illness. 100 deaths would not atone for my fault. I beseech you, allow me to remain. As long as the young lady suffers, I shall not depart. If you refuse, I shall remain here on my knees." With a heavy sigh, Madame Jiang felt too weary to argue. "Then you shall accompany the physician to fetch the prescription and prepare the medicine." Ron Kuei, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly followed the doctor. Fortunately, the guest room was secluded, allowing this matter to remain concealed. The servants of the Jiang family guarded the courtyard entrance. If anything was needed from within, they would shout to the outside, and the servants would prepare it, placing it at the entrance for Ron Kuei to retrieve. In the abandoned small kitchen of the courtyard, Ron Kuei rekindled the fire, brewing the medicine while also burning mugwort outside. Soon, the air was filled with the bitter aroma of the medicine mingling with the scent of mugwort. Ron Kuei and Madame Jiang, with their faces covered in scented cloths, remained vigilantly by Jiang Yinglin's side, changing their masks every 2 hours and not leaving her side for a moment. Indeed, the physician's prescription proved effective. After a brief time, the high fever subsided, and Jiang Yinglin gradually regained consciousness. Just as the hour of noon approached, Jiang Wenfu arrived, accompanied by the imperial physician. Appearing travel-worn, his official attire unchanged, clearly having hastened in great haste. Jiang Wenfu, slender and fair, presented a meticulous, scholarly demeanor in his youth. As he entered middle age, his strictness intensified, with not a crease allowed in his garments, and his countenance seldom graced by a smile. He had gained a reputation in the court for his rigid adherence to tradition and inflexibility. At this moment, he was in a state of great urgency, having rushed over with beads of sweat accumulating on his brow, neglecting even to wipe them away. Upon seeing the figure at the door, tears that Zhang's wife had long suppressed began to fall silently. Yet, fearing that Jiang Yinglin, concealed behind the curtain, might witness her sorrow, she discreetly wiped them away. Jiang Wenfu grasped his wife's hand, gently patting her to offer comfort. The imperial physician, an elder of the palace, skilled and knowledgeable, wasted no time. He first inquired about the situation in detail before taking the pulse through the curtain. In a short while, he had formed a plan in his mind. Leading Jiang Wenfu into the courtyard, he began to speak. "My lord Jiang, I shall not beat around the bush. Miss Jiang is afflicted with a grievous ailment. Is there any remedy?" Jiang's wife inquired urgently. "The ailment is difficult to treat," the physician replied. "It requires medication at the onset of symptoms, followed by gradual recuperation. There may still be a chance for recovery, yet Miss Jiang's condition has progressed alarmingly, invading her organs overnight. I must employ potent medicine to gain control." "Leave it to your discretion," they replied, sensing a glimmer of hope. "Do not be hasty, let me finish," the physician continued. "Strong medicine can be harmful. Miss Jiang remains in her prime, and if this potent remedy is administered, while it may preserve her life, it could render her incapable of childbirth in the future. Or worse, she may find herself dependent on medicine for life. Is there truly no alternative?" Just as they felt a flicker of hope, this revelation struck them anew, leaving the couple in a state of profound indecision. "Perhaps my skills are lacking. My lord Jiang might consider seeking a renowned physician from among the common folk. But time is of the essence. You have no more than 7 days. Beyond that, even the highest celestial beings could not save her." The The physician observed their hesitation and added, "I do not doubt your capabilities." Jiang Wenfu interjected hastily. "My lord, there is no need for such formality." "I understand," the physician replied. "A healer's heart yearns for the recovery of the afflicted, especially when the patient is so young. I will remain here during these 7 days. You may seek out esteemed doctors. This ailment did originate from the common folk, and skilled practitioners abound among them. There may yet be a remedy. Should all hope fail, I can still ensure Miss Zhang's survival, but beyond that, my abilities are limited. I ask for your understanding." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenfu bowed deeply in gratitude. "Your kindness is immeasurable, esteemed doctor." The physician helped him to his feet, flustered. "My lord, you need not bow so. I am unworthy of such honor. In these days, I shall also investigate the origins of this ailment. That remains my foremost concern. Thank you for your assistance," he added. In this urgent situation, they exchanged no further pleasantries, and the physician busied himself with preparations. Jiang Wenfu spared no expense in seeking renowned doctors from the folk. Soon, word of the Jiang family's plight spread throughout the city. Jiang's wife, already frail, visibly waned after 2 days, and it was only through Jiang Yinglin's refusal to take medicine that she was persuaded to rest. In recent days, a rash has spread across her face. Although the courtyard is devoid of others, the young girl still veils her features, growing increasingly despondent. No amount of treats can alleviate her spirits this time, and Rong Kue feels a deep sense of urgency within. One night, while Rong Kue slumbers in the outer room, Jiang Yinglin stares blankly at the canopy above her. The wind outside howls fiercely, more so in the mountains, resembling a mournful cry that sways the branches back and forth, battering against the window pane. In the depths of the night, the scene appears more sinister, yet Jiang Yinglin finds herself beyond fear. What more could terrify her, given her current plight? Suddenly, with a creak, a shadow enters through the window, causing Jiang Yinglin to startle awake. Just as she is about to call out, a familiar voice interjects, "Do not scream. It is I." Jiang Yinglin pauses, recognizing the visitor. "Brother Chongji, what brings you here?" Qin Kai strides forward but is halted by Jiang Yinglin, who frantically searches for her veil. "Do not come any closer. This illness is contagious. I cannot risk passing it on to you." Qin Kai hesitates but approaches the bedside. "I am not afraid." Jiang Yinglin shakes her head resolutely. "No, you must go back. I am frightened." Qin Kai, feeling somewhat helpless, realizes that he must acquiesce to the young girl's condition, fearing that a loud commotion might attract outsiders. He laments, "I was attending to matters in Lin County and rushed back upon hearing the news. I did not even return home before riding over. You'd send me away before I could utter a word? Jiang Mianmian, you possess a heart of stone." Jiang Yinglin falls silent, pouting slightly while sniffing back her tears. "Then speak your mind from where you stand. Just do not approach me too closely. I wish to see you." Qin Kai suddenly lowers his voice, the deep timbre imbued with a hint of tenderness amidst the night. "Mian Mian, permit me to behold you." Jiang Yinglin is momentarily taken aback. Before she can voice her refusal, he has already reached her bedside. Upon seeing her veil, Qin Kai's expression darkens, his gaze growing somber. He had rushed here in a flurry, having heard of her illness, yet he had forgotten to inquire about the nature of her ailment. Jiang Yinglin, feeling flustered under his scrutiny, raises her hand to shield his eyes. "Do not look. I am quite unsightly. I have already sent Wei Feng and Wei Yu to Donglin Temple to summon Master Kong Hai. He is renowned for his medical prowess and will arrive by the night after tomorrow at the latest. I will ensure you are healed. Mian Mian, do not fear." Qin Kai assures her earnestly. His trembling eyelashes brush against her palm, as if soothing her heart, alleviating her recent anxiety, fear, and ade of strength. When her mother was alive, Jiang Yinglin refrained from weeping to spare her mother's worry, suppressing the grievances of these past days. Now, she can no longer contain her tears, which flow uncontrollably. Qin Kai, a frequent visitor to the Qin Tower and Chu Pavilion, has witnessed a myriad of women's laughter and tears alike. In the past, an Oiran from the Wanhua Tower, yearning to become his concubine, wept for nearly half an hour, her eyes glistening with tears as she sought his compassion. He continued to drink cup after cup, observing her sorrowful display without intervening. Though the sight of her weeping was heart-wrenching, he leisurely finished a jug of wine before finally speaking. "Have you finished crying?" The courtesan was momentarily taken aback as Qin Kuei leaned in, his fingers pinching her delicate chin. "Once you've finished weeping, tidy yourself up. The young masters outside are still waiting for you." His smile belied the chill in his eyes, as unyielding as the winter winds, dispelling the courtesan's fanciful daydreams. He was adept at managing the tears and laughter of women. Yet Jiang Yinglin was an exception. Chapter 47. Seeking medical aid. Stop crying. Stop crying. Did you not just declare yourself ugly? Crying like this only makes you look worse. Qin Kuei quickly reassured her. "Qin Kuei, are you even human? After all that I have endured, you still dare to call me ugly?" It was evident that his attempts at comfort were in vain. The young girl was only more distressed, sobbing so hard she could hardly catch her breath. "Not ugly, not ugly. I misspoke. Please don't cry." Qin Kuei feigned slapping himself for his indiscretion. "Humph." Jiang Yinglin was not in the least bit appreciative. "I brought you some renowned local delicacies. Kept them close to my heart just for you. Would you care to try?" Qin Kuei presented the treats before her. "Absolutely not." Jiang Yinglin did not even glance at them. "Dear little ancestor, please cease your crying. You might awaken others if they discover me here. Your father will certainly break my legs." Qin Kuei glanced out the window, lowering his voice. "You deserve it. You barged into a young lady's chamber in the dead of night. It's only fitting that you suffer such consequences," Jiang Yinglin replied without a trace of sympathy. Fine. I deserve it. Worrying about you, thinking of you, feeling sorry for you. Yes, I deserve it all. But if you keep crying so loudly, you'll draw attention and your father will surely break my legs." Qin Kuei lounged with a devil-may-care attitude. "Once my legs are broken, who will take you riding? Who will take you fishing? Who will roast rabbits for you? You ungrateful little creature. Why are you still threatening me? I'm grown up now. I don't fish anymore." The young girl pouted, her resolve waning as her sobs gradually subsided. Having cried enough, she glanced once more at the delicacies in Qin Kuei's hands, unable to resist licking her lips. Seeing her reaction, Qin Kuei couldn't help but smile, extending the treats towards her once more. "Here, why not get a taste?" Jiang Yinglin huffed, yet she reached out to take a piece, slipping it beneath her veil. "How is it?" Qin Kuei raised an eyebrow. "Delicious." Jiang Yinglin finally smiled. "Ah, truly a challenge to please." Qin Kuei sighed with relief. Jiang Yinglin indulged in several pieces before finally stopping, at which point Qin Kuei poured her some water. Once she was satiated, he knew he must also ensure she fell asleep. "Are you not leaving?" Jiang Yinglin inquired, looking at the figure seated by her bedside. "I will depart once you have drifted off," Qin Kuei replied. "Will you return tomorrow?" Jiang Yinglin glanced at the few remaining delicacies on the tea table. "Ah, are you reluctant to part with me? Or is it the treats you are loath to see go, you little glutton?" Qin Kuei chuckled, feeling embarrassed. Jiang Yinglin buried her face further into the quilt. "Rest assured, I shall remain at Fushou Temple until your recovery, and I will visit you again tomorrow. When I am well, will you take me riding, fishing, and roasting rabbits? Please?" Absolutely. Once you are well, I will indulge your every whim. Now, do hurry and sleep," Qin Kuei coaxed with patience. Jiang Yinglin finally felt at ease, slowly closing her eyes. The heavy weight that had burdened her heart for days suddenly vanished, and even her breathing became remarkably smoother. Drowsiness gradually enveloped her, and she soon succumbed to sleep. Qin Kai listened to her soft, rhythmic breaths and gently removed her veil. His brow furrowed as he observed the multitude of red rashes covering Jiang Yinglin's delicate face, a sight both alarming and distressing. He was compelled to reach out and touch her, yet hesitated midway, his hand trembling slightly, fearing that he might awaken her. Qin Kai let out a quiet sigh and softly inquired, "Does it hurt, Mian Mian?" Jiang Yinglin slept soundly, and when she awoke, it was already the hour of Chun. If not for the pastries still on the tea table, she might have believed last night to be nothing but a dream. "What is the young lady thinking? You seem so joyful," Ron Kuei remarked as she entered the room and saw Jiang Yinglin smiling foolishly. "Oh, it's nothing, just a pleasant dream," Jiang Yinglin replied, attempting to conceal her delight. "It must have been a good dream. It's been several days since I've seen you smile. which is a promising sign. You're on the mend, Ron Kuei responded with a smile. What day is it today? Jiang Yinglin asked. It is the 6th day, came the reply. The sun had already risen, its rays filtering through the intertwined branches, caressing the vibrant blossoms of spring. The ground was adorned with a gentle warmth, and tiny yellow flowers had emerged from the cracks in the pavement, trembling in the breeze, both solitary and radiant. The temple had set aside a few rooms specifically for the Jiang family, all in one location. On the first day, Lu Siheng ascended the mountain and enlisted all of the Lu family's connections to seek renowned physicians. Many doctors came and went, yet none could offer a solution. Jiang Wenfu had not slept for 2 days, and as the days passed, his anxiety grew. He paced restlessly in the room, unable to find solace. Lord Jiang, your pacing is making me dizzy. Why not sit down and rest? Qin Kai could no longer hold his tongue. Master, Chongji has already sent someone to summon Master Kong Hai, who is on his way. His miraculous skills will surely restore Mian Mian's health. Do not fret too much, Lu Siheng reassured him, urging him to sit. Alas, Jiang Wenfu sighed. We have consulted so many doctors. Master Kong Hai is our last hope. If only he could not bring himself to voice the lingering thoughts. For she was his cherished daughter, and he wished to avoid any unforeseen calamities. Lord Jiang, why be so pessimistic? Master Kong Hai will certainly heal Mian Mian. Even if she cannot fully recover, her life will be preserved. After your passing, there will still be me and Yuan Li. We shall care for her for a lifetime. No one will dare to mistreat her. Qin Kai's words struck a chord, yet they also weighed heavily in his heart. Jiang Wenfu was taken aback by his audacity, his eyes widening in anger. He nearly erupted in a tirade, but remembered Master Kong Hai was on his way. He squeezed his eyes shut and swallowed his words, merely shooting Qin Kai a fierce glare. What are you glaring at? Do you not believe my words? I, Qin Kai, swear to the heavens, he declared, raising 3 fingers. Who needs your oath? I care not for it. If it were not for Yuan Li's sake, I would have knocked you out long ago. My delicate daughter, if she were to fall into your hands, I would never be able to close my eyes in death. Jiang Wenfu could not suppress his anger any longer. It is not entirely Jiang Wenfu's fault. Qin Kai's notoriety is well known. Jiang Wenfu, a staunch advocate and executor of propriety, integrity, and honor, looks down upon this rebellious young lad. Teacher, do not be angry. Chongji is merely anxious and spoke without thought. Lu Siheng attempted to placate the 2 men. Sensing the tension, Qin Kai, in times like these, it would be wise for you to hold your tongue and refrain from opposing the teacher. Humph. Both turned their heads simultaneously, neither willing to concede. Sir, a young servant from the Jiang household hurriedly approached. What is it? Why the fluster? Is it Mian Mian? Jiang Wenfu sprang to his feet. No, the young servant gasped. A person has come down from the mountain, claiming to be able to cure the young lady. Is it true? The 3 men looked towards the servant in unison. They're waiting just outside, the servant replied. Quickly, please hurry. Jiang Wenfu, speaking with urgency, went out to greet the visitor, with Lu Siheng and Qin Kai following closely behind. Chen Yuchuan, adorned in a moon-white robe embroidered with silver thread, sat beneath a willow tree, the tender green leaves accentuating his refined demeanor. It is you? Qin Kai recognized Chen Yuchuan first. You know each other? Lu Siheng inquired, surprised. The illegitimate son of the former Minister of Rights, Chen Yuchuan, is seldom seen. Qin Kai displayed an unmistakable hostility towards him. Jiang Wenfu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I am Chen Yuchuan. It is an honor to meet you, Master Jiang. Chen Yuchuan, unfazed by Qin Kai's rudeness, smiled and continued, on the Lantern Festival. I had the pleasure of crossing paths with both young Master Qin and Miss Jiang. The Lantern Festival? Jiang Wenfu recalled. I must thank your daughter for courageously saving me from beneath the hooves of a horse. I shall never forget it. Upon hearing of Miss Jiang's illness, I sought out the great physician Liao, who has performed miraculous feats of healing on my frail self during my youth. I have come specifically to invite physician Liao, hoping he might offer his invaluable assistance. Chen Yuchuan spoke earnestly. Jiang Wenfu hesitated. The mere mention of being the illegitimate son of Chen Anian made him wary. He had no desire to associate with a man of such a tarnished reputation, and knowing the tragic fate that befell Chinanian's lineage, he could only feel a sense of grim satisfaction. "What are you waiting for, young Master Chun and Physician Liao? Please come inside." Qin Kai was the first to break the silence. With matters at hand, Jiang Wenfu could no longer afford to be choosy. Even the slightest chance was worth exploring, and he invited them in. "Your kindness is appreciated, young master. Physician Liao, please enter. Should the physician succeed in healing my daughter, I shall reward you handsomely." "You are too kind, Master Jiang. I will do my utmost," Physician Liao replied. Yuan Yang pushed Chen Yuchuan into the room. As they passed Qin Kai, Chen Yuchuan glanced at him, his gaze inscrutable, in stark contrast to his warm smile. "Is this person trustworthy?" Lu Si-hung observed Qin Kai's somber expression and questioned. "Whether he is trustworthy is uncertain. As for medical skills, with the imperial physician present, I doubt he would dare to employ any tricks," Qin Kai responded, his demeanor returning to normal. "I thought you would insist on waiting for Master Konghai." Lu Si-hung expressed a hint of surprise, then smiled and remarked, "In truth, you are afraid as well, aren't you?" Qin Kai raised his chin defiantly and retorted, "I fear nothing." After examining the pulse, Dr. Liao, unlike other physicians who merely shook their heads, pondered for a moment and began to write a prescription. Jiang Wenfu was astonished. Once the prescription was completed and handed to him, he hastily summoned the imperial physician. "Cordyceps? Hasn't it been extinct for a decade? You actually possess this rare herb?" This was truly remarkable. With this ingredient complementing the medicine, it would not harm the body. The imperial physician nodded to Jiang Wenfu, signifying that the prescription was valid. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. How can an ordinary commoner possess such precious and rare medicinal herbs? Dr. Liao quickly interjected. "This was brought by young Master Chun. Thanks to young Master Chun for his generosity in parting with such a treasure to save the life of my daughter," exclaimed Lady Jiang, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Oh, I am curious how young Master Chun came to know that the Jiang girl was unwell and required cordyceps. Truly, he seems to possess the gift of foresight," Qin Kai observed sharply, causing everyone to turn their gaze towards him. "I have no such gift of foresight. I have merely been frail since childhood and enjoy collecting herbs for future use. This time, I thought the Jiang girl might find them useful. So I brought them all with me, just in case," Chen Yuchuan replied with a smile. He then called out to Yuan Yang, who placed the medicinal box he was carrying onto the table and opened it, revealing an abundance of herbs: magnolia bark, agarwood, saffron, polygonum multiflorum, and ganoderma, among others. Even the seasoned imperial physicians widened their eyes in astonishment. "I have entrusted all these herbs to Dr. Liao on the way here, if they can be of use." "It is my honor," Chen Yuchuan remarked, which highlighted Qin Kai's petty nature, causing Jiang Wenfu to feel a twinge of shame for his earlier doubts. "Young Master Chen's kindness will be forever remembered by the Jiang family. In the future, should Jiang Wenfu have the opportunity to repay you." Before he could finish, Chen Yuchuan interrupted, "There is no need for such formalities, Sir Jiang. It is I who am unworthy of such esteem. The Jiang girl has done me a favor. Today's act is merely a response to kindness." At this point, prolonging the conversation would seem overly sentimental. He thus handed the prescription to the imperial physician, who set about preparing the medicine. The prescription proved effective, and the illness was soon under control. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Master Konghai arrived, personally examining the pulse without prescribing new medicine. He simply advised to continue with the previous prescription for another week, after which all rashes would subside, and her health would be restored. This proclamation brought comfort to all present, ensuring a peaceful night's sleep for everyone. The gloom that had lingered overhead for days finally lifted, revealing a glimmer of warmth. Lady Jiang visibly relaxed, the trials of recent days having taken a toll on her. Yet now a faint smile crept across her face. Jiang Yinglin sat obediently on the couch, her right hand discreetly manipulating a puzzle from the treasure hunt beneath the covers. Qin Kai had promised that if she could solve this Luban lock, he would grant her a wish. Heaven knows how long she had been yearning for the drunken crab from the Drunken Moon Tower and the spring breeze's intoxication. The following morning, Chen Yuchuan encountered Qin Kai in the courtyard. Both paused in their tracks. Qin Kai, arms crossed, gazed down at Chen Yuchuan with a malevolent look. Mr. Qin, it appears we are indeed fated to meet, Chen Yuchuan remarked nonchalantly, returning the gaze. Is that so? I wonder if it is a malevolent fate. Qin Kai responded with a slight scoff. I have not wronged you, yet you seem to harbor considerable animosity towards me, Chen Yuchuan said with a smile. I inquired with Rong Kue. Jiang Yinglin encountered you the afternoon before his illness. Qin Kai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it was merely a chance meeting. What do you imply? Mr. Qin? Chen Yuchuan maintained his composure. You know the implication all too well. There is no need to feign ignorance here, and there is no one else around. Is your act not exhausting? Qin Kai coldly laughed. Do you still remember your mentor? Are you aware of how he regards you? Chen Yuchuan's smile finally faded, his eyes turning icy. You have been investigating me? Why? Can I not investigate you? Qin Kai replied with a casual, yet domineering demeanor. Cease your unwarranted aspirations, whether concerning the Jiang family or their daughter. Qin Kai's demeanor shifted, his expression hardening, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Should I uncover any connection between you and this incident, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Chen Yuchuan smiled again, though this time the smile was devoid of warmth, cold and sinister. Is that so? Then I shall await your arrival, Mr. Qin. The two stood facing each other, the tension palpable, as even the bright spring sun seemed to take a detour to avoid them. What are you two doing? Jiang Wenfu's sudden appearance interrupted the charged atmosphere. I found a kindred spirit in Mr. Qin and engaged in a deeper conversation, Chen Yuchuan replied, suppressing his previous displeasure. I have come to resign. During my illness, I require peace, and it is inconvenient for me to linger. I shall descend the mountain today. Your kindness is appreciated, and once my daughter recovers, I shall personally express my gratitude, Jiang Wenfu stated. Your consideration is commendable, Chen Yuchuan acknowledged with a nod. The mountain path is treacherous. Allow my servant to escort you down. Thank you. Once they departed, Jiang Wenfu remarked, Chen Enian has indeed raised a fine son. To which Qin Kai rolled his eyes. Lord Jiang, I too am descending the mountain, merely here to inform you. Very well, go ahead, Jiang Wenfu nodded. Qin Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Master Kong Hai has traveled a great distance. Now that he must return, I shall personally ensure he is sent back respectfully. Indeed, the master has worked hard, and I'm deeply grateful. And then? Qin Kai inquired, somewhat dissatisfied. Jiang Wenfu appeared perplexed before suddenly realizing, upon my return to the Jiang residence, I shall prepare a generous gift. Qin Kai licked his molars, sighed, and closed his eyes. Very well, you may remain. There is no need for an escort. With that, he turned and left to personally accompany Master Kong Hai back to Tianshan Temple. Chen Yuchuan and Qin Kai descended the mountain simultaneously, their carriages heading in opposite directions. The midday sun blazed, while the shadows of lurking eyes temporarily receded, waiting to weave a larger net for their prey. In the imperial city of Yidu, within the Kongren Palace, Xie Yingying lay tearfully against Empress Dowager Xie's shoulder. Aunt, you must stand up for Yingying. Xie Yingying's biological mother was frail, and she grew up under the protection of her aunt, always filled with dependence and reverence towards Empress Xie. This tale begins at the spring banquet hosted by Empress Su a fortnight ago. Under the guise of enjoying the blossoms, Empress Su invited officials and their families, including 4 selected young ladies. Dressed to the nines, Xie Yingying attended. Yet beauty is a gift of nature, and the enhancement of favorable circumstances is limited. Duan Luoluo, the daughter of the Minister of Rites, possessed enchanting eyes, a face resembling a peach blossom, and a willow-like figure. Her every movement radiated vibrant charm, a quality that those innocent young girls could hardly compete with. During the gathering, Shen Ningzhao paused briefly to sip tea, merely glancing at her and exchanging a few words. Just days prior, the emperor had exceptionally summoned Duan Luluo to the imperial study to attend to his writing, where she lingered for a full hour. Ultimately, the emperor personally bestowed upon her a palanquin, carrying her out of the palace gates, which indeed instilled a sense of crisis. Empress Xie helped Xie Yingying to her feet and cast a glance at Kai Wei, who dismissed the palace attendants and closed the doors of the hall. Was it truly for such matters that she wept so bitterly? Empress Xie remained calm, using her silk handkerchief to wipe away Yingying's tears. If this is the case, will you not be shedding tears daily within the palace? Yet, despite this, Xie Yingying remained unconvinced. Yingying, you too shall dwell here in the depths of the palace like your aunt. This was a revelation I initially intended to share after a grand ceremony. But having encountered the moment, I shall impart a few words. Empress Xie's tone was tinged with melancholy. Yingying, I've spent 20 years in this palace and witnessed everything. Strangely, just this one statement caused a chill to settle in Xie Yingying's heart. In this palace, if one hopes to retain the emperor's favor and wealth solely through beauty, such aspirations are naively simplistic. In the 7th year of Yongjing, the Moon clan offered a woman named Jean to the great state of Yi, and I still vividly recall the day she entered the palace. Merely standing in the grand hall, she rendered the sun and moon pale. I had never beheld such a stunning woman, radiant, enigmatic, sorrowful, and captivating, truly possessing an array of enchanting charms. She need not smile in a flattering manner. With just a glance, she ensnared the heart of the late emperor. Yet, do you know what befell such a beauty? Empress Xie's eyelids lifted slightly, revealing a hint of disdain and scorn. Even the most exquisite delicacies, when consumed daily, become tiresome. Even the most beautiful of people, when gazed upon incessantly, become wearisome. In merely a year, the emperor grew weary, visiting her less frequently than before. And who knows who found her irksome, placing a curse upon her. At first, she merely emitted an unusual odor, which no amount of bathing thrice daily could conceal. Eventually, the scent transformed into a foul stench, rendering her attendants unable to endure her presence. Upon hearing this, the emperor did come to visit, yet upon reaching the threshold and catching a whiff of the putrid odor, he turned away without entering. The following day, she was sent to the cold palace, where no one wished to serve her, and the doors and windows were sealed shut. Except for a small opening in the eastern wall, no larger than 2 bricks, through which food and water were passed. She lived, ate, and relieved herself in that dark, sunless chamber. And what happened thereafter? Xie Yingying asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. What happened thereafter? Empress Xie laughed uncontrollably, as if she had heard a most amusing jest. What could possibly follow? Men are inherently fickle, devoid of nostalgia, heroics, or any notion of rekindling lost love. Nothing at all. Newcomers rush in one after another. Yet who remembers the small woman in the dark, filthy corner? Within 3 months, she went mad. In less than half a year, she perished. By the time the palace maid delivering meals noticed something amiss, her body had already decayed. Xie Yingying trembled slightly as Empress Dowager Xie gently stroked her hair, asking, "Are you afraid? There are countless women in this harem who suffer far worse than this. Look at the once weak and easily bullied concubine Li. Now, she has transformed into the benevolent Empress Dowager Su. Do you think her hands are clean? Why are only the 2 of us left in this imperial city? It is because I am the mistress of the 6 palaces the empress bestowed by the late emperor, and she remains here solely because she bore a fine son. Otherwise, she would be just like the favored concubines of the harem, engaging in a deadly game of intrigue during the late emperor's reign and after his death. She would have donned mourning clothes, reciting sutras day and night to guard the imperial tomb and end her wretched life. Where would there be the luxurious clothing and food? The attendants at her beck and call? Here, what you must tightly grasp is not the emperor, but your offspring and your status. Human hearts are fickle, especially those of emperors. You cannot rely on his affection to sustain your days. You must bear the crown prince, ascend to the position of empress, and then support your son in achieving greatness. As the Empress Dowager spoke passionately, her unwillingness was evident in her eyes as she tightly grasped Xie Yingying's hand. Xie Yingying, still just a young girl in her teens, was momentarily stunned by these words. Victory is fleeting. It is the one who laughs last who emerges as the true victor. In this palace, there will be many girls in the future, beautiful, passionate, pitiful, and detestable, countless in number. Yet, there is only one empress in the central palace. As long as you occupy that position, regardless of whether the others are favored or not, They must bow before you and pay their respects. The Empress Dowager slightly lifted her chin, seemingly reminiscing about her glorious past. Xie Yingying's heart raced with excitement, and she could not help but exclaim, "But Aunt, His Majesty has declared that the one who bears the crown prince first shall be made empress. It seems this family is destined to have the advantage." The Empress Dowager scoffed. "Do you truly believe that such a seductress is worthy of bearing the crown prince? Fear not. With your aunt here, no one can surpass you." "Is it truly so?" "Thank you, Aunt." Hearing this, Xie Yingying was filled with joy, as if the title of empress was already within her grasp. "Has your aunt ever deceived you? As long as you obediently comply, that position will be yours, and no one can take it away. The restoration of the Xie family is imminent." Xie Yingying bit her lip in determination and pledged, "I will follow Aunt's lead without question." The decline of the family was indeed a cruel term for the Empress Dowager Xie. The Xie family once held unmatched power in Day, surpassing even the current Han faction. Yet, after the death of Xie, everything dissolved into smoke. The Empress Dowager fell from grace, and the pain of that fall still lingers within her. For years, she has endured and secretly plotted. Now, it seems that the path to greatness is but a step away. Chapter 49. The Training Grounds. Gu Aiqing. You are an incompetent teacher. You instructed me for 3 months before heading to the northern deserts. Now, you must help me make up for that lost time. It was the same training ground. Shen Ningzhao, adorned in light armor of true scarlet with golden lion motifs, rode a snow-white tribute lion, its coat devoid of any blemish. The sky was bright and clear, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, providing a sense of ease and comfort. Shen Ningzhao reined in his horse, sitting atop and smiling down at Gu Chiyan. His Majesty, in such high spirits, must have found great satisfaction in the selection process. Gu Chiyan, dressed in a simple dark blue silk robe, slightly raised his face to regard Shen Ningzhao. Since the New Year's Eve banquet, an unusual understanding seemed to have developed between them, yet this understanding was not to be taken lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ningzhao remarked, "Naturally, it is fitting." He then leaned closer to Gu Chiyan, adding, "Yet I wonder if it aligns with your heart's desire, dear Aiqing, for without you, perhaps this election would not have come to pass." Shen Ningzhao's expression was enigmatic, a blend of amusement and irritation, making it difficult to discern his true feelings. "Your servant is humbled," Gu Chiyan replied. "The selection is a matter of your Majesty's harem, and truly, it is not for a mere outsider like me to comment upon. Faced with the cunning fox, one must be even more cunning in return." Gu Chiyan smoothed his cloak. "However, if it pleases your Majesty, it shall surely bring joy to the court and the previous dynasty. I extend my congratulations." "Dear Aiqing, you celebrate too soon," Shen Ningzhao said slowly and softly, his gaze sharpening upon Gu Chiyan, though a smile began to bloom at the corners of his lips. Gu Chiyan felt a tightening in his chest. When he raised his eyes, Shen Ningzhao had already averted his gaze. "Taking advantage of the fine weather, let us hold a spring hunt in a few days, to revel in the festivities. You are skilled in both riding and archery. Should you emerge victorious, I promise you significant rewards." Shen Ningzhao tightened his grip on the reins, gazing into the distance. "Your Majesty's praise is unwarranted. I am unworthy," Gu Chiyan responded, sensing a lack of enthusiasm in his own voice. Shen Ningzhao pressed on. "How about this? If you win, you shall co-manage this year's martial examination alongside the Ministry of War." Shen Ningzhao was adept at striking where it mattered. "Is your Majesty serious?" The Great Yi has long favored literature over martial prowess, and the martial examination has been abolished for nearly 2 decades, Gu Chiyan replied, surprised. Shen Ningzhao raised his whip, laughing brightly. "If you can catch up to me within 3 laps, I shall truly mean it. Go!" With a sharp crack of the whip, the horse galloped forward, spurred by the pain. Gu Chiyan observed the figure riding ahead, calm and composed, before swiftly mounting another black horse beside him. Jihe and Lu Yin immediately stepped aside. Gu Chiyan squeezed the horse's belly and shouted, "Go!" The black horse surged forward. A white and a black horse raced in tandem, the sound of their hooves kicking up dust resonating like the beat of war drums. The warm breeze, fragrant with blossoms, brushed against their cheeks invigorating their spirits. Shen Ningzhao, filled with youthful exuberance, urged his horse faster, the sound of hooves drawing nearer behind him. He raised his whip with even greater fervor, but Chiyan, a seasoned warrior, closed the gap, matching his pace. On the final lap, as they approached the bend of the circular track, Chiyan overtook Shen Ningzhao. However, in the frantic speed, a stone was kicked up, striking the white horse in the eye. Startled, the horse reared, disobeying commands and bolting out of the racing grounds towards the nearby shaded grove. "Your Majesty, be careful." Luin could not help but cry out. Shen Ningzhao attempted to rein in his horse, but to no avail. Chiyan's brow furrowed for an instant before he halted his black horse and turned to Shen Ningzhao. The startled horse galloped wildly through the woods, a perilous situation indeed. Chiyan swiftly approached Shen Ningzhao, deftly unfastening the reins with one hand while grasping Shen Ningzhao's arm with the other, pulling him close. They sat together on the horse's back, chest to back, with Chiyan enveloping Shen Ningzhao in his embrace, one hand firmly gripping the reins to steer the horse's direction and speed. Their bodies pressed together. Shen Ningzhao's hair brushed against his neck, and Chiyan's breath grew heavier. The rich, cool fragrance of water-scented incense emanating from him provided a sense of reassurance to Shen Ningzhao. Before long, Chiyan brought the horse to a halt, lowering his head just as Shen Ningzhao turned to look back. Their gazes locked, and Chiyan felt a momentary pause in his breath. Her eyes, regardless of the moment, were irresistibly captivating. His gaze drifted to Shen Ningzhao's slightly parted lips, while her chest rose and fell with quickened breaths, delicate fingers clutching his sleeve. A flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Chiyan instinctively tightened his grip around her. At that moment, Luin and Jihe arrived, prompting Chiyan to swiftly dismount, ensuring her well-being before addressing her. "I am guilty, Your Majesty. Please punish your humble servant." Shen Ningzhao took a moment to compose herself, blinking as she smiled and replied, "If punishment is due, dear Gu Aiqing, my skills in horsemanship and archery may soon lose the dignity of the emperor in the hunting grounds, leaving the court officials to mock me." With many witnesses present, the emperor's selection of talent was paramount. In the current circumstances, concealing one's strengths and safeguarding one's weaknesses might serve as a more prudent strategy. Chiyan felt an inexplicable warmth in the hand that had just held her, discreetly hiding it behind him. Shen Ningzhao raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at him. "Are you reluctant for me to shine?" "I dare not," Chiyan replied. "Now that I have ascended to this lofty position, they shall not let me off easily." Though the words were spoken lightly, Chiyan discerned sigh beneath. He looked up to catch a glimpse of Shen Ningzhao's profile, illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun. Her forehead curving down to the bridge of her nose in a beautiful arc. She turned to face him, offering a faint smile. Her tone cool. "I shall not let them off easily either." "No?" Shen Ningzhao observed Chiyan's slightly astonished expression. "Perhaps it is we." "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Chiyan's demeanor grew stern. "Regarding the recent competition, though you saved me, you did not complete the full course. Thus, it cannot be deemed a victory." Shen Ningzhao effortlessly spun her logic, unashamed. "And what does Your Majesty desire?" Chiyan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Since you do not wish for me to take the spotlight, let it be that you have taken it on my behalf, for it seems we are united in the eyes of the court. Is that all?" Chiyan, naturally, would not naively believe that Shen Ningzhao sought to assert her authority in the spring hunt. "Certainly not merely that," Shen Ningzhao replied with a cunning smile, not explicitly stating her intentions, and added nonchalantly, "The martial examination is set for this September, allowing ample time for candidates to prepare." It was evident to all that she had set a trap before Chiyan, waiting for him to leap into it. The examination subjects would include horse archery, foot archery, flat shooting, mounted lance, weight-bearing, and wrestling, with an additional subject on strategy. Chiyan, who was unwilling to engage in a losing venture, added, "It would be beneficial to include a course on martial arts for the students of the Imperial Academy to strengthen their bodies and maintain balance." Chiyan spoke with an unyielding tone. "Chiyan, your appetite is quite substantial." When Shen Ningzhao pronounced the name in full, It unconsciously carried a hint of imperial authority. "I hope your majesty grants permission." A smile graced Gu Chiyan's lips, his gaze cold and resolute, unwilling to yield even a fraction. "I grant it. Your majesty is indeed wise." The two beneath the tree exchanged glances and suddenly smiled at each other, sincere yet calculating. April appeared to be the finest month of the year, with towering peaks and lush greenery, vast expanses of azaleas painting the mountainside in vibrant hues. The customary spring hunt took place in mid-April, having been paused for several years due to the former emperor's ill health. This was Shen Ningzhao's first spring hunt, and the attendants were naturally diligent, preparing well in advance. As it was a royal hunting ground, there were 4 pavilions. The nobility resided in the highest quarters, while the remaining rooms were allocated to officials and their families. The pavilions were constructed in harmony with the terrain, characterized by white walls and red roofs, embodying the simple elegance of rustic charm, drawing on the essence of natural landscapes. Waterfalls cascaded down, converging into emerald pools, meandering into the depths of the forest, where scenery and substance complemented each other beautifully. As the hour of Chun approached, the drums beat rhythmically. Shen Ningzhao rode a majestic steed, leading the group gracefully. Upon reaching the stream, he raised his hand, drawing the bow, and a sharp arrow sped forth, striking a bird mid-flight. Behind him, a chorus of either genuine or feigned applause erupted, signaling the official commencement of the hunt. Eager participants rushed into the woods. Qin Kai in high spirits, prepared to showcase his skills, but Lu Siheng intercepted him. Watching the others drift away, he remarked, "It is said that to ensure the emperor's enjoyment, many fierce beasts have been released into the forest, so tread carefully." Qin Kai frowned, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Who do you think you're looking down upon? I know your archery skills are commendable." Lu Siheng sighed, with the Duan and Wang families currently in ascendance. It's evident to any discerning eye that they are subtly vying for supremacy in front of the emperor today to pave the way for their futures. Do not engage in this competition. Am I afraid of them? Qin Kai scoffed. You may not be, but your father would be eager to bore 2 holes in you with his glare. You scarcely glance in his direction. After hearing Lu Siheng's words, Qin Kai cast a glance at the long-faced Qin Lu, feeling a surge of irritation. Lu Siheng continued to advise, Mian Mian is timid and has just recovered. She is averse to such bloodshed. Keep an eye on her, and perhaps hunt a couple of rabbits for her to play with, all right? All right, I understand. Lu Yuanli, you are increasingly resembling your teacher. So verbose, Qin Kai replied with irritation, yet absorbed the advice, leading his horse slowly into the woods. Lu Siheng nodded at Qin Lu, then followed suit. The two had not ventured far when they encountered Gu Chiyan. Sitting atop his horse, Qin Kai cast a fleeting glance at him, making no effort to halt his progress, and continued on in silence. What has gotten into him now? Lu Siheng chuckled, turning to Gu Chiyan. What did you do to provoke him? Did you just see Qin Lu? Gu Chiyan countered with a question. Yes, we exchanged a few words. He asked me to keep an eye on Chongji and to be cautious not to cause any trouble. Lu Siheng shook his head. Chongji's disposition has grown increasingly spoiled, requiring coaxing in every matter. Even Qin Yushi is deeply troubled by him. He has much to worry about. Gu Chiyan's expression darkened slightly. What is it? Lu Siheng sensed something was amiss. Gu Chiyan shook his head, stating that this was not an appropriate place for conversation, and instructed that Qin Kai be closely watched today. Upon hearing this, Lu Siheng refrained from further inquiries, and the two mounted their horses, making their way into the woods. Shen Ningzhao was in high spirits today, leisurely riding through the forest without haste to hunt. The guards followed closely behind, and both Lin and Ji he also mounted their horses, trailing behind them, their joy evident on their faces. Chapter 50. The hot spring, such a splendid day, it was truly a pity that the Empress Dowager did not come. I shall instruct the guards to hunt more foxes and rabbits, so I can craft a fur-lined cloak for Her Majesty's use in the winter. Lu Yin whispered conspiratorially to Ji He, her words slipping unnoticed into Shen Ningzhao's ears. Due to the selection process, Empress Dowager Su had been greatly displeased, even exempting Shen Ningzhao from her daily greetings. While the palace attendants dared not openly discuss it, The gossip had spread like wildfire behind closed doors. Shen Ningzhao remained unfazed, suddenly raising her hand to draw her bow and shooting a fiery red fox. The guards retrieved the fox, the arrow having struck its head without damaging its pelt. The group continued onward when suddenly, the bushes in the distance rustled, accompanied by the pitiful cries of an animal. Everyone turned to see a wild beast charging toward them, its large frame brimming with agitation and fury as it crashed through the underbrush. "Your Majesty, this place is perilous," Lu'in managed to warn, but before she could finish, a wild boar, nearly as tall as a person, burst forth from the thicket, rampaging wildly. The boar had been shot in one eye and, enraged, wreaked havoc along its path, its sharp tusks carving deep gashes into the tree trunks. Even the tall horses appeared anxious, stepping back a couple of paces. Duan Feng, the son of the Deputy Minister of Rights, collided with Gu Chiyan in the woods. Determined yet lacking skill, he struck the boar's eye, inciting the wrath of the colossal creature, which then charged forward. Duan Feng pursued relentlessly, only to see the boar barreling toward the imperial carriage, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Beside him, Gu Chiyan's expression darkened, yet he remained composed. At that moment, a figure clad in dark attire soared through the air, landing gracefully on the ground, wielding a gleaming silver sword with lethal intent. He positioned himself protectively behind Shen Ningzhao. As the boar approached, it gathered strength for a powerful leap, but the force of its kick sent the beast crashing into a tree, splintering the trunk. All present were left speechless. Then, in a swift motion, he hurled his sword, piercing the boar's throat, rendering the creature motionless. Duan Feng scrambled over, kneeling in supplication. "I have disturbed your Majesty. My crimes warrant death 1,000 times over. I beg for your Majesty's punishment." He bowed repeatedly, harboring a sliver of hope that the benevolent young emperor would show mercy. Peeking up cautiously, he saw the dark figure shielding the emperor, his aura menacing, the glint in his eyes reminiscent of a grim reaper. Duan Feng's heart sank, his legs trembling in fear as he prostrated himself further. "Xing'an," Shen Ningzhao's voice rang out, prompting Xing to lower his gaze, perform his respects, and withdraw. "I am unscathed. It was merely an accident. There is no need for alarm, Lord Duan." Shen Ningzhao waved his hand, smiling. "Indeed, your Majesty speaks true." Duan Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Shen Ningzhao glanced at the game carried by Duan Feng's attendants and remarked, "It seems you have had a bountiful harvest, Lord Duan." "I was fortunate, merely fortunate." Duan Feng feigned humility. Shen Ningzhao looked up at the sun and remarked, "There remains an hour before the hunt concludes. Lord Duan, please continue. When the time comes, I shall bestow rewards." "This humble servant shall obey," he replied. Shen Ningzhao raised his chin and gazed at Gu Chiyan, smiling yet deliberately speaking. "I trust you are enjoying yourself, dear Minister Gu." Gu Chiyan offered no response, merely observing him as one would a cunning fox who had reaped benefits while feigning innocence. An hour later, the party returned. The most successful hunter was Wang Qi, the eldest son of the Wang family, who had captured dozens of birds and rabbits, along with 2 bobcats and a deer. The bobcats were particularly elusive, making them a challenging quarry. However, Duan Feng from the Duan family unexpectedly fell from his horse, breaking his leg and hastily concluding the hunt. Those present, eager to extend their congratulations, found Wang Qi in high spirits. At this moment, Gu Chiyan returned, causing an abrupt hush to envelop the scene. Curiosity piqued, everyone craned their necks to glimpse behind him, where 2 mountain eagles and a deer were displayed. Wang Qi scoffed, but as he caught sight of a black bear being carried by 6 or 7 guards, his breath caught in his throat. The crowd inhaled sharply, silenced by the spectacle, and began to disperse. Frustrated, Wang Qi could only glare daggers at Gu Chiyan. Qin Kai and Lu Siheng were taken aback, recognizing that Gu Chiyan had overshadowed the occasion. "Minister Gu has indeed not disappointed me," Shen Ningzhao applauded. "Your Majesty is too gracious. If our day had more sons like Minister Gu, a strong and prosperous nation would be within reach. What rewards would you have me grant you, dear Minister Gu?" Shen Ningzhao feigned innocence, fully aware of the implications. Your Majesty speaks truly. A robust military and a prosperous state are the aspirations of every loyal subject. As, per tradition, the martial selection is due this September. Chiyan seamlessly played along. The officials began to murmur, for the martial selection had been abolished for decades. What tradition was this? The martial selection? Shen Ningzhao inquired, taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his question to the Minister of War. Is that indeed the case? Minister Zhou Yuanying promptly knelt, internally lamenting as he glanced at Han Yuzhong and Lin Taifu, and steeled himself to respond, Yes, Your Majesty. According to tradition, it is indeed so, but Zhou Heng's words were cut short as Gu Chiyan began to express his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then this year, let Minister Gu co-host the martial selection alongside the Ministry of War, Shen Ningzhao declared. Thus, the martial selection for September was established in mere moments under the guise of reward. That evening, a camp was erected on the grasslands, a bonfire was lit, and the day's game was shared among them. Accompanying musicians struck up merriment, filling the air with laughter, song, and toasts, creating an atmosphere of peace and prosperity that masked the mundane affairs of life. Jiang England finally indulged in the rabbit she had longed for, discreetly savoring it behind the tent to maintain her refined demeanor. Qin Kai and Qin Lu had another heated argument within the tent, parting on sour terms. Lu Siheng spent half an hour in Gu Chiyan's tent, emerging with a countenance as frosty as winter, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. Han Yuzhong invited Lin Qi to drink, and amidst their conversation, they played 3 games of chess, with Lin Qi winning 2 out of 3. At the banquet, the second daughter of the Duan family performed a dance, which barely compensated for the loss of face during the day. Li Diyu and Empress Dowager Xia, along with others, donned their hypocritical masks, each harboring different intentions, meticulously calculating their gains, only to gather and disperse for profit. It was not until late into the night that the voices quieted and they returned to their abodes. Shen Ningzhao, exhausted from the day, fell into a restless slumber, plagued by nightmares that drenched her garments in cold sweat, leaving her heart racing. It has been a while since Your Majesty experienced nightmares, perhaps due to witnessing bloodshed during the day. I shall light some calming incense, suggested the maid. Lu Yin attempted to soothe her for a moment before rising to leave, but Shen Ningzhao clutched her sleeve. Do not light it. It is of no use, Shen Ningzhao replied, appearing exceedingly fatigued. Lu Yin resigned herself to gently massaging her acupoints to help her relax. Yet Shen Ningzhao only grew more troubled, frowning slightly. It was now past midnight, and sleep eluded her entirely. With a significant battle awaiting her the next day, she could afford not a single misstep. Lu Yin, gather your things. Accompany me to the hot springs at Tianqi, she commanded. The hot springs at Tianqi, nestled halfway up the mountain, were the royal private baths, perfect for calming the mind and spirit. Yes, Lu Yin replied promptly, preparing to follow her up the mountain. The Tianqi hot springs were vast, illuminated by lanterns, with smooth stone steps both ascending and descending. 3 sleeping chambers rested nearby for rest, and outside, a stilted stone pavilion stood, adorned with a bell that tinkled gently in the breeze. The surroundings were meticulously maintained, with guards stationed at the perimeter while the rest of the palace attendants were dismissed, leaving only Lu Yin in attendance. Shen Ningzhao slowly shed her garments, loosening her hairpin as she stepped into the warm waters of the spring. In the chilly mountain air, the steam rose delicately, obscuring her exquisite visage. At this moment, the mountain was enveloped in a serene silence, the moonlight hazy and stars twinkling. Even the birds had succumbed to slumber. The hot spring's low position, surrounded by towering mountains cloaked in night, created a hauntingly tranquil atmosphere. Upon returning to the palace, the maid planned to discreetly procure medicine from Aunt Yun Shuang, as the uneasiness and sorrow were not to be taken lightly. Le yin gâterait Shen Ningzhao es heir, ensuring it remained dry, mindful of the strong winds that could exacerbate her headache. Requesting medicine from Aunt Yun Shuang would only serve to inform the Empress Dowager, would it not? Surely, the prescribed remedies would exceed 2 doses, Shen Ningzhao remarked, wrinkling her nose slightly. The maid could secretly seek out Director Yang without the Empress Dowager being informed. Lu Yin suggested after a moment's thought. I am merely fatigued from recent burdens. A good night's sleep should suffice. There is no need for such dramatics, Shen Ningzhao replied, a hint of resignation in her tone. Such dramatics? I remain vigilant outside your door daily, Your Majesty. I know too well how few hours you rest at night. Poor sleep affects your appetite, and your meals are neglected. The garments made last month have already become 2 fingers too loose this month. How can your body withstand such strain? Lu Yin's voice quivered as she spoke. Why are you crying now? Very well, I shall heed your advice. Upon our return to the palace, I shall summon Director Yang for a pulse diagnosis. Is that agreeable? Shen Ningzhao said, gently caressing Lu Yin's face, offering a comforting smile. The maid feels inept, unable to assist Your Majesty adequately. Yet, how can one not even manage the care of another? I feel such guilt. I stand guard over you daily, yet have not tended to your needs. I am truly unworthy of Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Lu Yin reached out to wipe away her tears. Lu Yin, do not blame yourself. It is my fault. I have let down your heartfelt intentions. I promise to be obedient henceforth, to eat well at every meal, and strive to regain my former figure by next month, thereby alleviating the burden on the imperial wardrobe. Is that agreeable? The emperor is quite the charmer. Lu Yin pouted momentarily, but eventually smiled. The hot spring's warmth soon enveloped them, causing beads of sweat to form. Shen Ningzhao raised her hand. Lu Yin, water. Lu Yin brought over a cup of tea, and Shen Ningzhao took a sip. Your Majesty, do not soak in the hot spring for too long. It may cause dizziness. I have brought calming tea bags. Let me prepare a pot and allow it to cool for you to drink before we return, Lu Yin suggested. Very well. Lu Yin took the teapot to the bedroom to fetch the tea bags. Shen Ningzhao leaned against the edge of the hot spring, slowly closing her eyes, recalling the great fire from her dreams. The feeling of helplessness returned, a desperate cry for help that could not escape her lips, an urge to flee. Yet she remained rooted to the spot, the sensation of burning pain lingering on her skin. Shen Ningzhao involuntarily clenched her fists. Suddenly, the sound of jingling from a bird bell beneath the eaves startled her, and she opened her eyes wide. The surroundings were calm and devoid of any presence. Yet she sensed something hidden in the depths of the night that unsettled her. Cautiously, she scanned her surroundings, but found nothing. Slowly, she emerged from the hot spring, donning a robe. Your Majesty, why have you come out? Lu Yin inquired, carrying the calming tea. It is nothing. Assist me in changing, Shen Ningzhao replied. The two made their way to the bedroom, and soon finished dressing, preparing to descend the mountain. As Shen Ningzhao took a few steps, a gust of night wind swept by, causing her to halt. Remembering something, she returned to the hot spring, staring intently into the darkness. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Do you sense any peculiar scent? Shen Ningzhao's expression was grave, her gaze sharp. What scent? I do not perceive anything, Lu Yin responded, sniffing deeply for emphasis. Shen Ningzhao remained silent, fixated on that particular spot. Chiyan, Shen Ningzhao suddenly called out. A figure approached from the east, leaping into her line of sight like a bird returning to its nest. The night wind rustled through the dense forest, creating a sound akin to a great beast consuming all life hidden within the thicket. Shen Ningzhao stood by the hot spring, the warmth gradually dissipating from her body. After a short while, Chiyan returned, kneeling at Shen Ningzhao's feet. I have failed in my duty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Where is the person? A vague unease settled within Shen Ningzhao. The figure had concealed their face, rendering her unable to identify them. I engaged with them, and their martial prowess was formidable. Despite sustaining injuries, they managed to escape. Few could elude Chiyan, and Shen Ningzhao mentally reviewed the faces of those present, one becoming increasingly vivid in her mind. Meanwhile, as Chiyan stealthily returned to his quarters clad in dark attire, Song Mo hurried to greet him, whispering, Have you uncovered the identity of that suspicious individual? Was it truly someone sent by the Empress Dowager? What is the matter? Why do you look so pale? Have you discovered something? Song Mo queried, growing anxious. He then noticed the tear in Chiyan's left sleeve, appearing to be a sword wound, and exclaimed, You are injured, my lord. You, Song Mo. Closely followed, Gu Chiyan. Before you could utter the remaining questions, Gu Chiyan had already shut the door, nearly colliding with your nose. With a lingering sense of trepidation, you gingerly touched your nose and scratched your head, pondering the situation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Gu Chiyan downed 3 cups of tea that had long since grown cold, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could not shake the image of that enchanting figure by the hot spring from his mind, her fair skin slightly flushed from the steam, her damp hair elegantly pinned up. Her slender back, long legs, and the graceful curve she displayed as she turned. At that moment, the shock rendered Gu Chiyan's blood frozen. He could hardly believe. Yet the clarity was undeniable. The current emperor was, astonishingly, a woman. Chapter 51. Scent of drenched water in the flickering candlelight. Shadows danced restlessly, and the heavy dew of the night rendered sleep elusive for Shen Ningzhao. Upon returning to the palace, his mind was far from tranquil. If that individual were among those in the hunting grounds, his subordinates would surely uncover something upon investigation. Xingyan's gaze was deep and laden with murderous intent. There is no need for that. At this juncture, we must avoid further complications. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Proceed according to our plan. You may withdraw for now. Shen Ningzhao closed his eyes, momentarily suppressing the doubts that plagued him. Understood. Xingyan exited, and Shen Ningzhao opened the window, inhaling deeply as the cool air gently permeated his core, gradually soothing his troubled spirit. Dawn had arrived, with a hint of golden light on the horizon, akin to an axe cleaving through the heavens, heralding a new era for the world. The following day remained bright and clear, and the participants in the hunting grounds were in high spirits as they engaged in horse racing and kuju. Those who had suffered embarrassment in the previous day's hunt were particularly fervent in their efforts. Qin Kuyi was an exception. He had not actively participated in the hunt yesterday and was indifferent to the outcomes. However, today, he felt as if he were holding his breath, eager to provoke anyone he could. He was accustomed to dominating the capital and eliciting resentment from others, yet there was little recourse available. Now, before the powerful and influential, he sought confrontation, and others were equally unwilling to yield, creating a tense atmosphere. Outside the Kuju arena, Qin Lu wore a grim expression. Had the emperor not been present, he would have dragged someone off the field for a beating to alleviate his frustration. As the score in the Kuju match remained tied, the competition intensified. In an effort to win the emperor's favor, someone harbored malicious intent, discreetly engaging in underhanded tactics. Qin Kuyi was deliberately knocked down and feeling aggrieved. He seized the assailant, raising his hand to strike, but was timely intercepted by Lu Sihong. After whispering something in his ear, Qin Kuyi managed to regain his composure and rejoin the match. Young Master Qin is indeed brimming with youthful vigor, Shen Ningzhao remarked to Qin Lu, her tone gentle and laced with humor, as if sharing a light-hearted jest. Qin Lu responded with an awkward smile and clasped his hands, saying, "It is my failure as a mentor, and I beg your pardon, your majesty. It is only natural for a man to possess a measure of spiritedness." Shen Ningzhao replied, glancing at Gu Chiyan, who had been intently focused on the competition, yet had gripped his wine cup for quite some time, appearing somewhat distracted. "Is something amiss with you, dear Minister Gu? Have you not rested well last night?" Shen Ningzhao suddenly inquired. The proximity allowed Gu Chiyan to pause momentarily, slowly setting down his cup, and replied, "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I am quite well. I recall that you and the young master of the Qin family have been close since childhood. Why do you not participate today?" Shen Ningzhao inquired further. "The bear from yesterday was quite large, and I inadvertently sustained an injury. I fear I cannot take the field today," Gu Chiyan explained. "Oh, yesterday. I was so engrossed in my joy that I inadvertently overlooked certain matters." Unexpectedly, Shen Ningzhao discovered that Gu Chiyan had confessed without prompting. Furrowing his brow, he instructed, "Ji, please escort Lord Gu to the rear tent and allow him to try the golden wound medicine prepared by the imperial physician." This servant obeys. Ji responded promptly, "There is no need to trouble you, Master Ji. The injury is minor and has already been treated. My thanks to your majesty." Gu Chiyan politely declined. Shen Ningzhao remained silent but cast a glance at Ji He, who promptly approached Gu Chiyan's desk. Though the injury is slight, we must not be negligent. The imperial physician has specially prepared this unique golden wound medicine for the hunt, which is remarkably effective for treating external wounds. Lord Gu is an esteemed minister, cherished by His Majesty. We must not let His Majesty's good intentions go unappreciated. Ji He spoke eloquently, leaving no room for refusal. Gu Chiyan looked at Shen Ningzhao and conceded. Then I shall trouble you, Master Ji. This way, my lord. Ji He guided him away. Shen Ningzhao continued to observe the competition. Qin Kuyi and Lu Si Hung displayed exceptional teamwork, scoring another point and temporarily leading as the match entered halftime. Gu Chiyan followed Ji He to the tent, which was a temporary resting place for Shen Ningzhao, far more luxurious than the average tent, equipped with all necessities. Ji He retrieved the golden wound medicine and asked, "Should I summon a maid to assist, as I am rather clumsy? That one tea be necessary. The wound is on my left forearm. I appreciate your help, Master Ji," Gu Chiyan replied, shedding his outer garment to reveal his chest. Ji He approached from behind with the medicine, only to find that the injury was not a sword wound but rather 3 long scratches that were not deep. After applying the yellow ointment, it resembled the mark of an animal's claw. He gently cleaned the wound and reapplied the medicine, saying, "The imperial physician instructed that this medicine must be changed every 2 hours. Please take these 2 vials with you for timely replacements, lest the wound become infected." "Thank you, Master Ji." Gu Chiyan accepted the medicine. "You are too courteous, my lord." After donning his clothing once more, Gu Chiyan stepped to the entrance of the tent, only to collide with Shen Ningzhao. Surprised, he instinctively took 2 steps back. "I beg your pardon." Shen Ningzhao was dressed in a white brocade robe adorned with twin birds. And whether it was the sun's intensity or the haste of his arrival, a bead of fine sweat glistened at the tip of his nose. His eyes seemed to harbor the stars of the vast wilderness from the previous night, shimmering with concern as he stepped closer, reducing the distance between them. "Why have you taken so long, dear Minister Gu? Is the golden wound medicine sufficient?" Gu Chiyan's heart raced, recalling the figure by the hot spring. Strands of damp hair cascaded over an unblemished back, while Shen Ningzhao glanced back, water droplets sliding from his temples and falling onto his slender, fair shoulder. "I have used it, thank you, Your Majesty." Gu Chiyan averted his gaze, bowing his head slightly, his breath quickening. Shen Ningzhao glanced at Ji He, who shook his head slightly. Shen Ningzhao could not help but feel perplexed. They were so close that the lingering scent of the medicine enveloped them. Slightly bitter, but with an underlying note of something else, subtle yet distinct. Shen Ningzhao fixed her gaze upon Gu Chiyan, and the smile in her eyes gradually faded. While a wound could be feigned, the scent was unmistakably genuine. Recalling the events of the previous night, a sense of indignation surged within her, and a chill smile rose in her eyes. "Does Lord Gu also wear perfume?" Gu Chiyan observed Shen Ningzhao's expression, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. He had already replaced the incense in the room. Logically, there should be no discernible flaw. He slightly furrowed his brows and remarked, "I am not well versed in such matters. The incense in the chamber is managed by the servants. The delicate scent of the precious Chunshui incense varies with temperature, cool and subtle when cold, rich and full-bodied when warm. Each individual imparts a unique fragrance, subtly blended with sandalwood, making it difficult to detect. Ordinary people would struggle to differentiate the nuances. However, Shen Ningzhao, having been frail since childhood and raised on medicinal concoctions by Yin Shuang, possessed an innate sensitivity to scents and had learned much. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Gu Chiyan, her words light yet laced with frost. "The frigid north cannot yield quality Chunshui incense. Yet, I presume, dear governor, that you prioritize steeds and provisions over fragrances." At her words, Gu Chiyan paused, his breath hitching, his gaze flickering momentarily, and a fierce aura emanated from between his brows. The two stood in tense opposition, the atmosphere thickening. Conversations among astute individuals often tread delicately, where both wield swords yet understand the necessity of restraint. Shen Ningzhao regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, "The competition is about to commence. You shall accompany me, "Dear Minister, at your command." On the open grass field, the sun gradually ascended, illuminating the scene where competitors continued to race, sweat pouring from their brows. The strength and vigor of the men reached a zenith in that moment. Below, the ladies discreetly observed their heart's desires, feeling bashful yet unable to divert their gaze amidst the thrilling contest. The referee's whistle finally sounded, and Qin executed a decisive strike, concluding the match. The crowd erupted in jubilation, applause and whistles echoing. Even Qin Lu softened his demeanor slightly. Shen Ningzhao publicly awarded numerous prizes, and the atmosphere thrived with excitement as several rounds of tossing pots and ball games ensued until dusk, when the spectators reluctantly dispersed. Upon returning to the tent, Qin felt as if he were falling apart. He removed his upper garments and lay on the couch, while Wei Feng applied a remedy to invigorate the blood and dispel bruising. That heir's strike was excessively brutal. Had it not been for the young master's agility, it would have been more than a mere bruise. Wei Feng grumbled. Heir is merely Wang Qi's hound when his master is wronged. How could the dog refrain from barking to demonstrate loyalty? Qin retorted with a derisive smirk. This bruise must be properly treated to heal swiftly. I shall apply more pressure, young master. Bear with me, Wei Feng insisted, applying force. Qin immediately howled in protest, curling away into the couch and exclaiming, "Wei Feng, your expertise lies in your hands. Are you intent on breaking my bones? What then shall I do?" Wei Feng scratched his head and suggested, "Shall I fetch a maid for you?" "That will not be necessary. Let be as it is," Qin replied, preparing to rise and dress. A voice called from outside the tent, and Qin turned to see Lu Siheng, with Jiang Yinglin hiding behind him. Upon seeing the newcomers, Qin hastily donned his outer garments and exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey! What s inappropriate should not be gazed upon? Lu Yuanli, how could someone who has read so many sage texts be so lacking in common sense?" Before Lu Siheng could respond, Jiang Yinglin bypassed him, approaching the couch, laughing as she poked at Qin bruise, eliciting a pained yelp from him as he recoiled. Her laughter rang out, "The valiant young lord of the day. How is it that you appear so fragile now?" Qin shot her a glare and reached out to pinch her cheek, but Jiang Yinglin nimbly evaded. "All right, Mian, why don't you sit over there for a while and have some snacks? Wei Feng, you keep watch outside. I'll handle things here," Lu Siheng instructed. "Yes," Wei Feng replied, bowing as he exited. Jiang Yinglin settled at the tea table, picking up a piece of date pastry, nibbling at it piece by piece. Lu Siheng pressed Qin back onto the couch, took some ointment, and rubbed it in his hands before applying it to Qin back. Qin winced in pain, gasping, yet gritted his teeth and refrained from moving, opting instead to engage in conversation to distract himself. "That rascal heir, if it weren't for his majesty's presence today, I would have dealt with him myself." "Indeed, you showed no mercy either. That kick of yours had heir carried off the field," Lu Siheng replied with a chuckle. Shaking his head, Qin, filled with pride, remarked, "Of course, the title of the little whirlwind of Yidu wasn't earned without merit. That kick of mine will keep him down for a while. Jiang Mian, don't you think your brother's prowess today will earn him a legendary status among the ladies?" Jiang Yinglin, seated where she could only see Lu Siheng's profile and the back of Qin head, could not perceive the nearly ear-to-ear grin on his face. She pondered the phrase legendary status and tentatively inquired, "Does it count as such if it involves Tianfei?" "What?" Qin raised his voice, attempting to lift himself, only to be pressed back down by Lu Siheng, eliciting another round of groans. In truth, it was not Jiang Yinglin's fault. The ladies of Yidu often favored gentle, scholarly types. Qin's delicate yet flamboyant features, coupled with his roguish charm and arrogance, were bound to deter many admirers. Yet, numerous individuals had come to inquire about Brother Yuanli, and the treats they brought had piled up in the tent. Jiang Yinglin rested her chin on her hand, suddenly troubled by the thought of these snacks. "Are you two truly here to tend to my wounds?" Qin buried his face in the pillow, wishing to be unseen. Chapter 52. A spectacle after the banquet. Shen Ningzhao returned to the palace. The incense burning in the palace today had a slightly different scent than usual. Shen Ningzhao paid it no mind and headed straight to the inner chamber. Lu Yin presented her with a cup of pu'er tea. Holding it delicately, Shen Ningzhao gently swirled the cup, lost in contemplation of her conversation with Gu Chiyan within the tent. In truth, this was the best possible outcome amidst the worst of circumstances. Had it been someone from the Shen family lurking in the depths of night, they would have surely made their intentions known, rallying forces under the guise of upholding justice, and she likely would not have had the chance to sit here, enjoying tea. If Han Yuzhong were a wolf with ambitions, he would care little for who sat upon the throne, focusing instead on seizing power for his own gain, potentially leading to a change of dynasty. She would then be left to choose between a broken net and a puppet emperor. Yet, the one in question was Gu Chiyan. Perhaps he was neither a loyal subject nor a treacherous schemer. His ambiguous nature allowed for negotiation. After all, Gu Chiyan's sudden return to Yidu remained a mystery. As long as time was on her side, she might uncover his desires, deciding whether to temporarily appease him or eliminate him altogether. Your Majesty, the tea has cooled. Shall I bring you a fresh cup? Lu Yinin's words interrupted Shen Ningzhao's train of thought. She paused for a moment before realizing what Lu Yinin had said. Setting down her teacup, she inquired, "Is it necessary? What time is it now?" "Your Majesty, it has just passed the hour of the dog," came the reply. The two exchanged a silent glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Ji arrived with news that Empress Dowager Xie had come. Shen Ningzhao rose, leisurely adjusting her robe, and with a gentle smile, she went to greet her. "Mother, why have you come so late? If there is something you wish to instruct, the servants can run an errand for you." Arriving at the side hall, she encountered Empress Dowager Xie and bowed respectfully. "I have heard that the emperor has been sleeping restlessly these past few days, which has caused me great concern. I specially made lotus seed porridge, as lotus seeds are known for their calming properties. I hope the emperor will enjoy it and sleep peacefully," Empress Dowager Xie explained. As she finished speaking, a maid approached with a food box, opening it to reveal the still warm porridge. "You are very considerate, Mother," Shen Ningzhao remarked, though at that moment she lacked an appetite and replied, "Let it be for now." Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Xie's brows furrowed slightly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in her eyes before she smiled and said, "The emperor is still like a child. It is not medicine. Why must one coax him to drink it? We must not let the efforts of others go to waste." "Her?" Shen Ningzhao questioned, puzzled. "Look closely at the one delivering the porridge," Empress Dowager Xie teased. Shen Ningzhao turned her gaze towards the maid, finding her somewhat familiar. As she focused, she realized it was actually Xie Yingying. "Your Majesty, forgive me." Xie Yingying immediately knelt, saying, "I have overstepped my bounds." "Yingying, why are you here?" Shen Ningzhao exclaimed, taken aback. "Truly, a girl is hard to keep. I heard you were unwell, so she specifically made porridge and implored me to send it to you. Yet she could not rest easy without coming to check on you." Empress Dowager Xie admonished lightly. Xie Yingying's face flushed as she raised her head, biting her lip in embarrassment, meeting Shen Ningzhao's gaze before shyly lowering her eyes and murmuring, "I'm merely worried for your Majesty. I hope you do not hold it against me." Shen Ningzhao beckoned her to rise, noting how much more alluring Xie Yingying appeared compared to 2 months prior, and she couldn't help but smirk. Her gaze lingered around Yingying's waist twice before she lifted the lotus seed porridge, saying, "One must not squander such goodwill." As the bowl of porridge was emptied, both Empress Dowager Xie and Xie Yingying felt a surge of joy. "Lu Yingyang, go fetch some pastries for Mother and Yingying to taste, and also bring the white jade pendant with mountain and water patterns that I brought for Yingying," Shen Ningzhao commanded. "Yes," Lu Yingyang replied, retreating. "Well, it is late, and I am weary. You young ones may enjoy the pastries. I shall take my leave," Empress Dowager Xie announced, preparing to depart. "Later, I will send someone to ensure Yingying returns safely," Shen Ningzhao said, gazing at the charming young woman before her, feeling a pang of reluctance and inviting her to stay. Empress Dowager Xie nodded with a smile, leading everyone away, pondering whether Yingying would indeed make it back tonight. "Yingying, come sit beside me," Shen Ningzhao called. "Did you not come to see me? How can you see me with your head bowed so low?" Shen Ningzhao's words were laced with playful flirtation. Xie Yingying glanced up at Shen Ningzhao, before quickly lowering her gaze again. "Your Majesty, please do not tease me," she implored. Shen Ningzhao laughed heartily. The two individuals conversed for a while, and Shen Ningzhao began to sense an unusual sensation within her body. She glanced at Lin, who had stepped out to fetch another teapot for them. It's not easy to digest sweets at night. This tea is particularly effective in alleviating heaviness. "Your Majesty, please have a taste," she offered, also pouring a cup for Chiyan. "Miss, do try some as well." A fiery sensation ignited in Shen Ningzhao's lower abdomen, rendering her limbs weak. Despite her trembling hand, she maintained a composed demeanor and sipped the tea. Seeing the emperor drink, Chiyan felt no suspicion and followed suit. After another quarter of an hour, Shen Ningzhao's back was nearly drenched in sweat, yet the fire in her abdomen had been subdued. Conversely, Chiyan suddenly lost consciousness. Shen Ningzhao spared her not a glance and retreated to the inner chamber to change her garments. By the time she emerged, Chiyan had vanished. Observing the moonlight, Shen Ningzhao noted that it was nearly the end of the high hour. "Everything has been taken care of. Your Majesty need not worry," he reported softly. Shen Ningzhao acknowledged with a hum, and just as he prepared to withdraw, she called him back. "Go fetch Chiyan." "Yes," he complied and departed. In the palace where Shen Ningzhao resided, there was a lotus pond fed by cascading waterfall waters. In April, the pond was devoid of lotus flowers. Only lush green leaves spread across its surface. Due to the flowing water, even at night, the sound of the stream was melodious and soothing. Above the pond was a pavilion, where Shen Ningzhao lit a lamp and sat in quiet contemplation. It was not until footsteps approached that she turned her gaze. Finding he arriving, with Chiyan. "Your Majesty, Lord Gu has arrived," he announced. Shen Ningzhao nodded, and he stepped aside. This evening, Chiyan donned a long robe adorned with dark patterns of bamboo, leaves, and jade blue. Shen Ningzhao mused that this attire was not suitable for the night. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your Majesty's late-night summons?" Chiyan asked, his tone respectful yet curious. Shen Ningzhao smiled faintly and gazed northward. "I have constructed a stage in the pear blossom garden of the northern palace, wishing for you, my dear minister, to witness a splendid performance. However, I find myself in need of someone to sound the gong." Chiyan followed her gaze. Yet the northern courtyard was obscured by dense foliage, rendering it completely shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light or shadow. "What does your Majesty wish for me to do?" Chiyan inquired, well aware of Shen Ningzhao's methods. He suspected that this task would not be as simple as she portrayed. Shen Ningzhao rose, retrieving a dagger from her sleeve, its blade gleaming silver in the moonlight. She raised her other hand, revealing a slender, delicate arm. Chiyan felt a twinge of discomfort and averted his gaze. Suddenly, Shen Ningzhao drew the dagger across her arm, blood flowing forth and staining her moon-white garment. A striking contrast. Chiyan's expression darkened instantly. He reached out to stop her, only to have Shen Ningzhao counter with the blade against his palm. Chiyan clasped the wound, stepping back, his dark eyes fixed intensely upon Shen Ningzhao. Yet she wore a cunning smile, her eyes bright with fervor. She silently mouthed 2 words to him: "Hurry, run." Chiyan was taken aback, just as Shen Ningzhao shouted loudly, "Help! Capture the assassin!" Guards nearby, alerted by her cry, rushed toward them. Chiyan frowned, gritted his teeth, and stepped lightly onto the lotus leaves, heading northward, while the guards pursued the figure in the shadows. Shen Ningzhao stood before the listening water pavilion, her heart brimming with joy. Lu Yin swiftly approached, pressing a handkerchief against Shen Ningzhao's wound, calling for others to fetch hemostatic medicine. "Your Majesty, is this truly necessary?" Lu Yin inquired, her urgency palpable. Shen Ningzhao glanced at the crimson stain on her sleeve. The pain rendered her unusually alert at that moment. She merely smiled. This is but a gentle reminder for him. She instructed her shadow to keep a close watch on Chiyan, ensuring that every detail was reported back. Understood. Meanwhile, Chiyan led the guards to the pear blossom courtyard, where he vanished from sight. The guards scoured the vicinity, and faint cries for help emerged from within the inner chamber. Following the sound, they ultimately paused before a seemingly vacant room, puzzled at the presence of anyone there. Without hesitation, the guards broke down the door, their torches illuminating the small space, revealing a scene that left them in shock. Xie Yingying lay upon the couch, disheveled and in disarray, her fair skin exposed in patches. Her eyes were swollen from tears, desperately struggling against her captor, who was none other than her half-brother, Xie Shi. With bloodshot eyes and a torrent of vile words, he seemed to have lost his senses entirely, tearing at Xie Yingying's garments. The guards, momentarily paralyzed by disbelief, were soon joined by Xie Yi, who led another small team in their search. Since Xie Yingying's selection, the Xie family had risen in prominence. Xie Yi had been directly promoted from the garrison to the position of commanding officer in the Imperial Guard, now holding the 4th rank, and was responsible for the safety of the encampment. Have the assassins been found? Xie Yi inquired as he stepped into the room, only to be met with a scene that filled him with both shock and fury. Blood surged to his head as he rushed forward, seizing Xie Shi and throwing him to the ground. Xie Shi let out a muffled grunt, unable to rise. Xie Yi wrapped Xie Yingying in a blanket, her strength utterly depleted, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shame under the gaze of those present. As she glanced at Xie Yi, she fainted. I will slay this beast. Xie Yi seethed, drawing his sword. The guards hurried to intervene, but an unseen force propelled Xie Yi forward, and an arrow pierced Xie Shi's heart, blood splattering across the floor. Xie Shi fell without uttering a word. The commotion had now resulted in a fatality, and the guards restrained Xie Yi, wresting the sword from his grasp. Lying on the floor, blood steadily flowed towards him, staining his face as he gazed at Xie Shi's unblinking eyes, realization dawning upon him of what he had done, filling him with dread. Chapter 53. Broken branches. Upon returning to the palace, Empress Dowager Xie could hardly conceal her delight, as if everything were firmly within her grasp. Reclining in the imperial concubine's chair in the inner palace, she conversed with Kaiwei for nearly half an hour, feeling increasingly pleased at the prospect that Xie Yingying would not return tonight, and thus prepared to retire for the night. Seated before the vanity in the sleeping quarters, Empress Dowager Xie allowed Kaiwei to remove her hairpins. No longer youthful, streaks of white hair could not be hidden among her long tresses. She raised her fingers to press against the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her expression momentarily dimmed. What troubles your thoughts, Your Highness? Kaiwei asked. Snapped back to the present, the Empress Dowager shook her head, dispelling the clouds of worry from her mind. Remembering Xie Yingying, her spirits lifted once more. What fragrance did you select today? It differs from your usual choice, she inquired. This is a new blend I have prepared, excellent for calming the mind and soothing the spirit. Do you find it to your liking, Your Highness? Empress Dowager Xie closed her eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling the rich yet refreshing fragrances of agarwood and jasmine, creating a harmonious contradiction. As she lingered in the scent, a sense of heaviness enveloped her, inducing a wave of drowsiness. Indeed, I am weary. It is time for rest, she thought, stifling a yawn. Kaiwei assisted her onto the couch, lowered the silken curtains, and stood guard outside the door. Not long after the Empress Dowager lay down, the sounds of commotion erupted from outside the palace, growing increasingly fervent. Overcome by fatigue, she propped herself up and inquired, Kaiwei, who is making such a racket outside? Your Highness, there has been an incident at His Majesty's palace. It is said they are apprehending an assassin. An assassin? The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, became considerably more alert. She attempted to rise, but found her body too weak to obey her command. Kaiwei, come assist me. After a prolonged pause with no response, confusion set in. She reached out to grasp the curtain, only to feel as though her hand bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, unable to lift it, and she collapsed back onto the couch. Kaiwei, Kaiwei. Panic surged within her as she called out urgently. Suddenly, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Kaiwei standing at the bedside, her gaze icy and starkly different from her usual demeanor. The Empress Dowager was taken aback, her unease intensifying. What has happened to you? Your Highness need not fret. I shall inform you at once. In that moment, Kaiwei shed her customary submissiveness, her eyes fixed intently on the Empress Dowager. Young Master Xie, in a drunken state, violated Xie Yingying, a maiden of the Xie family. Enraged, Xie killed him with a sword. Upon hearing this, Your Highness suffered a stroke of fury and fainted, falling into a deep, unending slumber. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing, her mind blank. Before she could fully comprehend Sayue's words, Kaiwei suddenly grasped her chin, forcing a bowl of medicine into her mouth. The Empress Dowager struggled fiercely, but her body had already betrayed her, rendering her powerless to resist as the concoction was poured down her throat. Cough, cough. What have you given me? The Empress Dowager choked, her eyes watering as the dark liquid trickled from the corners of her mouth, staining her white nightgown. Your Highness, you have fought in this harem all your life, yet have always been one step behind. What you saw was the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But what His Majesty desires is to strike two birds with one arrow. Kaiwei crouched beside the bed, observing the Empress Dowager's distress with a chilling smile. This medicine is specially prepared for you. It will keep you perpetually awake. You will hear, smell, and feel everything, yet you will be unable to see, speak, or move. You shall exist like a living corpse, confined within this palace until age claims you. The effect of the potion took hold swiftly, and the Empress Dowager felt her eyelids grow heavier, her vision narrowing until the last glimmer of light faded away. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Kaiwei leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "Should you encounter Aunt Green Bamboo in the underworld, please send her my regards." The Empress Dowager recalled the maid she had drowned in the well, a search that had taken Su Taoho 3 days to conclude. The poor girl had endured torture, her body swollen and her death a tragic sight. Terror gripped the Empress Dowager, propelling her into a desperate struggle. Yet in the end, she remained still, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. The profound events at the palace had naturally extinguished any desire for the hunt. Early the next morning, Shen Ningzhao ordered the journey back to the palace. The incident concerning the Xie family had unfolded before the public eye, creating a tempest throughout the city. To quell the unrest, Shen Ningzhao took it upon herself to conduct the investigation. Xie Shiran's transgression against his own sister was a breach of familial morality, and though Xie Yi's actions were provoked, the act of murder was an undeniable fact. He was sentenced to receive 100 strokes of the rod and exiled for 3,000 miles. Xie Yingying, having lost her reputation and support, bore the brunt of her family's misfortunes, with the He family blaming her for Xie Shi's demise, subjecting her to frequent beatings and abuse. Her life in the Xie household was unbearable. Xie Yingguang, mourning the loss of 2 sons, found hope for Xie Yingying's entry into the palace extinguished, consumed by sorrow. He turned to drink, ultimately drowning in the pond of the Xie estate one fateful night. As for the Empress Dowager, the imperial physicians were at a loss, resorting to administering medication to sustain her, feeding her liquid nourishment through a glass funnel, a process fraught with agony, leaving her increasingly frail and emaciated. Half a month later, Shen Ningzhao presented an account book in the court, holding Minister of Revenue Li Diu accountable for corruption, with irrefutable evidence. However, by the time the Ministry of Justice sought to apprehend him, Li Diu had already fled. Shen Ningzhao dispatched Xing and personally, insisting on capturing him alive for public execution in Keishiji to rectify the narrative. The Li family was demoted to commoners, with no future employment for 3 generations. Yet, Li Yao, through misfortune, found fortune, reuniting with her family and beloved. The capital was in turmoil, with the nation's key ministers missing, and 2 out of 4 talented maidens lost. In light of these events, Shen Ningzhao proclaimed a decree announcing the cancellation of the current selection of maidens, granting all eligible women the freedom to marry as they wished. Since the official decree had not yet been issued, the selection list was merely speculative, thus sparing much trouble. To demonstrate his filial piety, Shen Ningzhao observed a 3-year mourning period for the late emperor and sincerely prayed for the Empress Dowager's well-being. After reaching adulthood, a new selection of maidens would take place. By the time matters settled, it was late May and the weather was warm. However, the roses were in full bloom. This year's roses were a new variety, their colors reminiscent of shattered twilight, transitioning beautifully from golden hues to deep crimson. In the evening, When the oppressive heat of the day subsided, a gentle breeze caressed the skin, offering a sense of comfort. Shen Ningzhao stood beneath the corridor outside the imperial study, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Have arrangements been made for Mother? Your Majesty, everything has been taken care of. The surveillance from Fusho Palace has been completely eradicated, replied Luin. This performance with the Grand Tutor was not in vain. After all these years, Mother can finally rest easy and sleep soundly. Shen Ningzhao sighed, filled with sentiment. The spies of the Empress Dowager had long been known to her and Empress Su. Rather than eliminating them, they had turned the situation to their advantage, allowing them to remain until now, justifying the years spent nurturing those treacherous individuals. What Kaiwe? Miss Kaiwe mentioned that if she were to seek refuge in Fusho Palace at this time, it might provide fodder for gossip against Your Majesty and the Empress. She is currently overseeing Kongrun Palace, which offers the most assurance, and we can deliberate on future matters at a later time. Shen Ningzhao reflected on the hardships endured by her over the years. She recalled the naive yet resolute girl she first met, originally named Lu Zhu. Kaiwe was the name bestowed upon her by Empress Su. She had entered the palace at the tender age of 13, alone and vulnerable, enduring the most arduous tasks. Sweeping snow in winter, her hands suffering from frostbite, cracking open at the slightest touch. As Lu Jun passed by, she was gifted a bottle of frostbite ointment, which the young lady etched in her memory. When Empress Dowager Su sought her out, she readily agreed. A mere newcomer to the palace for half a year, she was resolute and patient, seizing the opportunity to catch the eye of the Empress Dowager Xie. Over 3 years, she became the most trusted confidant of Xie. During these years, Shen Ningzhao had never issued her a single command. The solitary occasion she did resulted in the complete downfall of the Empress Dowager. Shen Ningzhao lifted her gaze to the distant sky, where the azure expanse met the white clouds, glazed tiles, and crimson walls. The birds flitting atop the rooftops were the only signs of life. Every step Shen Ningzhao took was a meticulously crafted strategy, calculated and rehearsed. She dared not err. Years ago, a single misstep had allowed Lu Jun to fall into the hands of the Empress Dowager, the bloody price of which haunted her dreams, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. She could not afford to falter. The stakes were too high. Your Majesty, Lord Gu has arrived. Jihe's voice brought Shen Ningzhao back to her senses. Microminister pays his respects to Your Majesty. Gu Chiyan bowed. Lord Gu has worked hard these days. I imagine the Ministry of Justice has been quite busy this past month, Shen Ningzhao remarked with a smile, her words laden with implications. On that day in front of the Listening Water Pavilion, I mentioned treating you to a performance. I wonder, did you find the play to your liking? Your Majesty's artistry is commendable. I am in awe, Gu Chiyan replied, having received only an account book, yet he was treated to such a splendid show. Though it seemed he was not merely a spectator. If you found it satisfactory, might I trouble you for another favor, dear Gu? Shen Ningzhao continued, stepping forward and standing on the steps, her smile reminiscent of that evening. Why is it, dear Gu, that you remain silent? Do you refuse to assist me? What is it that Your Majesty wishes me to do? Gu Chiyan inquired, gazing at Shen Ningzhao. Shen Ningzhao pointed toward the roses in the side hall. I see those roses blooming splendidly. Would you be so kind as to pluck a few for me? I would like to have Luin arrange them in the study. Gu Chiyan raised his eyebrows in surprise as he met Shen Ningzhao's innocent, smiling gaze. The maidens were all occupied and could not attend to this task. Would Lord Gu be willing? Gu Chiyan glanced at the timid maidens behind Shen Ningzhao, then back at her as she regarded him earnestly, playfully asserting her request. Her youthful cunning concealed the possibility of ensnaring him at any moment. Curiosity stirred within Gu Chiyan as he pondered how she would wield this leverage against him. Your Majesty's wishes shall be fulfilled, he acquiesced. In front of the side hall, the roses clung to the trellis, growing quite tall, their blossoms resembling faces peeking over the wall. Gu Chiyan plucked one and approached the study, presenting it to Shen Ningzhao with both hands. However, she did not accept it, shaking her head. This flower appears to be in full bloom. I would prefer those that are just beginning to open, as they will last longer. Gu Chiyan went to fetch some half-open blooms, but she still shook her head. This one has color is not right. This one is too small. One is insufficient. Fetch another. This one is overly lavish. Shen Ningzhao harbored a mischievous intent, and Chiyan was well aware of it. He traversed back and forth several times, gathering an increasing number of flowers in his arms. Today he donned a dark azure silk robe, his figure tall and imposing, with deep-set eyes that held a tranquil depth. As he gazed at Shen Ningzhao, it was as if he were observing a playful kitten, furry and round-eyed. It would lick your palm and leap onto your lap, nuzzling your chin. Yet this was not mere affection, nor was it intimacy. It was a test, perhaps even a threat, with its plump paws resting upon your chest, concealing sharp claws beneath. Chiyan returned with the flowers as the sun had completely descended, leaving only grayish-white clouds and faint blue hues peeking through. The gentle summer night breeze caressed him as he embraced the blossoms. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to be the sole splash of color amidst the vastness of the world. At last, Shen Ningzhao extended her hand to receive a flower from him. Catching sight of the scar on his palm from the night she had inflicted it, it was nearly healed, leaving only a faint pink trace. As she took the flower, her fingers lightly grazed the scar, causing Chiyan to tense momentarily. The wound, as it healed, had always itched, but never before had it provoked such a profound itch as it did just then. Chapter 54. Sincerity, this one I shall accept. The remainder shall be bestowed upon you. My esteemed minister, previously, I had always believed that flowers complemented beauty, but today I see how well these blossoms harmonize with you, Guiqing. Perhaps it is not merely the flowers that complement Chiyan. His gaze remained calm, and his words, though half-spoken, stirred something within Shen Ningzhao. She handed the flowers to Lu'in, instructing, arrange these so as not to squander Gu Daren's heartfelt gesture. You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Guiqing. Lu'in took the flowers back into the hall, and the others withdrew. Shen Ningzhao then remarked, when Guiqing offered to remain in the capital to assist me, I felt not only comfort but also a degree of astonishment. The Ministry of Justice deals with matters that often offend. The Gu family, aside from their military achievements in the northern desert, appears somewhat inexperienced amidst the intricate relationships of the capital. Yet, Guiqing faced it all without fear, charging forth alone, which is indeed commendable. Our relationship is one of teacher and disciple. You ascended the throne at a young age, and the court is unstable. When you speak, I, as your humble minister, cannot refuse. Chiyan, with deft precision, reiterated Shen Ningzhao's earlier words to her. Is it a matter of inability or reluctance? Shen Ningzhao took 2 steps forward, slightly leaning in. What do you mean by this, your majesty? Chiyan raised his gaze to meet hers. The reason I retained Guiqing, you understand well, but I am perplexed as to why you chose to stay. You know that excessive suspicion breeds discord. We, as sovereign and minister, should remain united. Any rift will be detrimental. A trace of a cold smile flickered in Shen Ningzhao's eyes. Your majesty kept me because I am of use to you. Likewise, my willingness to stay is because you have a need for me. Chiyan's voice was chilling, methodically articulating words that were audaciously rebellious. Oh, and what use might that be? Shen Ningzhao pressed forward, her gaze locked onto Chiyan's eyes, missing not a single nuance of his expression. It is merely an old matter, unrelated to your majesty. Why delve further? Chiyan's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any ripples of emotion. Chiyan, how audacious you were to speak to me in such a manner. Shen Ningzhao's gaze sharpened by threefold. What the emperor desires is a reliable blade. Yet a fine sword must be keen. Chiyan revealed a hint of brilliance. But if the blade is turned against me, what use would it serve? It is indeed regrettable to lose a valuable sword, but a true warrior knows when to sever ties. Such discernment is the mark of wisdom. Shen Ningzhao's murderous intent surfaced. The Gu family has risen from the battlefield, understanding the true essence of war. My father taught me to be loyal to the state, to safeguard the realm and its people. If your majesty shares the same aspirations as I, why then would we turn our swords against each other? Chiyan expressed his loyalty. Ha! Shen Ningzhao chuckled lightly, his body relaxing. You, my dear minister, are upright and unyielding, wholly devoted to the nation. In such a manner, it seems I am the one who is intolerant. I am terrified, my lord. Chiyan stood tall, his gaze profound, showing no sign of fear. Their words had been tugged at until it seemed that everything had been said, yet nothing truly expressed. Shen Ningzhao felt a flicker of doubt. The Gu family is indeed an invaluable weapon, and to discard it would bring him untold harm. However, Chiyan's sincerity was difficult to ascertain, and without a powerful restraint, she could never allow the tiger to return to its mountain lair. Today, I summoned you, dear Chiyan, for counsel, yet I find myself with other thoughts. I must ponder further and choose a day to discuss matters with you in earnest. Shen Ningzhao then looked into Chiyan's ink-black eyes. I prefer transparent dealings. Mutual benefit is the key to longevity. As I stated before the Morning Radiance Pavilion, my greatest bargaining chip is your sincere heart. Today remains the same. You too must return and contemplate how to demonstrate your sincerity to me. Chiyan understood that such sincerity was not easily displayed. Yet he still lowered his gaze and said, I take my leave, your majesty. Upon returning to the Gu residence, night had fully descended, and the moonlight was bright and clear, the clouds above a deep shade of blue, with stars scattered within, flickering intermittently. Chiyan had lived alone in this house for nearly a year. Due to the tense situation during the New Year festivities, neither Gu Qingzong nor Gu Qingwei had returned. Now, he stood alone at the threshold of his study, the shadows of trees in the courtyard casting an air of solitude and desolation. Song Mo and Song Yin had accompanied him for nearly half an hour, both sensing their master's troubled thoughts. Aware of his own clumsiness, Song Yin nudged Song Mo with his elbow, while Song Mo shrugged and shook his head. Is the young master troubled by Lady Xie? Song Mo couldn't help but speak. Previously, the young master suspected the Xie family, with Xie Yongguang deceased and Lady Xie in such fear. It seems unlikely that further investigation would yield results. Chiyan's distant thoughts were pulled back, and he shook his head. Quite the contrary, those men in black are highly skilled, not ordinary foes. Yet in the wake of such calamity befalling the Xie family, they have not shown themselves to protect their master. This only indicates that those men in black are not of the Xie family. The Xie family is not the target we seek. Not the Xie family? Yet on the day of the spring hunt, it was clear that men in black were lurking about. Indeed, this suggests that the mastermind behind it all is watching from the shadows. With the city in turmoil, he may be feeling apprehensive. A fox, after all, will always reveal its tail. Chiyan glanced back at the vase upon the study desk, its sky-blue body accentuating the vibrant beauty of the flowers within. We must wait. Each June, the Guozijian holds an examination for the formulation of strategies. The students of the Guozijian consist of those who have failed the imperial examination, local official students selected for admission, as well as the offspring of officials and meritorious subjects, alongside those who have purchased their status as students through monetary means, with the latter two categories comprising the majority. The students at the Guozijian are predominantly from affluent or noble families, and the institution possesses the authority to recommend an exceptional student each year for direct entry into officialdom, thereby exempting them from the examination. This privilege rests in the hands of Kai Kuei, the grand scholar of the Guozijian, who is affiliated with the Han faction. The Guozijian is accessed through the Jixing Gate into the Confucius Temple, while the Taishui Gate leads into the Byung Hall, the latter being situated at the very heart of the Guozijian and housing the largest collection of books in the grand capital. Flanking the Byung Hall are 33 side rooms designated for lectures. To the east lie the Shuaixing Hall, Chengxin Hall, and Chongji Hall. To the west are the Xiudao Hall, Zhengyi Hall, and Guangye Hall, collectively known as the Six Halls. To the north of the Byung Hall stands the Chongwon Pavilion, serving as a conference chamber. Further north is the Jingyi Pavilion, the office of the Grand Scholar and the Dean of the Guozijian. Lu Siheng concluded his lecture and proceeded to the Byung Hall to retrieve 2 books, making his way north towards the Jingyi Pavilion. Along the way, he encountered students who respectfully bowed to him, to which Lu Siheng nodded in acknowledgement. The Guozijian is largely populated by the sons of wealthy families, who typically regard their instructors with disdain. However, Lu Siheng is an exception, for he not only teaches but also oversees assessments, the outcomes of which determine graduation. In other words, failure in these evaluations precludes participation in the imperial examinations. Lu Siheng thus holds the power of life and death over these students. Upon returning to the west wing of the Jingyi Pavilion, Lu Siheng found the duobao cabinet, nearly filled with books, and the intricately carved table with cloud patterns and auspicious symbols arranged neatly by the window. He sat at the desk, placing the books he held down. Just as Lu Jiao entered with tea, "Young master, please refresh your throat." Lu Siheng accepted the tea, took a few sips, and then inquired, "Are preparations in order?" Lu Jiao nodded. "Everything is ready. The journey is long, and we must depart at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. So it is best for you to return early today." Lu Siheng acknowledged with a hum, casting a glance at the stack of strategy essays on the desk, which were the catalyst for this unexpected journey. In the recent strategy examination, Lu Siheng, as per usual, collaborated with several colleagues to review the submissions. When it came to the work of Han Qingyuan, the son of the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Kai Kuei, the Grand Scholar, lavished praise, declaring him a remarkable talent, a sentiment echoed by others present. However, upon scrutinizing the essay, Lu Siheng found Han Qingyuan's aptitude to be merely average, with prior assessments barely passed. This particular essay appeared to show some effort, yet it remained rather mediocre. Lu Siheng was well aware of Kai Kuei's intentions, with the new minister in office. Han Yuzhong sought to curry favor and thus needed to express his sincerity, making Han Qingyuan likely to be this year's outstanding student. If this had been Gu Chiyan, he would have initially awarded a grade of A, ensuring the crowd satisfaction, only to subtly dig a pit for Kai Kuei to fall into later. Had it been Qin Kai, he would have crumpled the essay, disdainfully questioning the others. "Are you all blind?" Lu Siheng, however, was different. He simply smiled and nodded then, under the expectant gazes of those around him, confidently assigned a grade of C. Kai Kuei, well aware of Lu Siheng's temperament, felt a lingering resentment despite his unyielding demeanor. As anticipated, merely 2 days later, Kai Kuei, under the pretense of seeking knowledge, dispatched Lu Siheng to the remote Pu Guang Temple in Linzhou to learn from a venerable monk. The temple, nestled in an isolated location with treacherous mountain paths, required Lu Siheng to make minimal preparations. Accompanied by a few servants, he set off before dawn. After 2 days of arduous travel by cart and a final ascent, they finally arrived. The abbot of the temple, taken aback yet respectful upon seeing an official from the capital, attended to Lu Siheng with utmost diligence, leaving no detail unattended. Lu Siheng shared meals and quarters with the monks, diligently participating in the morning and evening rituals for 7 days, while also seeking guidance from the abbot on matters of Zen. Despite being a humble and remote monastery, the young abbot often found himself at a loss for words when subjected to the probing inquiries of an official from the capital, seemingly unprepared for such intense scrutiny after finally attaining his position. When Lu Siheng concluded his visit, the entire monastic community gathered to bid him farewell, with the abbot visibly moved to tears. Seated in the cart, Lu Siheng faced the challenging mountain roads, the wheels creaking ominously. His servant, Lu Jiao, could not contain his grumbling. What kind of enlightened monk requires the young master to come in person? Clearly, this is just a Master Ji's way of bullying us. Lu Jiao refrained from such reckless talk. Lu Siheng replied sternly. Understanding his master's character, Lu Jiao merely shrugged, remaining silent as they pressed on, aware that failure to reach an inn before nightfall would leave them exposed in the wilderness. Shortly after noon, they arrived at a stream, where Lu Jiao halted the cart to allow the horses to drink and graze. The group settled by the water's edge to partake of their provisions, resting briefly before continuing their journey. The mulberry trees, sun-baked and wilting, contrasted with the gently swaying weeping willows by the stream, which provided a refreshing breeze. Lu Jiao and a few attendants splashed their faces with water, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Lu Siheng, adorned in a watercolored silk robe, stood beneath the willow trees. The dampness of the stream and the unknown flora extended in a harmonious line before him. With his gaze lowered and his expression gentle, a smile graced his lips, rendering him a living portrait, more enchanting than the crystalline waters of the mountain stream. Having rested momentarily, the group prepared to resume their journey when, unexpectedly, a dozen burly bandits emerged from the dense thicket, encircling Lu Si-hung and his companions. The leader, a brutish man with a face laden with excess, wielded a 9-ring knife and laughed crudely. "This sun has not shone in vain today. I've caught myself a fat sheep." Lu Qiao and the young servants hastily drew their weapons, positioning themselves protectively around Lu Si-hung. Lu Qiao demanded fiercely, "Who are you?" The leader chuckled. "I am the lord of these mountains. As you traverse my domain, you owe me tribute. Should you seek wealth, why resort to threats? I have some silver. Let us buy food and drink for you and your brethren," Lu Qiao offered, tossing a pouch of coins towards the bandit leader. The leader picked it up without inspecting its contents, merely weighing it in his hand. "This silver barely suffices for you lot. The one in the middle must remain." These marauders, accustomed to a life of plunder, found the silver insufficient for their appetites. The leader pointed his knife at Lu Si-hung, declaring, "He stays. You may return to gather 5,000 taels." Lu Qiao positioned himself protectively behind Lu Si-hung, his gaze fixed on the bandits as he whispered, "My lord, these are desperate rogues. Should a confrontation arise, I shall ensure your safe retreat. You must exercise caution." Lu Si-hung remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes at the unruly band of mountain bandits before him. The leader of the bandits, observing the defensive stance, sneered, refusing to drink the wine offered. "You choose instead the bitter cup. What can a few of you accomplish?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, a dozen bandits began to encircle them. Lu Si-hung's expression turned cold as he cast a fleeting glance at the sword in Lu Qiao's grasp, his fingers twitching slightly. "Hey, my tribute money has yet to be delivered." A voice rang out, prompting everyone to look up. From the depths of the greenery descended a figure clad in crimson, gracefully positioning herself between the two factions. With her back turned, Lu Si-hung could not see her face, but he discerned her attire, a gown of ochre red adorned with intricate floral patterns, her hair partially bound, and a delicate hairpin of gold and fragrant wood embedded with pearls. She possessed a slim waist and a graceful neck, exuding an aura of fragility. Yet wielded firmly in her hand was a Tang saber. Chapter 55. The Princess, the Tang saber, designed for military combat, could effortlessly slice through armor. Its blade was narrow and straight, remarkably sharp. The bandits, momentarily taken aback, soon adopted lewd grins. "What brings this little lady here?" Before the words could fully escape their lips, the blade was drawn, executing a swift arc that rested against the bandit leader's throat. When the blade moves swiftly enough, one does not feel pain, but rather an overwhelming sense of dread, much like the bandit who lay on the ground, blood gushing from his wound, feeling not agony, but fear. Unlike the elegant fluidity of a sword, a saber's strength lies in its cleaving and hacking, each strike finding flesh. Her movements were rapid and ruthless. Within an instant, several bandits fell, howling in anguish. She did not take lives, but shattered their leg bones instead. The oppressive heat mingled with the stench of blood, and the sight of exposed bones evoked nausea. Lu Qiao, who had initially intended to lower his sword, instinctively raised it once more. Despite his facade of calm in the face of the bandits, his hand trembled slightly, and his back was drenched with sweat. As the figure turned, the murderous intent still gleaming in her eyes, crimson droplets dripped from the blade onto the ground. As she approached, Lu Qiao involuntarily stepped back. Upon seeing her face, Lu Si-hung was momentarily taken aback. He retrieved a moon-white handkerchief from his sleeve, stepping forward from the wall of bodies, raising the cloth slightly, and bowing as he said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely assistance." Lu Qiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he furtively glanced at the woman's face, finding it oddly familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This was Princess Jihe, the youngest daughter of King Yong from the Southern Territory. Song Shijing glanced at the moon-white handkerchief before extending her hand to accept it, slowly wiping the blood from her blade without lifting her gaze. "Whose house do you belong to? How do you recognize me?" In response, "Your Highness, my lord is the eldest son of the Duke of Huayuan from the Lu family." Lu Qiao hurriedly replied, "Who? Song Shijin paused her movements, the murderous intent in her eyes dissipating, replaced by shock as her doe-like eyes widened. You mean Lu Xiheng? Indeed. Song Shijin dropped the handkerchief she held, took 2 steps forward, and grasped Lu Xiheng's chin, tilting her face to fix her gaze directly upon him. Lu Xiheng's skin, fair and delicate as that of a woman, rendered him motionless under her grip. After the initial shock, his ears discreetly flushed with color. Clearing his throat lightly, Lu Xiheng's mere sound startled Song Shijin, prompting her to release her hold instantly. He took 2 steps back, creating distance between them, and feigned nonchalance as he adjusted his collar. Both Lu Qiao and the guards remained frozen in place, having heard tales of the fierce demeanor of the southern territories. Yet they never imagined it to be so intense. As Princess Lu Xiheng attempted to speak, she was interrupted by Song Shijin. Is it truly you? In truth, Lu Xiheng and Song Shijin shared an acquaintance. Song Shijin's mother was the younger sister of the late emperor. Each year during her childhood, she would return to the capital for a time, as the princess's residence was adjacent to the Lu household. From a young age, Song Shijin was known for her fiery spirit, unyielding to anyone, leading to numerous skirmishes between the two. However, following a significant change in the late emperor's temperament and the escalating tensions in the south, the princess's residence had been left vacant. It had been nearly a decade since their last encounter. It is indeed I, Lu Xiheng replied. Song Shijin regarded the ethereal figure of Lu Xiheng before her, so vastly different from the mischievous youth she remembered, and found herself momentarily lost in thought, eventually remarking, "The feng shui of the capital truly nurtures its people. Why do you find yourself here alone, princess? Are you returning to the capital?" Lu Xiheng cleared his throat, shifting the focus of their conversation. "The Empress Dowager is gravely ill, in a state of unconsciousness. My mother certainly ought to come and pay her respects." Has Princess Rongjing returned as well? Yes. Song Shijin nodded. They traveled by carriage, but I found it too slow and opted to ride ahead. This mountain is fraught with danger. You should exercise caution, Your Highness. If you wish, I would be honored to escort you back to the capital. There's no need for that. Song Shijin glanced at Lu Xiheng's somewhat pale face, uncertain whether it was due to the sun's exposure or from the fright she had just caused. Accustomed to the military life in the Southern Territory, where she wielded swords and engaged with rough soldiers daily, she was now at a loss in the presence of a seemingly frail scholar. Turning to survey the lifeless body strewn about, she sighed, "Well, if we must do it together, but we ought to notify the authorities first." She gestured behind her. "We need to bind them up. Indeed, if we continue along the mountain path for another half a day, we shall reach the city. We will report to the authorities first, and then return to the capital. We should arrive by tomorrow evening at the latest." Lu Xiheng nodded at Lu Qiao, along with several guards, swiftly bound the assailants to the trees. "Then let us proceed." Lu Qiao readied the carriage once more and glanced at Song Shijin, inquiring, "Your Highness, where is your horse?" With a smile, Song Shijin placed 2 fingers to her lips and let out a clear whistle that echoed through the forest. Shortly thereafter, a chestnut horse emerged from the woods, joyfully snorting as it approached. Song Shijin went over to caress its face. In the capital, countless young ladies, whether demure or vivacious, were commonplace, yet someone like Song Shijin was truly a rarity. Her strikes were sharp and decisive, devoid of hesitation, yet her gaze, when she held Lu Xiheng's chin, was direct yet bewildered. She was akin to a painting splashed with vermilion, simple yet fervent, casual yet resolute. "Will you ride, Your Highness?" "No, I shall not." As Song Shijin stepped onto the carriage, she stood at the yoke and remarked, "The sun is quite bright today. I shall share the carriage with young Master Lu." With that, she extended her hand towards Lu Xiheng. Upon seeing the outstretched hand, Lu Xiheng paused for a moment and replied, "There's no need, Your Highness. I mustn't impose." Understanding the rigid formalities of scholars, Song Shijin, lacking the patience for debate, bent down and grasped Lu Xiheng's arm with a sudden force, pulling him into the carriage. The abruptness of her action caught him off guard, and as he struggled to regain his balance, she instinctively placed a hand on his waist, adding, "Be careful." Lu Xiheng stiffened momentarily, taking a moment to steady himself. Before he could express his gratitude, Song Shijin had already lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. With a sigh, Lu Xiheng glanced back and then stepped inside as well. As the carriage continued its journey, Lu Xiheng and Song Shijin exchanged a few pleasantries before lapsing into silence. The atmosphere within the carriage lacked the warmth of a long-awaited reunion, instead filled with an air of awkwardness. Song Shijin chose to close her eyes, feigning rest, while Lu Xiheng resumed reading a book that lay beside him. The sound of turning pages was the sole disruption in the quiet carriage. With a subtle lift of her eyelids, Song Shijin stole a glance at Lu Xiheng, who was engrossed in his reading, his expression serene. The book appeared to be quite old, its pages slightly yellowed, which only accentuated the elegance of Lu Xiheng's long, porcelain-like fingers. Almost instinctively, she grasped his wrist, pulling the hand that was not holding the book closer to her, her fingers gliding over his palm, and she noted its smoothness and delicacy. "Your Highness, you." Lu Xiheng, though familiar with Song Shijin's nature, found her repeated transgressions somewhat exasperating. "Indeed, you have ceased your archery practice," she lamented, feeling a tightening in his chest. Lu Xiheng gently withdrew his hand and replied, "Yes, I no longer practice." Observing his downcast eyelashes, Song Shijin felt a pang of regret and concern. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Is Lord Huayuan well?" Lu Xiheng, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected question, nodded. "My father is well." "And your esteemed mother?" Song Shijin pressed further. "My mother is well," Lu Xiheng responded. "Is that so?" Song Shijin exclaimed softly, then continued, "And what of your esteemed father?" Lu Xiheng chuckled lightly. "I have yet to take a wife." This prompted Song Shijin to scratch her head, appearing somewhat vexed. "If you wish to ask something, please do so directly," Lu Xiheng remarked, feeling uncertain about her intentions. "This inquiry seems to border on reproach." "Oh, it's nothing of great significance. They say one can gauge a person's character at 3 years old and foresee their future at 7. Yet, when we sparred, you were already 11 or 12. Your temperament should have been established by then. Such a change in you now makes me wonder if you have encountered any significant trials in recent years. I wish to inquire, yet I fear reopening old wounds." Lu Xiheng tightened his grip on the side of the carriage, a gentle smile still gracing his face. "I appreciate your concern, but I was merely foolish in my youth. Everything at home is well, so please rest assured. As for change, one inevitably matures over time. You two have transformed greatly. I almost failed to recognize you. Is that so?" Song Shijin pouted, pinching her own cheek. "My mother often chastises me for my lack of progress." The princess possesses a profound affection, yet a stern sense of responsibility. As Lu Xiheng gazed at her slightly furrowed brow and puffy cheeks, he couldn't help but chuckle. The county princess is not only remarkable in beauty, but also adept in swordsmanship, embodying a gallant spirit that rivals any man. If I were to abandon archery altogether, even if I practiced, I would still likely fall short of your prowess." Song Shijin, delighted by his flattery, raised an eyebrow and tilted her chin. "Indeed, your reading has sharpened your wit. Upon my return to the capital, I intended to challenge you to a match. Your skill in hitting the bullseye has lingered in my mind until today, and it is a pity we cannot compete now. I willingly concede to your excellence." Lu Xiheng inclined his head in acknowledgement, smiling as he replied, "I humbly accept defeat." Song Shijin waved her hand dismissively. "No, I must triumph over you. It must be a fair contest. Should you ever take up the bow again, this county princess shall be ready to face you." Even though Lu Xiheng knew he would never wield the bow again, her words stirred something within him, prompting a slight raise of his brow and a nod in agreement. "Very well." The weather grew increasingly oppressive, as if shrouded in an invisible cloak. Song Shijin lifted the curtain of the carriage, only to be met with a wave of heat, forcing her to lower it once more. She picked up a folding fan beside her, revealing a landscape painting. While she was not well versed in art, she appreciated its distant elegance. As she fanned herself, she inquired, "Did you paint this?" Lu Xiheng nodded. "Your Highness, please do not jest. It surpasses the works of your childhood, which were merely scribbles that often earned you your father's heir." The Marquis of Huayuan, renowned for his painting skills in his youth, had been determined to nurture Lu Xiheng's talent, Yet he often found himself exasperated, causing Lu Siheng to face many penalties. As Song Shijin sat atop the courtyard wall, she would often sneak peeks to witness the scoldings, relishing the spectacle. Although she could not best Lu Siheng in skill, she never shied away from banter, growing bolder with each interaction. What dreadful weather this is! It pales in comparison to our southern region, where spring reigns eternal, Song Shijin remarked, feeling vexed by the heat. The early summer brought sweltering temperatures and thunderstorms, hinting at impending rain. As they conversed, Lu Siheng unfastened a piece of jade from his waist and handed it to Song Shijin. This is cold jade. It feels refreshing to the touch. Please endure a little longer. She accepted the jade, and indeed felt a wave of coolness wash over her. Raising it to her face, she sighed with satisfaction. As evening fell, the carriage arrived in the county town, where Lu Siheng promptly reported to the local magistrate, detailing the circumstances. The magistrate, not daring to delay, immediately dispatched officials to apprehend the mountain bandits. Lu Siheng and Song Shijin found a clean inn to stay at. The county town, named Shanquan, was merely a day's journey from the capital, characterized by numerous rivers, convenient transport, and thriving commerce. At dinner, a thunderstorm broke, the summer rain arriving without warning. Akin to a story abruptly truncated, leaving behind a vivid yet incomplete narrative. Nonetheless, the air turned refreshingly cool. Returning to her room, after a day of exertion and a duel, Song Shijin indulged in a thorough bath. The night breeze was invigorating, and the small town lay in serene silence, illuminated by the soft glow of the waxing moon, enhancing the tranquility. Behind the inn, a river flowed, with the occasional small boat gliding across, creating ripples on the water's surface. Song Shijin sat on the windowsill with one leg tucked beneath her, feeling quite cheerful, yet sensing a certain absence. After a moment of contemplation, she approached the counter and requested a jar of fine wine. The innkeeper presented the best vintage available, inquiring, "Are you also heading to pay homage to the river god?" Taken aback, Song Shijin asked what river god. The innkeeper, noticing her ignorance, began to elaborate with vivid enthusiasm. "It is our tradition to honor the river god on this night of the beginning of summer. Legend has it that each year, on this very day, the river god transforms into a luminous red fish to survey the human realm. This fish, both agile and imbued with divine power, is beyond human reach. However, the river god enjoys fine wine. If one were to quietly offer a jar, intoxicating the deity, one might glimpse its true form and make a wish." Skeptical of such folklore, Song Shijin's interest waned, and she turned to ascend the stairs to her room. Yet, after a few steps, she halted, fixating on the jar of wine in her hands, pondering that perhaps she lacked a drinking companion. Lu Siheng had just flipped through a couple of pages of his book when a knock at the door interrupted him. He rose to open it. "Your Highness?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Shall we go capture the river god?" Song Shijin replied with a playful air of mystery. Only after stepping out with her did Lu Siheng begin to piece together the concept of capturing the river god from her fragmented descriptions. The streets tonight were particularly lively, bustling with vendors. As the two walked along, they encountered numerous stalls selling paper fish, red, white, and multicolored, all adorably crafted. Lu Siheng observed them for a while, marveling at the vitality of folk art, simple yet brimming with life. Mistaking his admiration for fondness, Song Shijin unceremoniously purchased two, thrusting them into his hands. He found himself holding one red and one white fish, bemused by the circumstances. Continuing their stroll, they encountered a boatman and rented a vessel, drifting downstream. Along the way, they passed several boats heading to honor the river god, and after a leisurely half-hour, the surroundings grew tranquil. They anchored their boat, with Song Shijin seated at the bow and Lu Siheng standing behind her. A gentle breeze caressed their faces as the river lapped against the shore, shattering the moonlight and starlight into a cascade of brilliance. The distant reeds rustled softly, accompanied occasionally by the chirping of insects. Song Shijin uncorked the jar and took a hearty swig, feeling the wine flow smoothly through her. She then passed the jar to Lu Siheng, who hesitated before accepting it and taking a sip. They sat at the bow, sharing the wine, until they had drained the jar completely. A wave of drunkenness washed over them, leaving Song Shijin feeling light and languid as she reclined. "It has been ages since I've drunk so heartily. The last time was during the New Year," she remarked. "If you enjoy it, I shall invite you to the Drunken Moon Pavilion in the capital. The spring breeze there is unparalleled," Lu Sihing suggested. "The spring breeze, you say?" Song Shijin's eyes brightened momentarily before she shook her head. "What use is enjoyment? My mother forbids it. She already regrets not raising me as a refined young lady. Should word of me becoming a drunkard spread, it would only lead to ridicule. You are already quite admirable as you are, Your Highness." The cool, luminous moonlight accompanied Lu Siheng's deep voice, which seemed more intoxicating than the wine they had just consumed. As Song Shijin turned to glance at Lu Siheng, she found Lu Siheng composed, devoid of any pretense or flattery. With a smile, Song Shijin remarked, "I too find it splendid. There are countless noble ladies in this world. Yet, there is only one Song Shijin who can gallop on horseback with a spear. As a woman, there is virtue in nurturing a family, and there's also virtue in riding through icy rivers on iron steeds." The spirited expression on Song Shijin's face glimmered under the moonlight. Unlike the coy smiles of the women in the capital, her laughter was radiant, revealing a set of flawless white teeth, her eyes crescent-shaped and more enchanting than the waxing moon itself. The sword beside her shimmered with a cold, enigmatic light in the moon's glow, yet its owner smiled innocently and unguardedly. Lu Siheng felt a stirring in her heart as she gazed at Song Shijin, captivated by her resolute words about nurturing families and galloping through icy rivers. The power and clarity of her voice stirred Lu Siheng's blood, nearly prompting her to applaud. Society may confine the title of princess, yet it cannot restrain the sword wielded by the princess. She is free to forge her own path. While Lu Siheng felt trapped, the southern lands had nurtured Song Shijin's passionate and liberated spirit, one that ought not to be confined. She should soar, bloom, revel, and embrace life's joys with grace. Song Shijin's voice rang out, "Tonight, your words are particularly melodious, but alas, the wine has run dry. Otherwise, I would surely inquire of the river god whether you seek merely to amuse me." With heartfelt sincerity, she continued, "But it is not difficult for a princess to question the river god. Do wait for me a moment." Lu Siheng turned and entered the cabin. Having indulged a bit too much, Song Shijin felt slightly dizzy from the swaying of the boat and did not catch what Lu Siheng had said. She raised her arm to press against her forehead and slowly closed her eyes. The boat rocked gently with the waves, reminiscent of a cradle from her childhood, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. "Princess?" Just as she was about to drift into slumber, Song Shijin heard someone call her name and slowly opened her eyes to find a shimmering red fish before her. Bewildered, she blinked a couple of times. Behind the fish was a gentle face, looking down with a soft smile, the delicate eyelashes casting shadows tinged with the moonlight's melancholy, and the scent of fine wine clinging to the moon-white garment. "River god?" Song Shijin instinctively pulled the figure down and flipped them onto the ground beneath her. "Princess?" Lu Siheng, taken aback, hesitated, unsure of how to push her away. Finally regaining her composure, Song Shijin looked at Lu Siheng beneath her, her heart racing. Surprised, yet unmoving, she fixed her gaze into Lu Siheng's eyes and asked, "You are the same age as I. You must have taken a name. What is it?" "Yuan Li." "Yuan Li, Yuan Li," Song Shijin murmured, the words rolling off her tongue like sweet nothings infused with the warmth of wine. They were close together, and Lu Siheng's heart raced, her throat dry. "Lu Yuan Li, you are truly handsome," Song Shijin spoke softly, her breath mingling with the warmth of her words as they reached Lu Siheng's ears. Lu Siheng's eyes widened, her mind blank, before she could utter a single word. Song Shijin's lips descended upon hers. Chapter 57. The princess. When Song Shijin awoke the next day, she rubbed her heavy head, reflecting on the potent effects of the wine consumed the previous night. She sat up, intending to pour herself a glass of water, but her gaze fell upon the red fish on the tea table, accompanied by a luminous stone. Memories from the previous night surged back, causing Song Shijin to hold her breath, her cheeks warming slightly. The recollection halted abruptly at the soft, cool, wine-scented kiss. The subsequent events eluded her entirely. Frustrated, she covered her face and lay back down, burying her head in the pillow, feeling a mix of uncertainty, anxiety, and shyness. A knock sounded from outside the door, prompting her to sit up straight, a hint of nervousness creeping in. "Who is it?" "Miss Song, are you awake? Come downstairs for breakfast," came the voice of Lu Jiao. For the sake of convenience in public, they referred to her as Miss Song. "Awake, I'm coming," she replied, rubbing her face, taking a deep breath, and hastily freshening up before descending the stairs. Lu Siheng was seated at the table, and upon seeing her, he invited her to sit with his usual calm demeanor, exuding an aura as pure as jade, untouched by the world. Song Shijin, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes. She sat at the table, burying her face in her bowl, quickly devouring a bun and drinking half a bowl of porridge in one go. Lu Siheng ate with an elegance that was meticulous and unhurried. Stealing glances at him, Song Shijin felt a pang of remorse. Such an ethereal being had been subjected to her impulsiveness the previous night. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively spoke about last night. "The princess was intoxicated, and it was I who brought her back. If I have overstepped, I ask for your forgiveness," Lu Siheng interjected. Song Shijin recalled the kiss, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do not take the words of a drunken knight to heart," Lu Siheng said, setting down his chopsticks and looking at her earnestly. Devoid of mockery or jest, he attributed all that transpired to her inebriation, providing her a graceful avenue of escape. His demeanor was like the sea, encompassing her impulsiveness and capriciousness. Yet, inexplicably, this made Song Shijin feel a sense of discomfort. "Oh," she murmured, feeling disheartened. After finishing breakfast, they needed to set off, as there was ample time to return to the capital before nightfall. Lu Siheng resumed eating. Song Shijin, feeling somewhat irritable, did not respond to him. "I can ask the innkeeper for some ice, perhaps prepare some herbal tea for the journey. It might ease your discomfort," Lu Siheng continued. "No need," she replied, placing her now empty bowl down with a cooler expression. "I shall ride ahead. It seems I cannot travel with you. What prompts this sudden urgency?" Lu Siheng paused, surprised. "I have lingered here too long, and I fear my mother may worry. I must take my leave first," she stated, picking up the sword from the table and cupping her hands in a gesture of gratitude towards Lu Siheng. "Thank you for your care along the way. Farewell. Take care on your journey, princess," Lu Siheng replied as she exited. The innkeeper had already fed and let out the horse. Without further ado, she mounted and cast a glance at Lu Siheng before riding away. "Young master, what have you done to upset the princess? Wasn't everything fine yesterday?" Lu Jiao remarked, noticing the discontent written across Song Shijin's face as she departed. Lu Siheng pondered for a long while, finding no clarity, only contemplating sending 2 bottles of Chunfeng Zue from Zuela back to the capital, hoping it might mend things. He could never dare to drink alongside the princess again. Yet if she were to share a drink with others, they should prepare to depart. At that moment, Lu Siheng had lost his appetite and instructed Lu Jiao. "Understood." Song Shijin galloped for half an hour, finally managing to suppress the turmoil within her heart. She pulled on the reins, halting her horse, and glanced back at the empty road, feeling a wave of regret wash over her. It was she who had impulsively kissed another in a drunken stupor. How could she turn her back on someone who had kindly offered her an opportunity to retreat? What was the difference between taking advantage and being an irresponsible scoundrel? How could she, a dignified princess, sulk at a gentle and courteous scholar? Scholars are bound by many rules and ponder deeply. How could she, a person of integrity, dare to act without accountability? After contemplating her actions for a quarter of an hour, Song Shijin turned her horse around and retraced her steps. Not long after Lu Siheng and his companions had set off, they encountered Song Shijin returning. "Princess?" Lu Jiao asked, incredulous and slightly anxious. Could it be that her anger from the morning had not yet subsided? Was she returning to settle the score? As the carriage came to a halt, Lu Siheng lifted the curtain, asking, "What is it?" Song Shijin dismounted and strode directly toward her, disregarding the gazes of those around them. Her eyes were solely fixed on Lu Siheng. She climbed into the carriage, insisting on pulling Lu Siheng back inside. "Princess, I have but a few words to say before I leave." Song Shijin looked at Lu Siheng, her eyes a pool of sincerity. "I had not forgotten what transpired last night, and it cannot all be attributed to the wine. After all, I remember every word spoken before I kissed you." Thump thump. The sound of a heartbeat, deafening in its resonance. What this princess has said and done has always held weight. If you find my sincerity inebriated, now that I am sober, I am willing to inquire once more. Lu Siheng, you mentioned yesterday that you have not yet taken a wife. What do you think of me? Before Lu Siheng could collect himself, Song Shijin grasped his collar, pulling him closer, and kissed him with closed eyes. His heart skipped 2 beats. Last night's kiss had been soft and cool, while today's was tender yet fervent. He felt as if he were frozen, unable to move. "You need not rush to answer me. Take your time to think it over. When you are ready, come to the princess's residence to propose. I shall await your arrival." With that, Song Shijin remounted her horse and departed once more. Lu Siheng sat in the carriage, dazed for quite some time, only then realizing that Song Shijin had not granted him an opportunity to refuse. She had presented him with only 2 options, to agree now or to agree later. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to laugh or cry, merely watching as the dust raised by the horse's hooves slowly settled, his fingers brushing against his still warm lips. Shortly after noon, Song Shijin returned to the capital. Princess Rongjing, delayed by a heavy downpour, arrived a day later. After settling in, she immediately entered the palace to meet the emperor. Although Shen Ningzhao did not harbor much familial affection for this aunt, she held her in high esteem. In her youth, Prince Inyong had been a formidable general, albeit somewhat impetuous. It was thanks to the frequent guidance and counsel of his aunt that he gradually tempered his temperament. For decades, the southern borders had enjoyed peace and security, largely due to the contributions of Princess Rongjing. Shen Ningzhao had not seen her cousin Song Shijin for a decade. In their childhood, they had studied together. While Shen Ningzhao was relatively reserved, Song Shijin, though not particularly gifted in her studies, possessed a formidable strength and would not hesitate to resort to physicality at the slightest disagreement, often leaving their male classmates on the receiving end of her fists. The reason Shen Ningzhao escaped such beatings was not due to any fear on Song Shijin's part, but rather her own taciturn nature. Now that her aunt had returned with her cousin, they planned to stay for a few days. "You reside in the southern territories and seldom return. My mother has no one to converse with in this palace," Shen Ningzhao remarked. It had been a long time since her last visit, and the changes in the capital were so significant that they almost rendered it unrecognizable. On this occasion, she brought with her a renowned physician from the south to present to His Majesty, hoping to alleviate the ailments afflicting Empress Dowager Xie. Furthermore, as His Majesty held the southern territories in his thoughts, it was only fitting for her to express her gratitude personally. Lastly, she wished to spend some time at the royal mausoleum, reciting scriptures and praying for her elder brother and parent spirits. Princess Rongjing spoke with precision. Her seemingly unremarkable words were laden with meaning. Firstly, the Song family would not engage in political strife and had no intention of meddling in the affairs concerning Empress Dowager Xie. Secondly, the southern territories had never harbored any disloyalty towards His Majesty. Thirdly, as your aunt, our blood ties are inseparable. Shen Ningzhao was neither a past emperor nor a mere child. She did not doubt the loyalty of Wang Inyong, yet the current situation was precarious, and she had to tread carefully. Her aunt's words rang true. With Wang Inyong and her aunt in the southern territories, Shen Ningzhao felt a sense of reassurance. Her gaze shifted to Song Shijin's face. After a long absence, her cousin had indeed grown more exquisite. If her memory served her well, Song Shijin was now 22. Had she found someone to marry? Princess Rongjing felt a pang of anxiety. She did not wish for her daughter to become a pawn in political games. With a sigh, she lamented, "This girl spends all her time rolling around in the military camp with her father, wild to the point that no one would want to marry her. Thankfully, the Song family is not lacking in provisions for her. I could raise her by my side for a lifetime." "But how can that be? A daughter must eventually marry," Shen Ningzhao replied. "Parents cherish their children and plan for their future. Can my aunt truly protect her cousin forever?" We must not delay her happiness. Would His Majesty be willing to protect my cousin for a lifetime? Song Shijin interjected, winking at Shen Ningzhao with a playful smile. Shen Ningzhao was taken aback by the question, prompting Princess Rongjing to interject, "Here, do not speak foolishly. Mother, do not be angry. Though the royal family emphasizes the relationship between ruler and subject, there is also kinship. His Majesty calls me cousin. As such, it is only fitting that he would protect me," Song Shijin argued, turning her attention back to Shen Ningzhao. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" "Indeed, my cousin speaks wisely," Shen Ningzhao replied with a smile. "However, it is also true that no maiden remains unmarried for a lifetime. If I were to find someone I admire, would it be possible for His Majesty to grant a marriage? Oh, pray tell, who is this person that captures my cousin's heart?" At that moment, Shen Ningzhao realized that her cousin was not as naive as she appeared. Her seemingly casual remarks were pointed and deliberate. Song Shijin blinked, "With my mother present, I feel a bit shy. May I confide in His Majesty in secret?" Shen Ningzhao beckoned her closer, and as Song Shijin stepped forward, she leaned in to whisper a name to Shen Ningzhao. Shen Ningzhao was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. I had already conveyed to him that once he was prepared, he should visit the princess's residence to propose. Should he arrive, I would beseech His Majesty to issue a decree of betrothal, ensuring that he could not rescind his decision. Until then, I implore His Majesty to keep this matter confidential. Why not allow me to issue the decree directly? Matters of marriage require mutual affection. If he is unwilling, a forcibly arranged union bears no sweetness. If he harbors any resentment, how could we coexist harmoniously, sharing the same space? Furthermore, as a noble princess, am I truly to fear remaining unmarried? Very well. Should he refuse, I shall certainly designate an even more suitable match for my cousin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Ningzhao accompanied Princess Rongjing and Song Shijin for dinner before escorting them out of the palace. What exactly did you discuss with His Majesty today? Princess Rongjing couldn't restrain her reprimand as they stepped beyond the palace gates. This is not the southern territories. Such antics are intolerable. Mother, please calm your anger. Song Shijin immediately leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Princess Rongjing's, and added, "The Song family must demonstrate loyalty. Nothing assures His Majesty more than having a daughter remain in the capital. How could I allow you to stay in the capital alone? Your father and I would never use you as a bargaining chip." Princess Rongjing's brow furrowed deeply, astonished by Song Shijin's perceptiveness, yet infuriated by her recklessness. "Mother, rest assured, I am merely buying time. If not, His Majesty would have likely decreed a marriage on the spot." Princess Rongjing sighed, recognizing there was no other course of action. After a moment of thought, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What exactly did you whisper in His Majesty's ear?" "Nothing of significance," Song Shijin replied, a hint of guilt evident as she rubbed her nose. You, Princess Rongjing playfully tapped Song Shijin's forehead. "You're using all your wits to deceive me." Song Shijin discreetly stuck out her tongue, falling silent. The carriage proceeded towards the princess's residence. Half an hour after Princess Rongjing's carriage departed, another carriage stealthily emerged from Yuhua Gate, making its way to Lishui Bay. Chapter 58. A startling turn. The night at Lishui Bay was a tapestry of experiences, encompassing both extravagant revelry and profound, unspoken affection. Adorned in opulence, it swayed with a supple grace, casting alluring glances that seduced the desires of mere mortals. This evening, Shen Ningzhao donned a modest, dark-patterned garment, crowned with an inked jade hairpin, simple yet elegant. Navigating through the bustling waterside, she made her way directly to the Tianxiang Pavilion. Miss Huasiu, the fragrant lady of the pavilion, was not receiving guests that night. She sat meticulously arranging the incense altar within her chamber. As wisps of fragrant smoke began to rise from the floral incense burner, a knock resounded at the door. "Miss, a guest has arrived." Huasiu promptly rose, proceeded to the door, and upon seeing the visitor, gracefully stepped aside to welcome them in. Shen Ningzhao entered with Li'in and took a seat at the tea table. Huasiu closed the door and lowered her head, uttering softly, "Young master." "There is no need for such formalities." Shen Ningzhao surveyed the room's decor and continued, Tonight's matters are of great importance. I appreciate your assistance, Mississippi. Young master is too kind. I do not deserve such praise, Hua Siyu replied humbly. Pouring 2 cups of tea, the liquid shimmered with a golden hue. The type of tea, unknown. Casting another glance at the incense burner, she said, You have traveled far. Please enjoy a cup of tea. Shen Ningzhao followed her gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly, yet remained silent as he lifted the teacup and drained its contents. Do have another cup, dear girl, Hua Siyu urged, pushing another cup toward Luyin. A bit taken aback, Luyin glanced at Shen Ningzhao, who gave a slight nod, prompting her to accept the cup and sip the tea. As Hua Siyu reclaimed the teacup, she inadvertently knocked it over, causing it to fall and chip a corner upon hitting the ground. Tea splashed out, dampening Hua Siyu's attire. It was my oversight. Please do not take offense. Hua Siyu immediately apologized. Shen Ningzhao waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing. Hua Siyu gathered the teacup onto a wooden tray, cradling it in her hands, and rose to say, Please allow me to change into another garment before serving you, my lord. Shen Ningzhao nodded, and Hua Siyu exited. Indeed, this Siyu girl is as remarkable as the rumors suggest, Luyin remarked once she had left. One who can navigate the complexities of a place like Lishui Bay must possess no ordinary talents. Shen Ningzhao casually glanced at the incense burner on the table. My lord, this evening I find myself somewhat hesitant, Luyin confessed. Shen Ningzhao nodded, gazing out at the tranquil yet heavy waters of the lake. If tonight does not unfold as planned, Chiyan shall not emerge from this Qiaoshan pavilion. Hearing this, Luyin's expression turned anxious. All preparations have been made. There is no need for concern. Moreover, there are 4 shadow guards in the dark, ensuring our safety, Shen Ningzhao reassured her. 2 days prior, he had delivered a message to the Gu residents, ostensibly a reward, yet covertly arranging a meeting between Chiyan and Qiaoshan Pavilion for tonight. The day Shen Ningzhao conversed with Chiyan in the Imperial Garden marked the final confrontation. Should Shen Ningzhao find no sincerity in her intentions, it would likely be the end for Chiyan this evening. Just the day before, Lord Chiyan had sent word that Li Diyu had been captured and would soon return to the capital, a development that brought relief to many. Noticing Shen Ningzhao's displeasure, Luyin hastily shifted the topic. Lord Chiyan has always been reliable in his endeavors. Shen Ningzhao's expression softened slightly. Li Diyu is indeed cunning. He even attempted to escape across borders. If it weren't for Lord Chiyan's tireless efforts, he might have succeeded, which is utterly infuriating. Luyin exclaimed indignantly. Umph. Shen Ningzhao retorted with a cold smile. To elude capture so stealthily, there must have been assistance from someone. Now that he has been apprehended, I suspect there are those who are quite anxious. Has there been any movement from Han Yuzhang's side? Shen Ningzhao inquired. Strangely enough, although we have disseminated the news of Li Diyu's capture, one would expect some reaction from the Han family. Yet there has been none. Han Yuzhang truly possesses remarquable composure, Luyin observed, furrowing her brow. Is that so? Shen Ningzhao rose and stood by the window, a hint of worry etched upon his face. Han Yuzhang's unusual calm left Shen Ningzhao feeling somewhat unsettled. Do not fret, my lord. Once Lord Chiyan returns, we shall deliberate on our next steps. Luyin comforted him. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation, prompting both Shen Ningzhao and Luyin to turn simultaneously, only to hear Hua Siyu's voice. My lord. Come in. Shen Ningzhao responded, turning back to the lake. Hua Siyu entered with a new teacup, replacing the tea with by Luo Chun, and placed it on the tea table. The room fell into a moment of silence. I have a song to present to my lord. May your wishes be fulfilled, she declared. Hua Siyu approached the Chiyan, her delicate fingers deftly plucking the strings, allowing the notes to flow and gradually soothe the hearts of those present. Outside the window, a few brilliantly illuminated flower boats glided across the lake, the laughter of the flower maidens mingling with the sounds of men exchanging toasts, drifting through the dim night. Faint and indistinct, the music produced by Siyu was truly exceptional, and Lin Taifu, a man notoriously tone-deaf, had even bestowed her with a name. If only there were a chance to invite Taifu to listen as well. Luyin mused quietly, enchanted by the melody. How could the teacher possibly come to such a place? Shen Ningzhao chuckled, shaking her head. Then let Miss Siyu visit the Taifu's residence. Lin Taifu has endured much while praying for fortune on the mountain. He must be quite weary of abstaining from wine and meat. It would do him good, Luyin remarked with a smile. Shen Ningzhao joined in the laughter, but then an unsettling thought flickered through her mind, causing her heart to sink as she asked in a hushed voice, "When will the Taifu return to the city? Has the young master forgotten?" "The Taifu returned last night, escorted by the Imperial Guard. He is at home tonight," came a reply. In that moment, Shen Ningzhao seemed to grasp the source of her unease. Han Yuzhong was not one to remain calm. He might be waiting for an opportunity to rectify the loss of Li Diyu. With Li Diyu under close watch, Han Yuzhong was not playing by the usual rules. Perhaps his true target had never been Li Diyu, but rather the Taifu's residence. Not long ago, the Taifu had the protection of the Imperial Guard, which may have deterred any rash actions, but tonight, the Taifu was vulnerable. Shen Ningzhao's heart plummeted. All eyes were currently fixed on Li Diyu. Yet whether he could return to the city may not concern Han Yuzhong at all. If Lin Qi were absent, the situation would undoubtedly shift dramatically. Even if they could extract something from Li Diyu later on, it would not be lethal. "What time is it?" Shen Ningzhao's voice grew urgent. "It is almost the second watch," Lu Yin replied, glancing at the hourglass on the table. Shen Ningzhao tore off her waist token and handed it to Lin. "Go. Proceed to the nearest garrison and take the patrol soldiers directly to the Taifu's residence." "And what about you, young master?" Lu Yin asked, startled by Shen Ningzhao's demeanor. "Go at once." Shen Ningzhao commanded, his tone firm. With no other choice, Lu Yin took the waist token and hurried downstairs, driving the carriage towards the garrison. Shen Ningzhao cast a glance at Hua Siyu, who immediately understood. "There are horses in the stable at the back of the first floor." Without further ado, Shen Ningzhao rushed downstairs to the stable, grabbed the reins, mounted the horse, and produced a jade whistle from his sleeve, 2 short notes followed by a long one, resembling the call of a warbler. 4 shadow guards materialized, swiftly following Shen Ningzhao as he rode away. The Taifu's residence was located in Xiuyufang, nestled in the northwestern part of the city, an area tranquil and secluded, home to many noble families. Without a moment to waste, Shen Ningzhao rode quickly to the Taifu's estate. The grand entrance bore the plaque of the Lin family, the lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, casting shadows that danced beneath the light, seemingly as it always was. To avoid alarming anyone, Shen Ningzhao climbed over the wall at the alley's end, but upon entering, the scene before him made him gasp in alarm, prompting him and his shadow guards to hasten towards the back courtyard. Meanwhile, at the Tianxiang Pavilion, Chiyan arrived on schedule with Song Mo and Song Yin, who guided them up to the loft. Hua Siyu paced anxiously within her chamber, her heart racing as she welcomed the visitor, forcing herself to suppress the terror that gripped her. Her nerves unsettled, she glanced at the extinguished incense burner, her hands trembling slightly as she poured tea. Chiyan, discerning her distress, furrowed his brow and inquired softly, "What troubles you, Miss Siyu?" "Mr. Gu, I fear you may not meet your intended guest this evening," she replied hesitantly, biting her lip. After much deliberation, the urgency concerning Shen Ningzhao and the Grand Tutor's safety compelled her to speak in hushed tones. "It appears your awaited guest has ventured alone to the Grand Tutor's residence, suspecting there may be unforeseen events tonight." Upon hearing this, Chiyan's expression darkened, his thoughts racing to the recent disturbances in the city. Without hesitation, he rose and departed towards the Grand Tutor's estate. Han Yuzhong, perhaps seeking a decisive strike, had sent only the most skilled assassins. The household guards of the Grand Tutor stood little chance against them, swiftly falling victim to their lethal prowess. Sprawled lifelessly across the courtyard, the night air was thick with the scent of blood. Though the 4 shadow guards were well trained, they found themselves overwhelmed by the numerous assassins, sustaining injuries amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the sound of tiles shifting echoed from the rooftop. Shen Ningzhao looked up to see several archers taking aim at Lin Qi. "Be cautious, Grand Tutor," she shouted, rushing to shield Lin Qi. An arrow pierced her shoulder, causing her to stagger back and collapse to the ground. Struggling to rise, she steadied herself with her long sword, kneeling to protect Lin Qi. Lin Qi, startled and anxious, yearned to call out to her, yet feared revealing his identity and inviting peril. Shen Ningzhao glanced back at him, attempting to reassure him, then addressed the remaining steward and a household guard. The patrol will arrive shortly. We shall be safe. Encouraged, the two resumed their defensive stance around Lin Qi. As the archers loosed another volley, the shadow guards intercepted the arrows. In that moment, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows, leaping forth with a drawn long sword aimed at Shen Ningzhao. When Chiyan kicked open the door to Lin's residence, he was met with this alarming scene. His pupils dilated, his heart constricted. He momentarily forgot to breathe as he witnessed the blade hurtling towards Shen Ningzhao. The assailant, believing victory was assured due to her injury, was taken aback when Shen Ningzhao met his gaze, her eyes devoid of fear, a faint smile gracing her lips. Momentarily stunned, the black-clad figure faltered, allowing Shen Ningzhao to drop her long sword and rise abruptly. A dagger slipped from her sleeve, plunging into the assailant's heart. The man's eyes widened in shock, the light within them extinguishing as he fell silent. Chiyan, observing Shen Ningzhao's pale visage from afar, felt no relief. Instead, a surge of agitation and fury coursed through him. Just as the tension seemed to ease, another figure charged from the darkness. Shen Ningzhao, unaware, felt her heart tighten. Chiyan hurled his long sword, piercing the intruder's heart and lungs. Only then did Shen Ningzhao notice Chiyan, who landed deftly, his presence radiating an aura of lethal intent as he shielded her behind him without uttering a word. Chiyan donned a deep-sea blue robe with sword sleeves this evening. Standing behind him, Shen Ningzhao couldn't help but recall their first encounter, when he had similarly turned his back to her. Chapter 59, The Grace of a Mentor. The arrival of Chiyan shifted the dynamics of the situation. The assassins suffered significant losses. Soon, the sounds of patrolling soldiers echoed from outside the manor, and realizing the assassination had failed, they deftly retreated to the rooftops. Nin fulfilled her duty, arriving at a crucial moment with the patrolling soldiers. Quickly, fetch a physician, Lin Qi exclaimed, breaking free from the butler's grasp. Shen Ningzhao, feeling a wave of weakness, was about to falter when Chiyan reached out to support her, only to find his hand stained with blood. His brow furrowed, and his gaze turned even colder. Seeing Shen Ningzhao wounded, Nin, though anxious, suggested, "There are imperial doctors in the palace. We should return there." Shen Ningzhao understood her intent. Drawing her sword would necessitate shedding her garments. Steeling herself against her frailty, she insisted, "We must go back to the palace." Just as she prepared to take a step, Chiyan grasped her wrist firmly, asserting, "Your Majesty has lost too much blood. It is unlikely you can endure until we reach the palace." Before Shen Ningzhao could finish her thought, Chiyan swept her into his arms. The movement tugged at her wound, causing her to cry out in pain, and she quickly lost her strength, too afraid to move. "Scissors, gauze, and hemostatic powder. Bring them to the room," Chiyan commanded, carrying her into a nearby chamber and placing her gently on a couch. "Moments latte." Nin returned with the requested items, setting them aside while casting a lingering glance at Shen Ningzhao, hesitating to speak. "Nin, guard the door," Shen Ningzhao instructed, glancing at Chiyan. "Yes," she replied. Kneeling on the couch, Shen Ningzhao felt beads of sweat form on her forehead. Having lost considerable blood, her lips turned pale, and in the flickering candlelight, she appeared frail and pitiable. She faced Chiyan, who did not return her gaze but fixated on the arrow lodged in her back. The cold light in his eyes seemed sharper than the arrow itself. "Minister Gu, your arrival tonight was timely," Shen Ningzhao said, steadying herself as she subtly raised her eyes to him. "It cannot compare to His Majesty's bravery and prowess," Chiyan replied, lightly touching the arrow. "Have you sustained any injuries, Minister Gu?" Shen Ningzhao inquired softly. "Your Majesty should focus on your own well-being," he retorted, removing the arrowhead and discarding it onto a nearby table. Shen Ningzhao recoiled slightly, inhaling deeply to ease the pain in her shoulder, her gaze tinged with sorrow. "It seems Minister Gu bears some resentment towards me today. I take no pride in those who break their promises," Gu Qiyuan finally cast a glance at Shen Ningzhao. While his words were undeniably blunt, a smoldering frustration brewed within him with no outlet. His lips pressed into a thin line as he quietly clenched his jaw. Gu Qiyuan raised his hand to remove Shen Ningzhao's outer garment, pausing briefly at her chest. She did not resist, her eyes fixed on his, a smile flickering across her face. As he pulled the fabric away from her neck, she leaned slightly forward, yielding to his movements. Their bodies drew close, and Shen Ningzhao's breath, warm and tinged with anxiety, brushed against Gu Qiyuan's shoulder, causing his back to stiffen involuntarily as he tightened his grip. As Shen Ningzhao raised her hand to roll up her sleeves, her uninjured hand swiftly withdrew the ink jade hairpin from her head, pressing it against Gu Qiyan's neck with a measured calmness. Gu Qiyan, you possess quite the audacity. The sudden turn of events merely caused Gu Qiyan to falter for a moment. He readily shrugged off Shen Ningzhao's outer garment before turning to regard her. The cool jade pin pressed against his skin, a chilling reminder of its potential to pierce the carotid artery. Gu Qiyan's gaze remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of concern as he observed Shen Ningzhao's pallid face, which caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Do you think this arrow wound will leave a scar? Shen Ningzhao queried, tracing the jade pin lightly along Gu Qiyan's neck as she spoke of matters unrelated to their current predicament. I believe your majesty ought to worry about whether you will survive. Their eyes met, neither yielding an inch. Shen Ningzhao leaned against Gu Qiyan's shoulder, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonate through the thin fabric of his clothing and into her arm. Will you allow me to die? She pressed, applying a slight pressure with the pin. Gu Qiyan regarded her for a moment in silence before he removed her inner garment. As her smooth shoulder and the binding cloth covering her chest were revealed, both were momentarily taken aback. Not all. Gu Qiyan finally spoke, his voice low and husky, whispering in Shen Ningzhao's ear. At this moment, she struggled to maintain her composure, her hand trembling slightly around the pin, uncertain whether his nod at all referred to the scar or her survival. Before she could dwell on this, Gu Qiyan swiftly pulled her into his embrace, unexpectedly grasping the arrow and extracting